It hurts. My head, it hurts unbearably," whispered a youth, his body wrapped entirely in bandages as he lay on an antique bed. The youth's face was ashen and his lips devoid of color, yet his strained voice stirred deep emotion in the middle-aged man standing at the bedside. The middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s, carried an air of grandeur. His heavy, defined eyebrows only amplified his commanding presence. At that moment, his furrowed brow slowly relaxed as he hurried over to lean at the bedside and gaze upon the pallid youth. "Linger, you have finally awakened. You have terrified your mother and me. Hurry and inform Madam that Linger has awakened. Oh, let her find solace, for our foremost priority now is to restore his health, and the Lee family's debts can be settled later." The servants promptly dashed off to convey the message, while the youth looked up at the middle-aged man with a skeptical gaze as a sensation, both strange and familiar, welled within him. He strained to piece together what had transpired when suddenly a sharp, electrifying pain surged through his head and a torrent of memories flooded in. At last the youth remembered who the middle-aged man was. None other than his biological father, Qin Yunxiao, or rather the father of this very body, named Qin Yuling. Had he been reborn? In his previous life, he had been the illustrious Dan Emperor. As a youth, he had chanced upon a soul's secret treasure hidden in a secluded realm that empowered his spirit to extraordinary heights, thus forging the legend of his era. However, his seamless journey along the pill path had led him to neglect martial cultivation, relying solely on consuming pills to ascend to martial emperor. Alas, his body's defenses were too feeble. While formulating the continent's first supreme pill, he succumbed to the perils of pill tribulation. Had his physical fortitude been stronger, such an outcome might have been avoided. The youth mused, had that been the case, I would have become the first pill Tao Supreme of the continent. But wait. Even with 3 ninth-grade arrays set up on the periphery, why did not one of them function during the Thunder Tribulation? After all, the perimeter arrays were guarded by his eldest disciple, a man who had attained the complete martial emperor state, rendering it nearly impossible for any sabotage to go unnoticed. Could it be? The thought alone plunged the youth into a splitting headache. Linger, what ails you? Your body remains too fragile. Attend to him now. Hurry, fetch the body-nourishing pill. Meanwhile, the Qin family, one of the foremost martial clans in Hanlian Kingdom, with Qin Yunxiao, Qin Yuling's biological father, renowned as a master of the 9th grade Qi realm, prepared to act. Despite the family's exceptional standing, Qin Yuling had become the epitome of a debauched wastrel, idly spending his days in frivolous revelry with unruly companions. Even now, still at the second stage of body refining, he had nearly been beaten to death in a jealous squabble with the young master of the Li family. Contemplating this, Qin Yuling sighed helplessly. The original owner of this body was truly an oddity. His incompetence and penchant for petty rivalries had nearly ruined him, perhaps even dooming him thereby, making way for my soul to reside in this form. Who would have imagined that I, the magnificent Dan Emperor, destined to become a Dan Zun, should be reborn in the body of a wretch? Yet since the heavens have granted me another chance at life, I am resolved to master martial arts and uncover the cause of my demise. I earnestly hope the truth is not as I fear, lest I be forced to sever all ties. At that thought, a fierce and palpable killing intent suddenly emanated from Qin Yuling. Qin Yunxiao was startled by the sudden surge of killing intent. How could his son, usually such a debauched youth, exude an aura more concentrated than that of even a master in the condensed pill realm? Believing that his son's lingering resentment from the Li family's young master had unsettled him, Qin Yunxiao hastily advised Linger, vengeance need not be rushed. Focus on your cultivation and make proper use of the clan's resources, and you wouldn't have suffered so gravely. Gazing at his unresponsive son, he added absent-mindedly, if you truly cannot bear it, allow me to stand up for you and confine that Li brat to bed for months. Touched by his father's concern, Qin Yuling felt a deep stirring. Even in his debauchery, his parents' indulgent love remained unwavering. Moments earlier, Qin Yuling had been lost in thought as he examined his soul. Indeed, the soul's secret treasure was still intact, perhaps the very reason behind his rebirth. Father, forgive my worry. I shall avenge my own grievances. If you involve yourself in the matters of the younger generation, it only complicates things. Besides, the Li family has 2 experts in the 9th grade Qi realm. If conflict breaks out, our family will surely suffer. Fear not. Those old men are past their prime, and I, your son, will surpass them in due time. Nonetheless, you are right, and my participation would bring disgrace. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Begin your efforts now, and you will inevitably catch up. Madam, be careful. You must not stumble now that you have recovered. At that moment, the gentle voice of a maid resonated from the doorway. My son, my dear son, you have finally awakened. Shortly thereafter, with a resounding thud, a graceful young woman burst through the door. Though tears still streaked her face, her charismatic elegance remained undiminished. There was no doubt that this was his biological mother, Jiang Qingning. "Mother, I am all right now, you need not worry," said Qin Yuling. "Master, this is the body-nourishing pill," the maid announced as she presented a delicate box to Qin Yunxiao. "Now take this pill. In a few days you shall recover," said Qin Yunxiao as he withdrew the pill from the box and offered it to Qin Yuling. "Is this truly a pill?" Qin Yuling inquired, frowning as he examined the half-finished pill in Qin Yunxiao's hand. "If not a pill, then what can it be? Our family only has 3 in all. You think they are as common as cabbage?" retorted Qin Yunxiao, his eyes widening in exasperation. Qin Yuling's expression fell into dismay. In his previous life, even cabbage might have been more valuable than this. If any disciple were to produce such a pill, he would surely be beaten soundly. "Hurry and take it, it's not poison. Spare me that look." With a resigned sigh, Qin Yuling opened his mouth and swallowed the pill, for if he did not, Qin Yunxiao might have been forced to shove it in himself. After all, his condition was indeed abysmal. He resigned himself to it, as a mere nutritional supplement like cabbage. Upon witnessing Qin Yuling swallow the pill, both Qin Yunxiao and Jiang Qingning broke into gentle smiles. "Father, mother, I feel rather drowsy. I wish to sleep a little longer." He knew he must set them aside for now and study this body in depth, for its foundation was far too weak. He resolved to plan and elevate this form to meet even his minimal standards as soon as possible. "Yes, you must rest well if you are to recover quickly," nodded Qin Yunxiao. "Linger, rest, and if you need anything, simply tell the maid," added Jiang Qingning. "This body's foundation is far too frail. Even after rebirth, the strength of my soul remains my only advantage. In this life, I must make up for my bodily defenses." While circulating his cultivation technique to absorb the medicinal power of the pill, Qin Yuling searched through his memories for a cultivation method suited to himself. As for inner cultivation, he already possessed the soul-nourishing heart scripture and art that came with his soul-nurturing treasure. In his previous life, he had cultivated it for tens of thousands of years, and this scripture was undoubtedly of the supreme tier. Yet this body was too weak, its efficiency in absorbing medicinal power abysmally low. He had to find a powerful body-refining technique. This one then, the 9-turn Vajra art. In his past life, when others came to beg him for pills, they had traded countless top-tier cultivation methods to him. Sadly, he had been obsessed solely with the Tao of alchemy, and most of those techniques he merely recorded once with his spiritual sense before casually tossing them to his disciples. The 9-turn Vajra art had been transmitted to him via divine sense by the martial emperor Hongjun back then, and he had even made Qin Yuling swear a soul oath never to pass it on to a second person, for this cultivation art was the fundamental reason Hongjun martial emperor could stand nearly invincible among martial emperors. Back then, Qin Yuling had no interest in martial cultivation at all, so Hongjun martial emperor was not in the least worried he would actually practice it. It was said Hongjun had cultivated the 9-turn Vajra art to consummation. Ordinary 9th-grade martial emperors could not even break through his defenses. During one exploration of a secret realm, Hongjun martial emperor's soul suffered grievous injury. Only when he came to Qin Yuling to seek pills did he pass the 9-turn Vajra art to him. Qin Yuling's soul, however, was continuously nourished by a secret treasure and would only grow stronger and stronger. Once he cultivated the 9-turn Vajra art, as well, he would essentially have no weaknesses left. Even when refining pills in the future, he could directly rely on his flesh to withstand pill tribulations. Qin Yuling began slowly circulating his energy according to the method of the 9-turn Vajra art. As yuan power completed a circuit through his meridians and overflowed from his body, it spread across his skin and muscles, bringing with it a fine needling sensation. After several cycles, he clearly felt his skin and muscles becoming taut and firm. As expected of a top-tier cultivation art treasured even by a martial emperor. After cultivating for only a short while, he could already sense his bottleneck loosening. After running 2 more great cycles, Qin Yuling exhaled a mouthful of foul turbid air. He had reached the 3rd level of body refinement. Continuing his cultivation for another hour, he finally stopped. His body had now basically recovered. Yet a problem soon emerged. His soul was strong enough and the technique he cultivated was top-tier, but his cultivation speed still failed to meet his expectations. The meridians of this body were simply too weak, limiting how quickly he could absorb spiritual qi. Even the spiritual energy in the air was already sufficient to saturate the capacity of his current meridians. Only by first strengthening his meridians would he later be able to cultivate using gathering spirit arrays and spirit stones. Although at his current speed, he could soon catch up to his peers, that was far from enough. He had to raise his strength rapidly if he wished to be qualified to investigate the cause of his own death. In the original memories of this body, he found no trace at all of the Tianyuan continent from his previous life. Perhaps this land was simply too backward for people to even know the continent's name. More likely the two lives had been lived on completely different continents. With that thought, Qin Yuling rose and walked outside, intending to visit an herb shop to find some medicinal ingredients to aid his cultivation. As he had just opened the door, a maid waiting outside hurriedly said, "Young master, if you need anything, just call for me. Your body is still weak. You must rest more." "It's all right, I'm almost fully recovered." "The clan's pills are rather effective," Qin Yuling replied, pushing the credit onto the pills. "Otherwise, such complete recovery in half a day would certainly arouse suspicion." Lingyao Pavilion was one of the top powers in Hanlian Kingdom. Its pavilion master was a second-grade alchemist and a member of the Alchemists Association. The association, composed of alchemists, had extensive connections, and no one wished to offend pill masters. Thus, in Hanlian Kingdom, even the monarch treated the pavilion master of Lingyao Pavilion with utmost courtesy. Lingyao Pavilion's doors were thronged with people. Every day a first-grade alchemist sat in the shop for consultations, and those seeking pills or medical treatment came in an endless stream. The moment Qin Yuling stepped into Lingyao Pavilion, he immediately drew sidelong glances. Many eyes held pity, others contempt, and most were steeped in disdain. A wave of frustration washed over him. The original owner of this body had truly lived a wretchedly failed life, and now he had to endure all of this in his place. "Forget it, let me help you build a better reputation," he thought, then walked toward the counter and said to the clerk, "I need some medicinal herbs." The clerk's gaze at Qin Yuling was at least normal. After all, the matter had nothing to do with him. "Greetings, young Master Qin. What kind of herbs do you need? Write them down, and I will fetch them for you," he said, handing over paper and brush. Qin Yuling quickly wrote out a row of herb names. They were all common ingredients. High-grade herbs might not even be available here, and these were already enough for the needs of this current body. After finishing, he handed the list to the clerk. Seeing that the herbs were all ordinary, the clerk turned and went to retrieve them. Qin Yuling was not afraid of anyone seeing through his intentions. First, the herbs were all common, and second, the refining method he planned to use was something he had created himself in his previous life. No one here would recognize it. Before long, the clerk returned and handed the herbs to Qin Yuling. "Young Master Qin, everything is ready. That will be 80 mid-grade spirit stones in total." A nearby first-grade alchemist glanced over, let out a derisive snort, and went back to his consultations, clearly assuming that the profligate Qin Yuling, bored of a life of debauchery, was now toying with herbs to make himself look more refined. Qin Yuling also noticed the alchemist's contempt, but paid it no mind. After all, that disdain was directed at the former owner of this body. He simply watched how the first-grade alchemist handled the consultations, taking the opportunity to gauge the level of alchemy on this continent. However, after watching for a while, Qin Yuling could only shake his head slightly. For ordinary commoners, the alchemist could mostly resolve their problems, but when it came to martial practitioners, there were far fewer cases he could treat. Even when solutions existed, the methods used were extremely inefficient. To Qin Yuling, this alchemist level was far too mediocre. He likely did not realize that he was judging with the eyes of a pill emperor. To him, a first-grade alchemist was little more than a novice, just stepping through the door, hardly worthy of comparison. Just then, a listless, haggard man collapsed onto the table. "Master, I beg you, save me." The man's aura fluctuated wildly, yet it was still apparent that he was at the 8th level of body refinement. The first-grade alchemist Hai Feng took the man's pulse, his brows knitting. "You went to the Misty Demon Cavern?" "Yes, master. A few friends and I accepted a bodyguard mission. Our employer said he was searching for a certain herb, but halfway there we encountered a Kyre-finding realm demonic beast. We suffered heavy losses, and I only escaped with my life by sheer desperation." "Reckless. You're only in the body refinement realm, yet you dared to take a mission in the Misty Demon Cavern. Do you not know that even along its outermost edges, Kyre-finding demonic beasts may appear at any time?" "Of course I know, master, but there was no choice. My whole family relies on me to survive. Please, I beg you, save me." The man's voice trembled. Hai Feng sighed. "I cannot cure this poison. A first-grade alchemist is powerless here. If the pavilion master were present, there might still be a chance, but he is not, and I am helpless." "Your poison. I can cure it," Qin Yuling said. Upon hearing Qin Yuling's claim that he could heal, Hai Feng immediately darkened his face. He, a first-grade alchemist, had just stated his inability, yet this playboy claimed he could cure the ailment. It was not merely a slap in the face, it was akin to a kick to the forehead. "You can heal. Young Master Qin, when it comes to matters of life and death, you shouldn't speak carelessly. This poison cannot be resolved by a second-grade alchemist. Moreover, to my knowledge, young Master Qin has shown no talent in the path of alchemy, and he is not even an alchemist yet, right? Exactly. Just drink your wine and chase your girls. What are you doing here causing a commotion in the pharmacy? Most of the onlookers recognized Qin Yuling and were aware of his nature, thinking he was just bragging. Qin Yuling was also quite speechless. Although this poison was not very common being from a beast, it was not entirely unsolvable. If Hai Feng couldn't resolve it, it could only mean that his foundation in alchemy was too weak. At least 2 types of first-grade pills could cure this poison. Originally, Qin Yuling did not want to meddle, but upon seeing the state of the robust man, he recognized this as the poison of the Qingwu snake, which was a guardian beast of the lotus heart grass. The lotus heart grass is the main ingredient for the lotus heart pill. After consuming it, it enhances one's own cultivation technique. If your technique is at the 2nd level, it can elevate it to the peak of the 2nd level immediately. If at the peak of the 2nd level, it can help you break through to the 3rd level instantly and significantly enhance your comprehension of that technique. Only 1 pill can be consumed per technique. Just as Qin Yuling was about to mention which pill could resolve the poison, a voice from outside suddenly made his gaze turn sharp. Oh, the Qin family treats you quite well. You've been beaten to a pulp, yet you've recovered so quickly. It seems the Qin family possesses quite a few good items. Oh, what a waste for you to use them. You might get beaten to death at any moment. What's the matter? Did you get hit in the head? Instead of chasing women, you're now messing with medicinal herbs. You're solving problems that even a first-grade master can't. If getting beaten could turn someone into an alchemist, then this young master should start charging for his services. Huh. Amidst the laughter, a graceful young man walked in from outside, swaying a fan in his right hand and placing his left hand behind his waist, followed by 7 or 8 middle-aged men, likely bodyguards arranged by his family, an epitome of a wealthy and handsome young master. This is Li Hongfei, the young master of the Li family, a 16-year-old at the 9th level of body refinement, the best among his peers in the Li family. He is greatly favored by the head of the Li family. Originally, Qin Yuling also had a group of bodyguards when he went out, but every time he stirred up trouble, someone would report back, causing him to be punished upon his return. Eventually, he no longer wished to take bodyguards, since generally no one dared to touch him here except for the Li family. And that's how this rebirth came to be. Currently, Qin Yuling was only at the 3rd level of body refinement, but with the martial arts memories of his previous life as a martial emperor, he could still escape before reaching the Qi refinement stage. Ignoring Li Hongfei, Qin Yuling looked at the poison giant and asked, I can resolve your poison. Do you want to give it a try? The giant looked at Qin Yuling, then glanced at the crowd. To be honest, he had no trust in Qin Yuling, as everyone present should be aware of his reputation. The giant could only helplessly look towards the first-grade master Hai Feng, who said seriously, Young Master Qin. Master, since young Master Qin says he can heal, let him give it a try. What if our young Master Qin truly can heal? Right, young Master Qin? Li Hongfei interrupted the master's persuasion, then smiled at Qin Yuling. Qin Yuling cast a glance at Li Hongfei, but did not respond. He looked at the poison giant. If he was unwilling, Qin Yuling had no intention of forcing him. If all else failed, he could search for the misty demon cave himself. Young Master Qin, I'm willing to give it a try, the giant said, having no other choice. If he didn't try, he would just wait to die. In Hanlin Kingdom, if the spiritual herb pavilion couldn't cure him, there would be no hope elsewhere. Wait, Li Hongfei said. Young Master Qin, others are so willing to entrust their lives to you, you must be confident. So you were waiting for me. It seems you won't give up until you make me unable to hold my head high. Qin Yuling thought since Li Hongfei was so eager to present himself, he might as well collect some interest first. If you can't cure this, brother, how about crawling through my legs? As soon as Li Hongfei's words came out, the crowd displayed expressions of watching a show. And if I can heal him? Ha ha, young Master Qin, you are truly so full of yourself that even you believe it. If you can heal him, I will eat excrement while standing on my head. Li Hongfei hadn't even spoken when one of his attendants couldn't help but jump out. Upon hearing this, some people actually hoped that Qin Yuling could heal the patient, as they were all just watching a show and wanted something thrilling. Young Master Qin, you see, we've paid a hefty price to watch you heal someone. Ha ha ha, if you succeed, you can ask me to do anything. Li Hongfei said disdainfully. If I heal him, you crawl back home, and from now on, whenever you see me in Hanlin Kingdom, you'll call me Grandpa. And bring your attendant along. If I win, he eats excrement while standing on his head. Do you dare to bet? Qin Yuling looked at Li Hongfei with disdain. Initially, Li Hongfei felt a surge of nervousness at Qin Yuling's confidence in proposing a wager, but seeing Qin Yuling's disdainful gaze ignited his fury. He had always suppressed Qin Yuling. When had it become his turn to look down on him? He must have done this on purpose to make him back down. All right, I accept your bet, but you must add a condition. If you lose every time you see me in the future, you must crawl through my legs, and today you must eat excrement while standing on your head. Do you dare to agree? Li Hongfei said, glaring. All right, I accept. Then, young masterly, let's establish a soul oath. Qin Yuling said calmly. Once Qin Yuling's words left his mouth, chaos ensued around them. Initially, it was just a normal wager. If you didn't want to fulfill your end, you would merely lose face. However, now that the soul oath was proposed, failing to fulfill, it could cost one's life. The poison giant also felt a wave of anxiety. If this continued, even if he were cured, he would inevitably face retaliation from the Li family. He couldn't withstand the consequences from either family. I won't be treated anymore. I think my fate is sealed. I'll take my leave now. Saying this, the giant walked towards the door. After all, if he were to die, it would only be him. If the Li family retaliated, his whole family would be doomed. Wait a moment. Oh, what's the hurry? If young Master Li dares not take this bet, I can treat you as well. Don't you agree, young Master Li? Qin Yuling said with a smile. Li Hongfei furrowed his brows, his mind racing. To be honest, proposing a soul oath truly caught him off guard. Although he believed he wouldn't lose, Qin Yuling's confident proposal of this wager along with the soul oath indeed made young Master Li hesitate. Young Master Li, Qin Yuling is definitely trying to put on a show. You are well aware of everything he has done over the years. If he truly had strength, how could we not have discovered anything? The attendant who had suggested the bet angrily remarked. This attendant looked down on Qin Yuling from the bottom of his heart, thinking that if he had the identity of the Qin family's young master, he would undoubtedly be a genius, perhaps even more formidable than young Master Li. Hearing the attendant's words, Li Hongfei immediately calmed down, realizing that Qin Yuling was merely putting on a show, betting on his fear to accept. What do you think, young Master Li? If you agree, we can include in the soul oath that regardless of the outcome, neither of our families can take any measures against this brother for revenge. If you disagree, I will directly treat this brother. Qin Yuling said with a smile. All right, I agree. I'm betting now. Let's make the soul oath. Li Hongfei gritted his teeth, not believing that Qin Yuling knew anything about the ways of an alchemist. Thus, under the witness of the first-grade alchemist of the Spirit Herb Pavilion, both Qin Yuling and Li Hongfei made their soul oaths. All right, please begin your performance. Li Hongfei remarked, let's see how you treat him. Don't think about stalling for time, or if you don't treat him, he won't last 2 days. Rest assured the treatment will only take half a day. Master, please help me prepare these medicinal materials. As he spoke, Qin Yuling wrote down several types of medicinal materials and handed them to Hai Feng. Hai Feng looked at the list and saw that it contained 7 or 8 types of materials, all of which were needed for first-grade pills, with not a single second-grade material. Young Master Qin, are you sure these are the only materials? There are no others, the alchemist worriedly confirmed once again. That's right, just these. I'll need to borrow the alchemy room for a bit. Qin Yuling said calmly. Young Master Qin is planning to refine the pills himself. Don't you need the help of our Spirit Herb Pavilion's alchemists? Normally, as long as Qin Yuling stated the method of pill refining, the Spirit Herb Pavilion could assist, since knowledge of pills and the ability to refine them are 2 different matters. Moreover, there were very few people in the entire Hanlian Kingdom who could refine first-grade pills, and only the head of the Spirit Herb Pavilion could refine second-grade pills. Yes, I can do it myself. Qin Yuling smiled, not trusting these first-grade alchemists. After all, he didn't want to see good pills ruined by them, especially since even the garbage body-nourishing pills at home were treated as treasures. Seeing that Qin Yuling was going to refine the pills himself, Li Hongfei's anxiety eased. If he only needed to state the formula, there was a risk that Qin Yuling might happen to know a rare formula that could treat the poison, leaving him with a chance of failure. Now that Qin Yuling was going to refine the pills himself, it proved that the formula he had was indeed something he had scribbled together, and it was utterly useless. He was just stalling for time. Young Master Qin, is there any point in stalling for time like this? Don't tell me you've already become a first-grade alchemist. As far as I know, there isn't a single first-grade alchemist in your entire Qin family. Are you perhaps suffering from delusions after I gave you a beating? Ha ha ha. Li Hongfei's words drew another round of laughter. Isn't it obvious that we'll find out if it's delusional soon? We've already made our soul oaths. Young Master Li wouldn't still be afraid I'd run away, would he? It's best if you prepare some food for your attendant. Finding that stuff last minute isn't easy. The attendant's face turned red with anger. Young Master Qin, the medicinal materials you requested are here, and the alchemy room is also ready. At this moment, a first-grade master approached. Qin Yuling took the medicinal materials and entered the alchemy room without even glancing at Li Hongfei, leaving Li Hongfei's harsh words stuck in his throat. I'll see how you boast if you can't produce the pills later, Li Hongfei said bitterly. Young Master Li, I think we should prepare the food first. If Qin Yuling loses, he will have to eat it upside down. Let's prepare it for him, and I'll feed it to him later. Ha! The attendant laughed loudly, but his eyes were filled with malice. He didn't deliberately lower his voice while speaking, and everyone present could hear it. Good, this task is entrusted to you. Hurry back. Li Hongfei was very pleased with the attendant's actions. Inside the alchemy room, Qin Yuling sat in front of the alchemy furnace recuperating for a while before starting the fire. Although this body had never refined pills, he possessed a powerful soul and the memories of a top-tier alchemist, making the refinement of this type of pill exceedingly easy. Once the furnace was warmed up, Qin Yuling threw all the medicinal materials into the alchemy furnace. If this operation were seen by the first-grade alchemists outside, they would certainly chastise Qin Yuling for being ignorant of alchemy. Throwing them all in together would lead to uneven decomposition of the materials, wasting them at best, and blowing up the furnace at worst. However, the furnace remained steady with 8 types of medicinal materials floating gently in the center of the alchemy furnace, revolving slowly. Under the control of Qin Yuling's powerful soul, the alchemical fire and the medicinal materials seemed to obey him like children. An hour later, finally done, 3 superior-grade pills have been produced. The weakness of this body was the only drawback. Otherwise, although it was his first time refining, at least one would be a celestial-grade pill. If the first-grade alchemists outside knew that 3 superior-grade pills had been produced, they would likely be so shocked that they would kneel. The optimal number of pills produced from a furnace should be 3, with at least 1. A first-grade alchemist, when in good condition, could refine 2 pills, and having 1 middle-grade pill would be considered excellent. Even if the head of the Spirit Herb Pavilion, a second-grade alchemist, came to refine a first-grade pill, there would be no guarantee that he could produce superior-grade pills every time. With a creak, the door of the alchemy room opened, and all eyes turned to Qin Yuling. The most anxious one was undoubtedly the poisoned man, as it concerned his life and livelihood. However, someone was even more impatient and spoke up. So, young Master Qin, have your pills been refined? Let's see them. Yes, let's see them. Those watching were eager for excitement. Haifeng also fixed his gaze on young Master Qin. Although he didn't believe he could refine pills, what was this confidence and composure he was showing? Could it be that he really succeeded? Of course the pills have been refined. Is young Master Li in such a hurry to fulfill his promise? Qin Yuling said nonchalantly. You're still trying to argue. If you've really refined them, then show them. Don't casually take out a pill as there's a master here, and you can't fool him. Haifeng also spoke up. Young Master Qin, if you've already refined them, may I have a look? Of course, Master, here you go. As he spoke, Qin Yuling handed 1 pill to the master. He couldn't possibly take out all 3, as that would be too shocking, but just this one was enough to leave the first-grade master speechless for half a day. This is a superior-grade pill. Haifeng looked at Qin Yuling in astonishment. Following Haifeng's words, a commotion erupted around them. It's impossible. Master, did you make a mistake? How could he possibly refine pills, let alone superior-grade ones? I don't believe it. Li Hongfei could not accept this. Young Master Li, if you don't believe my judgment, why should I have participated as a witness? Haifeng said angrily. No, Master, that's not what I meant. I'm sorry, I just can't accept it at the moment. Li Hongfei broke out in a cold sweat, knowing that offending the Spirit Herb Pavilion would bring him no good. He would definitely face punishment upon returning. Haifeng paid no mind to Li Hongfei, his eyes fixed on Qin Yuling. Young Master Qin, did you truly refine this pill, eh? Can't you tell that this pill is freshly refined? Qin Yuling replied with a smile. May I ask, how many pills did you refine in one batch, young Master Qin? The first-grade master unconsciously used honorifics. Only 1 was produced. Qin Yuling was not ready to be too obvious. He managed to refine a top-grade pill because he felt embarrassed if such a low-level medicine did not reach that standard. He could not let himself fail this test. Only 1. Was it luck? Haifeng truly could find no other reason to convince himself. You don't even know if this pill can cure ailments. It might even cause more harm than good. I have never seen such a first-grade pill before. Li Hongfei continued to shout. Although Qin Yuling had produced the pill, he still doubted its ability to cure the big man's poison. Haifeng was also somewhat puzzled. Indeed, he recognized normal first-grade pills, yet this one was completely unidentifiable. Although he could sense that this pill was beneficial and harmless, he asked, May I know the name of this pill, young Master Qin? This is the Xianyuan pill. Of course you wouldn't recognize it. I developed it myself. It does not exist here at all. You say the Xianyuan pill is the Xianyuan pill. I've never even heard of it. Who knows what this pill is capable of? It might even be deadly. Upon hearing a pill name he had never encountered, Li Hongfei felt that Qin Yuling must be trying to pull a fast one. If such a pill existed among first-grade pills, would none of the masters from the spiritual herb pavilion have heard of it? Whether it works or not won't we find out once consumed. Li Xiao, don't go back on your word if you lose. Qin Yuling looked at the poisoned big man whose complexion had darkened further, clearly more deeply poisoned. They don't recognize this pill, do you dare to consume it? The big man hesitated upon seeing that even a first-grade master did not recognize the pill. However, no one here could save him if he didn't eat it, so he gritted his teeth and said, I will eat it. Oh, what's the worst that could happen? Congratulations on making the right choice, said Qin Yuling as he handed the pill to the big man, who no longer hesitated and swallowed it in one gulp. Soon the dark aura on the big man's face receded by half. Sit down and circulate your energy to digest the pill's potency. This pill will not only help detoxify you, but it will also greatly benefit your cultivation, Qin Yuling said to the big man. All right, the big man replied, clearly feeling the poison gradually dissolving, and immediately sat down to circulate his cultivation method. So Li Hongfei, do you admit defeat? Qin Yuling smiled at Li Hongfei. The poison hasn't been completely resolved yet, who knows if it can be fully cured. Li Hongfei felt the effects of the medicine, but still held onto a glimmer of hope. He really could not afford to lose, he did not know how to face it if he did. Fine, let's wait a little longer and see the results, Qin Yuling said calmly. After about a quarter of an hour, suddenly with a loud bang the big man broke through to the 9th level of body refinement. Li Hongfei turned pale. He realized the big man's poison had been resolved, and he had even broken through a level. The big man opened his eyes in shock and immediately knelt before Qin Yuling, saying excitedly, Young Master Qin, thank you for saving my life. This pill is miraculous. It not only cured my poison, but also allowed me to break through. I don't know how to express my gratitude to young Master Qin. From now on, my life belongs to you. If you need anything, just command me. Here's all my belongings. Please accept them, young Master Qin. Saying this, he took out a cloth bag and handed it to Qin Yuling. I don't need your belongings. You should settle the cost of the medicinal materials later. They were provided by the spiritual herb pavilion. I don't need your life either. I only ask you to promise me one thing. When I need it, you will take me to the place where you were poisoned. Qin Yuling said. It's only right for me to pay for the medicinal materials, young Master Qin, but the Misty Devil Cave is very dangerous, the big man replied eagerly. Rest assured we won't go now. When the time comes, I will ensure our safety, Qin Yuling said nonchalantly. All right, since young Master Qin says so, I will feel relieved. Feel free to find me anytime you need me, the big man said. Since Qin Yuling could detoxify him, he felt a bit more at ease. If he went back carefully, it should be fine. Hey Li Xiao, where are you going? Are you not planning to fulfill your bet? We did make a soul oath, you know. Aren't you afraid of backlash? Qin Yuling had been watching Li Hongfei closely as he slowly walked toward the door, scoffing and calling out to him. Li Hongfei stood by the door, his face pale, unable to move forward or backward. Li Xiao, I'm back, ha. I ran quite a distance to find this food. It's wolf dung from the Gale Wolf, and it stinks terribly. Let's see how young Master Qin eats it. At that moment, Li Hongfei's attendant rushed and followed by a wave of foul odor that was nauseating. As soon as the attendant entered the room, he realized something was off. Li Hongfei's face was ashen, and the gazes of those present were quite strange, some disgusted, others gleeful, and some sympathetic. Li Xiao, what happened? The attendant stammered. You're quite diligent preparing for your own bed in advance. I must say, Li Xiao, you know how to handle your subordinates. Impressive indeed. Qin Yuling smiled mockingly. The attendant of Li Xiao collapsed onto the ground, his mind blank, mumbling, how could this happen? How could this happen? Li Xiao, isn't it time to fulfill your bet? Did you feed your attendant, or will he eat it himself? If he refuses to eat, you might also suffer backlash, you know. Qin Yuling found a chair to sit down and quietly awaited the start of the show. No, Li Xiao, I won't eat it. I can't eat dung. I'd rather die than eat it. Saying this, the attendant ran toward the door. He was only 21 years old and had already reached the 9th level of body refinement, so he considered himself somewhat of a genius. He had worked hard to become the attendant of the young master of the Li family, hoping to gain more resources to advance further. If he fulfilled his promise, how would he survive? If he developed an inner demon, it would be difficult to improve in the future. Anyway, he had never made a soul oath, so he could just run to another country to develop. Li uncle, catch him. Seeing the attendant running away, Li Hongfei was most furious. The bet of eating dung was suggested by this attendant, and now he wanted to make him bear the backlash. Li uncle was the family's protector at the 7th level of qi refinement. He caught the attendant as if catching a chick, and Li Hongfei gritted his teeth, saying, disable him. With a single palm strike, Li uncle attacked the attendant's dantian. No don't, the attendant cried helplessly. His cultivation was destroyed and his life was ruined. Li Uncle help him fulfill the bet. Although the attendant's cultivation had been destroyed, it might still be a bit distasteful for others to help him. Since Li Uncle was a Qi refinement cultivator, he could control Qi and manipulate objects. It was most suitable for him to do this without getting his hands dirty. "All right, young master," Li Uncle said, taking the attendant and hanging him upside down at the door. The air filled with the dung from the Gale wolf, shoving it into the attendant's mouth and down his throat to his stomach. Ugh! Not just the attendant, but those watching nearby also felt nauseated and began to retch. It was simply too disgusting. Gazing upon the wretched state of his attendant, Li Hongfei's heart sank into despair. His own turn was imminent. Helpless, he turned to Uncle Li, pleading silently for a solution. Uncle Li stepped forward and offered a slight bow. "Young Master Qin, the attendant has already fulfilled his oath. Might you consider leniency? Though bound by a soul vow, such pacts may be amended if both parties consent. After all, should this escalate, even the Qin family would face unwelcome repercussions." "Threatening me now? Attempting to renege? This is a matter between our generation. You are merely a retainer of the Li family. Your interference violates precedent. And if it truly blows open, tell me, where will the Li family's dignity rest?" Qin Yuling showed no deference. "Qin Yuling, will you truly yield not an inch?" Li Hongfei's face flushed crimson as he gasped heavily. "Yield? Li Hongfei, do you recall how you nearly beat me to death just days ago? Consider this mere interest. The principal repayment awaits, and there will be ample opportunity." Qin Yuling's voice rang with commanding force. Very well. We shall see. Next time we meet, I'll show you exactly how I intend to settle this." With those venomous words, Li Hongfei stormed toward the door, dropped to his knees, and began crawling home on all fours. "Form a circle around me," Li Hongfei ordered his attendants. "Yes, young master." Instantly, they encircled him in a tight, slow-moving ring. Qin Yuling strode to the threshold and called out to the retreating circle, "Li Hongfei, my dear grandson, don't forget to call me grandfather next time we meet." A violent cough erupted, a spurt of crimson blood staining the floor. Clenching his teeth, Li Hongfei hissed, "Qin Yuling, you'll pay for this. Next time I'll kill you myself." Inside the Spirit Herb Pavilion, the burly man addressed Qin Yuling. "Young Master Qin, my home lies east of the city gate beneath the great banyan tree. My name is Haida. Should you ever require passage to the Mistveil Demon Cavern, seek me out at any time. For now I must return. I came straight here after being poisoned. My wife still waits, anxious and unaware." "Understood. When the time comes, I shall find you," Qin Yuling replied. "Here, this is our pavilion's 9% discount card. Present it on every future visit." A grade 1 pill refiner from the Spirit Herb Pavilion handed Qin Yuling a black card edged in gold. At only 16, Qin Yuling already possessed the prowess of a grade 1 pill refiner. An ascension to grade 2 was all but certain. This connection demanded cultivation. Upon the pavilion master's return, he must be informed immediately. "Thank you, I'm grateful. Undoubtedly our collaboration will deepen in time," Qin Yuling said with a faint knowing smile. Alchemy Force's partnerships with the Spirit Herb Pavilion were not merely advantageous. They were essential. With affairs concluded, Qin Yuling retreated to his chamber. The herbs were assembled. Next came the preparation of the medicinal bath, to refine his body, aligning its resilience with the accelerating pace of his cultivation. He still possessed 2 Xian Yuan pills, ideal for purging internal impurities. Originally formulated precisely for that purpose, they rendered the physical vessel immaculate. The burly man had been poisoned. The pill not only expelled the toxin, but also cleansed deep-seated impurities, thus catalyzing his breakthrough. Ordinarily, a single Xian Yuan pill sufficed to purge most impurities, but this body. Oh, what a wretched karmic burden. Who knew what manner of debauchery this scion indulged in daily? His impurities surpassed even those of impoverished youths. Left unchecked for another few years, his martial path would have ended before it truly began. Enough speculation. Qin Yuling swallowed 1 Xian Yuan pill, initiating a preliminary purification. The second pill, combined with the medicinal bath, would elevate this body to his baseline standard. After 1 incensestic's duration, Qin Yuling sensed his affinity and absorption of spiritual energy had doubled. He had reached the apex of body refinement level 3. The pill's efficacy remained potent. Opening his eyes, he beheld a viscous tar-black residue coating his skin, and the stench was unbearable. He rushed to cleanse himself, donned fresh robes, then settled into serene meditation. First, he would ascend to body refinement level 4. Only then would he immerse himself in the bath, maximizing its absorption. As he silently circulated the 9-fold Vajra art, he noted the technique flowed faster than before, its mastery deepening steadily. I recall Emperor Hongjun once boasted it took him 7 days to perfect the first layer of the ninefold Vajra art, parading his genius everywhere. Yet I suspect I'll achieve it in far less. Is it due to my soul's extraordinary strength? A breakthrough, a subtle tremor ran through Qin Yuling's frame as he ascended to body refinement level 4. This scion had required 16 years to reach level 2. Qin Yuling had surged to level 4 in under a day. How would Qin Yunxiao and Jiang Qingning react if they learned? Would they suspect soul displacement? Well, technically my current state is akin to possession, except my soul resonates with this body at 100% fidelity. No more distractions. First prepare the medicinal bath, then relentlessly advance. Once I attain body refinement level 9, the mist-veiled demon cavern awaits. An hour later the bath was prepared. Night had fallen, ensuring solitude. Qin Yuling erected a simple formation array, ingested the Xian Yuan pill, and sank into the steaming infusion. The moment he activated the ninefold Vajra art, his corporeal defense visibly thickened. Tendons and meridians widened, strengthened, and hardened before his very awareness. How long had passed? He could not say, but when he opened his eyes, exhilaration surged. Body refinement level 7. The first layer of the ninefold Vajra art, perfected. Even if Li Hongfei struck me full force now, his blows would not breach my defense. Only a cultivator of the Qi condensation realm could hope to pierce it. Why? In my past life, such baths yielded far less. Emperor Hongjun, possessing peerless talent, required a full week for the first layer of the ninefold Vajra art. I achieved it in a single night. Could it be that the synergy between the Xian Yuan pill and the medicinal bath unlocks a latent resonance? Now that my meridians are stabilized, I may commence cultivation using formation arrays and spirit stones. Yet resources remain scarce. Though the Qin family ranks among the foremost in the Hanliang kingdom, unfettered cultivation would exhaust their entire reserves within a month. Clearly, self-reliance is inevitable. Since alchemical exchange was always part of the plan, I shall begin refining pills immediately. But which formula? Martial world pills are too rudimentary, volume-based, yet time is my rarest commodity. Ah, this one. A woman's coin flows most freely. The youth-preserving pill. Every major sex noble women would covet it. Young master, are you awake? I've brought your wash basin and towel, came the maid's voice from beyond the door. Enter, Qin Yuling replied. Creak. The door swung inward as the maid entered bearing basin and cloth. Young master, let me assist you. Oh, you look extraordinarily radiant today. Qin Yuling glanced into the mirror. Indeed, the impurities were gone, his flesh approaching flawless purity. His bearing had sharpened, his presence refined. Perhaps my vitality has simply returned. My spirit feels clearer, Qin Yuling improvised, offering a flimsy excuse. Explaining the truth would be infinitely more cumbersome. In the room of the Li family's young master, chaos reigned as items lay shattered across the floor. I want him dead, I must have him dead. With that, Li Hongfei smashed a valuable vase at the entrance. Young master Li, please calm down. That Qin Yuling is merely at the second level of body refinement. I can easily find 2 people to kill him, the family elder suggested. Upon hearing this, Li Hongfei, who had vented his anger for a while, cooled down. Find 2 at the 9th level of body refinement, make sure they're clean and don't involve our Li family. Although we aren't afraid of the Qin family, this matter isn't justified after all. Yes, young master Li, I will arrange it right away, the elder said, swaying slightly before vanishing from the room. A few days later at the Qin family, Qin Yuling had a simple meal before heading to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, aiming to earn resources, as resources were essential for rapid cultivation. Young Master Qin, you have arrived. Ever since learning that Qin Yuling could refine first-grade pills, Hai Feng's attitude had changed completely. What medicinal materials do you need today, young Master Qin? I will prepare them for you. Additionally, our pavilion master has returned. After I mentioned your refinement of the Xian Yuan pill, he has been eager to meet you, but unfortunately, he is currently refining pills and cannot be disturbed. Hai Feng expressed regret, feeling that Qin Yuling was a talent in alchemy, and wanted to recommend him to the pavilion master, who was a second-grade alchemist. With the master's help, Qin Yuling should be able to advance to a second-grade alchemist faster. Just then a loud explosion emanated from the alchemy room. The furnace exploded. Qin Yuling glanced towards the alchemy room, immediately detecting the burnt smell of medicinal residue. Damn it, it failed again. An old man with a soot-covered face walked out of the alchemy room, cursing. Master, are you alright? Hai Feng hurriedly approached. What could possibly be wrong? It's not the first time this has happened, the old man replied nonchalantly. Master, young Master Qin is here, the one who can refine the Xian Yuan pill. Oh, the old man's eyes lit up as he turned to look at Qin Yuling. Kid, I see you have quite the talent for alchemy. Are you interested in becoming my disciple? Become your disciple. Are you sure? Of course, as long as you become my disciple, I'm confident you will become a second-grade alchemist within 5 years, the old man said proudly. Qin Yuling couldn't help but laugh in anger. It would take 5 years just to reach the second grade, yet he displayed such an arrogant attitude. Old man, I think your talent for alchemy is mediocre. Are you interested in being my alchemy assistant? I can make you a third-grade alchemist in 3 days. Having sensed the burnt medicinal residue earlier, Qin Yuling knew the old man was trying to break through to the third grade. With his experience as a pill emperor, helping a stuck second-grade alchemist reach the third grade was not a difficult task. However, others did not share the same thoughts. Hai Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Qin Yuling. What was happening with young Master Qin? Did he refine that pill purely by chance? A first-grade alchemist daring to say he could help a second-grade alchemist break through to the third grade. Was he insane? Such arrogance. A young child without any experience dares to say he can make me a third-grade alchemist in 3 days. Do you know how many years I have spent stuck at the second grade? The old man's face grew darker. Do you understand the difficulty of refining the assessment pill for the third grade? Qin Yuling looked at the old man teasingly. How about we make a bet? In 3 days, I'll help you reach the third grade. If I succeed, I won't need you as my alchemy assistant. Your talent is too poor. I only want your spirit medicine pavilion to agree to auction a type of pill for me. If I lose, I will be your alchemy assistant for free for 10 years. Upon hearing Qin Yuling say that he had poor talent, which had been mentioned more than once, Han Xiaowan's face shifted between shades of black and red. Han Xiaowan had reached the second-grade alchemist at 25 and had spent 30 years at this level. 5 years ago, he had already been at the peak of the second grade, a respected figure throughout the Hanlin Kingdom, yet today, he was repeatedly criticized by a mere child. Fine, I accept your bet, but if you lose, you must add a condition. You must shout at the entrance of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion 10 times, I, Qin Yuling, am arrogant, and Master Han is my idol. The old man Han said, while puffing his beard. Qin Yuling found the old man's antics both amusing and exasperating. I can't believe you at your age still play such childish games. All right, I accept. Let's find a quiet room first. Go wash your face. It's hard for me to look at you. Young Master Qin, please follow me. Hai Feng led Qin Yuling to a room in the backyard. This is where the pavilion master usually rests, and no one will disturb us here. The room was decorated entirely with antiques, and the cushions on the seats were made from the fur of exotic beasts. However, it felt a bit like the decoration of a nouveau riche. What a waste of money, Qin Yuling thought, shaking his head. So how is it, kid? Isn't my room nice? Han, the old man, walked in confidently after washing up. You should sit and adjust your breathing, stabilize your qi first. Qin Yuling didn't want to discuss the topic of the nouveau riche any longer and immediately got to the point. Do you have any ice heart pills? Yes, I have ice heart pills. Their main function is to quell fire. Do you need to use them? Han, the old man, replied dismissively. That's good. With that, you can reach the third-grade alchemist tonight. Usually one needed a full day to refine pills, but now that the medicinal pill was available, it would be much quicker. Although he didn't believe Qin Yuling could help him break through to the third grade, hearing that he could reach the third grade tonight made Han Xiaowan's eyes involuntarily brighten. Having failed several times in his attempt to reach the third grade, he had even begun to doubt whether he would be stuck at the second grade for life. First, meditate for an hour, then take the ice heart pills. Circulate your energy until the medicinal effects are fully absorbed, and then you can prepare to refine the assessment pill for the third grade. The assessment pill is specifically designed for evaluation and has no practical use, but it includes the minimum requirements for refining third-grade pills, such as soul power, fire control, and pharmacology. As long as you can refine the assessment pill, it meets the minimum requirements for being a third-grade alchemist. 2 hours later, in the alchemy room, Han looked at Qin Yuling. I've followed your instructions. The materials for refining pills are all here. Shall we start? Prepare 2 ice spirit grasses as well. But the recipe for the assessment pill doesn't include ice spirit grass. Just do as I say. You don't need to worry about anything else. Once everything was ready, you may begin. Watch. Han immediately became serious, igniting the fire, warming the furnace, and placing the medicinal materials in order. As the refining process progressed, Han noticed that today's refining was much smoother than usual. At this stage, he would typically start to feel instability, leading to an explosion. But as they reached 3/4 of the way through, Han's expression changed. That feeling was back. The potency of the medicine suddenly became violent, difficult to control, and soon he was sweating profusely. Qin Yuling instructed, add the 2 ice spirit grasses now. Han immediately placed the ice spirit grasses into the alchemy furnace, and soon the furnace stabilized, and the potency inside calmed. Han Shaoan's face turned crimson. His emotions were complex. Excited, surprised, yet desperately trying to maintain composure. After a stick of incense, the elixir in the furnace finally took shape. Han Shaoan, filled with excitement, opened the furnace and retrieved the elixir, examining it closely in his hands. He anxiously looked at Qin Yuling. "Young Master Qin, have I succeeded?" "You've been a Dan Master for most of your life. Oh, can't you tell if you've succeeded or not?" Qin Yuling replied with a smile. I just can't believe it. I followed the elixir formula exactly, yet I kept failing. Adding one more herb somehow made it succeed. Is there a problem with the formula?" Han Shaoan asked in confusion. "The formula is naturally correct. The problem lies with you," Qin Yuling responded. "Please, young Master Qin, instruct me." At this moment, the old man Han had lowered his status considerably. "You have a natural affinity for fire, making you suitable for alchemy, yet you chose a fire-based cultivation technique, causing the fire elements within you to become overly abundant. You could control it while refining second-grade elixirs, but with third-grade elixirs, you won't be able to manage it anymore. I will have you adjust your breathing first to calm your emotions, then take the ice-hard elixir to temporarily suppress the fire elements wandering in your meridians. Finally, use the ice spirit grass during the alchemy process to neutralize the uncontrollable fire elements in your elixir fire. This way you can succeed in making the elixir." Qin Yuling explained. "What should I do then? Do I have to take the ice spirit elixir every time before refining? Taking too much ice spirit elixir will build up resistance. Moreover, as your cultivation improves, relying on the ice spirit elixir won't be sufficient in the future. Then what should I do? Young Master Qin, please help me. I can pay for anything you need. This time I won the bet right. You first help me arrange the auction, and then I will find a way for you," Qin Yuling said, needing to assess their capabilities. If they were incapable, there was no reason for him to assist them. "All right, young Master Qin, what elixir do you need to auction? Our spirit medicine pavilion is quite adept at this. As long as we promote it, we can ensure you fetch a high price. Or if young Master Qin urgently needs spirit stones, our spirit medicine pavilion can directly take it off your hands. No need for that, you can proceed with a normal auction. If the spirit medicine pavilion takes it, I'm afraid it will cost you dearly. Young Master Qin, you don't know this, but the spirit medicine pavilion is the most profitable place in the entire Hanlin Kingdom. If it weren't for having to remit 70% of our income to headquarters each year, even the ruler might not surpass our damn pavilion. What elixir do you want to auction, young Master Qin? If it's an ordinary first-grade elixir, it's actually unnecessary to auction. Our spirit medicine pavilion can take it off your hands." Han Shaoan thought that if it was a first-grade elixir, he could buy it at a high price to leave a good impression on young Master Qin. "The beauty preservation elixir," Qin Yuling said lightly. "What? The beauty preservation elixir? Young Master Qin, do you have the beauty preservation elixir?" Han Shaoan's eyes widened, as if he had seen a stunning beauty. Not currently. Not currently. Could it be? Young Master Qin, your master can refine the beauty preservation elixir. Han Shaoan would rather believe that Qin Yuling had experienced a fortuitous encounter and discovered a hidden cave left by a high-level Dan Master, which happened to contain the beauty preservation elixir, than to think that someone could refine it for him. Firstly, the beauty preservation elixir is a third-grade elixir. Secondly, the formula for the beauty preservation elixir has long been lost. Even a third-grade alchemist would have no way to refine it. "My master, what nonsense, I refined it myself," Qin Yuling said. "What? Young Master Qin, you can refine the beauty preservation elixir." Han Shaoan felt as if the world had changed. Qin Yuling was only a few years old. Even if he had obtained the inheritance of a high-level Dan Master, it was impossible for him to refine third-grade elixirs at such a young age. Moreover, Qin Yuling was famously known as a playboy. Wait, could it be that the image of a playboy was merely a facade put on by the Qin family? In reality, he had always been a genius in alchemy. Han Shaoan had already thought of every reason to comfort himself. "If it's not me refining, can you refine it? Take me to gather the herbs, and I'll allow you to observe while I refine the elixir." Qin Yuling said that it was necessary to show some of his abilities. There would be many opportunities to use him in the future. Thank you, young Master Qin. Thank you, young Master Qin. Observing the refinement of a third-grade elixir is immensely beneficial for me. I have just recently advanced to third grade, and it's the long-lost beauty preservation elixir. Young Master Qin trusts me too much, otherwise just selling this formula could make a fortune. After preparing the herbs, the two returned to the alchemy room, where Hai Feng had been waiting at the door. Although he longed to enter and watch, he knew he was not qualified. As soon as the pavilion master successfully advanced to third grade, he knew that Qin Yuling must have a very powerful Dan Master behind him. It could even be a 4th or 5th grade grandmaster. Otherwise, how could he explain that he could refine a 1st grade elixir that others couldn't? He could solve the pavilion master's problems. It must all be the doing of his master. The previous playboy was merely a disguise, and now he should have achieved some success and no longer needed to pretend. I must say Highphone really has a vivid imagination conjuring up a high-level alchemist. But it can't be entirely wrong. Rebirth memories of a Dan Emperor, that seems to be the case more or less. Young Master Qin, what do you need me to do? Just command me, Han Chaoan said in the alchemy room. Since he was allowed to see such a lost formula, he felt he should contribute something. No need, just watch. How much you can learn depends on your own ability. I estimate you have some talent, Qin Yuling said. He then ignored Han's pouting lips due to dissatisfaction and directly ignited the fire. Boom. Qin Yuling was not one for a gentle flame. He directly unleashed fierce fire. The intense flames startled Han Chaoan, who thought that this was not how one should refine elixirs. Initially, he believed that Qin Yuling had obtained the inheritance of Dan Dao, but now he hesitated. This looked entirely like the method of someone who couldn't refine elixirs. Just when he was still recovering from being shocked by the flames, Han Chaoan was stunned into a gaping mouth by Qin Yuling's actions. He saw Qin Yuling throwing all the herbs into the alchemy furnace at once, as if they were fuel for the fire. If it weren't for Qin Yuling helping him advance from 2nd grade to 3rd grade just now, he would have probably rushed up to beat the kid. Wasn't this a waste of materials? This was a 3rd grade elixir. The herbs alone cost 20 top-grade spirit stones. 1 top-grade spirit stone equals 100 middle-grade spirit stones, which equals 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. An ordinary family only needs 10 low-grade spirit stones for a month's expenses. Just as Han Chaoan was about to remind him, he noticed that there was no abnormality occurring in the elixir furnace. Upon using his divine sense, he suddenly gasped hiss. Within the alchemy furnace, 16 different herbs floated as if placed in 16 boxes, each unaffected by the others. The flames beside each herb varied in size, each distinct. What immense precision of spiritual control! How did young Master Qin accomplish this? At the very least, I have seen 4th-grade alchemists who couldn't do this. Young Master Qin is truly remarkable. At this moment in the Li family, young Master, the arrangements have been made. The identity is clean, and we can absolutely not be traced back to us. However, Qin Yuling is currently in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, making it inconvenient for us to act. A person clad in black knelt on the ground in the darkness. Then we will wait. If something happens in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, it will involve too much. We will act once he has left the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Don't let him die too easily, Li Hongfei said fiercely. Yes, young master, the figure in black said before vanishing into the night. Go. With a gesture from Qin Yuling, 3 pills flew out of the alchemy furnace and were collected into a pill bottle with a wave of his hand. All 3 are of superior quality. It seems that with the improvement in cultivation, the 3rd-grade pills I have refined are barely acceptable. Once I reach the Qi refinement stage, I should be able to refine 4th-grade pills. By then, the 3rd-grade pills will also reach the level of celestial products. Qin Shao, are these 3 pills? What grade have they reached? Han Chaoan asked excitedly. Barely reached superior quality. Superior quality. Are all 3 superior quality? Did I hear that right? The inferior beauty retention pill can keep one youthful for 10 years, the medium grade for 20 years, and the superior grade for 50 years. The legendary celestial grade can preserve one's youth for 120 years, but I haven't heard of anyone refining such celestial pills. Superior grade beauty retention pills are already sufficient for the vast majority. Alright, I'll continue refining. Remember to promote this in the next few days. When the time comes, I will auction off 9 superior grade beauty retention pills. However, you must keep the origins of the pills a secret and don't mention that I refined them. Understood, Qin Shao? You can rest assured. With our connections and reputation in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, we can spread the word throughout the Hanlian Kingdom in 7 days. To be safe, we can schedule the auction for 10 days later. Han Chaoan said confidently. 3 hours later, Qin Yuling handed over the 9 superior grade beauty retention pills to Han Chaoan and left for home. By this time, it was already midnight, and the quiet street was only illuminated by the moonlight. Qin Yuling contemplated how he could accelerate his cultivation without resources in these 10 days. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of killing intent. Although the attacker was well concealed, Qin Yuling was a reborn Dan Emperor, and his greatest advantage was his powerful soul. Without pausing his steps, Qin Yuling prepared for defense. Suddenly, he heard die. A figure in black descended from a tree with a long sword, while another black-clad figure rushed out from a corner, blocking Qin Yuling's escape. The two figures in black smiled as if they could already see Qin Yuling dying under their swords, imagining themselves enjoying a life of luxury with the hefty reward. With the movement of the black-clad figures, he sensed that both were at the 9th level of body refinement. They really think highly of themselves, sending 2 9th-level body refiners to kill me. Qin Yuling did not evade. He faced the descending black-clad attacker and struck with a claw, Divine Dream Claw. In his mind, he casually summoned a top-tier technique from the continent. In his past life, he simply hadn't focused on martial arts. Seeing Qin Yuling not dodging the black-clad man chuckled, "So eager to find death, I'll send you on your way." As the sword pierced Qin Yuling's body, there was a loud bang. As the sword shattered, and before the black-clad man could express his shock, Qin Yuling struck his throat with a claw. The black-clad man probably couldn't comprehend until his death why he couldn't break through Qin Yuling's defenses. The 9 transformations diamond art, an imperial-level technique practiced to the peak of the 1st level, how could he not defend against it without breaking through to Qi refinement? Seeing his companion killed in one move, the other black-clad man was terrified and turned to flee. Qin Yuling immediately leaped and captured the black-clad man. "Look into my eyes," Qin Yuling commanded. The black-clad man stared at Qin Yuling, his eyes gradually becoming vacant. Qin Yuling's powerful soul force hypnotized the body refinement stage attacker, leaving him with no chance to resist. "Tell me who sent you to kill me." "I don't know." It was an adult at the Qi refinement stage. He was also masked, telling us that killing you would earn us 100 superior spirit stones, and he even prepaid 50 superior spirit stones to each of us. The black-clad man replied blankly, "Moi. They're being meticulous. Even the assassins don't know who hired them. However, as for enemies against me who can send Qi refinement stage killers and are so generous, I can only think of the young master of the Li family, Li Hongfei. It seems the lesson given last time wasn't enough. I'll remember this debt." Qin Yuling casually dealt with the black-clad man and collected their storage bags, which contained 100 superior spirit stones, 30 medium spirit stones, and 120 inferior spirit stones. The superior spirit stones were given by the Li family. The rest of the belongings are indeed quite meager. Qin Yuling returned home safely. Usually he often stayed out late, and his parents had grown accustomed to it, so they didn't come looking for him, which made it convenient for Qin Yuling to go in and out without having to report to his family. Back home, Qin Yuling continued to meditate and cultivate. Although he lacked resources, his powerful soul force allowed him to absorb spiritual energy at a rate far beyond that of ordinary people. At the Li family outside Li Hongfei's door, Uncle Li was anxiously pacing back and forth. Young Master Li was in the room indulging in pleasures, and this was the time when he most despised being disturbed. Last time, a servant accidentally knocked over a basin, disturbing young Master Li, and was directly beaten to death. But now, if this situation is not reported, he would likely face scolding again tomorrow. Eventually, Uncle Li had no choice but to muster the courage to knock on the door. "Young Master Li, I have urgent news to report." "What is it?" "Don't you know I dislike being disturbed at this time?" Li Hongfei's angry voice came from within. "Young Master Li, shall we continue?" At the same time, a charming voice was heard. "Young Master Li, this matter is very urgent." "I had no choice but to disturb you," Uncle Li said. "Wait a moment." Li Hongfei reluctantly began to get dressed. Creak. Li Hongfei pushed the door open, frowning as he glanced at Uncle Li. "Go to the secret room. You better have something important to report." "In the secret room, what?" "You said both assassins are dead," Li Hongfei said angrily. "Yes, young Master Li, and they were both killed in one strike with no signs of resistance. I suspect the Qin family has sent a Qi refinement stage expert to protect Qin Yuling closely." "That must be the case. With that useless cultivation at the 2nd level of body refinement, how could he possibly kill those at the 9th level of body refinement? Even if I faced both of them, I could kill them, but it's impossible to do so in one strike." It seems that after giving that waste a beating last time, the Qin family has started to take it seriously. Even that waste has people protecting him. "Young Master, should we continue to send people to assassinate him?" "Let's put it aside for now. We have yet to figure out which protector from his family is involved, making it difficult to act. The cost of Qi refinement assassins is too high, and they require advance payment for their commission. If they fail, it's not worth it." "Young Master, how about I go?" Uncle Li suggested, making a gesture of cutting his throat. "No, Uncle Li, you can't go. After all, you've been with me for 6 years. It's best if you don't take on such dangerous tasks. Moreover, if you are discovered, everyone will know that I want to kill Qin Yuling." "Yes, young Master." Uncle Li secretly glanced at Li Hongfei. He had watched Li Hongfei grow step by step. Li Hongfei's martial arts talent was among the best in the Hanlian kingdom. His only flaw was his unpredictable personality. Although he had accompanied him for 6 years, Uncle Li believed that if there was a real need, Li Hongfei would not hesitate to abandon him. Qin Yuling cultivated at home for 5 days, elevating his cultivation to the 8th level of body refinement. Yet the ninefold golden transformation scripture remained locked at its first layer's peak. It seemed breaking through to the second layer would not be easy. That day Jiang Qingming visited Qin Yuling's courtyard. Learning he had not left his residence in 5 days, she feared he might be unwell. "Mother, I simply wish to cultivate diligently, to reclaim the time I once squandered." "Yuling, what has come over you? Has something startled you?" Qin Yuling fell silent, exasperated. Devoting more time to cultivation was now deemed abnormal, and hadn't that recent beating been trauma enough? No wonder he had grown so dissolute. Indulgence from his family had sown the seeds. By the way, Linger, the Spirit Medicine Pavilion's upcoming auction features an upper-grade youth-preserving pill as its grand finale. I'm even considering bidding for one. It grants 5 decades of unblemished beauty. Your father has already begun preparing spirit stones. We're uncertain how many will be required, but given the scale of promotion, noble families from neighboring nations are expected to attend. Even Princess Zhao Linger of the imperial household has confirmed her presence. Qin Yuling slapped his forehead. So absorbed in cultivation, he'd entirely forgotten the auction. During his pill refining session, he'd actually produced an extra batch. He still held 3 upper-grade youth-preserving pills. One had already been set aside for Jiang Qingming, though he'd yet to devise a plausible explanation for its origin, and cultivation had swept the matter from his mind. "Mother, there's no need for you to bid. I have one here." With that, Qin Yuling handed her a pill vial containing a single upper-grade youth-preserving pill. Linger, this is a youth-preserving pill. Where did you obtain it?" Jiang Qingming stared at her son in astonishment. She knew his limits well. If he claimed to have refined it himself, she'd sooner believe he'd stumbled upon it by sheer absurd luck. "Mother, this was refined by my master, a formidable third-rank alchemist." For now, Qin Yuling saw no better explanation. Claiming a master resolved both the pills and martial arts. Otherwise, every advancement would demand justification. "You've taken a master. When? What is his name? Which clan does he hail from? Could he harbor ulterior motives? And truly, given your past, why would anyone accept you as a disciple?" Jiang Qingming bombarded him with questions before he could even respond, then added, "No, this must be brought to your father immediately. He'll investigate thoroughly. Mother, my master is a wandering cultivator who chanced upon me, and recognizing my innate aptitude for alchemy, took me as his disciple. He insists his identity remains secret, forbidding me to disclose it. He bears no designs upon me. I possess nothing of value to offer. Moreover, he entrusted me with this youth-preserving pill for you, and most importantly, I am now a first-rank alchemist." "A first-rank alchemist? Truly," Jiang Qingming exclaimed. After all, within the entire Hanlian kingdom, only the Spirit Medicine Pavilion's director held the rank of second-rank alchemist, making even a first-rank title a mark of prestige. The director's recent ascension to third rank had not yet been made public, thus remaining unknown to outsiders. "Truly, Mother, Director Han of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion can vouch for me, so rest assured. Is that not why I've trained so relentlessly? My master demands nothing less." Hearing this, Jiang Qingming relaxed. No wonder his cultivation had intensified so suddenly. "Very well, I shall rest easy. Now I must find your father." "Huh, a youth-preserving pill. I shall take it before him right then and there." With a laugh, Jiang Qingming departed, leaving Qin Yuling to exhale in quiet relief. Phew, narrowly pulled that off. As the auction drew near, Qin Yuling arrived early at the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, entering through the rear gate into the VIP chamber prepared for him by Han Chaowan. A private space where purchases would remain confidential lest his sudden acquisitions arouse suspicion. After resting in the chamber for a quarter of an hour, the main auction hall doors swung open and crowds began to stream inside. The venue housed 10 VIP chambers and a main hall accommodating 20,000 spectators, though those bidding in the main hall were required to pay spirit stones immediately upon winning. VIP patrons, however, settled accounts collectively at the auction's close. After all, their status ensured honor. Defaulting or reckless bidding would disgrace them utterly. "Look, Princess Zhao Linger of the imperial household. Just as legend claims a vision of breathtaking beauty. To wed her, I'd gladly forfeit 50 years of life. Dream on. Have you looked in a mirror lately? Try again in your next lifetime." Laughter rippled through the crowd. Qin Yuling recalled Zhao Linger from memory, second imperial princess, 15 years old, cultivation realm. Qi refinement, first-level fame for both her radiant beauty and formidable strength. No wonder she captivated so many. Following the crowd's gaze toward the entrance, Qin Yuling beheld a young woman in flowing white robes, delicate features, gentle charm, accompanied by 2 stern-faced elders. one clad in black robes, the other in gray. Chi refinement 9th level, both of them. Sensing their power, Qin Yuling understood, if even the princess's personal guards attained Chi refinement 9th level, rumors of the imperial household harboring bone-forging realm experts were likely true. Zhao Linger and her 2 guardians entered the VIP chamber adjacent to Qin Yuling's, the 2nd chamber. Look, the imperial household occupies only the 2nd chamber. Then who resides in the 1st? They've already arrived. See, the chamber is occupied, though from this distance we glimpse only a silhouette. Their identity remains veiled. The figure appears youthful. Could it be an envoy from the Fengyuan Kingdom? Hanliang Kingdom ranked as a Tier 2 nation under Fengyuan Kingdom's sovereignty. 10 such Tier 2 nations fell beneath Fengyuan's banner, and a nation earned Tier 2 status upon fielding 10 or more body refinement realm experts among its top sects. Fengyuan Kingdom's Fengyuan Academy stood as a Tier 4 force boasting over 10 coalesced core realm masters, thus qualifying Fengyuan itself as a Tier 4 nation. Each year, the Academy recruited promising talents from subordinate nations, ensuring the vitality and continuity of Fengyuan's elite bloodlines. Inside the 2nd chamber, 2nd Princess Yu attend this auction, yet occupy only the 2nd chamber. Director Han Chaowan shows astonishing disregard for imperial dignity. Shall I go inspect the 1st chamber and ascertain who dares claim such precedence? If necessary, I'll eject them myself, said the elder in black robes. Grandfather Chu, must you always act thus? I've expressly asked you to avoid trouble when accompanying me. Besides, I'm here solely to acquire the youth-preserving pill. Does location truly matter? Director Han's arrangement surely carries sound reasoning. Princess Zhao Linger sighed in resignation. Precisely, Elder Chu. When will that temper ever soften? Had you not interfered last time, Linger wouldn't have been confined to her quarters by the Emperor. You old crow Yin, you dare blame me? Should I ignore strangers who approach Linger uninvited? How was I to know he hailed from Fengyuan Kingdom? His voice dropped low, shame flickering across his face. After all, his impulsive action had indeed led to the princess's confinement, and that weighed heavily upon him. The old man in the gray robe is named Yin Yutao, with a meticulous mind and a smooth demeanor. The old man in the black robe is named Chu Qiufeng, characterized by a straightforward personality and fiery temper. The two have been good friends since their youth. Once in a secret realm, they gained benefits, but were pursued by enemies, ultimately being rescued by the royal family. To repay the royal family, they stayed in the palace and became protectors of the 2nd princess. All right, Grandpa Chu, Grandpa Yin, that was all in the past. I heard that there will be forces from neighboring countries at this auction, though I don't know how true it is. Zhao Linger feared that the 2 old men would not stop bickering, so she quickly changed the subject. It should be true. Just before entering, I sensed another aura of a 9th level Chi cultivator, which doesn't seem to belong to our country. It feels very unfamiliar. Yin Yutao remarked. At this moment, Qin Yuling in the number 1 VIP room also heard the discussions from the hall. Han Chaowan arranged for him to have the number 1 VIP room because he could easily refine 3rd-grade pills, feeling that his status warranted such a room. He agreed to the number 1 VIP room because it was the only room with a secret passage leading directly to the backstage, making his exit more convenient. Wow, that woman is so beautiful. I feel like I've never seen her before. Who is she? The crowd suddenly stirred. You don't know? That's Shangwan Wanqing, renowned as one of the peerless beauties alongside the 2nd Princess Zhao Linger. She is breathtakingly beautiful, and it's said that the Shangwan family is the largest merchant in Jingliang country with wealth that rivals nations. Moreover, Shangwan Wanqing is only 15 this year and already possesses the strength of a 1st-level Chi cultivator. Qin Yuling observed Shangwan Wanqing and remarked, "It seems that beautiful girls pay more attention to maintaining their youth." A throng of servants followed Shangwan Wanqing as she swiftly passed by Qin Yuling. Moi. Qin Yuling sensed the power of an old man behind Shangwan Wanqing, who should be at the 9th level of Chi cultivation. It is normal to have a 9th-level cultivator protecting her, but Qin Yuling felt that the old man's spiritual energy was too profound. Even if the 2 old men beside Zhao Linger joined forces, they might not be able to defeat him. Could he be a concealed master at the bone refinement stage? If there is a master at the bone refinement stage in the Shangwan family, then the Jingliang royal family must also have one. This means that Jingliang country's strength surpasses that of Hamlin country, as there is currently no known master at the bone refinement stage in Hamlin country. An hour later, the hall was nearly full. Many forces from neighboring countries had arrived, and numerous unfamiliar faces appeared in the hall, with the VIP rooms also fully occupied. Hello everyone, I am Han Chaowan, the head of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Thank you for attending our auction. The core item for this auction is the youth-preserving pill, a total of 9 pieces, all of high quality. Han Chaoan began with an introduction. Head Han, may I ask who refined this pill? As far as I know, our Hanlon country and the surrounding small countries do not have any third-grade alchemists. Someone in the crowd raised the question that was on everyone's mind. The master who refined this pill requires us to keep his identity confidential, so I cannot disclose that. However, Hanlon country does indeed have a third-grade alchemist now. What? A third-grade alchemist? Head Han, have you broken through? Previously in Hanlon country, he was the only second-grade alchemist, so if there is now a third-grade one, it must be him. Haha, yes, I am indeed not talented. Under the guidance of the master who refined the youth-preserving pill, I barely managed to reach third grade. Han Chaoan spoke humbly, but his expression revealed a hint of pride. Congratulations, Head Han. The crowd erupted in flattery. A third-grade alchemist in a second-grade country can almost dominate, and everyone had to rethink their attitude towards the spirit medicine pavilion. The emergence of a third-grade alchemist brought joy to some, while causing concern for others. At the very least, the neighboring countries felt a significant pressure, as a third-grade alchemist represented that the emergence of third-grade martial artists, or those at the bone refinement stage, would become much easier for Hanlon country. Grandpa Yen, after the auction, you represent the royal family to congratulate Head Han. When I return to report to the Emperor, he will definitely want to express something. It would be best to ascertain the identity of the predecessor who refined the youth-preserving pill. If he could guide Han Chaoan to advance to third grade, his alchemy skills must be at least at the upper tier of third grade, or even full third grade, possibly reaching fourth grade. Such a figure, even if we cannot befriend him, we must not offend. Yes, Your Highness. Old Yin replied. In the number 3 VIP room, Shangwan Wanqing was also instructing the old man. After it, go to Han Chaoan to test the waters. You may appropriately show some strength, but do not offend him. Yes, young master. The old man replied respectfully. If Qin Yuling saw this scene, he would certainly have a new understanding of Shangwan Wanqing's identity, for a master at the bone refinement stage was treating her with such respect. In a second-grade country, those at the bone refinement stage are already among the strongest, receiving respect wherever they go, even from the royal family. Alright, I won't waste everyone's time. The auction will begin shortly. The 9 youth-preserving pills will be auctioned separately, starting with 1. After every 10 items, another youth-preserving pill will be auctioned. Now please welcome our auctioneer. Saying this, Han Chaoan walked towards the backstage, raising the level of the auction with his status. Everyone should already be aware of the effects of the youth-preserving pill, so I want to introduce it again. High-quality youth-preserving pill starting price is 100 high-quality spirit stones. Each increase must not be less than 10 high-quality spirit stones. The auction starts now. The auctioneer announced clearly and concisely, as the preliminary promotional work had been done thoroughly. Any further elaboration would only have a reverse effect. 110, 120, 150. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the bids in the hall began to rise continuously, quickly reaching 200 high-quality spirit stones. 500. At this price, the hall suddenly fell silent for 2 seconds as an increase of 300 spirit stones was made. Everyone turned to look towards the source of the voice. It was from the number 7 VIP room. They finally arrived. Qin Yuling smiled, realizing that the main bids would come from this side of the VIP room, as all the powerful players were gathered here. I bid 800. The number 3 VIP room also placed a bid. 1,000, Zhao Linger said calmly. At 1,000, it has already reached the normal price for a high-quality youth-preserving pill, but given today's situation, it is certainly not over yet. Hearing Zhao Linger's bid, the other VIP rooms fell silent. They had to give face to the royal family, and besides, there was more than one pill. 1,002, Shangwan Wanqing bid. 1,005, Zhao Linger immediately raised the bid. As the most favored princess of the royal family, spirit stones were still abundant. 2,000. Sister Linger, I traveled a long way to your country just to obtain a youth-preserving pill. Please let me have the first one, is that alright? Shangwan Wanqing did not need to give face to the royal family and had plenty of spirit stones, but being on someone else's turf, it was better to avoid trouble. Moreover, coming from a business family, her priority was to obtain benefits at the least cost. She assessed that today the price for the first youth-preserving pill would likely be the cheapest. Sister Wanqing, under normal circumstances, I should indeed yield to you since you have traveled such a long distance. However, due to my bid, many families from the Hanlon Kingdom are no longer participating. If I yield to you now, it would be unfair to them, so I will take this first youth-enhancing pill for myself. You can compete fairly for the subsequent pills. I bid 2,500 high-grade spirit stones. Zhao Linger said. Shangwan Wanqing frowned slightly. It seemed that Zhao Linger was not simple at all. With just a few words, she managed to continue bidding for the youth-enhancing pill while winning everyone's goodwill. If I continue to raise the bid, I would likely offend quite a few families. All right, then I will yield this one to my sister. Shangguan Wanqing thought it wasn't worth it to continue raising the bid, especially since the later youth-enhancing pills might not exceed 3,000 spirit stones. It would be better to participate in the upcoming competition. 2,500 once, 2,500 twice, 2,500 three times. Sold. The auctioneer quickly finished striking the gavel to complete the transaction, as no one else would raise the bid in this situation. Thus, the first youth-enhancing pill was sold for 2,500 high-grade spirit stones, far exceeding Qin Yuling's expectations. In his previous life, the usual transaction price for high-grade youth-enhancing pills was around 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. But he had not considered that many alchemists capable of refining youth-enhancing pills would push the price down. For now, he was the only one capable of doing so on this side. After a few were auctioned off, who knew when there would be more? Naturally, the price would escalate significantly. Next, we will auction off the second item. The prices for several items auctioned consecutively hovered around dozens to hundreds of high-grade spirit stones. Qin Yuling did not see anything of interest and did not participate even once. Soon it was time for the second youth-enhancing pill to go on stage. 2,500 high-grade spirit stones. As soon as the auction began, Shangguan Wanqing quoted the previous transaction price. With her bid, the entire venue fell silent, as if everyone was startled by this price. In the end, Shangguan Wanqing successfully secured the second youth-enhancing pill for 2,500 high-grade spirit stones. Young master, why don't we raise the bid slowly? Perhaps we could acquire it at a lower price. The maid beside Shangguan Wanqing said, Shall you just watch, the prices for the next 7 youth-enhancing pills will not be less than 2,500. The second princess of the royal family has already spent 2,500 high-grade spirit stones. Who could possibly have greater influence than the royal family? We cannot hope to acquire this one by bidding slowly. Shangguan Wanqing confidently stated. All right, perhaps I was too short-sighted. The maid answered with a smile. She was Shangguan Wanqing's personal maid, responsible for taking care of her daily needs. At that moment, only she would dare to voice such a question freely. As the auction continued, it turned out that Shangguan Wanqing's predictions were correct. The lowest price for the next 7 youth-enhancing pills was 2,600 high-grade spirit stones, and the highest reached even 3,000 high-grade spirit stones. During this time, Qin Yuling also managed to bid for several medicinal materials. After the auction concluded, once all the bidders had finalized their transactions, Qin Yuling rose and made his way to the backstage through a secret passage. Young Master Qin, this time the auction of youth-enhancing pills has yielded a total of 24,600 high-grade spirit stones after deducting the auction house's 10% commission and the 730 spirit stones spent on medicinal materials. We will round it off for young Master Qin, and you will receive a total of 21,000 high-grade spirit stones, Han Chaoan said excitedly. The annual revenue of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion was comparable to what Qin Yuling had gained this time. Just give me 18,000 spirit stones. Use the remaining 3,000 to help me procure some items. As he spoke, Qin Yuling handed a list to Han Chaoan detailing all the materials needed to set up a spirit gathering formation. All right, young Master Qin, I will arrange for someone to handle this immediately. By the way, what about my cultivation method? Han Chaoan said nervously, as this was related to his future in alchemy. You did well in this auction. Once the materials are collected, come find me, and I will help you resolve it. Thank you, young Master Qin. If there is anything you need me to do, just command me, and I will do my utmost to fulfill it, Han Chaoan said excitedly. If I need anything, I will call for you. I will return now, or once you have collected the materials, find me, and remember to keep my identity confidential. After speaking, Qin Yuling walked out. As soon as Qin Yuling stepped into the passage, he noticed an elderly man in the qi refining 9th layer walking towards him, the very same elder Yin who followed Zhaolinger. Elder Yin merely cast a fleeting glance at Qin Yuling, not paying much attention. After all, given Qin Yuling's soul strength, if he wanted to hide his cultivation, one would not see through him, unless they were at least 3 levels higher. Currently, his displayed cultivation was at the 4th layer of body refining, which was too ordinary in Elder Yan's eyes. There was no way he could associate him with the youth-enhancing pills. At the moment he exited the passage, Qin Yuling momentarily paused his steps before resuming normal walking and exited the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. He had just sensed a presence probing him. Upon reaching the Qi refining realm, one could generate divine sense. However, to probe from a distance, one needed at least to be at the 8th layer of Qi refining. That presence should have belonged to Elder Yin behind Shangguan Wanqing. Based on the strength of this divine, since he had likely reached the 9th layer of body refining. Did he detect my divine sense? Seeing Qin Yuling pause, Elder Wei felt a flicker of doubt, but quickly dismissed it. Impossible. Yin Yutao in the 9th layer of Qi refining didn't detect my divine sense. How could a 4th layer body refining cultivator? It must have been a coincidence. But why did he come out from backstage? Was he in the backstage before the auction started? In the backstage of the auction, congratulations, Master Han. You have finally reached the rank of a 3rd-rank alchemist. Our entire Hanlin kingdom can hold its head high now. Elder Yin said politely. Although he was at the 9th layer of Qi refining, this level of cultivation was insignificant in front of a 3rd-rank alchemist. He might need to seek the latter's help to break into the bone refining realm, which is why 3rd-rank alchemists are so sought after. Elder Yin, you are too kind, Yin Yutao said, representing the royal family. Han Xiaowan would not act too arrogantly. Master Han, could you possibly recommend the alchemist refining the youth-enhancing pills to the royal family? The royal family will not treat you poorly. That alchemist will enjoy the highest privileges in the royal family as well. Elder Yin Yutao spoke tentatively. Elder Yin, there is no need to discuss that. The senior has repeatedly emphasized confidentiality. If I fail to uphold that, and in his anger he leaves our Hanlin kingdom, that would be a tremendous loss for us. At least he is still within our country, isn't he? Master Han is right. I should have considered it more carefully, Elder Yin Yutao said, realizing Han Xiaowan's firm stance and not forcing the issue. After exchanging pleasantries, he took his leave. Seeing Elder Yin Yutao leave, Han Xiaowan picked up his tea and took a sip. The royal family will not treat me poorly. What I desire will the royal family provide. Can they ensure I can steadily refine 3rd-rank pills? Young Master Qin must have a remarkable mentor. Achieving 3rd-rank alchemist status at such a young age as master must be at least a 5th-rank alchemist, if not 6th rank. Perhaps he has traveled from some royal nation, discovered young Master Qin's talent, and accepted him as a disciple. I must follow young Master Qin. Perhaps one day I can become a 4th-rank alchemist. If Qin Yuling were present, he would be thoroughly impressed by Han Xiaowan's imagination, as it was almost identical to the excuse he concocted. Han Xiaowan and Yin Yutao's conversation was overheard by Old Wei, who only revealed himself after Yin Yutao left. Hello, Sect Master Han. Who might you be? Han Xiaowan was startled to see Old Wei silently appear in his room, yet he felt no hostility from him. I am the guardian of Shangwan Wanqing from the Shangwan family of the Jingliang Kingdom. I am a bit older than you, so you can call me Old Wei. I mean no harm. I have come to congratulate you on your promotion to a 3rd-grade alchemist, and I would also like you to facilitate a meeting with the senior who concocts the youth-restoring pill to see if you can become friends. Old Wei released his aura. Bone refinement realm. Han Xiaowan gasped as he sensed Old Wei's cultivation level. Although he was amazed by Old Wei's prowess when it came to his own prospects in alchemy for the latter half of his life, Han Xiaowan chose the latter. Old Wei the alchemist who concocts the youth-restoring pill has repeatedly emphasized the need for confidentiality. I am powerless to facilitate a meeting between you, although your bone refinement realm cultivation might mean your backing is strong. However, I believe you may not be qualified to befriend that senior. I can tell you one thing, the one who concocts the youth-restoring pill is his disciple, and quite young at that. Han Xiaowan was already convinced that Qin Yuling must have a formidable alchemist backing him. What? The 3rd-grade pill was concocted by his disciple. How old is his disciple? Old Wei asked in surprise. Not much older than your Shangwan Wanqing, Han Xiaowan replied with a smirk. So young. That means his master's level. At the very least, a 4th-grade alchemist would be required to train such a talented disciple, or even a 5th-grade alchemist might be possible. With this thought, Old Wei slightly cupped his hands in respect. Sect Master Han, if this is the case, we have indeed been presumptuous. I apologize to the senior on behalf of my family, and I also hope you can say a few good words to create a positive impression with the senior. There are some alchemical materials and spirit stones in this spatial ring. Though the materials are of low grade and may not be of use to the senior, they can be good practice for his disciple. As he spoke, Old Wei handed the spatial ring to Han Xiaowan. Originally, this ring was intended for the senior, but now knowing that the senior was at least a 4th-grade alchemist, it seemed insufficient. Han Xiaowan took the ring and scanned it with his divine sense. Hiss! What a generous offering. A pile of 3rd-grade materials, 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, and a 2nd-grade alchemy furnace. Your Shangwan family truly is a wealthy family that can rival nations. Sect Master Han, you flatter us. As long as the senior needs anything, he can come to my Shangwan family as a guest at any time. I will take my leave now. With that, Old Wei hurried off, needing to inform the young lady of this development. What? There's a possibility he is a 5th-grade alchemist. Shangwan Wanqing pondered. Currently, we are not qualified to interact with a 5th-grade alchemist. If what Sect Master Han said is true and the pills were concocted by his disciple, we might have a chance to meet him, especially since we are of similar ages. However, since Sect Master Han emphasized confidentiality, there is no point in lingering here. We've already secured the youth-restoring pill, so let's return home and keep an eye on developments here. We can come back when the opportunity arises. Understood, miss. Once Qin Yuling returned home, he began setting up the array framework, preparing for Han Xiaowan to bring the materials, allowing him to quickly reach the 9th level of body refinement. After that, he would retrieve the Lotus Heart Grass from the Misty Demon Cave, and a breakthrough into the Qi refinement stage would be imminent. Han Xiaowan was efficient and arrived the next day. Young Master Qin, after you left yesterday, both the royal family and the Shangwan family inquired about your whereabouts. I turned them down. Also, you need to be cautious. There are bone refinement realm experts in the Shangwan family, but once I mentioned that your master might be a 5th-grade alchemist, I doubt they would dare to act recklessly. I have collected all the materials you need, and they are in this spatial ring. It also contains the alchemical materials and 5,000 top-grade spirit stones for young Master Qin to practice with, as well as a 2nd-grade alchemy furnace. I hope young Master Qin can mention the Shangwan family in front of your master more often. Han Xiaowan finished speaking, looking confidently at Qin Yuling, as if to say, see how clever I am. I predicted it all. Praise me, praise me. Cough. Qin Yuling never imagined Han Xiaowan had such a vivid imagination, but that was also good, saving him the trouble of concocting a story. The Shangwan family is indeed generous. It seems that for the time being, resources for cultivation and alchemy won't be an issue. Since you have guessed it, I won't keep it from you. I do indeed have a master, but I am not sure of his alchemy level. Haha, I knew it. Young Master Qin, your master must have the strength of a 5th-grade alchemist, otherwise how could he teach such an impressive disciple like you and easily identify the issues in my alchemy? Cough, cough. Young Master Qin, regarding the issues with my cultivation method. Here, take this jade slip. It contains a mind-calming technique. Just practice according to it. It can neutralize the excessive intensity in your cultivation method, allowing you to progress faster in martial arts. Qin Yuling handed the jade slip to Han Xiaowan. Young Master Qin, this is excellent. Please thank the senior for me. If you need my assistance in the future, feel free to ask. We still have our uses for gathering information. All right, I need to cultivate now, otherwise my master will scold me for being lazy. Qin Yuling was already eager to start cultivating in the spirit gathering array. Understood, I won't disturb young Master Qin any longer. Han Xiaowan was also eager to return and practice the mind-calming technique, resolving his cultivation issues, so he could refine 3rd-grade pills. After Han Xiaowan left, Qin Yuling set up a disturbance-free array at the door of his room, then sat at the center of the spirit gathering array, taking out the necessary materials and placing them in the appropriate positions. After a stick of incense's time, rise. Qin Yuling called out softly. Instantly, a hexagonal glow illuminated around him, and after a minute the glow gradually dimmed, while the array quickly began to absorb spiritual energy. It worked. Currently, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy is quite satisfactory. I can at least improve my cultivation efficiency tenfold. With that, Qin Yuling immersed himself in his cultivation. The next morning, Qin Yuling awoke from his cultivation, having sensed someone triggering the array at the door. Upon opening the door, he saw it was his maid. Young master, I knocked just now wanting to help you wash up. When you didn't respond, I tried to push the door open, but for some reason it wouldn't budge. I was cultivating just now, so I locked the door. In the future, if I need anything, I will call for you. Do not knock again without my permission, or it may disturb my cultivation and I might go astray. To prevent being disturbed again, Qin Yuling had to scare her a bit. After all, without the disturbance-free array, being suddenly awakened during cultivation could lead to serious issues. Young Master 2 won't do it again next time. The maid said, her eyes glistening with tears from fright. Seeing the maid's appearance, Qin Yuling felt a bit of sweat. She was so easy to scare. All right, here's the deal. Go tell Haida to wait for me at home in 7 days. This 30 middle-grade spirit stones will be your fare for the trip. Thank you, young master. I will go right away. The maid's face was still wet with tears, but she had already turned her sorrow into a smile. This is a mid-grade spirit stone worth 30 units. 1 mid-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones, and my monthly wage is only 150 low-grade spirit stones. This is equivalent to 2 years of my salary. After sending the maid away, Qin Yuling continued his cultivation. He could already feel that he was about to reach the 8th level of body refinement. After circulating the 9-turn Vajra technique for a few more cycles, Qin Yuling smiled, slightly finally feeling a trend of growth in his physical defense. It seems I am not far from the second layer. If I can reach the second layer before heading to the Misty Demon Cave, I won't be afraid, even if 2 Qi refinement stage beasts guard the Lotus Heart Grass. That night Qin Yuling reached the 8th level of body refinement, and by the 3rd day he attained the 9th level, but the 9-turn Vajra technique had yet to break through. I still have time. I'll consolidate my cultivation further. Even if I don't reach the second layer of the 9-turn Vajra technique by the time I need to, I am still confident in obtaining the Lotus Heart Grass. After reaching the 9th level of body refinement, Qin Yuling's attack power had already reached the 2nd level of Qi refinement. On the 6th day, Qin Yuling achieved full completion at the 9th level of body refinement. The 9-turn Vajra technique is close. I should be able to break through tonight. Qin Yuling stopped absorbing spiritual energy and fervently operated the 9-turn Vajra technique. When its operation speed reached a limit, a pop sound was heard. Finally, I have broken through. Qin Yuling exhaled. With the breakthrough of the 9-turn Vajra technique, his defense reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. Normally, someone below the 5th level of Qi refinement would find it impossible to break through his defense just by standing there, which demonstrates the extraordinary nature of the supreme technique, the 9-turn Vajra technique. There were still some matters to attend to, so Qin Yuling took the time to refine a batch of detoxification pills. The Misty Demon Cave is named for the thick, poisonous mist that lingers there year-round. On the morning of the 7th day, after saying hello to his parents, Qin Yuling headed towards Haida's home. Before he even reached, he could see Haida waiting at the door from a distance. "Young Master Qin, you're here. Ever since I heard you were preparing to depart, I haven't gone out these past few days, fearing you might change the time and not find me. Thank you for your hard work. Here, I will give you 10 upper-grade spirit stones as compensation for guiding me. Haida's family depends on him for income, with elders above and young ones below. It's not easy for them." No, it's not necessary, young Master Qin. You saved my life. How could I take your reward?" Haida said nervously. "Don't refuse. This is what you deserve. Lead the way ahead," Qin Yuling stated assertively. "All right then, thank you, young Master Qin." "Thank you, young Master Qin." Haida expressed his gratitude. Previously, he had only heard that young Master Qin was a playboy indulging in a life of excess daily. After these 2 encounters, he felt that this was not the same person as the rumors suggested. The next time he hears someone gossiping carelessly, he must teach them a good lesson. "Young Master Qin, that's the entrance to the Misty Demon Cave up ahead. This is a detoxification pill essential for entering here, as it can mitigate the effects of the poisonous mist." Haida took out 2 pills. When Qin Yuling saw the pills, strictly speaking, they could barely be considered first-grade pills. "Take this one, its effects are better." "Is this a 3rd-grade pill?" Haida was taken aback. Although he couldn't recognize what kind of pill it was, he could feel from its energy that it was indeed a 3rd-grade pill. "Yes, this is a 3rd-grade detoxification pill. After taking this, even if you are attacked by that beast again, you won't be poisoned." "Young Master Qin, this is too precious. I'd rather stick to my own." Haida felt that spending a 3rd-grade pill just for guiding was too wasteful, as the cheapest 3rd-grade pill costs several hundred upper-grade spirit stones. "Take it, otherwise I won't feel secure with you leading the way," Qin Yuling commanded. "All right, young Master Qin." Haida cautiously swallowed the detoxification pill. This was his first time taking a 3rd-grade pill. He might never have this opportunity again in his life. "All right, let's go," and Qin Yuling also swallowed the pill. Upon entering the Misty Demon Cave, thick mist enveloped the entire area with visibility under 10 meters. If one could break through to the Qi refinement stage, they could separate their divine sense out. Relying on his powerful spiritual power, Qin Yuling should be able to see up to a kilometer away. For now, he needed to rely on Haida to lead the way. He could not find the path on his own. After walking in the Misty Demon Cave for nearly half an hour, they encountered a few beasts along the way, but fortunately they were all at the body refinement stage, which Haida could easily handle. Qin Yuling looked at Haida and couldn't help but admire him. In an environment with no divine sense and visibility under 10 meters, how could Haida and his group manage to go this deep? How many adventures must they have endured to find the path, and how many people must have died in the process? "Young Master Qin, we are almost there. Up ahead is a deep pool where we were attacked last time." Haida spoke a bit nervously, as many had died here last time. "All right, Haida, here are 10 upper-grade spirit stones. Take this and go back." In a while, Qin Yuling would have to deal with the beasts to obtain the Lotus Heart Grass. If there were 2 beasts, he wouldn't be able to focus on taking care of Haida. "Young Master Qin, are you going alone?" "Those beasts are at the Qi refinement stage," Haida exclaimed anxiously. "It's fine, I'm just going to make a mark and observe the situation. Next time I'll bring strong members of my family." If the beasts discover us, I have treasures for escaping. Ooh, what will you do? Hearing Qin Yuling say this, Haida felt relieved. He didn't want his savior to die here, especially since he had led him here. Then, young Master Qin, please be careful. I will not hold you back. I'll leave first. Watching Haida walk away, Qin Yuling set up a simple small formation. The formation had no other purpose. Its only function was to guide anyone who approached this area to another direction, preventing other adventurers from mistakenly entering here. After setting up the formation, Qin Yuling cautiously approached the edge of the pool. The visibility was poor in the mist, but he had already spotted the purplish-red lotus heart grass at the center of the pool. There is more than one. At the edge of his vision, Qin Yuling saw another lotus heart grass growing atop the demonic lotus. Perhaps it was the environment of the misty demon cave that fostered the growth of the demonic lotus. Qin Yuling picked up a stone and threw it towards the demonic lotus with a whoosh. With a loud bang, a thick tail smashed the stone effortlessly. Qin Yuling saw a green mist snake over 10 meters long slowly swimming out. The snake's tongue was over half a meter long, and its two enormous red eyes glared at Qin Yuling, obviously enraged by his actions. Fighting next to the pool, Qin Yuling was worried about accidentally damaging the lotus heart grass, so he took a few steps back, thinking to lure the green mist snake out to fight. Just then, another, even thicker green mist snake swam out from the right side of the pool, measuring over 20 meters. Damn. It's true then, azure mist serpents always dwell in mated pairs. One at Chi refinement rank 1, the other at rank 2. Fortunately, my 9-turn diamond scripture has advanced to the second layer, otherwise today would have been excruciating. The rank 1 azure mist serpent bared its fanged maw, revealing 2 venomous fangs as thick as wooden pillars, and lunged toward Qin Yuling. Though Qin Yuling knew the serpent's fangs could not pierce his defenses, even a trace of its viscous saliva was revolting. He sidestepped sharply, evading the strike, then drove his right fist forward with explosive force, crushing it squarely into the serpent's skull. The beast was hurled backward several meters. Regaining its composure, it coiled tightly and flicked its forked tongue frenetically, just as the rank 2 serpent lashed its tail toward Qin Yuling with devastating speed. Qin Yuling failed to evade in time. The tail grazed his abdomen, sending him staggering backward 4 or 5 steps. His tunic tore open across the chest, revealing sinewy, unblemished muscle. No mark, no bruise, not even a trace of impact. The diamond scripture truly is extraordinary. If not for it, I'd have sustained at least a minor wound. These creatures' hides are impossibly thick, and I lack a proper weapon. I'll have to resort to an advanced martial technique. An advanced technique would exhaust his spiritual energy within 15 minutes at his current body cultivation realm. Victory must be swift. Qin Yuling fixed his gaze on the rank 2 serpent, eliminated first. Confident his defenses were impervious, he ignored both serpents' assaults and charged straight for the rank 2 serpent's head. Seeing his aggression, the pair surged forward in unison, fangs bared, jaws snapping. Qin Yuling tilted his torso slightly aside. One serpent sank its fangs deep into his abdomen, the other clamped down hard on his ankle. Now, perfect timing. Sky-rending fist. With a surge of chi, he drove his fist downward with crushing force, smashing it directly into the rank 2 serpent's skull. SSSK. The serpent shrieked in agony, jaws flying wide. Seizing the opening, Qin Yuling seized its flickering tongue with his left hand and hammered its jawbone with a thunderous right fist strike. A second sky-rending fist followed. The serpent's skull erupted inward, its mind reduced to pulp. It collapsed lifelessly, dragging Qin Yuling down with it. Trapped, his feet still locked in the other serpent's grip, he looked down to find half his body already swallowed. The beast, realizing its fangs could not pierce him, had shifted strategy, devour him whole. Qin Yuling channeled chi into his legs, unleashing the piercing heart kick, forcing the serpent's jaws apart. Rising instantly, he delivered 2 more sky-rending fists to its skull, ending it cleanly. Sigh. Though I emerged unscathed, the battle left me utterly disheveled. My martial prowess remains woefully inadequate. I must intensify my training without delay. His tunic hung in tatters, his body slick with foul slime. At his current offensive capacity, this should have been effortless. First, gather the lotus heart grass. Let's see how many there are. He dove into the black pool. As he swam closer, his breath caught 5 specimens gleamed within sight, far exceeding his expectations. After circling the entire pond, he collected exactly 10 lotus heart grasses, then bathed thoroughly before donning fresh robes drawn from his spatial ring. He'd originally planned to gather auxiliary ingredients for refining lotus heart pills, then visit the spirit herb pavilion for alchemical processing. But the Shangwan family had already supplied everything. Better to remain here. To refine, break through, and cultivate in solitude. Only one requirement remained: absolute quiet. Qin Yuling turned and walked a few paces along the far shore of the black water pool. There, nestled in the cliffside, loomed a cave entrance. This cavern suits my needs perfectly, though I wonder if any monstrous beasts dwell within. He approached silently, nostrils flaring faintly. Azure mist, serpent aura. Could this be their lair? Inside, the cave stood utterly empty. Unsurprising. Most monstrous beasts maintained strict territorial distance. None would settle so near another's domain. After a cursory cleansing, he erected a level 2 defensive formation at the cave mouth. He intended to refine pills and cultivate deeply within, so the formation required utmost resilience. Had materials been available, he would have deployed a level 3 formation, but level 2 suffices. Even a rank 9 chi refiner could not breach it swiftly. Within the cavern, he laid down a simplified spirit-gathering formation, then commenced refining lotus heart pills. 10 grasses were unnecessary. He needed only 5 pills. The remainder could be auctioned later, or refined anew when required. In the Imperial Palace of the Hanlian Kingdom, Linger, the Fengyuan Academy's recruitment begins in 2 months. Our nation will host a nationwide selection tournament. 10 slots are reserved. You possess the highest innate talent among the royal bloodline, having already reached Chi Refinement Rank 2. You'll receive a direct Imperial recommendation. Your slot won't count against the quota. Join the 10 chosen prodigies when they report to the Academy. Sovereign Zhao Kuangying addressed Princess Zhao Linger. Father, why not recommend elder brother instead? He's already attained Chi Refinement Rank 1. He's 3 years your senior, and his aptitude falls short. Moreover, he prefers statecraft over cultivation. Once you depart for the Academy, I shall name him Crown Prince. He'll remain here serving the court, not attend the Academy. Strengthen your cultivation in the meantime. I've instructed Elder Yin and Elder Chu to intensify your training. Aim for rank 3 before departure. That way I may rest easier. There your royal title holds no weight, and neither Elder Yin nor Elder Chu can accompany you. Yes, Your Majesty. Phew, finally complete. Refining 5 successive batches taxed my current reserves. 15 pills total, 10 Suprema Grade, 5 Immortal Grade. Reward enough for the effort expended. Qin Yuling wiped sweat from his brow and murmured to himself. No need to ingest the Lotus Heart pills yet. First ascend to the Chi Refinement Realm. He withdrew 2 spirit cores, the most valuable treasures of any monstrous beast. Though Azure Mist serpent flesh and scales held utility in artifact forging, he dismissed them entirely. Only the cores mattered. Everything else was abandoned where it lay. Time to absorb. Begin with the rank 2 core. Activating the soul-nourishing Heart Sutra, he drew spiritual energy rapidly, amplified by the spirit-gathering formation. 15 minutes later, as the rank 2 core shrank to 1/3 its original size, he accelerated the sutra's circulation. A soft pop resonated within his mind. Chi Refinement Rank 1 achieved. His spiritual sense now extended beyond his body. He projected his spiritual sense outward. How far could it reach? 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 5 kilometers. In this life, even at Chi Refinement, my perception spans a 5-kilometer radius, while ordinary bone-forging realm cultivators manage only 3. My soul's strength exceeds even my past life peak. Is rebirth the cause? Whatever the reason, it is undeniably advantageous. Qin Yuling continued to absorb the inner Dan. After completely absorbing the first inner Dan, he reached the 2nd level of Chi Refinement. Upon finishing the 2nd inner Dan, Qin Yuling attained the 3rd level of Chi Refinement. Break. Qin Yuling struck a punch towards the cave, instantly creating a 1-meter-wide, half-meter-deep hole in the wall. It seemed that I no longer needed martial skills. My attack power had already reached the 8th level of Chi Refinement. Once I select a martial skill suitable for my current formidable physique, my attack power should reach the 9th level of Chi Refinement, or even perfection. The Little Thousand Buddha's Hand is a technique used by the supreme beings of the Buddhist sect. When combined with the Arhat Golden Body, it can unleash extremely potent attacks. My 9 turns diamond technique is even stronger than the Arhat Golden Body, and the attacks produced with the Little Thousand Buddha's Hand should be even more powerful. I will cultivate this technique. Qin Yuling swallowed a celestial-grade Lotus Heart pill and began to practice the Little Thousand Buddha's Hand. Within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he reached the 1st layer's perfection. It seems the medicinal effect is still active, and I can still improve. Qin Yuling continuously practiced the Little Thousand Buddha's Hand within the cave, rapidly increasing in proficiency. By the time the effect wore off, he had reached the 2nd layer's great accomplishment with only a slight distance to perfection. Testing his attack power, he indeed reached the perfection of the 9th level of Qi refinement. Next, I will cultivate the 9 turns diamond technique. During the Qi refinement period, I will have virtually no rivals. Qin Yuling sat down and swallowed another celestial-grade lotus heart pill. The 9 turns diamond technique does not require active practice. It only needs to follow the normal flow of the meridians. At this moment, 5 young cultivators arrived at the entrance of the Misty Demon Cave. Senior brother, this is the Misty Demon Cave. I discovered the lotus heart grass here last time. The speaking cultivator was at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Could you tell the cultivation level of that green mist snake you saw last time? One of the older cultivators said, yes, there were 2 green mist snakes, one at the 1st level of Qi refinement and the other at the 2nd level. The green mist snake has very thick defenses and I couldn't defeat it, so I returned to the academy to find my senior brothers. Haha, this time senior brother Lu Chong is here. He can easily handle those 2 green mist snakes. Senior brother Lu Chong is at the 8th level of Qi refinement. When the academy has its next enrollment, senior brother Lu Chong might even attempt to become an inner door disciple. It's still difficult to enter the inner door without reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement, Lu Chong said, expressing difficulty, yet his expression was filled with confidence. Among the 5 young cultivators, Lu Chong had the highest cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement, another had the 7th level, 2 were at the 6th level, and 1 was at the 2nd level. Senior brother, you are being modest. Once you kill the green mist snake, you can easily absorb the inner Dan and break through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Then, after consuming the lotus heart pill, entering the inner door will be a sure thing, praised the cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Yes, senior brother, please take good care of us then. Haha, once I enter the inner door, you all will definitely benefit from it. Lu Chong clearly enjoyed the flattery from those around him. As they spoke, the 5 cultivators arrived at the simple interference formation that Qin Yuling had set up. A formation, someone has been here. Lu Chong said, casually waving his hand to break the formation, urgently shouting to the cultivator at the 2nd level of body refinement. Hurry up and lead the way. It's right ahead, follow me. The cultivator quickly ran to the edge of the black water pool and was greeted by the sight of 2 massive snake corpses. They were indeed the 2 green mist snakes. Get back. Lu Chong pushed the young cultivator aside and examined the green mist snakes. Damn it, the inner Dan has already been taken. We are too late. Quickly check if the lotus heart grass is still there. Yes, senior brother. The other cultivators quickly rushed to the other side of the pool. Senior brother, the lotus heart grass is gone, said the cultivator at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, trembling. Originally, I had no ability to obtain the lotus heart grass myself and called senior brother Lu Chong for a bit of benefit. Now that the green mist snakes are dead and the lotus heart grass is also gone, I will likely be resented by senior brother Lu Chong. Who could it be? Lu Chong shouted in anger, and as he spoke, he released his divine sense to probe the surroundings. Lu Chong's spirit stone can only probe 1 kilometer. He had not expected to discover anything. If he obtained the lotus heart grass, he would have left this place long ago. Lu Chong sensed the fluctuation of the formation and felt excited. Could it be that the person who obtained the lotus heart grass is really so foolish as to still be here? Or perhaps they were injured during the battle with the green mist snakes and are healing here. Even killing a 2nd level Qi refinement green mist snake would result in injuries. It seems their cultivation level must not be high. This way, follow me. After speaking, he led the other 4 toward the cave. Qin Yuling had actually sensed their presence when they destroyed the first simple formation, but at such a critical moment in his cultivation, he didn't want to waste the effect of the lotus heart pill. The effect of each cultivation technique can only be realized with the first lotus heart pill. He thought they should be just passing by, but unexpectedly, they were also here for the lotus heart grass. Qin Yuling had currently cultivated the 9 turns diamond technique to the great accomplishment of the 2nd layer, with just a bit left to reach perfection. There is still 1/3 of the lotus heart pill's effect remaining. As long as I finish absorbing it, reaching perfection in the 2nd layer will certainly not be a problem. Qin Yuling sensed the cultivation levels of the 5 individuals outside. The formation at the entrance should hold until he finishes absorbing. With this in mind, Qin Yuling closed his hearing and focused on absorption. He would sense if the formation was broken. Listen, those inside, come out if you are sensible. Hand over the lotus heart grass and inner Dan and kneel to apologize to our senior brother. We will let this matter end here. Otherwise, don't think you can leave here alive today. A cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement shouted. After shouting, he found that there was no response from inside at all. Lu Chong's expression darkened. This was a complete loss of face for him. Bang! The cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement struck the formation, but it remained completely unyielding. Listen, we are students of Fengyuan Academy. Our senior brother is a master at the 8th level of Qi refinement. If you don't come out and wait for us to break the formation, you will die a terrible death, and your family will suffer the same fate, the cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement shouted. Senior brother, there has been no response from inside at all. Could he have died from heavy injuries inside? Guessed the cultivator at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. It's possible. If he wasn't injured, there would be no need for him to rest here. He must have sustained heavy injuries. You all continue to attack the formation. Its energy is limited, and it will eventually break, Lu Chang said. Yes, senior brother. After saying that, the other 4 began to attack the formation. Various skills and techniques struck the formation, yet it didn't even shake. 10 minutes later, the 4 were panting heavily. Senior brother, we need to rest for a bit. Our spiritual energy is severely depleted. Get out of the way, useless things. After saying that, Lu Chang struck heavily against the formation. The formation shook slightly. Moi. It shook. Lu Chang continued his relentless assault on the formation. Originally, Lu Chang's attack power wasn't enough to shake the formation, but after the previous 4 had exhausted a significant amount of energy, now his 8th level of Qi refinement attack was sufficient to make the formation tremble. Inside the cave, Qin Yuling smiled as he opened his eyes. The 9 turns diamond technique had reached the perfection of the 2nd layer, and his defensive power had attained the 1st level of bone refinement, rendering him nearly unmatched during the Qi refinement stage. The formation shook. Let's see how long you can last. Qin Yuling thought as he considered removing the formation. Would all their efforts be in vain? Looking at his current progress, he could break the formation in 10 more minutes. Yes, keep it up. 10 minutes later. Haha, finally broke the formation. Lu Chang panted breathless. Senior brother is unmatched. No formation stands before him. The others chimed in, flattering him. Not only was Lu Chang poised to enter the inner sect soon, but his elder brother Lu Wu ranked among the top disciples of the inner academy, cultivating at the 9th stage of bone forging, just 1 step shy of core condensation, and thus eligibility as a core disciple. Let's go in, harvest the lotus heart grass and the demonic beast's core. With that, Lu Chang led the way into the cave. The moment he stepped inside, he spotted a youth seated cross-legged on the ground, his bright, gleaming eyes smiling faintly at him. You're still alive? Lu Chang exclaimed in surprise. The youth showed no sign of injury. Of course I'm alive. I was cultivating peacefully inside this cave. What do you mean breaking my formation? Qin Yuling confronted them. How audacious. You dare remain alive without dismantling your formation, forcing us to waste time and effort. And yet you sit there refusing to bow before senior brother. Have you grown tired of living? Before Lu Chang could speak, his sycophants had already erupted in fury. So now it's my fault that you barged in uninvited, shattered the formation I painstakingly erected, and disturbed my cultivation. Qin Yuling spoke with icy disdain. My senior brother is a prodigy of Fengyuan Academy. Hand over the lotus heart grass and the azure mist serpent's core, then kneel here and beg his forgiveness. If he's in a generous mood, he may merely sever your cultivation. Your wretched life might yet be spared. A Qi refinement 7th stage cultivator declared arrogantly. Lu Chang's face lit up with satisfaction, as if sparing the life of a cultivator from such a remote backward region were an extraordinary act of mercy. Qin Yuling's eyes narrowed slightly, a lethal chill radiating from his gaze. Had they merely apologized for disturbing his cultivation, he would have let it pass, but now they sought to rob him and cripple his cultivation. There was no choice left but to eliminate them. The herbs and core are already consumed. My life lies before you. If you want it, come and take it. Lu Chang's expression darkened instantly. We'll see whether your bones are as hard as your tongue. Crush him. At Lu Chang's command, a Qi refinement 6th stage cultivator lunged forward, throwing a fist straight at Qin Yuling's head. Thinking how clever of me. This chance to impress senior brother. If I kill this youth and recover the items, I'll earn great favor. The others watched in dismay. How had they been so slow? The youth cultivated only at the 3rd stage of Qi refinement. Such easy glory had slipped through their fingers. Qin Yuling neither dodged nor flinched. With his left hand, he caught the incoming fist midair and met the cultivator's stunned gaze. Perfect. I'll test my newly mastered martial technique on you. In the next instant, his right palm struck, small 1000 Buddha palm, square against the cultivator's chest. The Qi refinement 6th stage disciple spat blood and flew backward, crashing at Lu Chang's feet lifeless before he even landed. The remaining cultivators recoiled in shock. A 6th stage cultivator slain in one blow. You dared kill him. You've concealed your true cultivation level. Lu Chang roared. He himself could easily slay a 6th-stage cultivator, but never so effortlessly, never so instantly. What? Weren't you just threatening to kill me? Then why hesitate? My cultivation is truly only at the 3rd stage of chi refinement. I conceal nothing. Qin Yuling replied calmly. Attack together. Kill him. It's impossible for a 3rd-stage cultivator to be this formidable. His first strike must have caught us off guard. Lu Chang barked the order. A 2nd-stage cultivator instinctively edged toward the cave entrance. He knew charging forward meant certain death, but under Lu Chang's furious glare, he gritted his teeth and joined the other 3 in their desperate charge. Qin Yuling weaved fluidly between them, striking repeatedly with the small 1000 Buddha palm, each blow honing his combat instincts. Yet after only 3 strikes, only Lu Chang remained standing, the other 3 lay dead upon the ground. So fragile. Qin Yuling frowned, glancing at Lu Chang. Qin Yuling frowned, gazing at Lu Chang. Lu Chang's legs trembled violently. He suspected the youth had hidden his true strength. You cannot kill me. I am a disciple of Fengyuan Academy. My elder brother is Lu Wu, a top disciple of its inner academy. Kill me and Fengyuan Academy will hunt you to the ends of the world. Spare me and I'll report to the academy my juniors perished in the mist-veiled demon cavern, slain by a monstrous beast. No word of you will ever leave my lips. Lu Chang bowed his head, but his eyes flickered with venomous resolve. Once back at the academy, I'll bring several bone-forging cultivators to exact revenge. Then I'll make you suffer, slowly, before ending you. Qin Yuling possessed extraordinary soul sense, and sensed Lu Chang's murderous intent clearly. Even had he not, he would never have spared such a man. Better to erase him cleanly. Your junior brothers await you below. Don't keep them waiting too long. With those words, Qin Yuling delivered a single effortless palm strike. No. Terror flooded Lu Chang's eyes as he watched the palm descend. Slow, inevitable, inescapable. A muffled thud. Lu Chang felt his life ebbing away. You will die a terrible death. My brother will avenge me. With those final words, he drew his last breath. Eyes wide open, frozen in death. Qin Yuling collected their belongings. Aside from several thousand high-grade spirit stones, nothing else proved useful, though each carried an identically inscribed token. One side bore the characters Fengyuan, the other the character Y. Clearly, they were outer sect disciples of Fengyuan Academy. Such tokens likely emitted traceable resonance. Qin Yuling dug a shallow pit, arrayed a small formation to mask spiritual detection, and buried all the tokens within. That should buy some time. After all, the Academy rarely dispatched investigators for mere outer sect disciples. Having erased his own traces, Qin Yuling returned home. This excursion had yielded substantial gains, both in cultivation and martial insight. Just as he crossed the threshold, he found Jiang Qingning pacing anxiously outside his chamber. Mother, what brings you here? Linger, you're back at last. Your father has been poisoned. Has your master returned yet? Please, beg your master to save him. Jiang Qingning wept. What? Poisoned? Mother, don't panic. Take me to him at once. Qin Yuling urged urgently. Yes, he's in the study this way. His mind raced. Mother, how did father ingest the poison? Does he have any known enemies? Our household steward, the one who served us for 3 years, administered the poison. Yesterday, after father drank his tea, he discovered the toxin, seized the steward, and forced a confession. Then, without another word, the steward collapsed, blood pouring from all 7 orifices. Jiang Qingning explained. He must have concealed a lethal poison in his teeth, suicide upon mission completion. A true death servant's method, Qin Yuling analyzed. Entering the study, Qin Yuling found Qin Yunxiao lying rigid upon the bed, his face darkened with necrotic pallor. Beside him, a basin overflowed with thick black blood, the very essence of what his father had vomited forth. Qin Yuling approached to check his pulse and said, It's the poison of the mandala flower. After ingesting this poison, it begins with abdominal pain and vomiting blood, then leads to loss of consciousness as the blood within the body gradually turns black. If it all turns black, even the Dan Emperor cannot save him. Is it that serious? Yuling, is there still hope for your father? Jiang Qingning said, bursting into tears again. Mother, don't worry, father can still be saved. Normally, the blood will only turn completely black 7 days after the poison takes effect. Yuling, hurry and contact your master to save your father. I understand, mother. Please hand me a set of silver needles. I will stabilize father's condition and prevent the poison from worsening. Qin Yuling said. All right, I'll get them right away. After retrieving the silver needles, Qin Yuling inserted them into 9 acupuncture points to cut off the circulation of the poison blood, preventing further production of toxic blood. Mother, take care of father here. I will seek my master for an antidote. With that, Qin Yuling hurried off to his room. This time, in addition to refining a third-grade detoxification pill, he also needed to refine a third-grade breakthrough pill. Qin Yunxiao had been at the 9th level of qi refinement for a long time. If he had the cultivation of the bone-forging realm before being poisoned, he wouldn't have lost consciousness so quickly. After spending half a day in the spirit-gathering array, Qin Yuling successfully refined 3 detoxification pills and 3 breakthrough pills, including 1 immortal grade and 2 high grade. Returning to Qin Yunxiao's side, Qin Yuling handed the immortal grade detoxification pill to Jiang Qingning, saying, "Mother, this is the detoxification pill refined by my master. Please give it to father." All right. Jiang Qingning took the pill and fed it to Qin Yunxiao, while Qin Yuling moved closer to help Qin Yunxiao absorb the medicinal power. Less than a quarter of an hour after taking the detoxification pill, Qin Yunxiao's complexion gradually returned to a healthy color, and the 9 silver needles embedded in his body began to expel black blood. Seeing that it was nearly done, Qin Yuling waved his hand to remove the needles. Wow! Qin Yunxiao spat out a mouthful of black blood and slowly regained consciousness. "You finally woke up. I was so worried about you," Jiang Qingning said, tears streaming down her face again. "I'm sorry to have worried you. I feel much better now, though I have no strength left," Qin Yunxiao said, holding Jiang Qingning's hand. "It's all thanks to Yuling's master this time. Otherwise you would never see me again, Wu." Jiang Qingning cried in fear. All right, look at me now, I'm fine. Yuling, where is your master? We should thank him properly." Qin Yunxiao looked at Qin Yuling and said, "My master doesn't like to meet strangers. I've already expressed our gratitude on your behalf. There's no need to worry." Qin Yuling smiled. "Father, have you offended anyone recently?" "No, you know your father's character. I wouldn't offend anyone without reason." "Is that so? Have you interacted with anyone from other countries recently?" "My master said this poison doesn't exist in our country." Qin Yuling asked. "Absolutely not. For this period, I've been busy with the newly discovered first-grade spirit mine. I've been either at home or at the mine." "Spirit mine? Newly discovered. Do any other families know about this?" Qin Yuling inquired. Indeed, when the spirit mine was discovered, our Qin family, the Li family, and the Wu family all had members present. However, the Wu family knew their strength was insufficient and withdrew voluntarily. The 4th elder of the Li family and your uncle fought to determine the ownership, and in the end the 4th elder of the Li family was defeated, so the spirit mine belongs to us now. Qin Yunxiao recalled. "Could it be that you suspect the Li family is behind this poison?" Qin Yunxiao exclaimed in surprise. "We'll find out in a few days. Mother, please don't spread the news about father being cured of the poison. Within 6 days at most, the person who poisoned him will surely reveal themselves." "Okay, for the next few days I won't let anyone from the courtyard go out," Jiang Qingning said. "All right, I will stay here to take care of father," Qin Yuling said. 2 days later, Qin Yunxiao's health returned to normal. "Father, how long have you been at the 9th level of qi refinement?" "Almost 3 years. I should be able to break through in 2 more years." 2 more years? That's so slow. The old man from the Li family has been at the 9th level of qi refinement for 10 years without any breakthrough. If I can break through in 5 years, that's already considered fast. Qin Yunxiao replied helplessly. "If an opportunity arose for you to break into the bone-forging realm now, would you want it, eh?" Qin Yuling smiled and said, "Haha, if there were a chance to break through now, of course I would want it." Yuling, do you have a way?" Qin Yunxiao asked eagerly. Qin Yuling handed Qin Yunxiao a pill, saying, "This is a 3rd-grade breakthrough pill, which can increase the probability of breakthrough by 80%. As long as you're not too deficient, you can definitely break through." "Wow, you little rascal, do you dare to say your father is deficient? But such a precious pill, your master just gives it to you like this. Shouldn't we express our gratitude?" Qin Yunxiao looked at the pill in shock. In fact, ordinary breakthrough pills do not have such a high probability. Low-grade ones can only increase the chance by 10%, medium grade by 30%, and high grade by 50%, while this immortal grade pill can increase it by 80%. "No need, father. My master only wants me to cultivate diligently. This pill is nothing to him." "Then you better work hard. Having such a good master is a blessing for you. You can't just play around like before," Qin Yunxiao admonished. "Father, I've been very diligent lately. I'm already at the 3rd level of qi refinement," Qin Yuling said as he released his aura. In the past, he had always concealed his cultivation level at home. "What? The 3rd level of qi refinement?" Qin Yunxiao gazed at Qin Yuling incredulously. He knew his son's abilities, and he should have been at the 2nd level of body refinement just over half a month ago. This improvement was nothing short of miraculous. "It seems your master must have come from the Imperial Kingdom. Even those from the Royal Kingdom couldn't elevate you so much in such a short time." Qin Yunxiao sighed, realizing that the Hanlin Kingdom was under the jurisdiction of the Fengyuan Kingdom, which in turn was above by the Imperial Kingdom, and above, that was the Empire. All right, father, stop sighing. Quickly take the pill and train to the bone-forging realm. I estimate that in a few days the person who poisoned you will show themselves, and there will be a fight to be had. I'll see who it is. When they show themselves, I'll make sure they regret it, Qin Yunxiao said angrily. After finishing speaking, Qin Yunxiao swallowed the pill and began to meditate to absorb the medicinal power. Seeing Qin Yunxiao enter his training, Qin Yuling took out materials to set up a spirit gathering array nearby. Now that spirit stones were not lacking, he could use them freely. After setting up the spirit gathering array, Qin Yuling also began to cultivate within the formation. In the next few days, he hoped to break through to the bone-forging realm. Whoever dared to poison the Qin family likely wouldn't act without some strength. A day later, boom. Qin Yunxiao erupted with a powerful aura breaking through. Haha, I've reached the bone-forging realm. Yuling, your master's pill is truly amazing. What a racket. Breaking through is breaking through, no need to make such a fuss, Qin Yuling said, digging into his ears. You little rascal, since following your master your horizons have broadened, and you've grown bold enough to tease your father. Qin Yunxiao scolded with a smile, clearly in a good mood. I still have 2 boundary-breaking pills here. Father, please keep them. When any family member cultivates to the 9th rank of Qi refinement, they may take 1. Linger, won't you keep them for yourself? I can always ask my master for more when needed. Just take them, father. Qin Yunxiao gazed at the pills, his heart pounding with exhilaration. These represented 2 cultivators at the bone-forging realm. Officially, the Hanlian Kingdom had no bone-forging realm cultivators at all. Even the imperial family possessed at most 1 or 2. His own clan was about to become the most powerful force in the entire kingdom. Keep cultivating, father. I also have a martial technique manual here. Take it and begin your practice. My master gave it to me, saying it suits our family's cultivation path exceptionally well. As Qin Yuling spoke, he handed a jade slip to Qin Yunxiao. The manual had been inscribed by Qin Yuling himself in advance, for his father's previous cultivation method was far too crude. After examining the jade slip, Qin Yunxiao exclaimed in astonishment, "This technique surpasses our ancestral manual by a vast margin. I estimate my combat power will increase by at least double." Without further delay, Qin Yunxiao immediately commenced cultivation. Meanwhile, Qin Yuling resumed his own training. The martial technique had just reached peak perfection at its 2nd layer, making advancement difficult for now. He would instead focus on breaking through his cultivation base. On the 8th day after Qin Yunxiao's poisoning, inside Jiang Qingning's chamber, Madame the Patriarch of the Li clan requests an audience. He awaits in the reception hall. The Li clan. Linger said the poisoner would reveal themselves within these days. Could it truly be the Li clan? First send word to Linger and your master. Jiang Qingning strode toward the secret chamber. It seems the Li clan is indeed behind this. Father, remain concealed behind us. You need not appear. Mother and I will meet them first and observe what schemes they intend to unfold. Qin Yuling spoke calmly. My cultivation has already advanced to the 4th rank of Qi refinement, and my combat prowess has finally reached the bone-forging realm. Even facing a bone-forging realm 1st layer cultivator, I am now confident I could slay him. Patriarchally, your esteemed presence graces us. What brings you here? Jiang Qingning, suspecting the Li clan's involvement, dispensed entirely with pleasantries upon entering. Qin Yuling glanced into the reception hall. 3 figures sat there: the patriarch of the Li clan, a middle-aged Taoist priest clad in flowing robes, and Li Hongfei. Li Hongfei, aware of Qin Yunxiao's poisoning, had come solely to witness Qin Yuling's despair. When Qin Yuling's gaze fell upon him, Li Hongfei instantly glared back with venomous defiance. Before the patriarch could reply, Qin Yuling interjected smoothly. "Oh, look who's here. My dear grandson. Why haven't you paid your respects to grandfather yet? Qin Yuling, you dare speak so arrogantly. Your father." In silence, the patriarch cut Li Hongfei off sharply. Li Hongfei stared at Qin Yuling with seething hatred. Reopening old wounds had left him furious. The patriarch himself felt deeply humiliated being addressed as the father of Qin Yuling's grandson, implied he was Qin Yuling's father, thereby making Qin Yuling his son, and himself absurdly Qin Yuling's grandfather. Though enraged, he knew this was not the moment to sever ties outright. Moreover, if he hadn't intervened, his son might have blurted out that Qin Yunxiao had been poisoned. Better first to probe their true situation. "Madam Qin, we've come today to discuss a business proposition with Patriarch Qin. May we inquire as to his whereabouts? My husband is away on official matters. You may speak directly with me." A flicker of anxiety crossed Jiang Qingning's eyes, and Qin Yuling nodded inwardly. Her acting remained impeccable. Oh, the patriarch clearly noticed that fleeting tremor and exchanged a glance with the Taoist priest before continuing. Madam Qin, are you certain you hold full authority to decide? Yes. What proposal do you bring? Jiang Qingning replied coolly. Qin Yuling stood silently beside her, observing intently, curious to see what stratagems they would attempt. Occasionally he cast a look of undisguised contempt toward Li Hongfei, whose fury nearly choked him. Very well. I shall state it plainly. The Li clan wishes to lease Qin clan's spirit stone vein. In lease. This is the first time I've heard of leasing an or vein. Pray how exactly does such a lease function? Each year the Li clan shall pay the Qin clan 100 high-grade spirit stones. All mining rights shall belong exclusively to the Li clan for a period of 3 years, after which the vein shall be fully restored to the Qin clan. How does this sound? Boom. Jiang Qingning slammed her palm onto the table. Patriarchally, do you come here to rob us blind? 100 high-grade spirit stones per year, and you expect us to wait 3 years for its return. Whether this vein can even sustain extraction for 3 years remains highly doubtful. If robbery is your aim, simply say so. If Madam Qin insists on interpreting it thus, then so be it, the patriarch replied with a smile. At this point, if Qin Yunxiao still failed to appear, he must surely be dead from the poison. Patriarchally, there is nothing more to discuss. Guards, show them out. Jiang Qingning's face darkened with icy disdain. Madam Qin, why grow so angry? I insisted we speak only with Patriarch Qin. If he were present, he might well have agreed. The patriarch chuckled softly. The odds now stood at 8 in 10. Qin Yunxiao was either dead or bedridden, paralyzed by toxin. Father, why waste breath on such nonsense? Even if Qin Yunxiao lives, he's merely a 9th-rank qi refiner. Just kill him outright. Provoked by Qin Yuling's scornful gaze, Li Hongfei exploded. His father had already broken through to the bone-forging realm first layer, unrivaled across the entire Hanlian kingdom. What then did he have to fear? Qin Yuling cast a sidelong glance at the patriarch. He had sensed his bone-forging realm first layer cultivation long ago. That man posed no concern whatsoever. Yet the robed Taoist beside him, though skilled in Kai concealment techniques, still betrayed his true cultivation bone-forging realm second layer. A cultivator of such rank venturing to seize a low tier or vein in this minor kingdom suggested he'd been driven out from greater realms seeking dominion in this secondary nation. Seeing Li Hongfei had torn aside the veil of pretense, the patriarch abandoned all restraint. With a booming laugh, he unleashed his bone-forging realm aura, expecting shock and awe on Jiang Qingning's and Qin Yuling's faces. Instead, he found only detached, almost theatrical amusement, as if watching a troupe of clowns perform. What is this expression? Do you grasp what the bone-forging realm signifies? A single hand of mine could obliterate your entire Qin clan. Li Hongfei leapt forward to issue the threat, lest his father's dramatic display go unappreciated. Jiang Qingning had learned days earlier that her husband had also attained the bone-forging realm, and had since mastered the refined martial art bestowed by Qin Yuling's master. Against any ordinary bone-forging realm first-layer cultivator, he held overwhelming superiority. The bone-forging realm is indeed formidable, but believing a single first-layer cultivator can annihilate our Qin clan reveals how gravely you underestimate us. Qin Yunxiao stepped forth from behind his bone-forging realm first-layer aura radiating unmistakably. Qin Yuling had originally intended to keep his father in reserve. After all, the Taoist priest, the stronger of the two opponents, had yet to speak. But his father's urge to show off proved irrepressible, and so he strode forward unbidden. What an impossible, and you're alive. Qin Yunxiao's entrance delivered maximum impact. The trio opposite reacted in stunned unison. The patriarch and Li Hongfei refused to believe Qin Yunxiao had not only survived the poison, but ascended to the bone-forging realm. The Taoist priest, however, doubted he lived at all. The mandrake blossom toxin was legendary here, and none should possess the knowledge, or skill, to counter it. Master Li, what do your surprised expressions mean? As expected, the poison was indeed set by you. Qin Yunxiao's imposing presence frightened Master Li to take 2 steps back. Master Li's face turned red, embarrassed by himself. As a practitioner of bone refinement, he was actually scared back. Even though Qin Yunxiao had reached bone refinement, what was there to fear? He still had a bone refinement level 2 expert beside him. Qin Yunxiao, since you know, let's speak plainly. Hand over the mine, and we can spare your Qin family. Otherwise, the Qin family will cease to exist today. Master Li said viciously. To make the Qin family disappear, just relying on you. Qin Yunxiao clearly looked down on Master Li. After all, he was a man who had obtained high-level cultivation techniques. What if I join in? A man in Taoist robes stood up, his bone refinement level 2 aura overwhelming the entire hall. This is getting interesting. Qin Yunxiu's eyes narrowed slightly. Father, what are you doing? Are you too into character? You hold off that bone refinement level 2 expert, and once I deal with Old Li, I'll come help you. Qin Yuling looked at his father speechlessly. If he didn't send a voice transmission, now his father would still be lost in his protagonist dream. Haha, this feeling is too exhilarating. I unconsciously got too deep into character. By the way, Old Li, can you handle this? At least he is still a practitioner of bone refinement. Qin Yunxiao transmitted. It's fine, this arrangement works. Qin Yuling replied. So Master Qin, do we qualify now? Master Li raised his head and said, Taoist brother, I just broke through feeling a bit restless. May I ask if we can spar a little? Qin Yunxiao looked at the man in Taoist robes. Since Master Qin is interested, let's spar. The man in Taoist robes thought that as long as he killed Qin Yunxiao, the Qin family would have no more fighting strength. As they spoke, the two walked into the courtyard. Wait, father, keep this detox pill in your mouth. Qin Yuling handed a detox pill to Qin Yunxiao. If the mandragora flower poison was set by the man in Taoist robes, he would definitely have other poisons. Keeping the detox pill in his mouth would render the man's poison attacks useless. The man's eyes shifted upon seeing the pill, a tier 3 detox pill. Could it be that the poison was resolved by Qin Yuling? It shouldn't be possible at such a young age. Whether he could refine pills was still a question. This kid must have a tier 3 alchemist behind him. Thinking of this, the man in Taoist robes transmitted to Master Li, when I duel with Qin Yunxiao, you must kill Qin Yuling. He might have a tier 3 alchemist behind him. If he doesn't die, we will be in trouble. Master Li, upon receiving the transmission, was taken aback. A tier 3 alchemist. If they offended him, they would no longer be able to mix in the Hanlin Kingdom. It seemed that none of those present could be spared today. Meanwhile, Qin Yunxiao and the man in Taoist robes had already engaged in a fierce battle. To the man's surprise, Qin Yunxiao was holding his own, and his attacks had also reached bone refinement level 2. Seeing Qin Yunxiao occupied, Li Hongfei glared at Qin Yuling, his eyes reddening. Today, let's see who can save you, you shall die. As Li Hongfei charged and Master Li did not stop him. It was just a waste for one who was merely at the 2nd level of body refinement. He was too embarrassed. Seeing Li Hongfei rushing over, Qin Yuling made no move. Li Hongfei's attacks felt like mere tickles to him. When Li Hongfei reached him, Qin Yuling grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Li Hongfei stared at Qin Yuling in shock, looking at his suspended feet. His mind only held one thought: impossible, this can't be true. How could this waste be this strong? Master Li was also taken aback. Qin Yuling, let Li Hongfei go. If you want him back, here you go. With a slight force from his right hand, Qin Yuling tossed Li Hongfei back to Master Li. Li Hongfei was the youngest hope of the Li family, and the future of the family rested on him. Master Li cautiously caught Li Hongfei. Upon seeing him, his eyes turned fierce. Oh, Li Hongfei had already stopped breathing, his neck crushed to pieces. Qin Yuling, you beast, I will make you pay with your life. Yuling, be careful. Jiang Qingning shouted anxiously. Mother, don't worry. Just take care of yourself. Qin Yuling flew forward, dragging the battlefield a bit farther from Jiang Qingning. Master Li threw a punch at Qin Yuling's face. Qin Yuling raised his hand to block Master Li's attack, retreating 5 steps, while Master Li remained unmoved. Kid, no wonder you're so arrogant. You've actually attained the peak of Qi refinement. Master Li sensed Qin Yuling's attack power, looking at him in disbelief. Now you have even less reason to live. Even if Qin Yuling's attack power was lacking, he could still hold his ground against Master Li. He was deliberately feigning weakness, looking for an opportunity to strike decisively and quickly resolve the situation. He still needed to help his father. Although his father's attack power had reached bone refinement level 2, his spiritual energy reserves were surely not as abundant as those of Taoist cultivators. If this dragged on, he feared his father might not hold on. Kid, come at me. Master Li continuously attacked Qin Yuling. Kid, if you have the guts, don't dodge. Fight me, Heathen. Qin Yuling did not confront him, Heathen. Master Li was enraged, hitting the air in frustration. Master Li, do you think I'm foolish? I'm at the 4th level of Qi refinement, and you're at the 1st level of bone refinement. How can you have the face to say that I should confront you directly? As Qin Yuling spoke, he deliberately exposed a flaw. Now is the time. Master Li's eyes brightened, abandoning defense and attacking at full speed, fearing that Qin Yuling would dodge again. I was waiting for this moment too. Qin Yuling did not dodge, allowing Master Li's fist to strike his left shoulder, while his own Thousand Buddha hand imprinted on Master Li's chest. Puff! Master Li spat out a mouthful of old blood, his face turning pale, clearly gravely injured. Looking at Qin Yuling, who had taken 2 steps back, he rubbed his shoulder and immediately walked towards Master Li. Impossible. After receiving such a heavy blow, how could you be fine? Master Li shouted in disbelief. Who said I was fine? Indeed, you have also suffered severe injuries, you're just enduring it. Master Li felt much better after hearing this. Not really. Sometimes what I say is that it hurts, or it hurts a lot, it won't be, without any feeling. When Qin Yuling was at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, his defenses had reached the 1st level of bone refinement. Now he should be around the complete 1st level of bone refinement, and the attack power of the 1st level of bone refinement could hardly break through his defenses. Puff. After hearing this, Master Li spat out another mouthful of old blood and then fainted. Seeing Master Li faint, Qin Yuling could not be bothered with him anymore. That palm strike had already shattered Master Li's heart vein, he would not live much longer. Now that he had fainted, he could die without pain. After dealing with Master Li, Qin Yuling looked at the man in Taoist robes. The man was also quite frustrated. He could have suppressed Qin Yunxiao, but unfortunately Qin Yunxiao had the detox pill in his mouth, rendering his poison attacks useless. After exhausting Qin Yunxiao's spiritual energy, just as he was about to gain the upper hand, Master Li was unexpectedly killed by a 16-year-old boy. If this boy joined in, he estimated his situation would not end well. The result revealed that the young man did not come towards him, but instead headed for the door. Master Qin, your son has great confidence in you. He didn't even come to help you, he just went out himself. Haha, of course I don't need any help. Qin Yunxiao felt a sense of frustration as he had been promised assistance, but now found himself in a dire situation. The robed cultivator and Qin Yunxiao were locked in a stalemate, and it was clear that neither would gain the upper hand in the short term. He thought of fleeing as soon as Qin Yuling returned, planning to unleash a powerful attack to drive Qin Yunxiao back before making a quick escape. Father, hold him off and buy me a stick of incense worth of time. This was Qin Yuling communicating with Qin Yunxiao. Upon hearing this, Qin Yunxiao realized his son must have a plan and switched to a defensive strategy, entangling himself with the robed cultivator. The robed cultivator and Qin Yunxiao had been fighting for quite some time without finding a suitable opportunity. He was extremely anxious. Every time he advanced, Qin Yunxiao would retreat, and vice versa. He knew Qin Yunxiao was stalling for time, and if this continued, he would have even less chance when Qin Yuling returned. The robed cultivator steeled his heart, determined to create an opportunity to escape even at the cost of injury. He retreated, and Qin Yunxiao immediately pursued. Now is the time. The robed cultivator ignored Qin Yunxiao's attacks and retreated at full speed, but Qin Yunxiao's fist struck him squarely in the back. The robed cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying several meters, but his eyes lit up as he had already escaped the range of attack. Ignoring his injuries, the robed cultivator sprinted towards the door. Just as he was about to reach it, he heard the words, "Formation activated." A protective shield rose around the Qin residence, and the robed cultivator collided headfirst into the formation. He spat out another mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. His injuries had worsened. As Qin Yuling entered, he witnessed this scene. What's going on here? Did he really just run headfirst into a wall? Is he that desperate? I went out to set up the formation. If he had focused solely on escaping, it would have been uncertain whether my father and I could have stopped him. With the formation set up, they could confidently deal with the situation. Who would have thought he would run into a wall before they even started battling? Qin Yunxiao arrived as well. Upon seeing him, the robed cultivator realized it was over. If he had not been injured, he might have been able to hold on a bit longer, but now even defeating one of them was going to be a challenge. Please spare my life, my lord. I can pledge my loyalty to the Qin family. My second-tier bone refinement has some value. The robed cultivator immediately conceded. Qin Yunxiao pondered briefly. The second-tier bone refinement still held some merit. Linger, what do you think? Should we spare his life? Let's first check his background. If there are no issues, we can consider it. Qin Yuling said indifferently. My lord, my name is Wei Liang, and I have no issues with my background. I am a cultivator from the Wuji kingdom. By chance, I was brought to the Fengyuan kingdom as a bodyguard, but unfortunately others looked down on my talent, so I came to this small country seeking opportunities for development. You must make a soul oath stating that you have concealed nothing in what you just said, Qin Yuling instructed. I, Wei Liang, swear that I have concealed nothing in what I just said. If I lie, may the heavens punish me. Wei Liang swore. All right, since that's the case, swear your loyalty, your allegiance will be to my father. Such a servant held little value for Qin Yuling, but he was still acceptable within the family. Wei Liang immediately swore the servant's oath, pledging loyalty to Qin Yunxiao. A trace of his soul force drifted towards Qin Yunxiao, binding Wei Liang's life and death to his every thought. Wei Liang, focus on healing your injuries. Take this pill, and it will help you recover faster, Qin Yuling said, handing him a healing medicine. A grade 3 upper-level pill. Wei Liang exclaimed with joy, realizing he could recover his injuries in just one night's time. You will cultivate for a night, and tomorrow, once your injuries are healed, go to the Li family and eliminate everyone above the Qi refinement stage. After that, force them to disband. Is that all right? Qin Yuling stated that since the Li family wished to undermine the Qin family, their existence was unnecessary. No problem, young master. The Li family currently only has one person at the 9th level of Qi refinement. The rest are not a concern. Wei Liang responded confidently. At this moment, the Li family's elder Li Hongwu was holding a family meeting. Our family head and elder Wei should have already dealt with Qin Yunxiao of the Qin family. We need to prepare. As soon as we receive news, we will go seize the spirit mine vein. We cannot let other families take a share of it. Elder, we currently have 2 bone refinement cultivators in our family. Apart from the royal family in Hanlian Kingdom, what other clan can match our strength? If anyone dares to intervene, we will make them pay back with interest, said another Li family member confidently. Elder, we have received news that the family head and young master along with Elder Wei entered the Qin family, and soon after fighting broke out. The Qin family then activated their defensive formation, and the family head has yet to emerge. A servant from the Li family reported. How long has it been? Li Hongwu asked, puzzled. The Qin family has a defensive formation. This was news to the Li family. The steward was placed there 3 years ago. Could it be that the Qin family had established protective formations years ago? Elder, it has been 3 hours. Could it be that the family head and the others are unable to find the formation I, and thus cannot break through? It's unlikely. If Qin Yunxiao and the others have been killed, they should be able to breach the formation quickly, without any interference, Li Hongwu retorted. Could they be busy sorting through the Qin family's treasury? The Qin family's previous power was on par with ours. They should also have many good items, speculated a member of the Li family. That seems possible. Let's wait a bit longer, Li Hongwu said. They waited until the moon rose, but still no news came. The Li family members gradually grew anxious. Could something have gone wrong? Could it be that the Qin family has a master who can deal with the second-tier bone refinement stage? Yet it was clear that the Qin family only had Qin Yunxiao at the 9th level of Qi refinement. The Li family members spent a sleepless night. The next morning, Wei Liang, Qin Yunxiao, and Qin Yuling arrived at the Li family. Elder Lord Wei has returned, but... A servant from the Li family rushed in. Upon hearing that Lord Wei had returned, Li Hongwu sighed in relief. It's good that he is back, but why are you making such a ruckus? But the family head and young master did not return together. Qin Yunxiao and Qin Yuling came back together. The servant said, too afraid to look Li Hongwu in the eye. Could it be that they captured Qin Yunxiao and Qin Yuling alive? I'll go check, Li Hongwu exclaimed, rushing towards the door. But Elder Wei is standing behind them, as if he's a servant. The servant added, but before he could finish, Li Hongwu had already disappeared from sight. At the entrance of the Li family, Li Hongwu looked at the 3 standing there and felt that something was off. Cautiously, he addressed Wei Liang. Elder Wei, what is the situation? Where are our family head and young master? Qin Yuling initially intended to humiliate the Li family thoroughly, but seeing the Li family's grand elder bowing and scraping before Wei Liang, he suddenly lost interest. Wei Liang, go take care of them quickly and decisively. Understood, young master. After bowing to Qin Yuling, Wei Liang turned to Li Hongwu and said, your family head and young master are waiting for you below. I will take you to see them. Upon seeing Wei Liang bow to Qin Yuling, Li Hongwu knew that something was amiss. After hearing Wei Liang's words, his face lost all color. Lord Wei, our Li family has provided you with numerous benefits. You cannot treat us this way. If you need resources, we still have plenty to offer you. Wei Liang, what are you waiting for? Qin Yunxiao said impatiently. Seeing his master dissatisfied, Wei Liang leaped forward, striking Li Hongwu dead with a single palm before charging into the Li family. A quarter of an hour later, all those above the Qi refining realm in the Li family had been eliminated, while the remaining members were gathered in the hall under Wei Liang's watch. Qin Yunxiao and Qin Yuling were happily collecting treasures in the Li family's treasure chamber. Father, the Li family's strength is not much different from ours, yet their resources are far superior to ours, Qin Yuling remarked. Oh well. Qin Yunxiao was unsure how to respond, as he was the head of the family. This could only imply that his ability to amass wealth was not as strong as that of the Li family head. No matter how many resources they have, they all belong to us now. Father, you make a valid point. Qin Yuling rolled his eyes, unable to retort. In the Li family's treasury, Qin Yunxiao collected 20,000 high-quality spirit stones, several medicinal herbs, and various refining materials. Since entering the Li family's treasure chamber, his wide grin had not faded. Father, with so many resources this time, we need to train our family members well. The first 2 members to reach the 9th level of Qi refining should be rewarded with a breaking realm pill to motivate them. Qin Yuling suggested. We need to hold a family meeting when we return, Qin Yunxiao replied. After leaving the treasure chamber, Qin Yuling stood at the front of the hall and addressed the Li family members. This time your Li family poisoned my father and attempted to seize my Qin family's mind. Since most of the participants in this scheme are high-ranking members of the Li family, I have spared your lives. However, I cannot tolerate the existence of the Li family. From today onward, the Li family is disbanded. I do not wish to see you in Hanlin Kingdom again. Do you understand? Thank you, young Master Qin. We truly did not participate in the plan of our family head, and others deserve their fate. Thank you, young Master Qin. We will leave Hanlin Kingdom immediately. Li family members hurriedly made promises, though a few harbored expressions filled with hatred. Qin Yuling naturally noticed this. I know many of you hate me. If you wish to seek revenge, I will accept it all. Qin Yuling was confident about his cultivation speed. Those who could not catch up to him in this lifetime would never be able to. He would also make the Qin family stronger. Having enemies would instill a sense of crisis, driving them to grow stronger. Have you heard? The Li family was destroyed by the Qin family, and the remaining Li family members have fled Hanlin Kingdom. Yes, I heard that the Qin family head has reached the bone-tempering realm. Indeed, great power comes with greater ambition. What do you know? The Li family poisoned the Qin family head and attempted to seize the Qin family's mind, prompting the Qin family to retaliate and eliminate the Li family. Various rumors spread outside, but they were inconsequential. Everyone knew that aside from the royal family, the Qin family now stood unrivaled. After dealing with the Li family, Qin Yuling returned home and upgraded the family's formation. Now attacks from anyone below the bone-tempering perfection stage could not breach it. After providing his father with several cultivation techniques and pills suitable for the family, he began to enter seclusion for cultivation. The royal family has released the enrollment information for Fengyuan Academy. Hanlin Kingdom will hold a national selection taking place a month from now, with a selection period of half a month for those under 18 and above the 6th level of body refinement. Cultivators in the Qi refining stage can participate in the last 3 days, directly engaging in a scramble for slots. On the final day, the top 3 will be decided. The third place will receive 2,000 high-quality spirit stones from the royal family, the second place 5,000, and the first place 10,000 spirit stones along with protection from the royal family for their clan. Qin Yuling decided to go to Fengyuan Academy for training. It is said that the cultivation resources there are abundant, and the main draw is that there are students who have already reached the golden core stage. That is where he truly belongs. In Hanlin Kingdom, the strongest are also at the bone-tempering stage, and the royal family's bone-tempering experts are mostly at the 2nd or 3rd level. In Qin Yuling's words, lacking motivation in such a place would lead to gradual mediocrity. Hanlin Kingdom has 10 slots available. Although Qin Yuling could easily secure the first place, his current cultivation level would not hold up at Fengyuan Academy. With over a month until the competition, he planned to use this time to further enhance his cultivation. Fengyuan Academy has begun enrollment again. I wonder how many talents will emerge from our country this time. The first place gets 10,000 spirit stones and royal protection. If only I could get that. You? Have you even reached the Qi refining stage? First place. If you can make it into the top 100, I will be impressed, another quipped. Haha, I was just joking. We at the 8th level of body refinement are just here to join the fun, said a boy with a face full of freckles. My distant cousin will definitely be in the top 10, maybe even take first place. If you keep dreaming, I can say that my cousin will take first place too. Someone immediately retorted. I'm serious. My distant cousin is already at the 1st level of Qi refining, said the freckled boy, anxious as others didn't believe him. Hiss, a commotion erupted in the crowd. The 1st level of Qi refining. Then you really can compete. The entire country was abuzz with discussions about the enrollment of Fengyuan Academy. As long as one could enter, it would be a matter of family pride akin to being in the national top 10 for their age group. Moreover, being a student of Fengyuan Academy serves as a protective shield, allowing their family to stand tall in Hanlin Kingdom. All of this had nothing to do with Qin Yuling. He planned to enter seclusion until the last 3 days of the selection. After all his slot information had already been reported, and he just needed to reveal a bit of his cultivation when the time came. 40 days passed in the blink of an eye. Time is running out. I need to prepare to set off. Qin Yuling emerged from the training room. This time his seclusion was the longest he had experienced since his rebirth, and he had reached the 8th level of Qi refining. His greatest achievement was that the 9 turns Vajra technique had broken through to the 3rd level. Now Qin Yuling's defensive power had reached the perfection stage of bone tempering, while his normal attack power had reached the 3rd level of bone tempering. If he utilized the little thousand Buddha hands, his attack power could reach the 5th level of bone tempering. Once the little thousand Buddha hands broke through to the 3rd level, his attack power could even reach the perfection stage of bone tempering. However, he still needed to hide his cultivation for this competition. Displaying the 1st level of chi refining to the outside world would suffice, otherwise it would attract too much attention. Suppressing his attack power to the 3rd level of chi refining should secure him the 1st place. Within a single day, Qin Yuling arrived at the imperial capital. Although Qin Yinshao had arranged for several attendants to accompany him, Qin Yuling declined, deeming it unnecessarily cumbersome, and traveled alone, confident that his current cultivation level posed no danger anywhere within the Hanlian kingdom. The selection trials had already lasted over 20 days. Today marked the final day of preliminary contests, during which the top 10 would be determined, and subsequently compete against cultivators at the Qi refinement realm for coveted admission slots. Rumor has it 7 cultivators from the Qi refinement realm are participating, more than ever before in history. Of today's top 10, only 3 stand a chance of seizing those slots. And this year alone boasts 5 cultivators who have fully perfected the 9th layer of body refinement. Traditionally, such mastery guaranteed admission. 7 Qi refinement cultivators. That exceeds my expectations. Qin Yuling strolled through the streets. Without deliberate inquiry, fragments of conversation drifted into his ears. He reflected that if Li Hongfei had not courted disaster, he would likely have reached the Qi refinement realm by now, already among the most gifted of his generation. Formal registration commenced tomorrow. For tonight, he resolved to secure lodging at an inn. Owing to the ongoing trials, inns across the imperial capital were fully booked. After searching extensively, Qin Yuling found no suitable rooms, except at the city's farthest outskirts, requiring a full hour's journey. He approached one last establishment. "Inn, young sir, do you have any vacant rooms?" Qin Yuling asked. "Apologies, esteemed guest. The inn is completely occupied," replied the waiter courteously. "Inn? Very well, then bring me your signature dishes and a fine vintage wine." Qin Yuling silently resolved to dine first, then proceed to lodgings near the city gate. "Your wine, sir," accompanied by some appetizers. The waiter, swift and efficient, delivered the bottle moments later. As Qin Yuling savored his wine, a figure sat down unbidden across from him. "And brother, may I share your table?" The speaker was youthful and refined in appearance, roughly Qin Yuling's age. Scanning the crowded room, Qin Yuling noted every seat taken. "And by all means." He resumed drinking simultaneously, extending his spiritual sense, and discovered to mild surprise that the young man seated opposite him had attained the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. Judging by his age, he was clearly also a candidate for tomorrow's trials. Unfazed by Qin Yuling's silence, the youth displayed a temperament utterly at odds with his delicate features. "And brother, you're here for the Fengyuan Academy selection, aren't you?" And you've just arrived today? Then you too are in the Qi refinement realm. And where are you from, brother? And how old are you?" Qin Yuling lifted his gaze, silent. A wave of exasperation washed over him. Had he truly stumbled upon a chatterbox? "And pleasure to meet you. I'm Yin Lihao, 16 years old, 2nd layer of Qi refinement." Yin Lihao extended his hand warmly. And so, not only loquacious, but effortlessly familiar. Yet Qin Yuling sensed no ill intent, only straightforward, unguarded sincerity. Qin Yuling, 16. 1st layer of Qi refinement. He shook the offered hand. "And you're 16 too? Which month were you born?" "January," Qin Yuling replied. "And then you're elder. I'll call you brother. Though my cultivation surpasses yours, I as younger brother shall protect you in peril. Ha ha ha." Yin Lihao laughed heartily. Qin Yuling poured him a cup of wine. "And since you call me brother, let us dine together." He found Yin Lihao refreshingly guileless, genuinely free of malice. Cough, cough, cough. Yin Lihao choked violently after his first sip. Qin Yuling studied him curiously. "You've never drunk wine before, have you?" Yin Lihao's face flushed crimson. Whether from the burn or embarrassment remained unclear. "What's strange about never having tasted wine? From childhood, my master confined me to rigorous cultivation, never permitting even brief excursions. How could I possibly encounter wine?" No wonder. Yin Lihao had been an infant when bandits slaughtered his family. By sheer fortune, his master happened upon the scene, slew the marauders, and rescued him. With his own lifespan waning, the master devoted his final decades entirely to Yin Lihao's cultivation. Thus his training had been uncompromising, leaving scarcely any time for outings, let alone indulgences like wine. And your master?" Qin Yuling asked. "He passed away early this year," Yin Lihao murmured softly. "I'm sorry." "It's all right." He departed peacefully. And he told me before his final breath that witnessing my attainment of the second layer of chi refinement filled him with profound contentment. Then let us drink, together. You drink at your ease, I'll finish mine. And who do you think you're underestimating? I'll finish mine too, cough, cough. Yin Lihao, indignant and defiant, clenched his brows and drained the cup. By the way, Brother Qin, where will you lodge tonight? Haven't secured anything yet. Spent the day searching, every place full. I'll check near the city gate later. At the mention of lodging, Qin Yuling winced inwardly. Brother Qin, stay with me. I've rented a courtyard. There's an empty room. Yin Lihao extended the invitation warmly. You've rented a courtyard. Very well, I'll impose upon you tonight. You arrived quite early then. Qin Yuling asked. Indeed. I'd never visited the imperial capital before, so I arrived a full month ahead. Spent the time exploring and gathering intelligence. Oh, pray tell me more. Let's set aside cultivators below the chi refinement realm. They're no true competition. With 7 chi refinement candidates confirmed, Brother Qin, you're undoubtedly the last to arrive. I've already met the other 5. You've met them all. Your month wasn't wasted then, remarked Qin Yuling. Though given Yin Lihao's easy familiarity, such thoroughness hardly surprised him. Yes, I hold none of those 5 in esteem. All remain at the first layer of chi refinement. They pose no challenge to me, Yin Lihao declared confidently. Why only 5? Am I not also at the first layer of chi refinement? Qin Yuling regarded him quizzically. I cannot explain it precisely, but from the moment we met, Brother Qin struck me as markedly more composed than the others. I assumed I'd outstrip you in strength. Yet the longer we converse, the less I can fathom your depth, as though standing before my own master once more. Yin Lihao spoke earnestly. Clearly his perceptual acuity is exceptional, mused Qin Yuling, who had carefully concealed his aura, undetectable to any cultivator below the nascent soul realm. Yet certain individuals possessed heightened sensitivity. Though unable to ascertain his exact cultivation, they sensed something ineffable, an intuition often sharpened by robust soul energy. After a satisfying meal, Qin Yuling accompanied Yin Lihao back to the rented courtyard. Brother Qin, rest well tonight. We meet again tomorrow. Both retired to their respective chambers to enter deep meditation. Tomorrow's selection would feature 10 dueling platforms. Upon registration, the 7 chi refinement cultivators would each occupy 1 platform. The 10 finalists selected today could challenge any of them. Victory would grant the challenger the platform and its attendant slot. Each finalist possessed 3 challenges. In theory, the 7 chi refinement cultivators would claim 7 slots outright. Yet exceptions existed. Body refinement cultivators whose offensive prowess rivaled that of the chi refinement realm might still displace them. Thus, every contender would face challenges. The next day at the martial arena, Qin Yuling and his companions had already reported to the registration station to display their cultivation auras. They also spotted several other chi refinement cultivators. Yet these individuals appeared haughty and aloof, so Qin Yuling chose not to engage. Yin Lihao, however, exchanged courteous greetings with each of them. Greetings, everyone. I am Guojia, one of the examiners for this selection. First, congratulations to yesterday's top 10 finalists, and to the 7 chi refinement cultivators among you. You are already the nation's brightest prodigies of your generation. Guojia began his pre-competition address. This Guojia is a master of the 9th rank of chi refinement. Rumor has it his offensive power rivals that of bone-forging realm cultivators. He is a favored figure within the imperial court. Yin Lihao, having spent a month in the capital, knew such details well. You're about to enter Fengyuan Academy. Why envy an imperial favorite? Qin Yuling responded, speechless. Haha, I only said it in passing. Yin Lihao quickly added, suddenly recalling that once he entered Fengyuan Academy, even the imperial court would vie for his favor. Rules have now been fully explained. Next, all chi refinement cultivators, please ascend the dueling platforms. One final reminder, you are the nation's chosen heirs. Take lives only as an absolute last resort. Guojia reiterated the point. Even those 7 chi refinement cultivators who failed to place in the top 10 would still be granted high-ranking positions by the state. Qin Yuling and the other 6 chi refinement cultivators each leapt onto separate platforms. Of the remaining 10 contestants, 3 swiftly claimed the other 3 platforms, leaving 7 standing idle at ground level. Damn, it's already taken, the others grumbled. Those who seized platforms first retained 3 chances to rechallenge, even if knocked down, whereas newcomers would have to expend 1 opportunity just to step onto a platform. Soon challenges commenced, but only upon the 3 body refinement platforms. The 7 chi refinement platforms remained untouched. Qin Yuling observed platforms 8 and 9, both occupied by body refinement cultivators whose offensive power had already breached the Qi refinement threshold. Especially Platform 8, his striking force nearly matched the peak of first-rank Qi refinement. Several Qi refinement cultivators likely stood no chance against him. Before long, all viable challenges on the body refinement platforms had concluded and the 3 champions were confirmed. The remaining contestants now hesitated, eyes fixed warily upon the Qi refinement platforms. They knew defeat was inevitable against the body refinement champions, and even less likely against the Qi refinement contenders. 2 had already exhausted their challenge rights, 5 still held 1 attempt each. None of these 5 dared challenge Platform 8. Their prior encounters had taught them, while the sheer terror of its occupants assault. Brother Chu, you choose first. We all know you're the strongest among us. If you fall, we'll simply withdraw. Very well. Brother Chu stepped forward, reluctantly. To forfeit outright would be deeply humiliating. He scanned the Qi refinement cultivators. Yin Lihao was already famed in the imperial capital, second-rank Qi refinement, so he passed him over immediately. He'd met the other 5 during recent days and roughly gauged their strength. He doubted he could best any of them. 1 remained unknown, unseen, and visibly the youngest. That one, he decided. Brother Chu leapt onto Platform 3 and bowed. I request your guidance. Qin Yuling opened his eyes and gazed back, half amused, half exasperated. Are you certain? Had he chosen any of the others, he might yet have harbored a sliver of hope. Now, against Qi refinement cultivators, our odds were slim from the start. I respectfully request your guidance. Very well. Here is my proposal. I shall grant you 3 strikes. I will not move an inch. Should you break through my defense, victory is yours. Brother Chu's eyes gleamed. Victory seemed impossible, but 3 unmoving strikes. He was confident he could breach that defense. You said it yourself. Watch closely. Fearing Qin Yuling might retract his offer, he launched his attack instantly. His fist slammed into Qin Yuling's chest with a thunderous thud, and Brother Chu recoiled in agony, feeling his knuckles fracture. What manner of defense is this? Brother Chu gasped, cradling his trembling right hand in disbelief. You still have 2 strikes remaining. Qin Yuling spoke calmly. I doubt your legs are harder than your head. Brother Chu snarled, channeling every ounce of his strength into a vicious roundhouse kick aimed at Qin Yuling's skull. Thud, crack. It felt as though he'd kicked solid iron. His ankle shattered instantly. Sweat poured down his face in icy rivulets, but he clenched his teeth, refusing to cry out. After all, the opponent hadn't moved a muscle, and yet he lay wounded. That alone was humiliation enough. 1 strike remains. I yield. Brother Chu blurted, desperate to avoid further injury. Witnessing Brother Chu's wretched state, the others abandoned all thoughts of challenge. Thus, the final 10 contenders were confirmed. Congratulations to our 10 finalists. Rest tomorrow. You will compete for rankings the day after. The top 3 will receive spirit stones as reward. The champion's family shall earn the imperial court's patronage and protection. Guijia concluded his remarks. Afterward, Qin Yuling and Yin Lihao returned together to their courtyard. Brother Qin, your defense is utterly monstrous. I know that Brother Chu well. His offensive power reached the pinnacle of 9th rank body refinement, yet he couldn't even make you flinch. Yin Lihao sighed in awe. Indeed, defense is my forte. Qin Yuling replied inwardly, if I told you even a peak bone-forging cultivator's full-strength strike cannot pierce my defense, you'd probably lose your jaw entirely. Brother Qin, shall we spar? Yin Lihao asked. What prompted this sudden idea? Qin Yuling replied, puzzled. Brother Qin, surely you know the ranking rules for the day after tomorrow. Yin Lihao stared at him, bewildered. Brother Qin, you seem utterly unconcerned about this entire selection, as if you've come merely to amuse yourself. I'm simply like that. I rarely pay attention to external affairs, Qin Yuling replied evasively. So, have I been too obvious? I only came to claim first place. Here's how it works. 9 platforms will be arranged, ranked 1 through 9. Each finalist claims 1 platform. From there, anyone may challenge the platform's occupant. Victors remain to defend. Losers must seek new challenges elsewhere. Yin Lihao explained. So, you propose we settle our match now to determine who takes platform 1? Qin Yuling asked. Exactly, Brother Qin. That's precisely my plan. Against the others I feel no fear. Only you unsettle me. And with your impenetrable defense, my confidence has all but vanished. Fine, then let's begin. I'll even grant you 3 opening strikes. Brother Qin, my offensive power has reached 3rd rank Qi refinement. Yin Lihao declared. Still, since you've offered, I won't hold back. Watch closely, I strike now. A candle mark later, Yin Lihao, his face swollen and bruised, muttered bitterly, Brother Qin, you're truly terrifying. Such unbreakable defense. I gave my all and couldn't scratch you. And your counterstrikes. Brutal. Look at my handsome face. Ow, it hurts. Don't blame me. I warned you to yield. You insisted on testing my offensive strength. Qin Yuling chuckled. On the third day, Qin Yuling and Yin Lihao arrived together at the martial arena. Brother Qin head straight to Arena 1 when it begins. We'll take Arena 2. Let's secure both right away or no one here stands a chance against us. Yin Lihao said. No need to rush. Ours is assured. Let's observe how others move first, Qin Yuling replied. Look, His Majesty the Sovereign has graced us with his presence today. Of course he has. After all, those admitted to Fengyuan Academy are the pride of our nation. Quick, look. Princess Zhao Linger herself has arrived. She's my goddess. Why isn't Princess Linger competing? She's already a Qi refinement realm cultivator. What do you know? The Imperial House holds a reserved nomination, and since Crown Prince must succeed the throne, the nominee is inevitably Princess Linger. The arrival of the Imperial family stirred a wave of excitement, especially Princess Zhao Linger's entrance, which ignited thunderous cheers from the young men in attendance. At that moment, His Majesty stepped forward onto the central dais. Everyone please settle down. Today is extraordinary. 10 outstanding young martial cultivators stand before you, chosen to represent our nation at Fengyuan Academy. They are our nation's pride. Let us honor them with our most fervent applause and cheers. An earth-shaking roar erupted from the crowd. Among the 10 standing in the arena, several felt their blood surge, especially Yin Lihao, who stood tall and proud, waving confidently to the audience with unmistakable flair. Brother Qin, why aren't you even slightly moved? Tens of thousands cheer for us, and yet you remain utterly unruffled. Yin Lihao asked, puzzled, turning to Qin Yuling. What is there to be excited about? Qin Yuling shook his head. In his past life, he had witnessed far grander spectacles. The title of Pill Emperor had long accustomed him to standing at the very heart of glory. Enough said. I shall not detain you further. Now let these 10 prodigies display their brilliance freely. May each attain the result they desire. Having spoken, His Majesty turned toward Guojia. Guojia stepped forward immediately. I now declare, the ranking tournament officially begins. As the contest commenced, 8 cultivators shot upward in swift succession, landing atop the arenas. Had those earlier cheers not ignited such collective fervor, perhaps attendees would have hesitated, waiting to see others' choices before acting. But the roaring ovation had already set their pulses racing, each yearned to shine. And so of the 9 arenas, only Arena 9 remained vacant. Every other was claimed. Arena 1 is already taken, but Yin Lihao hasn't moved yet. He's the sole Qi refinement second layer cultivator present. Arena 1 belongs to him by right. Perhaps he merely seeks early acclaim. After all, the cultivation gap is undeniable. Not necessarily. With a superior cultivation technique, even a single-layer disparity can be bridged. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Only Qin Yuling and Yin Lihao remained unclaimed on the ground. Qin Yuling indifferent to timing, Yin Lihao waiting deliberately for Qin Yuling to act first. Haha, Brother Qin, look, both our spots have been snatched. Yin Lihao laughed. Snatched? Then snatch them back. Qin Yuling replied unfazed. Haha, then I'll go first, Yin Lihao said, and soared on to Arena 2. Look, he's chosen Arena 2. I told you, Arena 1 likely hosts someone formidable. Yin Lihao, knowing he'd be outmatched, wisely chose Arena 2. Why didn't you choose Arena 1? Do you truly fear defeat? The cultivator already stationed on Arena 2 glared at Yin Lihao incensed. Haha, the fellow on Arena 1. One strike from me sends him tumbling down. Yin Lihao chuckled. Then why choose Arena 2? Would you rather settle for second place? Baffled, the cultivator couldn't fathom Yin Lihao's choice. Had Yin Lihao not intervened, he'd have held a fair chance at defending his position, but against Yin Lihao, not a sliver of hope remained. He knew full well Yin Lihao's offensive power had already reached the Qi refinement third layer. Someone else will deal with the fellow on Arena 1. No more talk. Attack now, or you'll lose your chance entirely. Yin Lihao said impatiently. I yield, the cultivator conceded bitterly, and stepped down from the arena. High upon the grandest viewing platform sat His Majesty and Princess Zhao Linger. Father, why did Yin Lihao choose Arena 2? Surely none here rivals him, she asked, perplexed. I confess, I haven't deciphered it yet. Let's watch. Perhaps someone will challenge Arena 1 shortly. His Majesty murmured, brow furrowed. On Arena 2, Yin Lihao stood radiant and triumphant. Brother Qin, I've claimed mine. Your turn. Qin Yuling sighed faintly and ascended Arena 1. Who is that? He dares seize Arena 1. I saw him yesterday. His defense is extraordinary. Even a 9th-stage body cultivator struck him repeatedly, yet failed to breach his guard. What good is supreme defense in an assault match? To win one must either force the opponent off the arena or compel surrender. If defense is his strength, he should have entered early, letting others attack him. They say he's close friends with Yan Lihao. Perhaps Yan Lihao intends to cede first place to him. Is victory so easily gifted? He must still defeat every challenger. This notion is pure fantasy. It's not merit. It's mere luck bestowed upon another. At that moment, His Majesty and Princess Linger watched Qin Yuling in quiet bewilderment. The sovereign turned to Guijia. Who is this cultivator, and what distinguishes him? Your Majesty, his name is Qin Yuling, a Qi refinement first-layer cultivator renowned for exceptional defense. Even attacks from peers at his own level fail to pierce it. Qin Yuling, the Qin family's prodigal wastrel. Qi refinement first layer, yet defense surpassing his cultivation rank. His Majesty exclaimed astonished. Though he'd never met Qin Yuling, the youth's reputation had long echoed through the imperial court, a tiger's cub born a cur. Yet what was this now? A Qi refinement first-layer prodigal. Could the Qin family have deliberately leaked such misinformation? But why? Guijia, retrieve Qin Yuling's complete dossier. The more detailed the better. The imperial household maintained its own intelligence bureau. Information retrieval was swift. Yes, Your Majesty, Guijia replied, and immediately dispatched agents to gather intelligence. Standing atop Arena 1 was Chao Xinglin, a Qi refinement first-layer cultivator whose offensive might matched that of a second-layer practitioner. He'd originally intended Arena 2, but the earlier surge of collective enthusiasm had stirred a fleeting illusion perhaps fortune favored him, and first place could be his. After all, the reward for first exceeded seconds by double, and his clan would earn imperial patronage. Yet the moment he stepped onto the arena, regret washed over him. Upon reflection, he knew he stood no chance against Yan Lihao. When he saw Yan Lihao ascend Arena 2, elation flared. Was he truly heaven-chosen? Had victory fallen into his lap? Aside from Yan Lihao, he held absolute confidence in holding off all others. Now seeing Qin Yuling mount the arena, his joy deepened. Yesterday, he'd watched Qin Yuling endure blows passively, never retaliating. Clearly a defensive specialist, lacking offensive prowess. Defeating him would be effortless. Qin Yuling, you are no match for me. The first arena is not a place for you. Just because your defense is strong doesn't mean I can't break it. Obey and go challenge the arenas after the 6th. With your defense, you should still have a chance. Otherwise, if you get injured, you might not be able to win even one arena. Chao Xinglin said. Qin Yuling looked at Chao Xinglin in silence. He hadn't even said a word before being looked down upon. Are all young people so confident these days? I return your words to you. Obediently go down and challenge the arenas behind. Otherwise, if you get injured, you might not win a single arena. Qin Yuling said. Upon hearing this, Chao Xinglin's eyes immediately turned fierce. It seems you are asking for it. Since you insist on coming up, I'll ensure you become the 10th. Chao Xinglin immediately launched a full-force attack on Qin Yuling, clearly intent on killing him. Qin Yuling observed the attack, thinking, it seems you really want to seriously injure me. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Qin Yuling stood still, using his chest to take Chao Xinglin's strike, creating a loud bang. Chao Xinglin immediately felt a strong backlash in his hand. Before Chao Xinglin could react, Qin Yuling smiled and said, did you skip breakfast? Then he lightly struck Chao Xinglin's chest. Chao Xinglin felt as if he had been struck in the chest by an elephant. With a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew off the arena, losing consciousness immediately afterward. This suppressed attack was a bit hard to control. I didn't even use any martial techniques, yet I still used too much force. I only meant to injure him, and now he's knocked out. What? He defeated Chao Xinglin in one strike, and withstood an attack from a second-level refining Qi cultivator without any issues. Indeed, that defense is too abnormal. It's one thing that the physical cultivation realm couldn't break through, but even second-level refining Qi cultivators can't breach it. That's just excessive. With such strong defense and attack, how can others compete? It seems Yan Lihai didn't give him the first place. He truly couldn't surpass him. No wonder he went straight to the second arena. Qin Yuling's performance not only stunned the audience, but also shocked the emperor. With super strong defense and super high attack, Qin Yuling is almost invincible at the same level. The emperor couldn't help but marvel. Earlier, Chao Xinglin's attack hadn't even shaken Qin Yuling. Yan Lihai directly gave up the first place, probably because he had already sparred with Qin Yuling. Hence, Qin Yuling's defense is at least 4th level refining Qi, and his attack also reached 4th level, surpassing 3 small ranks in both attack and defense. The Qin family probably doesn't possess such powerful techniques. It seems Qin Yuling must have had a fortuitous encounter. The emperor's eyes lit up at this thought. If the royal family could obtain this technique, we might be able to elevate our status to a third-grade power. Your Majesty, I've brought the information on Qin Yuling. At that moment, Guijia presented Qin Yuling's information. The emperor took the document and looked at it for a moment. He was beaten by Li family's Li Hongfei almost to death. This indicates that at that time Qin Yuling wasn't hiding his strength. He was indeed a wastrel. Betting with Li Hongfei on alchemy, a first-grade alchemist. The emperor was shocked, a 16-year-old first-grade alchemist. Linger, come take a look. Was the beauty-retaining pill you auctioned last time produced before or after Qin Yuling's alchemy session? Linger took the information and glanced at it. Father, it was produced after Qin Yuling's alchemy session. Are you suspecting that the beauty-retaining pill was refined by Qin Yuling? Even if it wasn't refined by him, it should still be related to him, or perhaps he has a high-level alchemist supporting him. The emperor analyzed as he continued reading. When the Li family was destroyed, the family head was already at the bone-refining realm. The emperor was genuinely shocked. What kind of power does the Qin family possess to annihilate a family with a bone-refining cultivator? Father, I remember when I went to auction the beauty-retaining pill, I was in the second VIP room. The first VIP room had a young man, but we couldn't see his appearance, so we couldn't confirm his identity. At that time we suspected it was someone from the Fengyuan kingdom. Now that I think about it, he didn't bid on the beauty-retaining pill. If it were someone from the Fengyuan kingdom, they would have definitely been attracted by the beauty-retaining pill, indicating he is from our country. Guijia sends someone to the spirit medicine pavilion to inquire about the relationship between the beauty-retaining pill and Qin Yuling. Use flying mounts to get there. I want an answer within half an hour. Clearly the emperor was anxious. It is crucial to quickly confirm whether there is a relationship between Qin Yuling and the beauty-retaining pill. Currently, it seems Qin Yuling definitely has powerful figures supporting him. If there is a connection, then the royal family cannot afford to offend them. I wonder if the Qin family has ambitions for power. If so, that would be troublesome. On the arena, after Qin Yuling defeated Chao Xinglin, no one came to challenge him. Yan Lihai in the second arena was also quite bored. He hadn't even made a move. However, the other arenas were quite intense, with the host of the third arena having changed 3 times already. Currently on the third arena is a 9th-level refining body cultivator, the one Qin Yuling discovered in Zihong, whose attack power reached perfection in first-level refining qi. 4 first-level refining qi cultivators have already been defeated by him. Aside from Qin Yuling, Yan Lihai, and Chao Xinglin, who was knocked out by Qin Yuling, all other first-level refining qi cultivators have been defeated. Without Qin Yuling, he would have been the biggest dark horse in this ranking competition. The third arena has witnessed the most battles, and after half an hour all challenges concluded and the rankings were confirmed. First place, Qin Yuling. Second place, Yan Lihai. Third place, and Zihong. 4th to 7th first-level refining qi. 8th and 9th perfected 9th-level refining body. 10th Chao Xinglin. Originally, Chao Xinglin had a chance to seize third place, but unfortunately he is still unconscious and the audience judges awarded him the most tragic award. The emperor has already received the information, but it left him at a loss. The head of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion responded with just one sentence: Qin Yuling has support from 4th grade or even 5th grade alchemists. The royal family must treat 3rd grade alchemists with great respect. 5th grade alchemists are something beyond reach. If a 5th grade alchemist were to speak, destroying the royal family would be a matter of moments. Inform all royal family members that Qin Yuling is someone to befriend, not to offend. Otherwise, they will be treated as traitors. The emperor immediately issued the order. Linger, you should go to Fengyuan Academy with Qin Yuling. You are of similar age and can enhance your relationship. When Zhao Linger heard this, her face turned completely red. Father, are you trying to betroth me to Qin Yuling? If Qin Yuling is willing to marry you, that would be a great honor for us. If you marry Qin Yuling, you will be a contributor to our royal family. Your father promises to include you in the family tree. Under normal circumstances, royal women cannot be included in the family tree unless they have made significant contributions. Since the establishment of the Hanlin Kingdom, there has never been a case of a woman being included in the family tree. Linger, do your best. I'm just afraid that Qin Yuling won't look at me, Zhao Linger said shyly. Although Zhao Linger had never interacted with Qin Yuling, the royal family had always engaged in marriages for the sake of interests. Zhao Linger had long since come to terms with her marriage, especially since Qin Yuling displayed extraordinary strength today, alongside a powerful backing that even the royal family could not provoke. As she looked at Qin Yuling, she suddenly felt that he was quite handsome. Even if you look down on him, you can still be friends. After all, you have both entered Fengyuan Academy, who outside you are classmates, and inside you belong to the same country. Moreover, you are a princess, so you hold a respectable status. The emperor first warned the royal family members not to provoke Qin Yuling, and then urged Zhao Linger to build a good relationship with him, fearing that they might offend Qin Yuling for no reason. You must remember that just a few months ago Qin Yuling was a dandy. Although he now appears much more composed, if a member of the royal family were to offend him, he might retaliate and annihilate the royal family with the power behind him, leaving them with nowhere to cry. Look at how the Li family was destroyed after offending the Qin family. As for Qin Yuling's martial arts, I dare not think about it any longer. With this in mind, the emperor immediately stood up to strengthen his relationship with Qin Yuling. Today's competition was incredibly exciting, especially with young Master Qin from the Qin family, who has concealed his talents well. Others say you are a dandy, but I see you understand the importance of hiding your light under a bushel. Now you have suddenly made an impressive debut, and you are a pride of our nation. Qin Yuling stared blankly at the emperor, puzzled by the situation. He had merely secured first place, yet it felt as if the emperor was flattering him. The others did not think much of it. After all, it was normal for the emperor to praise someone who had placed first. Those who placed in the top 3 may return to the palace with me to receive their rewards. A special carriage will take you. Yuling, you can ride in my carriage. It will give you a chance to become familiar with Linger. You both will attend Fengyuan Academy together, so it will be nice to have a companion. The emperor looked at Qin Yuling with a kind expression. Qin Yuling felt a shiver run down his spine. What was going on? The emperor called him Yuling and suggested they share a carriage, continuously showing kindness towards him. What was happening? Hey brother Qin, what are you daydreaming about? The emperor is expressing goodwill towards you. He might even betroth the second princess to you. That would be a double blessing of fame and fortune. Are you overwhelmed by happiness? Yin Lihua said with a smile. Qin Yuling ignored Yin Lihua's teasing and bowed to the emperor, saying, "Thank you, your majesty." For now, he decided not to think too much about it. Whatever the emperor's intentions were, he would eventually find out. At this moment, Chao Shenglin had awakened. He looked at Qin Yuling getting into the emperor's carriage alongside Princess Zhao Linger with eyes filled with hatred. These honors were supposed to belong to him. Now the gazes directed at him seemed filled with pity and mockery. Qin Yuling, I will repay today's humiliation 100-fold. Chao Shenglin said fiercely. Inside the emperor's carriage, Yuling, you have hidden your talents well. I remember just a few months ago you were at the 2nd level of body refinement, and now you are at the 1st level of qi refinement, with your offensive power reaching the 4th level of qi refinement. Truly astonishing. Emperor Zhao Yuya said. In response to your majesty, I had a fortuitous encounter these past few months, which is why my progress has been rapid, Qin Yuling replied. Zhao Yuya's eyes flickered slightly. Indeed, this fortuitous encounter must have been meeting an alchemist who took him as a disciple. A fortuitous encounter is also a part of strength. I heard you are a first-grade alchemist. Qin Yuling instantly understood why Zhao Yuya was being so polite to him. She must have guessed that he had a powerful alchemist backing him. Yes, your majesty, a few months ago an alchemist took me as a disciple. It was then that my cultivation began to accelerate, Qin Yuling said, following along with their guesses. Zhao Yuya smiled, even more as everything began to connect. Then the youth preservation pill was refined by your master. What grade of alchemist is your master? Indeed, the youth preservation pill was refined by my master. My master's alchemy level is something I cannot disclose to others. He does not like to be disturbed, Qin Yuling said partially truthfully. That's fine. I was just asking casually, Zhao Yuya said. Linger, you keep Yuling company for a while. This was the right approach. If Qin Yuling directly stated that his master was a 4th or 5th grade alchemist, Zhao Yuya might doubt him, suspecting he was exaggerating his master's level to intimidate others. Alchemists above the 4th grade all possess their own arrogance. Not everyone can meet them. Thus, when Qin Yuling stated that his master did not allow him to disclose his grade, Zhao Yuya was already convinced that the alchemist backing Qin Yuling was at least 4th grade. However, Zhao Yuya did not know that in his past life Qin Yuling was a 9th-grade pill emperor, and he was fully aware of the status of these alchemists. As long as one has strong alchemical skills, they have the right to be proud. Meanwhile, Qin Yuling and Zhao Linger sat awkwardly together. Qin Yuling did not know what to say, while Zhao Linger blushed at the thought of her father's instruction to get close to Qin Yuling, leaving them both silent for a long time. Finally, Qin Yuling broke the silence. Second princess, you are only 1 year younger than me, and have already reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. You truly are a talent of our Hanlian kingdom. You flatter me, young Master Qin. I dare not call myself a talent in front of you. Although I am 2 small levels higher than you, my battle power cannot compare to yours, Zhao Linger replied with a smile. As Qin Yuling and Zhao Linger engaged in this awkward small talk, they finally arrived at the royal palace. Qin Yuling had never felt time pass so slowly. Inside the royal hall, Yin Lihua leaned closer to Qin Yuling and whispered mischievously, "Brother Qin, how is it? Have you had a taste of her charm? Get lost. Stay away from me. Others will think I have issues with my orientation." Qin Yuling scolded with a laugh. "All right, I'll keep my distance." "Haha, if the second princess thinks you have orientation issues, I would be in big trouble." Yin Lihua walked away laughing. Next came the award ceremony. First, Yin Zihua received 2,000 high-grade spirit stones amidst praises, followed by Yin Lihua's 5,000 high-grade spirit stones, where he thanked the emperor profusely. When it was Qin Yuling's turn, Zhao Yuya personally awarded him 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. "Yuling, I hope you can achieve even greater glory at Fengyuan Academy and bring honor to our nation. The Qin family will be under the protection of the royal family. Also think about whether you want to arrange a position for your father." Zhao Yuya said, her gaze fixed on Qin Yuling. Qin Yuling finally understood. It seemed the royal family was worried that the Qin family was too powerful and might not be under their control. They wanted to suppress the Qin family, yet they also thought he had a high-grade alchemist behind him, which they could not afford to offend. That was why their attitude towards him was so ambiguous. "Your Majesty, my father is too lazy and can barely manage as the family head. There's no need to put him in a difficult position. I will mostly develop outside. My master said this place is too small for me. He encouraged me to venture out more. As long as the royal family can help take care of the Qin family, that would suffice." Understanding the royal family's concerns made things simpler. Being straightforward would save everyone some trouble. Upon hearing Qin Yuling's words, Zhao Yuya finally felt relieved. As long as the Qin family did not enter politics, everything else would be manageable. "Haha. Since you Yuling have spoken thus, I shall not press the matter. You are young yet accomplished. Your true world lies beyond our borders. Indeed, the Hanlian kingdom is too small a stage for one such as you. Rest assured, under the imperial family's protection, no other clan dares provoke the Qin family, and I shall fully support its commercial expansion. Granting generous commercial patronage to the Qin family would also serve as a personal favor to Qin Yuling." "Many thanks to your Majesty," said Qin Yuling. "Yuling Yu and Ling Er will soon become fellow students. And though I am but a few years senior to your father, if you do not object, you may call me Uncle Zhao from now on." "Uncle Zhao," replied Qin Yuling, bowing respectfully. "Ha ha ha. Excellent. Truly excellent." Zhao Yuya's mood soared. Not only had his lingering anxiety lifted, but he had also drawn closer to Qin Yuling. Departure for Fengyuan Academy was scheduled 7 days hence, with all 10 students setting out together from the Imperial Palace. Traveling independently would take over a month, and the long, perilous road posed grave dangers. The Imperial Court arranged flying mounts for the journey, cutting travel time to just 5 days. By the time Qin Yuling arrived home, lanterns and silken banners already adorned every courtyard. Joy and celebration overflowed throughout the Qin family estate. "The young master has returned. The young master has returned." As Qin Yuling stepped across the threshold, servants cried out in unison, rushing inward to announce his arrival. "Ha ha, Ling, at last you're home." Qin Yunxiao strode forward, laughing heartily, with Wei Liang following closely at his heels. "What's this, father? Is there great cause for celebration? Have you taken another concubine? You impudent boy, what nonsense is this? When have I ever entertained such thoughts?" Upon hearing Qin Yuling's words, Qin Yunxiao instinctively glanced around, relieved to find Jiang Qingming nowhere in sight. "We celebrate your victory in the Hanlian Kingdom's ranking tournament. The imperial envoys have already visited us. Henceforth, the Qin family enjoys the sovereign's direct protection." Though Qin Yunxiao had always known his son's triumph would be effortless. After all, Qin Yuling had slain a bone-forging realm cultivator. The moment that honor truly arrived at their gates, his heart swelled with exhilaration. Qin Yuling's true strength remained a closely guarded secret, unsuitable for public display. Yet this glory could be proclaimed freely. That evening, the Qin family hosted a grand banquet, inviting all prominent clans to join the festivities. Learning of the Qin family's newfound ties to the imperial house, the assembled clans extended extraordinary deference. Amid wave upon wave of effusive praise, Qin Yunxiao drank himself into blissful oblivion. After the banquet, Qin Yuling carried his slumbering father back to the bedroom, exasperated. "Mother, won't you rein him in? He's already reached the bone-forging realm, yet he's drunk like this. How much wine did he consume? Let your father indulge himself just once longer. You depart for the academy soon, and thereafter you'll meet but a handful of times each year." Jiang Qingming watched her son, her heart brimming with unspoken words. Her child would soon journey far, and suddenly so much needed saying. "Your father doted on you since childhood, never imposing strict discipline. So you spent your youth indulging in frivolity and excess. Many within the clan criticized his leniency, but your father paid them no mind. His sole wish was for you to live joyfully and without sorrow. Yet what parent does not dream of their son soaring as a dragon? Who does not yearn to stand proud before his achievements? When you annihilated the Li clan, your father secretly feared your sudden immense power might overwhelm your spirit, that your heart might falter. Yet he dared not show his worry openly. Instead, night after night, he slipped away to watch over you unseen. Only after many days of observing your unwavering composure did he finally tell me he has grown. He is now a true man. That is why he rejoices so deeply. Not merely because you claimed first place, but because you no longer need our shelter, not in strength, not in wisdom, not in any way. Hearing these words, Qin Yuling felt profound emotion stir within him. Though reborn with a new soul, his memories, from infancy onward, remained vivid and whole. How often had the former self caused chaos, only for Qin Yunxiao to bow low, apologize profusely, and smooth over every scandal. Still, the boundless love of his parents shone through, unmistakable and real. Mother, rest easy. I will return often to visit you both. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the Qin family gate, Qin Yuling gazed upon his father's glistening eyes and his mother's tear-streaked cheeks. Father, mother, please do not see me off. Take care of yourselves. I am departing now. Had he lingered longer, he might still be standing there an hour later. Jiang Qingning had detained him at the threshold for over an hour, under the pretext of imparting safety admonitions. I truly must go, else I'll arrive in Huangqing at nightfall. With those words, Qin Yuling took several steps forward, then turned back. Father, mother, farewell. I shall return soon. 3 hours later, Qin Yuling reached Huangqing and entered Yan Lihao's courtyard. Having lost his entire family, Yan Lihao now had nowhere else to go, and waited in the capital for departure. Brother Qin, you've finally arrived. These past days have been unbearably dull. Yan Lihao rushed forward the moment he spotted Qin Yuling. Hold. What on earth has gotten into you? You weren't like this when we first met. Qin Yuling sighed, exasperated. You keep flinging yourself at men. Surely your preferences aren't questionable. Heh. Hear me out, brother Qin. I'm a pure-blooded, unassailable man. Absolutely no issues whatsoever. Any noteworthy news lately? Nothing particularly useful. The ranking tournament's fervor hasn't yet subsided. Everyone's still talking about it. Step outside and listen in. Any group of 10 people chatting, 3 will surely mention your name. Qin Yuling rolled his eyes and retreated to his room to cultivate. During his homebound days, he'd sensed his qi nearing the peak of qi refinement level 9. Perhaps breakthrough would come within 2 days. True enough, at first light, a thunderous surge erupted from Qin Yuling's body, his qi violently vibrating as he ascended to qi refinement level 9. After stabilizing his cultivation, daylight flooded the sky. Stepping into the courtyard, Qin Yuling found Yan Lihao already waiting. Brother Qin, this morning I sensed a ripple of spiritual energy. Was that you breaking through? Qin Yuling paused, startled. Though he'd erected no suppression array, such minor breakthroughs should remain imperceptible, even to fellow qi refinement cultivators. Indeed, Yan Lihao possessed extraordinary sensory acuity. Yes, I've advanced to qi refinement level 2, replied Qin Yuling, choosing to conceal his true strength for now. Whoa, brother Qin, your cultivation speed is astonishing. I couldn't beat you before, and now the gap has widened further. Once at Fengyuan Academy, you'll have to protect me. Rumor says senior students often bully newcomers. Enough, let's go. We must gather at the Imperial Palace. When Qin Yuling and Yan Lihao arrived, 6 of the 10 students were already present. The moment Qin Yuling crossed the threshold, a blade-sharp aura of killing intent pierced the air. He turned sharply toward its source, and locked eyes with Chao Xinglin, whose gaze burned with naked, venomous hatred. Seeing Qin Yuling glance at him, Chao Xinglin averted his gaze, thinking that he could not take revenge now, but there would be plenty of opportunities once he entered the Fengyuan Academy. Chao Xinglin believed that Qin Yuling simply had superior martial skills which allowed him to defeat him. Once he arrived at Fengyuan Academy and obtained better martial techniques, Qin Yuling would have no advantages, and there would be ample chances for revenge. Qin Yuling also turned his gaze away, not caring about a defeated opponent. Even if Chao Xinglin were 10 times stronger than now, he would still not be a match for him. In a short while, everyone had gathered, and at that moment Zhao Yuya and Zhao Linger slowly walked in. Zhao Yuya nodded slightly at Qin Yuling, while Zhao Linger offered a faint smile. Very well, everyone is present. Soon Princess Linger will accompany you 10 to Fengyuan Academy. Yuling, once we reach Fengyuan Academy, I will need you to take care of Linger more. Your Majesty, Princess Linger is strong enough on her own and does not need care. If she requires assistance, I won't turn a blind eye. In front of others, Qin Yuling still addressed him as Your Majesty. That's good. Elder Yin, Elder Chu, please escort them out. Zhao Yuya said. Yes, Your Majesty, Elder Yin and Elder Chu replied. Follow us. Elder Yin and Elder Chu led a group of people into a separate courtyard of the palace. Once inside, many gasped in surprise. What is this? It's so big. What a huge bird, Yin Lihua exclaimed. Qin Yuling also saw it. It was a gale hawk, gentle in nature and extremely fast in flight, making it an ideal mode of transportation. This gale hawk was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, measuring 30 meters in length with a wingspan of 50 meters, easily accommodating over 10 people on its back. Elder Yin and Elder Chu jumped up first with Zhao Linger. Everyone come aboard, Elder Yin called out. Qin Yuling, Yin Lihua, and the others also jumped up. Safe travels, everyone. Elder Yin, Elder Chu, thank you for your hard work, Zhao Yuya said from below. Serving the royal family is our duty, Elder Yin and Elder Chu replied. That's right. Let's set off. With Elder Yan's command, the Gale Hawk spread its wings and took off, swiftly moving beyond the boundaries of the imperial city, proving to be the most suitable means of transportation. The journey will take about 5 days. You may cultivate or chat with each other during this time. But be sure not to stray too far to the sides. There are Gale Hawk feathers protecting the center area, so you won't feel much wind. If you go too far to the sides, most of you won't be able to withstand the wind and will fall from the Gale Hawk. No one will be able to save you. Elder Yin said. Just as he finished speaking, everyone instinctively shifted towards the center. Zhao Linger, originally sitting between Elder Yin and Elder Chu, moved a bit back, closer to Qin Yuling. Qin Gu, look, the second princess has come to find you, Yin Lihua said. I'm not blind, you, I can see, Qin Yuling replied irritably. Upon noticing that Yin Lihua and Qin Yuling had seen her move, Zhao Linger simply stood up and walked over to sit beside Qin Yuling. Qin Xiao, the journey is long, you, I can sit next to you and chat if I get bored. Is that okay? Zhao Linger shyly said. Sure, of course. We wholeheartedly welcome you, Yin Lihua chimed in eagerly. Wasn't the second princess just with Elder Yin and the others? It should be safer to sit between them, Qin Yuling remarked. Sitting next to Qin Xiao is safe enough for me. Besides, those two are so old, I have no common topics with them, which would be too boring, Zhao Linger quickly replied. If the second princess wants to sit here, then so be it, Qin Yuling said helplessly. Just after he spoke, he felt a gaze filled with hatred fixed on him. Needless to say, it was Chao Shenglin again. Chao Shenglin sat at the back, feeling humiliated from the ranking competition. He sensed that everyone was looking at him strangely, so he refused to engage with anyone. He was in such a miserable state now, all because of Qin Yuling, and now he was receiving the favor of the princess, an honor that should have belonged to him. The more Chao Shenglin thought about it, the angrier he became. A surge of energy pushed against his blood to rise to his throat. He gritted his teeth and swallowed it down, turning his face a shade paler. If Qin Yuling knew that his mere presence could inflict such pain, he would surely admire himself. Elder Yin and Elder Chu also found themselves speechless. Linger, if you want to go, just go. You must say that we have no common topics. How come you talk so much with us usually? Elder Chu said. Haha, if Linger finds you useful, then you should be content. A few years from now, if you don't hear your name from Linger, even if it's in a bad context, how would you feel? Elder Yin said, as the two had long regarded Zhao Linger as their own granddaughter. Now that you mention it, I feel that even bad words would be quite nice, haha, Elder Chu responded. Qin Yuling was mostly resting with his eyes closed while Zhao Linger kept trying to find topics to chat about. Yin Lihua was quite accommodating to the topics Zhao Linger brought up. Qin Yuling occasionally chimed in, which prevented the atmosphere from turning dull. Before long, 5 days passed, and Elder Yin announced, everyone pay attention, we are about to arrive, and soon you will see Fengyuan Academy. Everyone stood up and slowly looked towards the sides. That ahead is Fengyuan Academy. Elder Yin pointed at a massive city in front of them. Is this entire place the academy? The cultivators asked in astonishment. Yes, the entire area is the academy, which is even larger than our imperial city, Elder Yin marveled. Wow, this is incredible. Such a large academy, Yin Lihua exclaimed. Qin Gu, aren't you even a little surprised? Did you already know? I just found out as well, Qin Yuling replied, but he had seen academies 10 or even 100 times larger in his past life, so he felt no particular surprise. The Gale Hawk landed 5 miles away from the entrance of Fengyuan Academy. Without prior notice, flying too close would invoke the academy's defensive formations. In a moment, Elder Chu and I will take you to the entrance. You will check in on your own, we cannot enter inside. Linger, you must be careful from now on, we won't be able to be by your side anymore. Elder Yin said. I will be careful, Elder Yin, you can rest assured. Besides, Qin Xiao and the others are here, so everything will be fine. You all can return up. Please take care of my father for me. Zhao Linger said. Everyone watched as Elder Yin and Elder Zhao boarded the Gale Hawk and sped away. All right, let's go register. Zhao Linger said. Everyone walked towards the entrance where a young man of about 18 or 19 was seated. Are you all here to register? The young man asked. Yes, may I ask, senior brother, where is the registration office? Yin Lihua asked politely. 100 top-grade spirit stones per person for registration, the young man said flatly. What? You want to collect money even before we register? Immediately a cultivator protested. If you are unwilling to contribute, that's fine. Just take a look at that corner over there, the young man said with disdain. Qin Yuling and the others turned to look, their expressions darkening as they saw several cultivators lying in the corner. They appeared to be students who had come to enroll in the academy based on their attire. Aren't you afraid the academy will blame you for this? Yin Lihao asked. Haha, blame. You really overestimate yourself. Who do you think you are? The academy enrolls students every year who would pay attention to the likes of you. Besides, those lying in the corner can still enter the academy. Once they wake up after a good beating, it'll let them in. The youth said contemptuously. Qin Yuling observed the boy. He was at the 8th level of qi refinement, but even with this cultivation, he wouldn't dare act recklessly in the academy. Most of the spirit stones he collected would likely need to be handed over. Qin Yuling, upon arriving at the academy, did not want to reveal his strength immediately. All right, well, cover this spirit stone cost. As Qin Yuling spoke, he handed the boy 1,100 spirit stones. The boy's eyes lit up. He never expected that it would be Qin Yuling who took charge among them. Among them, Zhao Linger displayed the highest cultivation at the 3rd level of qi refinement, but it didn't matter as long as the money was paid. Haha, you really understand the bigger picture. I have a good impression of you. The boy smiled and stepped aside. Walk 100 meters forward and you can register at that building. Although the others were unwilling, they had no choice. They couldn't beat anyone, and with Qin Yuling helping them cover the cost, they chose not to argue. However, Chao Shenglin thought differently. Humph, a cowardly bully. Acting so arrogantly in Hanliang Kingdom and now pretending to be humble at Fengyuan Academy. Upon hearing Chao Shenglin's words, everyone's expression darkened, as if he had insulted them all. Chao Shenglin, what do you mean? Qin Shao helped everyone with the spirit stones, and you are just throwing out cold remarks. Why didn't you say anything when the spirit stones were being handed out? Exactly, if you were so impressive, why didn't you refuse back then? I can't stand people who only talk. Chao Shenglin's words clearly incited public outrage. He evidently did not expect such a strong reaction, and after a snort he fell silent. This group clearly wouldn't last long together. After registering, he would see if there were any factions he could join. After registering, each of them received an identity token with Fengyuan inscribed on the front and an external character on the back. Qin Yuling had seen this token before. It was buried within the Misty Demon Cave. Looking back, it seemed he had been overly cautious. Based on the current situation, Fengyuan Academy did not place much importance on outer disciples. Otherwise, there wouldn't be anyone collecting tolls at the entrance. In addition to the token, there was a jade slip that introduced some benefits and important notes about the academy. Then everyone left a strand of their soul power and infused it into the soul jade slip, which the academy used to confirm whether a disciple was deceased. As soon as a person died, the soul jade slip would shatter instantly. The academy assigned 3 students to a courtyard. Although they were outer disciples, the living conditions were quite decent, far surpassing the quarters Yin Lihao had rented in the Imperial City, which was 5 times smaller. Qin Yuling and Yin Lihao naturally chose the same courtyard, while Zhao Linger insisted that Qin Yuling take care of her by virtue of her royal status, allowing him to claim the 3rd spot in that courtyard. Back in the courtyard, Qin Yuling prepared to return to his room to examine the information in the jade slip more closely, primarily concerned about what resources he could obtain. He currently lacked spirit stones, but what he truly needed was an environment suitable for his cultivation. You two should also return to your rooms and familiarize yourselves with the academy's rules, Qin Yuling said before entering his own room, probing the jade slip with his divine sense. At Fengyuan Academy, students are classified into 3 categories: outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. Outer disciples are generally at the qi refinement stage, with a few at the body refinement stage. After 3 months in the academy, there will be a promotion competition for inner and core disciples. There are 2 ways to be promoted to inner disciple. One is to reach the bone refinement stage, which allows direct admission as an inner disciple. The other way is to challenge the last 10 inner disciples directly. Defeating any one of them will grant promotion to inner disciple. The same applies to promotion to core disciple. One can become a core disciple by reaching the golden core stage or by successfully challenging a core disciple. There have been successful challenges from the Qi refinement stage to the bone refinement stage, but the gap between the bone refinement stage and the golden core stage is significant. As the name suggests, the golden core stage involves condensing a golden core in the dantian, representing a qualitative leap for the body. Since the Academy's establishment, only one person has become a core disciple from the bone refinement stage. That was a figure from thousands of years ago, the pride of Fengyuan Academy Ji Fifan. It is said that Ji Fifan ultimately achieved the martial emperor realm, but sadly perished in a secret realm. Qin Yuling thought that with his current strength entering the inner sect would be easy, but he was still far from the core. The Academy features both a pill tower and a martial tower, each with 9 levels. Challenging the towers will yield rewards of training time in the cultivation room. The higher the level reached, the greater the reward. Outer disciples can cultivate for free in the training room for 1 day each month, inner disciples for 3 days, and core disciples for 7 days each month. The training rooms are built atop large 4th-grade spiritual gathering formations with a spiritual energy concentration at least 10 times higher than outside, and in some areas even reaching 20 times. The main way to access the training rooms is through completing tasks to earn points or through rewards from tower challenges. First-time challengers can earn double the reward time, which is why everyone tries to strengthen themselves before challenging the towers. Clearing 1 tower level earns 1 day of training time. The second level earns 3 days, the third level earns 5 days, the fourth level earns 8 days, and the fifth level earns 15 days. The sixth level grants 25 days, the seventh 40 days, the eighth 60 days, and the ninth 90 days. It seems that altogether there are more than 200 days of training time, but in reality these are all one-time rewards. For example, if you clear to the 5th level this time and receive the reward next time, you can only start at the 6th level. Each level's reward can only be claimed once. The Pill Tower and Martial Tower mainly test one's comprehension. Qin Yuling had a significant advantage here. If his comprehension were poor, he wouldn't have reached the Pill Emperor realm in his previous life. After a night of rest, he planned to challenge the tower the next day, and from then on could directly cultivate in the training room. Early the next morning, before Qin Yuling had even woken from his cultivation, an unexpected visitor arrived at the door. "Qin Yuling, come out, I need to talk to you," the youth who had blocked the door yesterday called out. Qin Yuling opened the door. "What do you want with me?" "Haha, it's nothing much. I'm just a bit short on funds lately, and wanted to borrow some spirit stones from you," the youth said with a smile. "Oh, borrowing spirit stones." Qin Yuling noticed Chao Shenglin hiding in the corner and instantly understood. "It seems we have a traitor among us. How much do you want to borrow?" Qin Yuling said with a serious expression. At this moment, Yan Lihao and Zhao Linger also stepped out. "Haha, not much, just borrow 10,000 spirit stones of the highest grade," the young man said with a light laugh. It was evident that he knew Qin Yuling had received a reward of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones from the royal family, and although he claimed it was a loan once borrowed, it would never be returned. "What if I say I want lend it?" Qin Yuling asked. "Not lend." The young man laughed. "I advise you to borrow it. After all, you will be staying in the academy for many years. Although the academy prohibits murder, the daily experience of being beaten is not pleasant." "Haha, is that so? I have no other merits, just tough skin and thick flesh," Qin Yuling said. The young man's expression darkened. Oh, very few people in the academy dared to treat him with such disrespect. "Kid, do you know who I am?" The young man said. "I don't know. Are you famous?" "You haven't introduced yourself. How would I know who you are?" Qin Yuling replied. "My name is Luo Qingyan. I am at the 8th level of Qi refinement, and my boss is Duan Qianwen, who is at the 5th level of bone forging," Luo Qingyan said confidently. Usually, as long as he mentioned Duan Qianwen's name, no one among the outer academy students dared to disobey him. "Oh, so what?" Qin Yuling said indifferently. Seeing Qin Yuling's nonchalant demeanor, Luo Qingyan was filled with rage. "It seems you are asking for trouble." Luo Qingyan stepped forward, and with a loud boom, the aura of an 8th level Qi refiner spread outwards. Yan Lihao and Zhao Linger both looked a bit pale. As 8th level Qi refiners, the three of them together had no chance of winning. However, even so, the two of them stood beside Qin Yuling without taking a step back. Qin Yuling was quite satisfied to see their steadfastness. "You two step back, I'll leave him to me. Yan Lihao, keep an eye on Chao Shenglin and seize the opportunity to take him down. Qin Go, even if we aren't opponents, we will face it together," Zhao Linger and Yan Lihao both said. "Don't worry, I don't think much of 8th level Qi refiners," Qin Yuling said lightly. "Haha, such arrogance. An 8th level Qi refiner isn't worth your attention. Today I will teach you how to respect your seniors." After Luo Qingyan finished speaking, he attacked Qin Yuling. Qin Yuling stood still, commenting, his combat power is mediocre, barely reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement. Seeing Qin Yuling like this, Luo Chengyan increased his strength. Even if I injure him heavily, Duan Shao can help me bear it. Today I must teach him a lesson. Watching Luo Chengyan's attack, Yan Lihao and Zhao Linger were both worried for Qin Yuling. Although Qin Yuling spoke confidently, this was after all the attack power of a 9th level Qi refiner. Just as Luo Chengyan's attack reached Qin Yuling lightly flicked his left hand. Luo Chengyan lost his balance and fell to the ground awkwardly. Oh, senior brother, what are you doing? While the ground may need cleaning, you don't need to drag your face through it. Hearing Qin Yuling's mockery, Zhao Linger couldn't help but laugh. Luo Chengyan quickly stood up, his face flushed red. This kid actually dared to treat him like this. Looking at his dirty clothes, he yelled at Qin Yuling. I will kill you. He threw another punch at Qin Yuling. Qin Yuling flicked his hand again. This time Luo Chengyan swayed, but managed to stay upright, though it was already quite embarrassing. Seeing more and more onlookers, Luo Chengyan shouted, Kid, if you have the guts, fight me face to face. This kid must have learned some impressive martial arts. If I manage to hit him once, he will definitely be seriously injured. All right, since you requested, I will oblige, Qin Yuling said as he took the initiative to attack. Come on then, Luo Chengyan said happily as he closed in. But soon Luo Chengyan saw the scenery around him rapidly retreating, and then a sharp pain struck his abdomen. With a bang, he fell several meters away from Qin Yuling. Luo Chengyan tried to get up, but immediately a mouthful of blood surged to his throat. He forced it back down and collapsed back onto the ground, clearly injured. Wow, this newcomer is really powerful. A 2nd level Qi refiner can defeat an 8th level Luo Chengyan. Around them a wave of astonishment arose. They had just seen Luo Chengyan rapidly approaching Qin Yuling, and then Qin Yuling kicked him in the abdomen, causing Luo Chengyan to fly backwards at an astonishing speed. What use is it to be strong? Behind Luo Chengyan is Duan Qianwen, the grandson of our academy's elder. This newcomer is probably in for a rough time. Yes, Duan Qianwen should be in the training room now, but once he comes out, this kid will be finished. It's better for us to keep our distance. The crowd looked at Qin Yuling with pity. Qin Yuling didn't care about this and signaled Yan Lihao with a glance. Yan Lihao, snapping out of his shock, immediately ran towards the place where Chao Shenglin was hiding. Qin Guess' hidden strength is too deep. An 8th level Qi refiner cannot withstand even one move from him. Indeed, he had held back when he fought against me that day. Zhao Linger's beautiful eyes also sparkled with light. Qin Yuling was unexpectedly so powerful. Qin Yuling slowly walked towards Luo Chengyan. Luo Chengyan said to Qin Yuling, What do you want? You can't kill anyone in the academy. Who said I want to kill you? I just came over to borrow some spirit stones. Qin Yuling said mockingly. What? Kid, are you looking for death? Those spirit stones are meant for Duan Shao. Luo Chengyan exclaimed, if those spirit stones were lost, he would also be in trouble. Kid, you hit me, and later you can apologize and compensate me with some spirit stones, and we can let it go. If you touch Duan Shao's spirit stones, you won't be able to stay in Fengyuan Academy. Facing Luo Chengyan's threat, Qin Yuling remained unfazed, standing in front of him and extending his hand. Hand over the space ring. Qin Yuling, you really aren't afraid of dying. Luo Chengyan shouted excitedly as he saw Qin Yuling really trying to take the spirit stones. You have two choices. First, obediently hand over the space ring, and I will let you go. Qin Yuling looked down at Luo Chengyan from above. Second, I will beat you up again and take it myself. You're ruthless, I'll give it to you. Luo Chengyan reluctantly handed over the space ring. After standing up and walking a short distance, he turned back to Qin Yuling and made a harsh remark. Qin Yuling, this matter is not over. Prepare to face Duan Shao's wrath. It seems you haven't had enough beating yet, Qin Yuling said as he prepared to attack again. You just wait. Luo Chengyan shouted before quickly running away. Seeing this scene, the crowd of onlookers erupted. This newcomer is truly fearless, daring to snatch something belonging to Duan Shao. He must be among the elite of the younger generation locally. Coming here, he thinks he is the strongest. Duan Qianwen is a ruthless character. Although killing is prohibited in the academy, he has many ways to torment his opponents. This newcomer will probably be expelled from the academy in just a few days. There have been several cases of students being forced to drop out in recent years, and I heard that some were killed after leaving the academy. Shoo. You really dare to say anything? Aren't you afraid of trouble coming from your mouth? I'm out. After Qin Yuling received the spatial ring, he returned to the courtyard. In the courtyard, Yan Lihao and Zhao Linger were angrily staring at Chao Shenglin, who was kneeling on the ground. Zhao Linger said angrily, the spirit stone you used to enter the academy was provided by young Master Qin. How could you turn around and betray him? Chao Shenglin completely ignored Zhao Linger and Yin Lihao's words. He had already given up hope. After all, he knew that no one from his own country would accept him anymore, so he could just find any force in the school. Seeing Qin Yuling walk in, Chao Shenglin glared at him with hatred. Qin Yuling, you can't kill people in the academy. You can't do anything to me. I didn't expect you to be hiding your strength, but it doesn't matter. Once you provoke young Master Duan, you're doomed to die anyway. Truly shameless, claiming to be invincible in the world. Qin Yuling looked at Chao Shenglin and said, I don't understand why you harbor such great hatred towards me. Haven't all your experiences been your own doing? Chao Shenglin didn't know how to respond, so he simply closed his eyes and remained silent, appearing indifferent to the situation. Brother Qin, how should we deal with this person? Yin Lihao asked. If it weren't for the Academy's prohibition on killing, he would have wanted to end it right there. Take his spatial ring, Lihao, give him a good beating to keep him quiet for a few days. Qin Yuling instructed. Chao Shenglin suddenly opened his eyes and nervously said, Qin Yuling, you can't do this. How can I cultivate without spirit stones? The new students had just arrived at the academy and couldn't take on many tasks relying solely on their own spirit stones for cultivation. Without spirit stones, progress would be nearly impossible. This was also the reason why Chao Shenglin approached Luo Qingyan today, claiming that Qin Yuling had 10,000 spirit stones. As long as Qin Yuling lost his spirit stones, his cultivation speed would slow drastically, and one day he would be able to surpass him. Chao Shenglin, this is what you call bringing disaster upon yourself. Hand it over. Yin Lihao snatched Chao Shenglin's spatial ring. Then the courtyard echoed with Chao Shenglin's cries of agony. After giving him a beating, Yin Lihao threw Chao Shenglin out of the courtyard. Qin Yuling's divine sense entered Luo Qingyan's spatial ring, and he was immediately dazzled. 15,000 spirit stones. It seems the new students have been exploited quite a bit these days. Brother Qin, there are also 3,000 high-grade spirit stones in Chao Shenglin's spatial ring. You can split those spirit stones with Zhao Linger. Qin Yuling already had enough spirit stones for his own cultivation for a while. Young Master Qin, I don't need any. I didn't contribute anything. Zhao Linger hurriedly said. Second princess, it's fine. Well, each take 1,500 spirit stones. Yin Lihao said quickly. In his eyes, Zhao Linger would eventually be with Qin Yuling, so she would definitely have a share of the spirit stones. Thank you both. From now on, just call me by my name or Linger. We're not in the palace, and there are no princesses here. Zhao Linger said gratefully. Haha, okay, then I'll call you Zhao Linger. Yin Lihao said as addressing her as the second princess seemed too formal. You two should cultivate well. Once you're familiar with this environment, you can try the martial tower. It will speed up your cultivation in the training room. Young Master Qin, what about you? Zhao Linger asked curiously when she heard that Qin Yuling seemed not to be cultivating with them. I will first go challenge the alchemy tower to earn some time for the training room. Brother Qin, you know how to refine pills too. Yin Lihao exclaimed. You're so strong in martial arts and can also refine pills. Is there anything you can't do, Brother Qin? I just can't do that kind of shameless thing you do, Qin Yuling joked. Haha, Brother Qin, this is not something that can be learned so easily. Yin Lihao proudly boasted, causing Qin Yuling to roll his eyes at him. Alright, you guys cultivate. I'm off to the alchemy tower. Qin Yuling said. Following the route he remembered from the Jade Slip, he found the alchemy tower. The alchemy tower and the martial tower stood at the north and south ends of the academy. In front of the alchemy tower, there was a huge stone tablet displaying many names, which should be the names of those who had reached the highest levels. At the very top, the 9th level displayed a name, Dongfang Mingyu, dated over 10,000 years ago. The 8th level only had one name, Bing Yihan, dated over 8,000 years ago. The 7th level had 3 names, all belonging to figures from several thousand years ago, the latest one being over 2,000 years old. Qin Yuling looked down continuously. The highest achievement in the academy in nearly 100 years had only reached the 5th level. It seemed the alchemy path of Fengyuan Academy was still somewhat lacking. He wondered if he, with his level as a pill emperor, could reach the top. As he thought this, Qin Yuling stepped into the alchemy tower. As soon as he entered, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The first layer's assessment begins. 10 questions on alchemical knowledge. The first question was about the Xianbing pill, a cold-type pill. Why was there a hot herb, the Yanlai grass, among its main materials? Just say the answer aloud. Because all the other materials of the Xianbing pill are cold-type, and cold-type materials are inert and require hot-type materials to activate their medicinal power. The answer was correct. The second question. 10 questions were all basic topics that every alchemist must learn, and Qin Yuling completed them in no time. All 10 questions correct, perfectly passed. The first challenge, rewards double. You can cultivate in the training room for 2 days. Now transferring to the second layer. After a burst of light, Qin Yuling was transported to the second layer. As soon as he entered, he saw a Dan furnace in the center. Could it be that this layer required pill refining? Indeed, the second layer's assessment required him to refine a high-grade, first-grade assessment pill. A first-grade assessment pill is equivalent to the standard for becoming an alchemist. However, normally, as long as one refines a low-grade pill, they are considered a first-grade alchemist. This challenge was too easy for Qin Yuling. After 10 minutes, he had refined 3 pills, 1 high-grade and 2 fairy-grade. Refined 2 fairy-grade assessment pills perfectly passed. The first challenge reward is doubled. You can cultivate for 6 days in the training room. Now transferring to the third layer. Both times it said perfectly passed. Is there something different about a perfect pass? Qin Yuling pondered. The third layer's assessment was a list of 100 types of first-grade herbs. He had to combine at least 10 formulas within 1 hour. After half an hour, Qin Yuling combined 37 formulas. I've checked it twice. There shouldn't be any other combinations. He reported his answer. Correct answer, perfectly passed. First challenge reward doubled. You can cultivate for 10 days in the training room. Now transferring to the fourth layer. Thus, Qin Yuling advanced all the way to the 7th layer with all 6 previous layers passed perfectly. Now Qin Yuling's time in the training room had reached 114 days. If others knew this achievement, they would surely be envious. As long as he could pass the 7th layer, Qin Yuling would be among the top 6 in alchemy since the founding of Fengyuan Academy, and the other 5 were all figures from thousands of years ago. If those people were still alive, they would undoubtedly be the top alchemists on this continent now. Welcome to level 7. The trial for this level is as follows. Among the 10 alchemical formulas displayed before you, some contain errors. Identifying a single incorrect formula grants passage. Identifying all erroneous ones constitutes a flawless completion. You have 1 hour to complete this trial. A cheerful young girl's voice echoed forth. Clearly the treatment improved upon reaching level 7. The voice had grown warm and welcoming, no longer the cold mechanical tone of earlier levels. Qin Yuling gazed upon the formulas. Many were unfamiliar, forcing him to deduce their validity solely through the intrinsic properties and synergies of their ingredients. Yet this posed little challenge for him. In his past life, he had devised countless original formulas, discerning which herbs could harmoniously coalesce into a viable pill required scarcely any time at all. Within the span of a single incense stick's burning, Qin Yuling had completed his analysis, for formulas proved flawed. He not only reported each error, but also specified precisely how to substitute the incorrect ingredients to render them valid. Congratulations on flawlessly passing level 7. As a first-time conqueror, your reward is doubled 80 days of uninterrupted cultivation time in the meditation chamber. You may rest here briefly before proceeding to level 8. Once refreshed, simply utter the word transfer, and you shall be conveyed upward immediately. Rest. Was formula analysis truly so taxing on the soul force? Qin Yuling required none. To him, the trial was trivial, and his soul force far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. Transfer, Qin Yuling declared, and instantly a pillar of light enveloped him, lifting him seamlessly to level 8. The moment Qin Yuling arrived at level 8, the great bell atop the pillar tower tolled with a resonant dang, its reverberation sweeping across the entire Fengyuan Academy. Students glanced skyward in bewilderment, puzzled by the sudden chime. Deep within the academy's most secluded precinct, a middle-aged man, stirred from meditation, startled awake by the sound. What? Is someone ascending past level 7? The chime emanates from the pillar tower. The man shot skyward toward the tower. Cultivators who had reached the core formation realm could fly, but those newly ascended could sustain flight for only brief intervals. His astonishing speed suggested he was at least core formation 9th rank, perhaps even perfected. On another mountain range, an elderly man with snow-white hair likewise awakened at the chime and sped toward the pillar tower with equal urgency. Shwa, shwa, shwa. For more figures erupted from distant peaks, converging swiftly upon the tower. Within moments, 6 cultivators stood assembled beneath it, arranged subtly around the middle-aged man at their center. One elder turned to the central figure. Dean, do you know which of our students is ascending the tower? Second elder, I've just arrived. I too am unaware. These 6 were the dean and 5 elders of the Fengyuan Academy, the pinnacle of its martial and alchemical strength. The dean and first elder had both attained the peak of core formation 9th rank. The second and third elders stood at core formation 9th rank. The fourth and fifth elders at core formation 8th rank. It has been over 2 millennia since any student of ours cleared level 7 of the pillar tower, observed the first elder. Indeed, fewer and fewer attempt the tower these days, and our academy's alchemical lineage grows ever weaker. The fifth elder, a grade 4 alchemist who oversaw all alchemical instruction, spoke next. Fifth elder, if memory serves you yourself reached only level 5. Yes, sighed the fifth elder, gazing wistfully at his own name inscribed beside level 5. The level 6 trial allowed only 1 hour. I fell short. When this student emerges fifth elder, you must nurture him diligently, the dean remarked. Pills are but auxiliary aids. Outside these walls, true supremacy lies in martial might. The sword and fist remain sovereign. At the first elder's words, the others fell silent, his authority rivaling even the dean's. The dean merely regarded the first elder, saying nothing, his thoughts inscrutable. Meanwhile, Qin Yuling remained wholly unaware of the commotion below. He now stood transfixed before an inscription etched onto the wall of level 8. I burn with hatred. So close, yet why no warning? I passed level 8. Why was I denied ascent to level 9? Why was it never stated at the outset that flawless passage through every prior level was required to reach level 9? I cleared 7 levels perfectly. I seethed with fury. Beneath the outburst, 4 characters blazed in stark calligraphy, left by Bing Ihan. Fortunate indeed that I achieved flawless passage in every level. Failure in even 1 barred advancement to level 9. This was clearly inscribed by a master who had conquered level 8. Bing Ihan was truly tragic. Conquering level 8 testified to extraordinary alchemical talent. Yet his single imperfect trial likely stemmed from insufficient resolve or oversight. Welcome, disciple, to level 8. Your trial analyzed the composition of this pill. Identifying 80% of its components suffices for passage. Full identification yields flawless completion. You have 1 hour. Analysis of pill composition begins already at level 8. Does level 9 hold an even greater trial? Qin Yuling had assumed this very task would await him at level 9. Qin Yuling lifted the pill, inhaling its subtle aroma, then extended his divine sense, fully probing its intricate composition with unwavering focus. 3/4 of an hour later, he exhaled softly, analysis complete. The pill concealed 3 deliberate deceptions, each uncovered. No wonder Bing Ihan raged with such mastery. He should have ascended effortlessly. Qin Yuling recited the pill's complete composition. Congratulations, you have flawlessly completed level 8. As a first-time ascender, your reward is doubled 120 days of cultivation time in the meditation chamber. Having flawlessly cleared all 8 preceding levels, you are granted immediate transfer to level 9. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished, ascending to level 9. Once more the bell atop the pillar tower rang. Twice. Dang. Dang. What? He has passed level 8. All 6 elders looked up in stunned disbelief. Huh. The alchemical lineage has found its heir, cried the 5th elder. The most elated of all, for few in the academy now pursued the alchemical path. His daily duty was merely to refine occasional pills for the dean and elders' cultivation. 5th elder, request whatever resources you need for his training. I grant my full support. The dean addressed him directly. Thank you, Dean, the 5th elder replied, beaming. Dean, is investing heavily in an alchemist truly prudent? Our cultivation resources are already strained. The 1st elder interjected sharply. This matter is settled. I have decided. The 1st elder fell silent, but his expression darkened, revealing his dissent plainly, though he withheld open opposition. The other elders exchanged glances, remaining tactfully mute. Inside level 9, Qin Yuling stared quizzically at an old man before him. Where was the trial? Why was there only an elder standing there? Young man, I am Murong Yuan, one of the founders of the Fengyuan Academy. This pillar tower was my own creation. Qin Yuling recoiled inwardly. Murong Yuan, a founder of the Fengyuan Academy, a figure from 20,000 years past. The Fengyuan Academy was co-founded by this humble self, Murong Yuan, and my wife, Feng Qingwan. I stand at the 9th rank Pill Emperor realm. Oh, Qingwan has attained the 9th rank Martial Emperor realm. At that time, we stood atop the pinnacle of the continent. Yet we sensed realms beyond the Emperor stage, realms we could not breach despite relentless cultivation. Thus we established the Fengyuan Academy. Within the Pill Pagoda and the Martial Pagoda, we each left behind our legacies, hoping future generations might transcend the Emperor realm and fulfill our unaccomplished aspiration. However, merely reaching the 9th level does not entitle one to my full legacy. Only those who pass the trial flawlessly shall inherit it in its entirety. A passing grade grants 1/10 of my legacy. Excellence yields 1/3 perfection, the complete inheritance. Even the last youth who ascended to the 9th level received only 1/10 of my legacy. This solescence projection is nearing depletion. Should you fail to claim the full legacy, now I shall possess energy for but a single transmission thereafter. Indeed, if another 10,000 years pass, even should someone ascend to the 9th level and pass perfectly, the waning strength of my soul essence may no longer sustain even a single complete transmission. Qin Yuling understood at once Eastern Mingyu had indeed breached the 9th level. Yet since this soul projection still lingered, Mingyu must have received only a fragment of the legacy. What trial must I undertake? Qin Yuling asked. The trial demands refining a perfect Emperor tier pill. Rest assured, you will soon project your soul into this artifact where your soul force shall be elevated to the perfect Emperor tier. Inside you must discover the method and steps of pill refinement through intuition alone. Only medicinal ingredients are provided here. You shall have 3 months within the artifact to complete the refinement. Its temporal acceleration ratio stands at 1/1000. Thus 3 months inside equate to less than a single day outside. Proceed without hesitation. Qin Yuling's heart raced. Raising another soul force to the perfect Emperor tier was unprecedented in his prior life, even among Emperor tier treasures. Coupled with temporal acceleration, this artifact could only be a sovereign tier treasure. He thought exhilarated this treasure surely ranks alongside his own soul artifact. He wondered whether inheriting the legacy would grant him ownership. What then constitutes flawless passage? Qin Yuling pressed urgently. 1 furnace yielding 2 mid-grade and 1 high-grade pill qualifies as passing. 3 high-grade pills denote excellence, 2 high-grade and 1 immortal grade. Flawless passage. Murong Yuan gazed at Qin Yuling. Well, do you possess the confidence? Indeed, it is formidable. I shall do my utmost. Qin Yuling replied. Even at his peak in his former life, refining his most familiar perfect Emperor pill offered no guarantee of producing an immortal grade result every time. A 50% success rate would already be extraordinary. Attempting an entirely unfamiliar perfect Emperor pill was undeniably a profound challenge. For a pill Emperor's legacy, such standards were unusually stringent. Yet Murong Yuan sought a successor capable of ascending beyond the sovereign realm and thus demanded exceptional rigor. The trial begins now. Resist not. Your soul shall be drawn into the artifact, Murong Yuan declared. Qin Yuling seated himself, relinquished all resistance, and in an instant his soul vanished into the artifact with a soft whoosh. Within the artifact reigned a self-contained world. Sunlight bathed serene lakes, verdant meadows, and ancient forests, while the spiritual energy density here exceeded that beyond by at least 5-fold. Greetings, trial seeker. I am the artifact's spirit. Within the cottage beside you lie the medicinal herbs and pill cauldron required for your refinement. The herbs suffice for 100 attempts, ample opportunity for repeated trials. Each completed refinement shall be automatically assessed by the system. You have 90 days to complete the trial. Upon expiration you shall be expelled, or immediately upon achieving flawless passage. The trial commences now. Wishing you fortune, trial seeker. With that the spirit fell silent. Qin Yuling entered the cottage and found just as promised an abundance of herbs awaiting his command. Yet Qin Yuling did not begin refining immediately. Instead, he first reacquainted himself with his soul strength, a long-missed sensation profoundly exhilarating. After 2 days of practicing soul control, he grew accustomed to its refined potency, and only then prepared for pill refinement. Ordinarily, mastering such soul control required 7 to 10 days. But Qin Yuling, once a pill emperor whose soul force had even surpassed its current state, needed only 2 days to attain mastery. He commenced his first furnace. 1 day later, failure. Undeterred, Qin Yuling knew well refining a perfect Emperor pill for the first time made dozens of failures utterly ordinary. Analyzing his missteps, he began the second furnace. Failure. The third, failure. Not until the 10th furnace did he succeed producing a single low-grade pill, 15 days having elapsed. At last a smile graced Qin Yuling's face. Successful pill formation confirmed his foundational methodology was sound. Only fine-tuning remained. Thus he refined, adjusted, refined again, adjusted anew, relentlessly. On the 30th day, as the pills formed, the spirit's voice resonated. Passing threshold achieved. 1/10 of the legacy awaits. Proceed with refinement. Continue. Qin Yuling responded instantly, still finding his rhythm, his ambition fixed on flawless passage. On the 40th day, excellence threshold achieved. 1/3 of the legacy awaits. Continue refining. Qin Yuling interjected before the spirit could finish. He could now consistently produce 3 high-grade pills. Only 1 step remained between him and perfection. To others that step might span heaven and earth. But Qin Yuling carried countless lifetimes of experience refining perfect Emperor pills into immortal grade results. He believed with unwavering certainty an immortal-grade pill would emerge within 10 days. After carefully reviewing his latest attempt, he resumed refinement. 2 high-grade, 1 mid-grade. 3 high-grade. 3 high-grade. 2 high-grade, 1 mid-grade. 3 high-grade. 3 high-grade. 3 high-grade. 2 high-grade, 1 immortal grade. At last on the 8th day, after 48 days total, the immortal grade pill manifested. Congratulations, trial seeker. Flawless passage achieved. Your soul shall now be returned to your physical body. As the spirit spoke, Qin Yuling slowly opened his eyes upon the 9th level of the pill pagoda. Murong Yuan gazed at him astonished. Barely half a day had passed in the outer world. You completed the trial in such astonishing brevity. Your alchemical talent astounds me beyond measure. Clearly Murong Yuan already knew of Qin Yuling's flawless passage. First receive the legacy. Then, we shall speak at length. Below the pill tower, the dean and several elders had been standing there for most of the day, attracting many students to come and watch. What are these big shots from the academy doing gathered under the tower? You don't know? Did you hear the bell? Just ring. Someone has breached the 8th level of the pill tower. Really? The highest level breached in our academy was by Elder Wu, and he only reached the 5th level. Could the person inside be stronger than Elder Wu? The pill tower tests your talent in alchemy. It doesn't mean his alchemy skills surpass Elder Wu, it's just that his talent is extraordinary. The students discussed amongst themselves. It's already been over half a day, and do you think it's possible for him to breach the 9th level? The dean asked. Impossible. In the past 20,000 years, only one person has reached the 9th level. There's no way it's that easy to breach it, said the elder. That's not certain, maybe he has already breached it. Elder Wu said defiantly, as this was his treasure in the path of alchemy, and he naturally had to support him. The elder glared at Elder Wu, just about to speak, when ding ding ding, the bell above the pill tower rang 3 times. He passed. He has breached the 9th level. Elder Wu was the happiest and shouted out first. The elder's face turned ugly. He had just said it was impossible, and the bell rang. The 3 chimes felt like 3 slaps on his face. Congratulations, Dean. The academy will soon have a high-grade alchemist, perhaps even a pill emperor. Everyone congratulated the dean. The last person to breach the 9th level, Dongfang Mingyu, became a pill emperor. The dean also appeared very happy, unsure if it was because the academy had discovered a genius in alchemy, or because he enjoyed seeing the elder suffer. The elder and the dean had always been at odds. The previous dean was the elder's father, who was seriously injured during an expedition into a secret realm and wanted to pass on the position to the dean. At that time, the most promising candidates were the current dean Ji Yuntian and Duan Yuni. The elder always felt that his father would pass the position to him. Their cultivation levels were similar, but in the academy, Duan Yuni had a much greater reputation. The result was something he couldn't accept. His father disregarded his objections and protests and resolutely passed the position to Ji Yuntian. His father's explanation was, "You are more suited for the position of elder. Ji Yuntian is younger and his temperament is better suited to be dean. He can lead the academy further. You must support Ji Yuntian well in the future." After saying this, his father passed away. Since Ji Yuntian became dean, Duan Yuni has always been at odds with him. Ji Yuntian has also been tolerating him for the sake of his father. But recently, Duan Yuni seemed to be getting more excessive now, even directly opposing his decisions in front of everyone. Sigh, Ji Yuntian sighed internally, currently unable to find a good way to resolve this. Inside the 9th level of the pill tower, Qin Yuling was diligently receiving the inheritance. At first, he approached it with the attitude that everyone was a pill emperor. With more inheritance comes more reference, which would provide many opportunities for breakthroughs. But gradually, Qin Yuling felt something was off. He was now receiving knowledge that was already of pill emperor perfection, yet it was clear that the inheritance was far from over. Supreme inheritance. Qin Yuling was taken aback. In his past life, he had refined a supreme pill, and now receiving information about the supreme was something he recognized immediately. The inheritance from the pill sovereign initially left Qin Yuling confused, and by the end, he was completely lost. This Murong Yuan must have traveled quite a distance in the supreme realm. Qin Yuling was extremely excited. He thought it was merely a simple pill emperor inheritance, but unexpectedly, it was a supreme inheritance. It is estimated that in the 2,000 years since the academy's establishment, aside from the founder, no one knew that there was a supreme inheritance here. Otherwise, Fengyuan Academy would not be able to establish itself so peacefully. After receiving the inheritance, Qin Yuling opened his eyes, looking at Murong Yuan with great respect. Initially, he thought it was at the level of pill emperor and regarded it from the same level, but unexpectedly, it was supreme, which was careless. Young man, you should now understand that the inheritance is beyond just Pill Emperor level, right? Morong Yuan said. Yes, senior, I received the inheritance at the Pill Sovereign level, Qin Yuling replied. Oh, you actually know about the Pill Sovereign, that's good. This way my explanation won't be so complicated. Hearing that Qin Yuling knew about the Pill Sovereign, Morong Yuan's eyes lit up. This kid must have had other opportunities, otherwise how could a person in the Qi refining realm come into contact with the title of the Sovereign level? The inheritance I just gave you is mostly my own. The Pill Sovereign part also has a large portion coming from my inheritance, and the last bits come from the inheritance I originally obtained that I couldn't comprehend. If the inheritance you received was only 1/10, even if you reached 1/3, there are many secrets I wouldn't tell you. Since you have obtained the complete inheritance, I hope you can take that step forward. The rest of the matters, you can slowly listen to me explain. Back then I obtained the inheritance together with Feng Qingwan. I inherited the Pill Sovereign part, while she inherited the Martial Sovereign part. Hearing this, Qin Yuling was astonished. Did you and the senior both receive the inheritance from the same person? You are correct. The one who passed on the inheritance to us was both the Martial Sovereign and the Pill Sovereign. Morong Yuan said. Qin Yuling was deeply shocked. Can a person really have so much energy in their lifetime to manage both alchemy and martial arts? Wait, can I do that in this lifetime? My alchemy has basically reached the sovereign level. As long as my martial arts reach the same, won't I be the dual sovereign of both Pill and Martial? Although both Qingwan and I received the inheritance, we still ultimately couldn't become supreme, Morong Yuan lamented. How is that possible? When I received the inheritance, I clearly sensed your soul power was at the supreme level. Indeed, you could distinguish that my soul power reached the supreme level. It seems your soul power is not weak either. My soul power has reached the supreme level. An average martial emperor can't even withstand a single strike from me. No one can withstand my soul techniques. But actually both Qingwan and I only reached the half-step supreme. To reach the supreme level, both the soul and body must attain that level. My soul has reached the supreme realm, but my body is extremely weak. Qingwan's body has reached the supreme realm, but her soul aspect does not. Since we realized this condition, we crazily made up for our shortcomings, but due to our poor foundation, even with accelerated time we trained until our lifespans were nearing their end and still couldn't complete it. Both Qingwan and I were unwilling to accept this, so in the last few years we established Fengyuan Academy, waiting for faithful individuals, Morong Yuan said. Since senior Feng Qingwan is also at the half-step supreme realm, the martial tower should be even more difficult. It seems it's hopeless for me to go over now. I should wait until my cultivation improves before thinking about it. After all, I now have 494 days in the cultivation room. Even if I just stay in the cultivation room, without coming out, I can stay for more than a year. Qin Yuling thought. Senior Master Morong, may I ask, can cultivation time in the meditation chambers be transferred to others? Qin Yuling asked. Yes, indeed. Once you exit the pagoda, all your allocated time will be credited to your identity token. You may transfer it directly using the token. Morong Yuan replied. Nonetheless, I advise you to reserve all your time for personal cultivation, to swiftly advance to the bone-forging realm or even the golden core realm. Then master a superior body-refining martial art to enhance your defense before attempting the martial pagoda. I speak with you at greater length only because you have received the legacy. I urge you to remember completing the full legacy of the martial pagoda yields unforeseen rewards. Qin Yuling's eyes lit up. He had indeed inherited the legacy, but that supreme-tier artifact shown earlier clearly had not been intended for him. Could it be that such supreme-tier artifacts were reserved exclusively for those who obtained both the Pill Pagoda and the Martial Pagoda legacies? It seems you've already grasped the truth. That supreme-tier artifact is in fact the operational core governing both the Pill Pagoda and the Martial Pagoda. After my soul force depletes, the artifact replenishes it instantly, so my dissolution is impossible. Should you fail to inherit the Martial Pagoda's legacy, we shall simply await the next destined cultivator. Upon hearing Morong Yuan's words, Qin Yuling silently resolved to secure the Martial Pagoda's legacy at all costs. Spatial artifacts were extraordinarily rare, and one imbued with temporal acceleration was beyond price. Very well, the inheritance ceremony is now complete. You may depart. May fortune favor your acquisition of the Martial Pagoda's legacy. Farewell. With those words, Morong Yuan teleported Qin Yuling to the base of the Pill Pagoda. As Qin Yuling materialized outside, his name appeared upon the stone stele. Qin Yuling, inscribed in characters notably larger than others, positioned ahead of Dongfang Mingyu's. The moment Qin Yuling opened his eyes, he recoiled in astonishment. 6 golden core experts stood before him, while a crowd of disciples gathered beyond them. What on earth was happening? Having just emerged from the Pill Pagoda, Qin Yuling had made no effort to conceal his cultivation level. His true state, Qi refinement 8th layer, remained plainly visible. After all, no one had been present when he first entered the pagoda. The academy headmaster glanced at the stele and remarked, Qi refinement 8th layer. This year's new disciple, yes. Impressive, truly impressive. Qin Yuling, greetings. I am the 5th elder of this academy and a 4th rank pill refiner. Would you consider becoming my disciple? The 5th elder asked eagerly. Elder, my head still feels rather foggy. Might I defer my answer for a few days? Qin Yuling thought a blunt refusal would be too offensive. A delay, he reasoned, was the wiser course. Very well, no urgency. Take your time. The 5th elder nodded. Qin Yuling, you cleared the 9th tier. What boon did you receive? The chief elder demanded. Qin Yuling bristled inwardly. Such an interrogative tone was deeply unsettling. Qin Yuling met the chief elder's gaze and said calmly, this pill pagoda has stood here for tens of thousands of years. Any boon earned by clearing it rightly belongs to its conqueror. He then turned his gaze toward the headmaster and the assembled elders. Naturally, the fruits of the pill pagoda belong solely to its victor. None may seize them. The headmaster affirmed. Indeed, for 10,000 years this has been our unbroken tradition. He who ascends the pagoda claims its rewards. The other elders echoed his words in agreement. The chief elder's face flushed ashen. Qin Yuling, I merely wish to know what boon you attained. I harbor no intention to usurp it. Then all is well, Qin Yuling replied dryly. For a moment I feared I'd be robbed the instant I stepped out. Qin Yuling spoke without deference. Those who showed him none would receive none in return. He believed that in time, even golden core experts would find him no easy opponent. What? Am I forbidden even to inquire about your boon? The chief elder's countenance shifted from ashen to crimson. He was nearing eruption, humiliated repeatedly by a novice. You may ask, I never forbade it. I simply choose not to answer. Is that satisfactory? Qin Yuling replied. A collective gasp escaped the elders, a direct, unvarnished dismissal of the chief elder's authority. Even the headmaster had never dared such boldness before. You dare to die? With that, the chief elder lunged forward, palm striking toward Qin Yuling. Qin Yuling tensed every muscle, slipping a pill into his mouth. He had not expected the chief elder to strike so openly. Though the blow would not kill him, it would certainly leave him grievously wounded. The pill was a 4th rank healing elixir ensuring rapid recovery. At that instant, the headmaster appeared before Qin Yuling, intercepting the blow with his bare hand. Ji Yunting, what is the meaning of this? Enraged, the chief elder bellowed the headmaster's name. Duan Yuni, mind your station. Striking a new disciple before witnesses. What does that say of your dignity? Ji Yunting, have you not seen how he provokes me again and again? What use is a disciple who knows no hierarchy? Does our academy collapse without pill refiners? Duan Yuni roared. No hierarchy. Duan Yuni, do you recognize hierarchy? How many times have you addressed me by name outright? Tell me, does that reflect your reverence? Do you hold me your headmaster in any regard? Ji Yunting intoned, sternly channeling his cultivation to make his voice detonate like thunder within Duan Yuni's ears. I. Duan Yuni, consumed by fury and long-simmering resentment toward Ji Yunting, had failed to grasp the gravity of his conduct, until that thunderous voice jolted him back to awareness. Forgive me, headmaster. I overstepped. Under these circumstances, the chief elder had no choice but to yield. A open rupture with Ji Yunting was untenable, at least for now. Regarding Qin Yuling, I decree punishment, 2 months prohibition from entering the martial pagoda. Do you object? Ji Yunting declared. This penalty was in truth purely ceremonial. Having just conquered the 9th tier of the pill pagoda, Qin Yuling needed time to consolidate his gains. And with abundant meditation chamber hours now at his disposal, he would naturally prioritize cultivation over pagoda trials. All elders understood the gesture was symbolic. The headmaster imposed no real sanction. I have no objection, Qin Yuling replied. He had already planned to seclude himself in the meditation chambers and had no intention of attempting the martial pagoda before entering the inner sect. That concludes our gathering. Everyone may disperse. Qin Yuling, you should also return and rest well. Yes. Thank you, headmaster. With that, Qin Yuling departed for his residence. The headmaster and elders dispersed. The chief elder shot Qin Yuling one last venomous glance before vanishing into the distance. Disciples gathered at the periphery heard nothing, only witnessing Qin Yuling's confrontation with the chief elder and the headmaster's intervention to shield him. Back in his courtyard, Yin Lihao and Zhao Linger emerged from their rooms eager to hear how Qin Yuling's Pill Pagoda trial had fared. What? You cleared the 9th tier. Were those 3 resonant chimes truly the signal of your 9th tier triumph? I heard rumors yet refused to believe them. Yin Lihao and Zhao Linger exclaimed in disbelief. Qin Yuling recounted his entire Pill Pagoda journey, its trials, its rewards, and even his clash with the chief elder, omitting, however, all mention of the supreme tier artifact and its deeper implications. What are we to do? You've offended the Grand Elder. Beware of his retaliation from now on. Zhao Linger spoke anxiously. Yin Lihao remained silent, his eyes flickering faintly as if lost in thought. Don't fret so much. I have ample time reserved in cultivation chambers. He'll transfer some to you both, and we'll train together there. Qin Yuling said, Today I'll rest thoroughly. We depart for the cultivation chambers tomorrow. Understood, Brother Qin. You go ahead and rest, Zhao Linger, and I will prepare as well. We'll set off at dawn. Yin Lihao replied. After Qin Yuling retreated to his room, he leaned close and whispered something into Zhao Linger's ear. Young Master Yin, surely you're certain about this course. Could anything go awry? Zhao Linger asked, her voice trembling with apprehension. Rest easy. Just follow my instructions precisely. Nothing will go wrong, Yin Lihao declared with unwavering confidence. Very well. And then Yin Lihao and Zhao Linger stepped out of the courtyard. At dawn the next day, Qin Yuling summoned Yin Lihao and Zhao Linger. The intersect selection trial is roughly 80 days away. I'll grant each of you 75 days of cultivation time. Let's exhaust every moment before emerging. Our goal is for all 3 of us to enter the intersect. With that, he transferred the time credits onto their identity tokens. Brother Qin, you truly outdo yourself. 150 days outright. I could never repay such a debt, unless perhaps I keep you company for a few nights. Yin Lihao added, pressing himself closer. Out. Who asked for repayment? Just spare me your nauseating antics. Qin Yuling retorted. Zhao Linger watched the two bantering, a soft smile blooming across her face, then swiftly deepening into a flush of crimson. A sudden thought struck her. She too owed him cultivation time. Did that mean she too must? At the thought, she stole a furtive glance toward Qin Yuling, relieved to find his gaze elsewhere. Yet beneath that relief lingered a quiet, wistful pang. Qin Yuling, come out here this instant. A dozen youths, all around 18 years old, stood outside the gate. They brazenly unleashed their bone-forging realm cultivation pressure, making onlookers wince. Clearly elite disciples from the inner academy. Qin Yuling strode toward the gate, utterly unshaken by the oppressive aura. Who are you, and what do you want? Our senior brother is Duan Qianwen. What do you suppose brings us here? One of Duan Qianwen's underlings sneered. You struck our senior brother's man and seized his spirit stones. Am I mistaken? That's Duan Qianwen, the Grand Elder's grandson. Rumor has it the Grand Elder himself tried seizing a freshman's legacy yesterday. What? Is that true? Would the Grand Elder truly stoop so low? Indeed. Didn't you hear? Yesterday, Qin Yuling ascended to the 9th floor of the Pill Tower. He secured an exceptional legacy in alchemy, and the moment he emerged, the Grand Elder moved against him. Fortunately, the Dean intervened. Otherwise, Qin Yuling would surely have perished yesterday. Has the Grand Elder grown so lawless? To attempt murder before the Dean's very eyes. No sooner had Duan Qianwen's subordinate announced his name than murmurs rippled through the crowd. Duan Qianwen was accustomed to such reactions. He expected whispers about his grandfather's status, but suddenly something felt amiss. Would his grandfather truly kill for an alchemical legacy? Impossible. His grandfather held alchemy in utter contempt. Silence, every last one of you. Whoever spreads these lies will have their tongues severed if I uncover them. Duan Qianwen bellowed into the crowd, and instantly the courtyard fell deathly still. Yet judging by the expressions around him, everyone had simply shifted to covert spiritual communication. Qin Yuling paused, startled by the hushed chatter, then turned slowly toward Yin Lihao. Since returning, he'd only spoken of these events with Yin Lihao and Zhao Linger. Only Yin Lihao would dare orchestrate such a rumor. Yin Lihao, catching his gaze, let out a sheepish hehe, scratching his head with a bashful grin. Ignoring Yin Lihao, Qin Yuling faced Duan Qianwen squarely. Yes, I struck your man. He provoked me first. Yes, I took his spirit stones. He attempted to seize mine. So what? Dare to strike one of mine, and you must be prepared to endure my wrath. Duan Qianwen burned with fury. He'd just broken meditation, eager to use those spirit stones to break through to bone-forging 6th tier. Storming here in rage, he'd barely begun to assert himself when he overheard slanderous talk about his grandfather. Today demanded catharsis, no restraint. Li Hao, linger, stay inside. They won't dare breach the courtyard walls. With that, Qin Yuling walked toward the gate. Brother Qin, don't step outside. They're powerless within the courtyard. Yin Li Hao urged. And it's fine, trust me. Besides, if none of us emerge, how long will they blockade the gate? We still need to reach the cultivation chambers. Qin Yuling replied, hold. What are you doing? A sharp commanding voice cut through the air. At the sound, Duan Xianwen's dozen disciples snapped rigidly into formation. Senior sister, greetings. Their voices rang in perfect unison, a stark contrast to their earlier nonchalance. Qin Yuling saw a tall, statuesque young woman approaching, clad in martial training attire radiating indomitable grace. His heart seemed to skip a breath. She embodied his deepest aesthetic ideal. And who was she? Instantly, Qin Yuling extended his divine sense. Surely among the onlookers someone knew her. And who is she? So breathtaking, and so commanding. Even the inner academy disciples stand frozen, afraid to stir. You'll have to ask me. That's why I'm called Campus Omniscient. Stop teasing, spill it now. Tonight's dinner is on me, wine included. You swore it, so I shall. Her name is Ji Qingyan, 18 years old. In her cultivation rank will astonish you, golden core second tier. 18, an already golden core second tier. That's monstrous. And her lineage is even more formidable. She is the daughter of the Fengyuan Academy Dean. Stunning beauty, prodigious strength, and the Dean's bloodline. Who in this academy dares cross her? Hearing this, Qin Yuling finally understood. Truly the quintessential heiress, wealthy, noble, and exquisite. Yet for now the gulf between them remained vast. Strength first, everything else would follow. Duan Xianwen, what is the meaning of this? Harassing freshmen again. Have you no shame left? Ji Qingyan rebuked him without hesitation. Duan Xianwen bristled, but dared not retort. Outmatched in power, outranked in status, he redirected his fury toward Qin Yuling. Brat, consider yourself fortunate today. For senior sister's sake, I'll spare you for now. Pray your luck holds next time. Let's go. Duan Xianwen and his entourage departed swiftly. Thank you, senior sister, Qin Yuling said. No need to be polite, I just came to check on you today, Ji Qingyan replied. Check on me? Qin Yuling asked in confusion, while Yin Li Hao immediately revealed an ambiguous expression. Yes, I heard from my father yesterday that someone new has passed the 9th level of the Dan Tower, which hasn't happened in nearly 10,000 years. Especially since that young man even had the courage to confront the Grand Elder. I was particularly curious to see if you have 3 heads and 6 arms. Ji Qingyan said with a smile. Hearing you say that, it seems like you and the Grand Elder are not very harmonious. Qin Yuling had already sensed this yesterday. There seemed to be a rift between the Grand Elder and the Dean. Hearing Ji Qingyan's words today further confirmed this idea. Haha, some things you will understand when you have the chance to enter the core disciples. Ji Qingyan laughed, as if a spring breeze had blown through Qin Yuling's heart, warm and soft. Qin Yuling, what are you daydreaming about? You are still separated from the core disciples by an inner academy, so first strive to enter the inner academy. Seeing Qin Yuling in a daze, Ji Qingyan thought he was thinking about entering the core. I know this, I will enter the inner academy in this selection. Qin Yuling said confidently. Ji Qingyan's eyes brightened. Oh, that's good, then I congratulate junior brother Qin in advance. However, once you enter the inner academy, you must be careful. Duan Xianwen has considerable influence in the inner academy, since he is the Grand Elder's grandson. Rest assured, senior sister, I have a plan, Qin Yuling said. That's good, then I'll leave first. I hope the next time we meet you will have entered the inner academy. After Ji Qingyan finished speaking, she left. Qin Xiao, that person has already gone far, stop looking. Yin Li Hao teased from the side. Zhao Linger suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Ji Qingyan was not only beautiful, but also powerful. With the Dean backing her, she felt there was nothing she could compare to. All right, Li Hao, stop joking. I will give each of you a suitable cultivation technique and a mental method, along with 2 lotus heart pills for each of you, which can help you complete your cultivation quickly. Once you are familiar with the techniques, you can rapidly enhance your strength. Qin Yuling said. Brother Qin, you are too kind. I wonder how this mental method and technique, my master also gave me something decent. Yin Li Hao said. Thank you, Qin Xiao. Zhao Linger said, her face slightly flushed. The mental method I give you will allow you to absorb spiritual energy at 3 times the normal technique's rate, and once the technique is perfected, your attack power can leap 5 to 6 small levels given your current cultivation. I must stress that both the mental method and the technique must remain confidential. If leaked, it could lead to fatal consequences, Qin Yuling said solemnly. Attack power leaping 5 to 6 levels. 3 times the effect of absorbing spiritual energy. Yan Lihao felt as if he had flown up. His mental method absorbed spiritual energy at 3 times the normal technique's rate, and he thought that was pretty good, but compared to what Qin Yuling provided, it was nothing. Qin Xiao, even if it kills me, I won't reveal the technique, Xiaolinger said. Brother Qin, me too. Even if they kill me, I won't say a word. Yan Lihao said. That shouldn't be necessary. The reason I don't want you to leak it is that I fear others will covet your technique and kill you. If revealing the technique can save your life, then of course life is the most important. Qin Yuling said. He had far too many techniques in his mind. All right, the technique is in the jade slip, and here are the pills. Qin Yuling handed a jade slip and a pill bottle to Yan Lihao and Xiaolinger respectively. After distributing the items, Qin Yuling and the others arrived at the training stone area. Brother Qin, the training room is still empty now. In a few days as the assessments approach, it will be hard to find a spot. At that time, even securing a position will be difficult. Yan Lihao said. Anyway, we will wait until the assessment is close before coming out. Let's hurry up and cultivate. After saying that, the 3 of them each entered the training room. Please swipe your identity token at the entrance and input the desired training time. Once confirmed, the formation at the entrance will activate and it will not open again until the time is up. Time adjustments can only increase, not decrease, so please input carefully. Beep. After swiping the identity card and inputting 75 days, Qin Yuling began his cultivation. At this time in the mountain range where the dean was located, Ji Yunting was listening to Ji Qingjian's report. Are you saying you also think highly of him? Ji Yunting asked. Although we only talked for a short while, I feel that he is not a bad person and he seems to have great confidence in his ability to enter the inner academy in this selection. Ji Qingyan said. Entering the inner academy should not be difficult for him. As far as I know, he defeated Luo Qingyan, who is at the 8th level of qi refining, with a single move. Now that he has gained so much training room time, by the time of the selection his attack power should at least reach the bone forging realm. Ji Yunting said. Father, sister, is the Qin Yun Xiao you were talking about the one who made all that noise yesterday? A girl resembling a loli said. Xian, that's the blessing of the Dan Tower, a symbol of honor. How did it turn into noise when it reached you? Ji Yunting said. It turned out that this was Ji Qingjian's younger sister Ji Xian, who was 16 years old at the 3rd level of bone forging. She looked like a loli, did not like martial arts, and spent her days either playing or sleeping, completely opposite in character to her sister Ji Qingyan. I was woken up from sleep yesterday by the noise bang 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 bang, Ji Xian said unhappily. Is it reasonable to be lazy and sleep instead of training? Ji Qingyan raised her voice. No, I will go cultivate right now. Ji Xian was not afraid of anyone, just afraid of her sister, and she shrank her head and ran out. Father, we can wait until the inner door selection is over to make a decision, Ji Qingyan said. Well, see then. In another mountain range. Grandpa, you don't know what it's been like outside. They say you're shameless, robbing new students of their inheritance. Duan Qianwen said angrily. What good does it do to say so much? Who dares to say it in front of me? Duan Yuni was also very angry, but he knew that nothing would come of saying anything outside, and as long as the academy did not make a statement, anything said outside was merely rumors. Originally, I wanted to teach Qin Yuling a lesson today, but unfortunately, I was stopped by Ji Qingyan. Qianwen, what does this indicate? If your strength were stronger than Ji Qingjian's, could she suppress you just based on her background? The main reason is that you can't defeat her, right? So I say you should cause less trouble and focus on cultivating. Strive to reach the core first, Duan Yuni said. Grandpa, I certainly understand the importance of cultivation. This time, I managed to gather over 10,000 spirit stones, but they were all taken by Qin Yuling. Duan Qianwen said indignantly. In the future, try to avoid such things. Do you think others don't know? Even the elders within the sect know about it. You're embarrassing me. Here are 20,000 spirit stones. Take them and use them. Raise your cultivation first. Duan Yuni said, full of disappointment. Half a day after Qin Yuling and the others entered the cultivation chambers, the door of one chamber swung open. At last, I've reached the core formation realm. From now on, I am a core disciple. A burly middle-aged man strode out, triumph blazing in his eyes. This was Lu Wu, the elder brother of Lu Chong. Young Master Lu, heartfelt congratulations. 2 inner academy disciples, both at the 7th tier of bone forging, spoke nervously beside him. Where is my inept younger brother? He knows today is the day I break through, yet he doesn't even come to greet me. Has he lost himself in reckless indulgence? Lu Wu was 2 years older than his brother and had raised him since childhood. After entering Fengyuan Academy, Lu Wu advanced with unstoppable momentum, while Lu Chong squandered his days in hedonism, shielded by his brother's protection and growing ever more unruly. Lu Chang was Lu Wu's only remaining kin. Though he often scolded his brother, he doted on him deeply, and had repeatedly covered up Lu Chang's transgressions. Young Master Lu. Lu Chang, the seventh-tier bone-forging disciple stammered, unable to utter the words. What has happened to Lu Chang? Sensing something gravely amiss, Lu Wu's voice turned sharp and commanding. Lu Chang ventured out to gather medicinal herbs, and never returned. All soul crystals of the Outer Academy disciples who accompanied him have shattered. The seventh-tier bone-forging disciple finally summoned the courage to speak. What? Lu Wu roared, his entire being erupting into violent fury as the aura of a first-tier core formation cultivator surged forth. The oppressive pressure forced both disciples' faces crimson. They could not even lift their heads. Where did my brother go to gather herbs? Lu Wu demanded, wrath seething in every syllable. We questioned the Outer Academy disciples. They said he went to the Mist-Veiled Demon Caverns in Hanlian Kingdom. The Mist-Veiled Demon Caverns. The strongest demonic beasts there are only at the 9th tier of Qi refinement. Lu Chang may not have prevailed in battle, but he surely could have fled. Could he have been slain by a cultivator? Lu Wu asked grimly. You two will accompany me to the Mist-Veiled Demon Caverns. If we uncover who murdered my brother, I will make them wish for death. Yes, young Master Lu. They hastened to obey. Lu Wu was now among the Academy's most elite disciples. Only 12 in total held the title of core disciple across the entire Fengyuan Academy. Qin Yuling remained utterly unaware of the turmoil unfolding outside. He was immersed in the sheer euphoria of cultivation. With quadruple ambient spiritual energy density and the spirit-gathering formation he himself had erected, his rate of Qi absorption had never been so extraordinary. Within mere days, he would reach the pinnacle of the 9th tier of Qi refinement. Yin Lihao and Zhao Ling'er too were deep in joyful cultivation. Meanwhile, in the Mist-Veiled Demon Caverns of Hanlian Kingdom, Lu Wu soared swiftly alongside two 9th-tier bone-forging disciples scouring the land for traces. 7 days passed in swift succession. Lu Wu and his companions uncovered over a dozen sites bearing the scars of Qi refinement-level combat, but none matched the signatures of Lu Chang and his party. Young Master Lu, over here. Fresh combat traces left by Qi refinement cultivators. One of the 7th-tier Qi refinement disciples transmitted the message telepathically. Lu Wu arrived in an instant. Cultivators at the core formation realm could finally savor the ecstasy of flight. Yet this was Lu Wu's first flight, and it bore no joy. It was a desperate search for the truth behind his brother's death. This rotting demonic beast, likely a mist-blue serpent at the 2nd tier of Qi refinement, posed no threat whatsoever to Lu Chang. Lu Wu instinctively extended his divine sense to scan the surroundings. Over here, traces of a formation. Lu Wu immediately identified a cave entrance. This appears to be a Tier 2 defensive formation. Does Hanlian Kingdom truly harbor a Tier 2 formation master? He murmured in quiet disbelief. Mastery of formations demanded rare, unbroken lineages. Most formation masters were alchemists who cultivated formations through pill refinement, for otherwise the cost would be unbearable. Young Master Lu, the interior bears a Qi ceiling formation. Lu Wu flew forward, swept his hand in a decisive arc, and shattered the barrier. Dig beneath the ground. See what lies hidden. Yes, young Master Lu. Instantly, the two 9th-tier bone-forging disciples began excavating and unearthed several storage bags. Young Master Lu, these contain Outer Academy identification tokens from Fengyuan Academy. The bone-forging disciple gasped in shock. Let me see, Lu Wu commanded, taking the tokens and sensing them with his spiritual awareness, immediately identifying one belonging to his younger brother. Who dares? Who dares slay Lu Chang, the brother of Lu Wu? Lu Wu howled in blind rage. Young Master Lu, perhaps we should investigate Hanlian Kingdom itself. Unless the killer was a bone-forging cultivator, Lu Chang could not have been slain so easily. The bone-forging disciple offered the suggestion. I'll fly ahead to scout. I'll await your arrival there, Lu Wu declared, and vanished skyward in a streak of light. A first-tier core formation cultivator's spiritual energy could not sustain prolonged flight. Lu Wu swallowed pills continuously to replenish his qi all the way to Hanlian Kingdom, arriving breathless and spent. The royal family was the most likely source of bone-forging cultivators in Hanlian Kingdom, so Lu Wu first sought out informants. When the two bone-forging disciples later arrived, he dispatched them separately to gather intelligence. After 2 days of investigation, the three reconvened. Young Master Lu, our inquiries reveal 3 bone-forging cultivators within the royal family, 2 at the first tier, 1 at the second tier. Among noble families, only Lord Qin of the Qin clan has attained the first tier of bone forging. and he employs a servant at the second tier of bone forging. I see. To my knowledge, the royal trio had not left the imperial palace before my brother's death, and Lord Qin only broke through to bone forging after Lu Chang perished. Lu Wu analyzed coldly. Yet that servant of Lord Qin's does not appear native to Hanlian Kingdom. Why would a second-tier bone-forging cultivator serve one ranked merely at the first tier? What are the cultivation levels of this year's Hanlian Kingdom recruits to Fengyuan Academy? Lu Wu asked. Of the 11 admitted, the highest ranked is Princess Zhao Linger of the Royal House, at the third tier of Qi Refinement. Next is Yin Li Hao at the second tier of Qi Refinement. Yet the top scorer was Qin Yuling, heir to the Qin clan, who stands only at the first tier of Qi Refinement. Oh, a first-tier Qi Refinement cultivator claimed first place. Still, even supreme offensive prowess could not slay Lu Chang, unless he conceals his true realm. At present, the Qin clan is our prime suspect. You two will infiltrate their estate tonight, and bring that servant to me for interrogation. Lu Wu issued the order. That night, under cover of absolute silence, the two seventh-tier bone-forging disciples extracted Wei Liang without alerting a single soul. Within a secluded courtyard, Wei Liang stared at Lu Wu in abject terror. He had not landed a single blow against the seventh-tier bone-forging disciples, or even drawn his weapon before being seized. To these men, killing him would be effortless. Look into my eyes. Lu Wu cast a hypnotic command. With a full major realm separating them, Wei Liang succumbed instantly, his mind slipping into trance-like submission. What is your name? Wei Liang. Have you ever entered the mist-veiled demon caverns? No. Could it be that he was innocent after all? In truth, Wei Liang had been Lu Wu's chief suspect from the outset. Why? A second-tier bone-forging cultivator. Do you serve as a retainer to Lord Qin? Long ago I clashed with the Li clan. Wei Liang recounted in meticulous detail the entire sequence, how he had provoked the Qin clan only to be captured and bound to service. What? Qin Yuling possesses the offensive power of a bone-forging first-realm cultivator, and even knows how to set up defensive formation arrays. Could he truly be the one who killed Lu Chang? Lu Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. A Qi condensation first-realm cultivator wielding bone-forging first-realm level combat prowess. He must be concealing his true cultivation base, remarked a bone-forging seventh-realm cultivator. Moreover, his ability to deploy defensive formation arrays aligns perfectly with the killer's profile. Another bone-forging seventh-realm cultivator added, it must be him. If he didn't commit the murder, why conceal his realm? That insolent youth even dared to step foot into Fengyuan Academy after such a deed. Lu Wu affirmed, we cannot act against this individual yet. The Academy strictly forbids involving family members in student disputes. Besides, if we kill him now, Qin Yuling may flee upon hearing the news. With that, Lu Wu implanted a fabricated memory into Wei Liang that he had seen no one that night, and merely cultivated before falling asleep. Then a bone-forging ninth-realm cultivator escorted Wei Liang back to the Qin residence. Wei Liang himself retained no recollection of being taken away that night, or of narrowly escaping death's threshold. Let us return to the academy. Once we apprehend Qin Yuling, interrogation will reveal the truth. Days later, Lu Wu and his companions returned to the academy and entered the residential quarter designated for outer disciple students. Where does Qin Yuling reside? Lu Wu demanded, seizing a random disciple by the collar. The outer disciple, only at Qi Condensation's seventh realm, trembled violently under Lu Wu's oppressive aura, barely able to stand upright. With a quivering finger, he pointed toward a distant courtyard where Lu Wu's group soon arrived before Qin Yuling's residence. You two enter and bring him out. Brawling within a disciple's private courtyard is expressly prohibited. No complications there, correct? Lu Wu instructed the bone-forging cultivators. Understood, young Master Lu. The two bone-forging cultivators entered, only to emerge moments later hands empty. Where is he? Lu Wu demanded. Young Master Lu, the courtyard is deserted. All three chambers lie vacant. Has he fled upon receiving word? Lu Wu roared, seize every other student from Hanlian Kingdom, immediately. Within the span of an instant, cestics burning the remaining 7 students from Hanlian Kingdom stood trembling before Lu Wu. Sensing his nascent soul realm aura, none dared so much as shift their weight. Among you, who is closest to Qin Yuling? Lu Wu asked. The 7 exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison. None knew Qin Yuling well. Then tell me, do you know where he has gone? Lu Wu pressed. I know. Chao Shunglin slowly raised his hand. Speak. Where have they gone? Sensing hostility in the newcomers, and certain they sought trouble for Qin Yuling, Chao Shunglin grew eager to cooperate. Qin Yuling and his 2 companions have all entered the cultivation chambers. gaining access to the cultivation chambers immediately upon enrollment. They must possess exceptional talent. Still, they'll likely emerge within days. New arrivals are granted only limited cultivation time. Actually, Qin Yuling may possess significantly more cultivation time. Ventured 1 Bone Forging 7th Realm Cultivator. More, did he ascend several levels of the Martial Pagoda or the Pill Pagoda? 3. For a, Lu Wu asked. He ascended all 9 levels of the Pill Pagoda. Impossible. In the past century, the highest recorded ascent was 5th Elders, merely 5 levels. How could he possibly reach the 9th? Lu Wu stared incredulous. Indeed, it was the 9th level of the Pill Pagoda. At first, the name meant nothing to me, until just now when I recalled the uproar it caused mere days ago. Even the Grand Elder reportedly clashed with him. The bone-forging cultivator continued, clashed with the Grand Elder. Then how did he survive? Everyone knows the Grand Elder's ruthlessness. Even survival would leave one scarred and broken. Because both the Academy Headmaster and 5th Elder publicly vouched for Qin Yuling. The Headmaster and 5th Elder both side with him. That complicates matters. 5th Elder may be reasoned with, but the Headmaster, no path exists there. Lu Wu fell silent in contemplation. So his life remains temporarily secure. Once he emerges, I'll deliver a brutal beating. Within the Academy walls, opportunity will arise again and again to break him utterly. Tell me everything you know about Qin Yuling. Every detail, Lu Wu commanded, pointing at Chao Shenglen. Yes, sir. I first met Qin Yuling during the Hanliang Kingdom selection trials. Chao Shenglen recounted every encounter since their meeting. The 6 others watched him with divergent expressions, some scornful, some hostile, others visibly relieved. When Lu Wu heard that Qin Yuling had repelled Luo Chengyan, with a single strike, his suspicion solidified. Qin Yuling was undoubtedly concealing his true realm. His offensive capacity matched that of a bone-forging cultivator, and Lu Chong had almost certainly fallen beneath his hand. All of you may depart, but seal your lips on today's events. Should I learn any of you leaked word of this, you shall face consequences beyond imagining. After issuing his threat, Lu Wu dismissed them. You too, go to the inner academy and summon several others. Post rotating sentries outside the cultivation chambers. The moment Qin Yuling emerges, report to me without delay. With that, Lu Wu strode toward his own courtyard to consolidate his cultivation. Upon entering the core zone, disciples would be assigned personal cultivation caves based solely on ranking. Soon 1 month passed since Qin Yuling had entered the cultivation chamber. Within the chamber, Qin Yuling had advanced to bone forging 2nd realm. Both the 9-fold Vajra scripture and the minor 1,000 Buddha palms had reached their 4th layer, still incomplete, yet representing a profound leap forward. His defensive capability now rivaled that of a nascent soul 4th realm cultivator. His baseline offensive strength matched nascent soul 1st realm. When wielding the minor 1,000 Buddha palms, his striking power surged to nascent soul 3rd realm. With further cultivation or mastery of his techniques, his overall combat efficacy would ascend to the upper echelons of the nascent soul realm. After a brief adjustment, Qin Yuling sank once more into deep cultivation. Each inner disciple possessed a private courtyard, its ambient spiritual energy far denser than that of the outer disciple quarters. Within Lu Wu's courtyard, a subordinate reported the day's developments. Has Qin Yuling still not emerged? Lu Wu asked. No, young Master Lu. Not him, nor his companions, Yin Lihao and Zhao Ling. The subordinate replied. It appears Qin Yuling shared his allotted time with them. They likely won't emerge until the inner academy selection begins. We shall maintain surveillance and report any developments immediately. Lu Wu nodded. My cultivation base is now fully stabilized and my techniques refined. In the core disciple ranking tournament, I am confident I shall place among the top 8. The core disciples numbered 10, including Lu Wu. Among them 3 at Nascent Soul 1st Realm, 5 at Nascent Soul 2nd Realm, 1 at Nascent Soul 3rd Realm, and 1 at Nascent Soul 4th Realm. Ji Qingyan, having joined the core disciples only last year, currently ranked 7th. Lu Wu's combat strength hovered near Nascent Soul 2nd Realm, hence his confidence in securing a top 8 position. Ling Yinglai, the sole Nascent Soul 4th Realm cultivator, was a martial purist indifferent to academy affairs. So long as no harm came to the academy itself, he remained aloof and uninvolved. The one at the 3rd level of Dan condensation is Lu Mingfei, who is said to be quite close to the Grand Elder. Among the 5 at the 2nd level of Dan condensation, 2 belong to the 2nd Elder, 1 to the 3rd Elder, and 1 to the 4th Elder. The 5th Elder, focusing on alchemy, has not cultivated his own faction. As for the Dean, he has never taken in disciples, so only Ji Qingyan can be considered part of his faction. The remaining ones at the first level of Dan condensation have not formed any factions, or perhaps there are factions established in secret that no one knows about. Lu Wu actually considers joining the Grand Elder's faction as the Dean's personality is too gentle for him, while the Grand Elder's ruthless nature aligns more with his character. Once he becomes a core disciple, he plans to interact more with Lu Mingfei and have him make introductions. 70 days have passed since Qin Yuling and the others entered the training room. Inside the training room, Qin Yuling slammed his small Buddha palm against the force measuring device, unleashing an attack at the 8th level of Dan condensation. Haha, after 70 days of training, my attack power has finally reached the 8th level of Dan condensation, Qin Yuling said with a happy smile. Qin Yuling has reached the 6th level of bone refinement with both the 9 turns Vajra technique and the small Buddha palm at the 4th layer's perfection. His defense has also reached the 8th level of Dan condensation, and currently only the Dean and a few elders in the academy can match him. Exiting the training room, his progress at the 6th level of bone refinement is relatively fast, but it's not particularly astonishing as few have trained continuously for 75 days in the training room. Nevertheless, his attack power should be kept within the bone refinement realm. Otherwise, my cultivation technique would definitely attract a lot of attention, so for now it's sufficient to demonstrate my attack power at the 9th level of bone refinement. After consolidating his cultivation for another 5 days, Qin Yuling stepped out of the training room. Qin Yuling is out. He has reached the 6th level of bone refinement. Hurry and report to Lu Xiao. An early bone refinement cultivator hurriedly transmitted the message. Meanwhile, Yin Lihao and Zhao Linger exited the training room, both wearing smiles. Qin Yuling remarked upon seeing their cultivation levels, "Not bad. Both of you have reached the perfect 9th level of qi refinement. Your attack power should have reached the bone refinement realm, right? Haha, Qin Gu, thank you for your technique. My combat power has reached the 2nd level of bone refinement," Yin Lihao replied with a grin. Qin Xiao, I also reached the 2nd level of bone refinement. Zhao Linger was also extremely happy. Having only left the royal family for 3 months, her combat power was already among the top tier in Huanling Nation. Qin Yuling, you finally decided to come out. Lu Wu flew over from a distance, his fierce gaze filled with hatred. Qin Yuling furrowed his brows. A Dan condensation realm cultivator. Who could it be? The facial features look somewhat familiar from somewhere. What, you don't recognize me? Then do you know Lu Chong? Lu Wu said, staring intently at Qin Yuling, missing not a single change in his expression. When Lu Wu mentioned Lu Chong, Qin Yuling's heart stirred. It turns out he is the brother of the cultivator I killed. No wonder he looks so familiar. Qin Yuling maintained a formidable control over his facial expression, revealing not a hint of change. Who is Lu Chong? I don't know him, Qin Yuling replied calmly. It doesn't matter if you deny it. In my heart, I have already identified you. We will play slowly. With that, Lu Wu took the inner court disciples and left directly. Left just like that. Seems like a difficult character, Qin Yuling sighed. If he pursued me, all I have to do is deny it till the end. Now that he turned around and left, it indicates that regardless of whether I killed him or not, he has already set his sights on me. Lu Xiao, are we just going to let him go? Let him go? Impossible. Now he denies it, but we can do nothing about it. I just went over to confirm. The moment I saw him, I was certain he was the one who killed my brother. I will make him suffer slowly. Qin Gu, what's going on? Does that Dan condensation cultivator have a grudge against you? Yin Lihao asked, with Zhao Linger also looking at Qin Yuling with concern. Perhaps, Qin Yuling said without elaborating. Let's go back and rest. Well, we can also relax for a few days while waiting for the inner court entry. Upon mentioning the inner court, Yin Lihao and Zhao Linger smiled happily again. In the several mountain ranges of Fengyuan Academy, the spiritual energy is at least twice that of the core disciples' caves. At this moment, inside the Grand Elder's cave, a person hidden in the darkness said to the Grand Elder, Grand Elder Qin Yuling has exited seclusion and his cultivation has reached the 6th level of bone refinement. His alchemical talent is so high and his cultivation growth is rapid. Once he matures, he will surely align with the Dean, which I fear will affect our plans. No worries, Qin Yuling won't amount to anything. Once the inner door selection is over, I will find a reason to send him away. At that time, I can also take care of Ji Qingyan. That's good. If Ji Qingyan meets with an accident, Ji Yunting will surely be affected, and then he will likely be forever unable to reach the nascent soul realm. The Shadow said, Rest assured, I will arrange these matters. Just focus on your own tasks. How is the recruitment of core disciples going? The Grand Elder said, Don't worry, Grand Elder, apart from Ling Yinglai and Ji Qingyan, I have control over the other 8. That's good. Just be careful not to expose anything. All right, I will take my leave now, said the Shadow as he vanished. Before long, it was time for the inner door selection. As Qin Yuling had already reached the bone refinement realm, he automatically became an inner disciple. Yin Lihao and Zhao Linger successfully challenged a first-level bone refinement cultivator each and logically became inner disciples as well. After receiving their inner court residences, the three gathered again. This is really exhilarating. I didn't expect to succeed in the first inner court assessment. Qin Ge, thank you so much. Yin Lihao said. Yes, Qin Xiao, when I first entered the academy, I set a goal to enter the inner court within 2 years, but I didn't expect to achieve it in just 3 months. Zhao Linger said happily. Look at how happy you both are. You should set longer-term goals like when to become core disciples. Qin Yuling said. Oh, that will take time. I haven't even thought about becoming a core disciple yet, Yin Lihao admitted. You two shouldn't lose heart. With my help, you will definitely become core disciples. As Qin Yuling spoke, he handed each of them a pill. Qin Ge, what is this pill? Yin Lihao asked. Is this the mirror-breaking pill? Zhao Linger exclaimed. It's still Linger who has insight. After taking this pill, you will immediately become bone refinement cultivators, Qin Yuling said with a smile. Wow, Qin Ge, I really love you. If I were a girl, I would marry you. Right, Linger? Yin Lihao teased Zhao Linger after saying this. Zhao Linger turned red at Yin Lihao's words, lowering her head and not daring to look at Qin Yuling. Linger, don't listen to his nonsense. You both should focus on your training. Resources like this will be plentiful in the future. After saying this, Qin Yuling walked towards his own residence. Actually, I wouldn't mind, Zhao Linger murmured after both Qin Yuling and Yin Lihao had left. Early the next morning, a bone refinement realm cultivator arrived at Qin Yuling's courtyard. May I ask what you need from me? Qin Yuling inquired politely, noticing the cultivator waiting at the door with a courteous attitude. I am the alchemical attendant of Elder Wu, and he requests your presence, the cultivator said. Qin Yuling thought for a moment. It must be regarding Elder Wu wanting to take him as a disciple. Please lead the way. Following the cultivator, Qin Yuling arrived at the mountain range where Elder Wu resided. Upon entering, he immediately felt the rich spiritual energy. The treatment of the elders is indeed excellent. The density of spiritual energy here is about 5 times that of the inner disciples. Qin Yuling remarked. Yes, the spiritual energy in the inner courtyard is twice that of the outer courtyard, while the core area has double that of the inner courtyard, and the area where the elder resides has 2 to 3 times the spiritual energy of the core area, the alchemical attendant patiently explained. In awe of the dense spiritual energy, Qin Yuling arrived at Elder Wu's cave abode. Elder Wu, Qin Yuling is here, the alchemical attendant announced. All right, you may leave for now. Qin Yuling, please come in, came Elder Wu's voice from within the cave. As soon as Qin Yuling entered the cave, he saw that the entire room was almost filled with racks of medicinal materials, all stocked to the brim. Most of the materials were of the 3rd and 4th grade. The resources here are truly abundant, Qin Yuling exclaimed. I have met Elder Wu. Qin Yuling performed a respectful bow. Haha, you don't need to be so formal. How do you find my medicinal materials? Elder Wu said proudly. Indeed, there is more than enough. What have you decided? Will you become my disciple? You will have the opportunity to use the medicinal materials here in the future, Elder Wu said. To be honest, these medicinal materials are indeed very enticing, but I cannot become your disciple, Qin Yuling replied. Why not? Your talent in alchemy is exceptional. Pursuing the path of alchemy would surely lead to rapid progress. Do you wish to focus on martial arts instead? Elder Wu asked, puzzled. I certainly will not give up on martial arts, and I also want to pursue alchemy. However, I have already passed the 90-year pill tower and accepted the inheritance from that senior, which is equivalent to having taken him as my master. I see, Elder Wu said with regret. Since you have received that senior's inheritance, I am indeed not qualified to be your master. Here I advise you to focus on alchemy and not waste your talents. Thank you for your kind advice, Elder Wu. I will be mindful of it. Qin Yuling thought to himself, wondering how Elder Wu would react if he knew that the founder of this academy encouraged him to cultivate both alchemy and martial arts. Well, as long as you understand, then my alchemy room is always open to you. You are welcome to use any of these medicinal materials whenever you need them, Elder Wu said. Thank you very much, Elder Wu. Qin Yuling felt the elder's goodwill, knowing that he would no longer need to prepare medicinal materials himself for alchemy in the future. All right, you may head back now. Remember my words, do not waste your talent in alchemy. Elder Wu truly valued Qin Yuling's talent in alchemy, as only 2 individuals had ever passed the 9th level in over 20,000 years since the academy's founding. After leaving Elder Wu, Qin Yuling returned to his courtyard. On the way, he overheard the academy's students discussing the same topic. Have you heard? The academy has released a task, one said. Are you talking about the recent appearance of monsters in Liwu village? Yes, they say it requires 2 core students to lead a team, and each core student can select 5 inner disciples to participate in the task. Do core students really need to participate? Are the monsters that formidable? One asked. It is said that the highest level monsters discovered so far are at the bone refinement 9th level. To be safe, core students are required to join. I have heard about this matter too. The rewards seem quite generous. Besides a large number of spirit stones, there is also a reward of training room time. I wonder which core students will participate. I hope I get selected. The rewards this time are too good, another replied. It is said that the elder proposed the reward of training room time to encourage everyone's enthusiasm. After the academy announced the task, the entire academy buzzed with conversations about it, as the rewards were extremely generous. Usually task rewards only included spirit stones, and this was the first time training room time was offered as a reward. Qin Yuling, Yin Lihua, and Zhao Linger were gathered together at this time. With the help of the breaking mirror pill provided by Qin Yuling, both of them had attained the bone refinement realm, and their combat power had reached the bone refinement 4th level. Qin, good, did you hear? The academy has issued a task with generous rewards, and everyone is talking about it, Yin Lihua said. Yes, I just heard about it. However, we don't need to participate. I can allocate some time for you all. We are not lacking in spirit stones, Qin Yuling replied. All right, then let's focus on our cultivation to improve our skills a bit more, Zhao Linger said. In the meantime, in the cave abode of the academy's head Ji Yunting, Qin Yin, you should participate in this task and bring Qin Yuling along. If everything goes well, we can bring him to our side, Ji Yunting said. Understood, father. This task's rewards are initiated by Elder Wu. Does he intend to recruit Lu Wu, who just advanced to core student? Ji Qin Yin asked. It has been basically confirmed that Lu Wu has joined Elder Wu's side, and it seems he has recruited most of those at the first stage of foundation establishment. Lu Mingfei likes to form small groups. The core students are likely well integrated by now. Ji Yunting said helplessly. Father, I will go out and talk to Qin Yuling now and prepare him for what's to come, Ji Qin Yin said. In Elder Wu's cave, a similar scene was unfolding. Lu Wu, now that you have become my subordinate, I hope you perform well in this task. I deliberately made the rewards more generous this time. Ji Yunting must think I'm trying to recruit a group of students, so he will definitely send Ji Qin Yin to participate in this task. If she doesn't designate Qin Yuling, you should. If she does, then it will be easy. You just bring a few students at the bone refinement 9th level with you. I know you have a grudge against Qin Yuling. Your task is to ensure he doesn't have the chance to return to the academy, Elder Wu said with a sinister tone. Yes, Elder Wu, with a cultivation of bone refinement 6th level, killing him is not a problem, but I fear Ji Qin Yin might interfere, Lu Wu replied. Though confident in his combat strength, he was unsure he could guarantee success if Ji Qin Yin was determined to protect Qin Yuling. You need not worry about that. Ji Qin Yin will have her own means. Just focus on eliminating Qin Yuling, Elder Wu said casually. If that is the case, Elder Wu, rest assured. I will ensure that Qin Yuling has no way back, Lu Wu said, his eyes filled with deep hatred, finally ready to avenge his brother. At that moment, Ji Qin Yin found Qin Yuling. You want me to participate in the task? Qin Yuling asked, confused, as his cultivation was only at bone refinement 6th level, and he had only interacted with Ji Qin Yin once, unclear about why she had specifically chosen him. Yes, I wish you to accompany me on this mission, Ji Qin Yin said. Had any other academy students been personally invited, they would have accepted joyfully, yet Qin Yuling appeared distinctly reluctant. May I decline? Qin Yuling asked. Though I do not know why you are unwilling, refusal is not permitted. Inner sect disciples designated by core disciples must participate in the mission. Ji Qin Yin pouted indignantly. Ordinarily, had Qin Yuling truly possessed a legitimate conflict, she might have relented, but seeing his sullen expression, she resolved with unwavering determination that he would go. Very well, then I shall go, Qin Yuling sighed resignedly. When do we depart? We assemble at the academy gate tomorrow morning and set out together. Having concluded their exchange, Ji Qin Yin departed to recruit 4 more inner sect disciples. Each core disciple was permitted to select 5. Afterward, Qin Yuling summoned Yin Lihao and Zhao Linger. I am allocating an additional 30 days of cultivation chamber access to each of you. Train diligently. I must now prepare for the mission. Qin Yuling said. Brother Qin, didn't you say we wouldn't need to undertake missions? Yin Lihao asked, puzzled. Qin Yuling then recounted Ji Qin Yin's visit. Brother Qin, could it be that Ji Qin Yin has taken a liking to you? Yin Lihao winked slyly. Zhao Linger, who had not previously considered such a possibility, now fixed her gaze intently upon Qin Yuling. What nonsense are you imagining? Though I cannot fathom why she chose me, it is certain she bears no romantic interest in me, Qin Yuling replied. Hearing this, Zhao Ling'er's expression softened. Very well, go train. I shall rest quietly in the courtyard today, though I will not bid you farewell before departure. Watching Qin Yuling walk away, Zhao Ling'er silently vowed to elevate her cultivation swiftly, lest the chasm between them widen irreparably until she no longer possessed even the right to stand beside him. By the following night, within the Elder Sect Master's cavernous abode, have the arrangements been finalized? The Elder Sect Master asked, addressing the shadows in the corner. All is prepared. A fifth-rank nascent soul assassin from Fengyuan City with immaculate credentials. No trace will lead back to us. A cloaked figure murmured from the darkness. Let him enter only after they have engaged the fiends in battle tomorrow. Under no circumstances must Qinyan escape. She undoubtedly carries defensive treasures bestowed by Ji Yunting. The Elder Sect Master nodded. Rest assured, I shall ensure all instructions are conveyed. The shadow bowed and dissolved into the gloom. The Elder Sect Master closed his eyes as though no second presence had ever graced the chamber. At dawn the next day, Qin Yuling arrived punctually at the academy gate. Ji Qingyan was already there, flanked by 4 ninth-rank bone-forging disciples. One of them remarked upon seeing Qin Yuling, a 6th-rank bone-forging disciple, joining the mission. Surely a favored connection. Qin Yuling remained silent. Had he not been compelled, he would already be immersed in tranquil cultivation within his chamber. At that moment, Lu Wu approached with 5 more bone-forging disciples. Qin Yuling, you've joined the mission after all. Excellent. This time I shall see how you flee. Lu Wu's gaze locked onto Qin Yuling like that of a predator surveying its prey. Lu Wu, interdisciplinary combat among participants is strictly prohibited. Should you violate this, I shall report you to the academy upon our return. Ji Qingyan stated coldly. Senior sister, I never claimed I'd lay a hand on him. I merely meant the mission is perilous. What if Qin Yuling falls to a fiend? Lu Wu replied blandly. Ji Qingyan merely held her tongue. For now, let him revel in his arrogance, or whether he would survive the trial remained uncertain. Enough, we depart. Ji Qingyan led the party forward simultaneously, transmitting a private voice message to Qin Yuling. Qin Yuling, once the operation commences, remain close to me. So long as I am near, Lu Wu dares not harm you. Understood, senior sister, Qin Yuling transmitted back. Let Lu Wu refrain. If he struck first, Qin Yuling would gladly grant him reunion with his late brother. An hour later, the 12 of them arrived at Liwu village. At the village entrance stood a middle-aged man, 8th-rank bone-forging cultivator, awaiting them. Greetings, esteemed masters. I am Wei Xingzhu, village chief of Liwu village, the cultivator said. Greetings. Please brief us on the fiend situation. Ji Qingyan requested. Certainly, esteemed masters. Several days ago, 5 villagers ascended the mountain to hunt and discovered a cave where none had existed before. Driven by curiosity, they entered. Scarcely had they ventured inside when they encountered fiends, initially assessed at 2nd-rank bone-forging strength, yet only 2 emerged alive. Subsequently, the village mobilized all its bone-forging cultivators to re-enter the cavern, only to find its depths teeming with fiends, including at least one of 9th-rank bone-forging strength. That incursion cost us 12 cultivators. Only by refusing prolonged engagement did the survivors escape. Wei Xingzhu recounted, shuddering faintly. His eyes flickered briefly toward Qin Yuling, clearly bewildered why the academy had dispatched a 6th-rank bone-forging disciple despite having been explicitly informed of 9th-rank fiends. Ji Qingyan noticed his glance, but feigned indifference. She trusted her own strength. Even against 9th-rank fiends, she could safeguard Qin Yuling. Lead us to the cavern mouth, Ji Qingyan instructed. This way, esteemed masters. Wei Xingzhu gestured toward a mountain pass. A quarter-hour later, esteemed masters, the cavern lies ahead. Wei Xingzhu pointed toward the yawning mouth of the cave. Qin Yuling had sensed the cavern long before arrival, its interior saturated with demonic qi. Moreover, he detected a nascent soul-level fiend within. Clearly, the fiend's rank had been gravely misjudged. Whether it was 3rd rank or higher remained unknown, but if so, both Ji Qingyan and Lu Wu would face mortal peril. Wei Xingzhu, await us here at the entrance, Ji Qingyan commanded. Very well, esteemed masters. I shall await your triumphant return. Wei Xingzhu clearly harbored no desire to re-enter. The 12 disciples advanced into the cavern. Its interior was dim, yet all possessed sufficient spiritual sense to navigate. Light posed no obstacle. This demonic qi suppresses spiritual sense. I can probe only 50 meters within. One bone-forging cultivator observed. Indeed, I too. Ji Qingyan tested her range. Approximately 300 meters, Lu Wu's would likely match hers. Qin Yuling, however, could extend his perception fully 1 kilometer. Though demonic qi dampened spiritual sense, its effect seemed negligible. None dwelled upon it, pressing deeper, without hesitation. Soon several second and third-rank bone-forging fiends appeared, but were effortlessly eliminated. Of the 9 bone-forging disciples besides Qin Yuling, all displayed vigorous enthusiasm. Fiends scarcely materialized before being struck down. The 4 bone-forging realm cultivators beside Ji Qingyan each killed a demon beast, and then scanned Qin Yuling with their divine sense. As if silently mocking him, "You're merely here to claim credit. There's no room for you to shine." Lu Wu's divine sense repeatedly swept toward Qin Yuling, clearly seeking an opening to strike him down. Yet every demon beast that appeared was instantly slain, leaving no opportunity. As the group advanced deeper, demon beasts grew more numerous, and their cultivation realms generally rose to bone-forging 7th rank or higher. Bone-forging cultivators could no longer keep pace with the surging tide of demon beasts. Ji Qingyan and Lu Wu occasionally intervened to eliminate them. Occasionally, a demon beast slipped through to Qin Yuling's position, forcing him into close combat. Yet his displayed offensive power remained at bone-forging 8th rank, so while others slew 2 or 3 beasts, he managed only 1. The bone-forging 9th rank cultivator beside Ji Qingyan regarded Qin Yuling with mounting disdain. Though his attacks exceeded his apparent cultivation level, his low realm rendered him utterly inadequate, merely a liability dragging the team down. Lu Wu watched Qin Yuling intently. Upon confirming his attack strength reached bone-forging 8th rank, a flash of vicious intent flared in his eyes. Given Qin Yuling's current progress, reaching bone-forging 9th rank might well secure him status as a core disciple. His allocated cultivation time in the practice chamber remained abundant. If he survived this expedition, he could soon stand on equal footing with Lu Wu himself. Humph, this time you will die. Lu Wu's resolve to kill Qin Yuling hardened into urgent, burning certainty. Soon demon beasts ascended to bone-forging 8th and 9th ranks, and the party had advanced only 2/3 of the way into the cavern. As their numbers swelled, even 9th rank cultivators grew flustered, sustaining wounds one by one. Ji Qingyan and Lu Wu intervened with increasing frequency, yet no one noticed that Qin Yuling still took roughly the same amount of time to slay each demon beast as before. Senior Sister Ji, our initial assessment of demon beast ranks may have been flawed. Should we dispatch someone back to request reinforcements from the academy? Asked a bone-forging 9th rank cultivator, his voice tight with mounting pressure. Ji Qingyan hesitated. Though she herself faced no immediate danger, she feared encountering golden core rank demon beasts ahead, and could not guarantee her companion's safety. What are you afraid of? A few bone-forging 9th rank beasts have already shattered your courage. Don't disgrace Fengyuan Academy. Lu Wu retorted sharply. In truth, several bone-forging cultivators had already sent him secret transmissions raising the same concern, but he refused to call for academy aid. If reinforcements arrived, his chance to strike Qin Yuling would vanish forever. Qin Yuling in fact privately agreed with the bone-forging cultivator's suggestion. His divine sense had already detected a dense concentration of bone-forging 9th rank demon beasts deep within the cave, alongside 3 golden core rank beasts, the strongest among them at golden core 3rd rank, the other 2 at golden core 1st rank. Suddenly Qin Yuling saw the golden core 3rd rank demon beast gesture toward them with its claw. At that very instant, demonic energy churned violently, and the demonic aura surrounding Qin Yuling's group tripled in intensity. "My divine sense can now probe only 10 meters, cried a bone-forging cultivator. "Mine too," echoed another. Even Ji Qingyan's and Lu Wu's divine senses were impaired, though as golden core cultivators they retained the ability to scan 50 meters. Qin Yuling's own perception shrank to 300 meters. The bone-forging cultivators now felt death's icy breath. With divine sense limited to 10 meters, they stood virtually defenseless against strikes from bone-forging 9th rank foes. Oh, a bone-forging cultivator was gravely wounded almost immediately. Ji Qingyan split her focus forward, rushing to alleviate the pressure on her comrades. Simultaneously, she transmitted a private message to Qin Yuling: "Stay close to me." Clearly, she feared Lu Wu's treachery from behind. Damn it. Lu Wu's divine sense never wavered from Qin Yuling. Watching Ji Qingyan dart forward, he sensed his moment had come. Yet Qin Yuling clung to her side so tightly that no opening presented itself. "Focus your minds. Our divine senses are suppressed. If we retreat now, casualties will multiply. Press forward together. Once the demon beasts are eradicated, the demonic aura will naturally dissipate." Lu Wu shouted aloud, desperate to prevent any faltering resolve. He had yet to fulfill his true objective. Ji Qingyan too acknowledged the peril of retreating blindfolded. She reluctantly assented to push onward. After clearing dozens of bone-forging 8th and 9th rank demon beasts, no new ones emerged. Are they gone? Have we slain them all? Asked a bone-forging 9th rank cultivator. Unclear. If the beasts are truly gone, why does the demonic aura linger? Replied another. Gather closely, advance further inward. Lu Wu commanded. They proceeded roughly 50 meters more. Then the demonic aura surged again, doubling in density. My divine sense now reaches only 2 meters, cried a terrified bone-forging cultivator. Ji Qingyan and Lu Wu's faces darkened. They too could now perceive barely 20 meters. Qin Yuling's perception narrowed to 100 meters. Yet this was likely the peak intensity of the demonic aura, for he had already sensed the 3 golden core-rank demon beasts closing to within 50 meters, and the remaining 60 or 70 bone-forging 9th rank beasts were now charging straight toward them. Boom, boom. 2 bone-forging 9th rank cultivators fell instantly ambushed. Ji Qingyan plunged headlong into the fray. Otherwise her comrades would soon be slaughtered to the last. Lu Wu's divine sense remained locked onto Qin Yuling. Seeing Ji Qingyan advance, he readied himself the moment she crossed 5 meters forward, beyond his scanning range. He would strike without hesitation. The lives of bone-forging cultivators meant nothing to him. Qin Yuling of course perceived Lu Wu's lingering divine sense. So you've been waiting for your chance. Very well, I shall grant it to you. Engaging a bone-forging 9th rank demon beast, Qin Yuling fought, while deliberately retreating, swiftly stepping beyond Ji Qingyan's divine sense range. Ji Qingyan sensed Qin Yuling's departure from her perceptual field, but with overwhelming numbers of bone-forging 9th rank beasts pressing her front line, and Qin Yuling retreating backward, she judged the rear relatively safe, and remained unable to divert attention. Lu Wu, hurry and assist. At this rate many will perish. Ji Qingyan called out, having fought relentlessly for some time without spotting him. Golden core-rank demon beasts are here, Ji Qingyan. Hold the line a little longer. I'll finish mine and join you immediately. Lu Wu shouted loudly, then sprinted toward Qin Yuling. Huh, such a perfect opportunity. I'd be a fool to let it slip. Ji Qingyan, I'll join you after I've slain Qin Yuling, he murmured under his breath. What? Golden core-rank demon beasts? Ji Qingyan recoiled in shock. She must eliminate her foes at once and rush to Lu Wu's aid, or all would face mortal peril. Lu Wu himself likely had no idea. His cry had been mere improvisation. Yet fate, it seemed, answered even lies with terrible truth. Qin Yuling casually eliminated a bone-forging 9th rank demonic beast, then waited calmly for Lu Wu. What? Still waiting for Ji Qingyan to save you? She's overwhelmed herself, Lu Wu said coolly. Lu Wu, it seems you've resolved to kill me today. What of the bone-forging 9th rank disciples you brought yourself? Will you abandon them too? Qin Yuling asked. Huh, why should I care whether they live or die? I only care whether you do. Lu Wu snarled viciously. Then what are you waiting for? Qin Yuling asked, feigning bewilderment. Seeing Qin Yuling's unruffled composure, Lu Wu sensed something amiss, but quickly shook his head. How could Qin Yuling possibly survive under his hand? Don't think I don't know your game. You're stalling for time. Let me be clear, Ji Qingyan has less than a quarter of an hour before she's overwhelmed. As for you, I need but a single breath to end you. Die. With that, Lu Wu lunged at Qin Yuling. Through his divine sense, Qin Yuling detected that only 5 bone-forging 9th rank cultivators remained beside Ji Qingyan, for had already fallen. He had to eliminate Lu Wu swiftly and rush to her aid. If the nascent soul-level demonic beasts intervened, Ji Qingyan would be in grave peril. A flash of cold ferocity lit Qin Yuling's eyes. Very well, I'll send you to reunite with your brother. So, it was you who killed my brother. Lu Wu roared, eyes blazing crimson as he redoubled his assault. At the instant his strike was about to land, Qin Yuling seized Lu Wu's right palm barehanded. Impossible. Lu Wu gaped stunned. His strength had reached nascent soul 2nd rank. How could Qin Yuling not only withstand it, but do so effortlessly? Nothing is impossible. Safe travels, and no farewell required. With those words, Qin Yuling struck Lu Wu's skull with the minor 1000 Buddha palm. Lu Wu uttered no sound, not even a groan. Before collapsing lifeless, his skull shattered into pulp. Qin Yuling dragged Lu Wu's corpse beyond Ji Qingyan's divine sense range and hurled it squarely between a nascent soul 3rd rank demonic beast and a cluster of bone-forging 9th rank beasts. Instantly, the nascent soul 3rd rank beast turned its gaze toward Qin Yuling, so he retreated swiftly, vanishing back to the site of his earlier duel with Lu Wu. Once Qin Yuling withdrew, the nascent soul 3rd rank beast redirected its attention to Ji Qingyan, while the bone-forging ninth-rank beasts spotting Lu Wu's corpse swarmed over it in frenzy. Qin Yuling observed the scene through his divine sense and smiled faintly. Now Lu Wu's death bore no trace of his involvement. He had perished by the claws of a nascent soul beast, and everyone had heard Lu Wu himself cry out moments earlier about their presence. Just as Qin Yuling prepared to rush to Ji Qingyan's aid, his divine sense suddenly registered an approaching figure radiating intense killing intent, a professional assassin. Upon closer scrutiny, he identified the intruder as a nascent soul fifth-rank cultivator. This mission had been orchestrated by the senior elder. Lu Wu must have been dispatched to kill him. But if that were the case, why hire an assassin? The senior elder surely did not suspect Qin Yuling possessed nascent soul-level strength. Then why this assassin? Could it be the senior elder sought to eliminate Ji Qingyan as well? Qin Yuling's eyes widened in shock. First deal with this assassin. Then upon returning, he would have a serious conversation with Ji Yunting. The assassin's divine sense extended barely 30 meters. Qin Yuling closed the distance silently and struck without warning. Sensing the attack, the assassin instinctively assumed a defensive stance, even before his divine sense registered the assailant. When he finally saw his attacker was merely bone-forging 6th rank, disbelief flooded his mind, a bone-forging 6th rank cultivator attacking a nascent soul 5th rank. Though contemptuous of the opponent's low cultivation, the assassin's instincts screamed caution. He braced fully and unleashed his full power in one decisive blow. His training echoed in his blood. Even a lion uses all its might to slay a hare. Qin Yuling ignored the assassin's strike entirely and drove his palm straight into the man's chest. Watching Qin Yuling stand motionless, absorbing the blow without flinching, the assassin imagined his imminent gruesome demise. I was paid to kill only one. Consider this extra. But the moment his strike struck home, the assassin felt as though he'd slammed into an unyielding bronze wall, recoiling from immense counterforce. And when Qin Yuling's palm connected with his chest, it struck like an elephant's charge. The assassin spat blood and hurtled backward broken. Feeling his heart meridians rupture, the assassin staggered in disbelief. Was I the one truly at bone-forging 6th rank, and he the nascent soul 5th rank? Eyes wide with terror, he gasped his final question with dying breath. Who are you? But Qin Yuling offered no reply. Before the words faded, the assassin exhaled his last. He never imagined he'd perish at the hands of a bonus target. Qin Yuling sealed the assassin's corpse within his spatial ring and sprinted toward Ji Qingyan. His divine sense had just confirmed it. The nascent soul-level demonic beasts had begun their assault. Ji Qingyan was now locked in desperate defense. Were it not for the protective artifact bestowed by her father, she would already lie grievously wounded. As she parried blow after blow, her thoughts raced, her composure fraying. If this continued, she might yet escape, but the other disciples would surely fall here. Senior sister, hold on just a little longer. I'll finish off the bone-forging 9th rank beasts and come to your aid. Qin Yuling called out. Qin Yuling, Lu Wu has already fallen to the demonic beasts. Take everyone and flee. I'll hold them off. Ji Qingyan urged urgently. Qin Yuling surveyed the remaining 5 bone-forging 9th rank disciples, all injured. Without eliminating every bone-forging 9th rank beast, escape would be impossible. Fortunately, only 10 such beasts remained. He closed the distance in a blur, striking once, felling one, striking again, felling another, swift, precise, relentless. The surviving disciples, long resigned to despair, watched Qin Yuling approach with indifference, expecting only another corpse. Yet as he dispatched beast after beast with a single palm strike, their jaws dropped open and hope blazed anew in their eyes. In moments, the bone-forging beasts lay slain. Qin Yuling guided the 5 survivors to safety and said, "Wait for us at the cave entrance. I'll return to aid senior sister Ji." "Senior brother Qin, won't you leave with us?" one disciple asked. Once dismissive of him, they now addressed him with reverence. After all, he had just saved their lives. "As you've seen, my combat strength matches that of a nascent soul cultivator. I can assist senior sister Ji. If you wish to repay me, keep my true strength secret." Qin Yuling replied. "Senior brother Qin, you have my word. I swear it." One bone-forging 9th rank disciple immediately swore a soul oath, a disciple personally selected by Ji Qingyan. Of the 5 survivors, 3 were Ji Qingyan's protégés, 2 Lu Wu's. Seeing his oath, the other 2 of Ji Qingyan's disciples swore likewise. The 2 chosen by Lu Wu, witnessing the unanimity, followed suit without hesitation. "Good, now go quickly." With that, Qin Yuling dashed back toward Ji Qingyan. When Qin Yuling reached Ji Qingyan's side, she had already sustained minor injuries. She planned to buy some time before finding an opportunity to escape, but she noticed Qin Yuling had come back. "Why are you back again? Didn't I tell you to leave first?" Ji Qingyan exclaimed. "Senior sister, I'm here to help you," Qin Yuling said, charging toward a first-level foundation establishment monster. "Never mind, since it's come to this, Qin Yuling, hold it off for a moment while I deal with this side first." Ji Qingyan said even if it meant risking severe injury and affecting her future martial arts prospects, she had to eliminate these monsters. The junior brother was brought along by her, and she must ensure he returns safely. "Senior sister, leave the other first-level foundation establishment to me." Just then Qin Yuling ran over again. "Junior brother, if you can hold off one first-level foundation establishment, that's enough. I'll unleash my full strength shortly and take it down." Ji Qingyan said as she turned to look at Qin Yuling, only to find that another first-level foundation establishment monster was already dead on the ground. How did you do that?" Ji Qingyan asked in confusion, but soon she figured it out. She saw Qin Yuling step forward and easily strike the first-level foundation establishment monster with a single palm, causing it to collapse. "All right, there's only one left. Let's deal with this one and our task will be complete," Qin Yuling said lightly. The remaining third-level foundation establishment monster went into a frenzy, its attack power nearly doubling. However, Ji Qingyan did not intervene at this moment. She watched Qin Yuling subduing the monster in amazement, as if she had just met him. In a short while the monster was killed. Qin Yuling looked at Ji Qingyan, who stood still. "Senior sister, what are you zoning out for? We should explore this cave further. If there are no issues, we can head back." "Oh, right," Ji Qingyan replied dazedly. The two eventually discovered a barrier deep within the cave. "Could the monsters have come out from here?" Ji Qingyan asked. "That seems likely," Qin Yuling said, looking grave as he examined the barrier. This was a barrier at the peak level of the martial emperor realm, likely over 10,000 years old. The energy of the barrier was slowly depleting, which had allowed the monsters to escape. There were even more powerful monsters inside. Qin Yuling sensed the presence of monsters at the nascent soul stage and even higher levels which his current spiritual power could not perceive. Setting up a new formation was not possible for Qin Yuling at the moment due to a lack of materials and insufficient strength, but he could reinforce the existing formation. "Senior sister, wait for me a moment while I reinforce the formation to prevent the monsters from escaping again." After saying this, Qin Yuling took out some materials needed for the formation and began to place them, ultimately burying 10,000 high-grade spirit stones at each of the four corners of the formation. "It should be fine now. For the next 200 to 300 years, there shouldn't be any monsters escaping. Even if there are, they would only be at the body refinement stage. However, senior sister, you have to reimburse me for these 80,000 high-grade spirit stones," Qin Yuling said. Sure. Qin Yuling's performance today completely overturned Ji Qingyan's perception of him. His extraordinary ability to surpass realms and his extensive knowledge of formations surpassed her imagination. Wait, didn't you just use 40,000 high-grade spirit stones?" "Senior sister, you must have misread. I actually spent 80,000. Qin Yuling replied, innocently thinking he couldn't just exert effort for nothing. If he hadn't shown up, the academy would likely have suffered a total loss. "Really?" Ji Qingyan looked at Qin Yuling suspiciously. "Haha, of course it's true. But once we go out, senior sister must tell the academy's students that the monsters were killed by your life-saving treasures and keep my strength a secret," Qin Yuling stated. "Sure, I can keep it a secret from the others in the academy, but my father must know the truth," Ji Qingyan replied. "That's not a problem. I actually intended to discuss this matter with your father," Qin Yuling said, as certain individuals in the academy were not going to let this slide. Without clarifying these matters, he couldn't cultivate with peace of mind. Before long, the two emerged from the cave, and 5 practitioners at the body refinement stage were anxiously waiting, with the village chief of Liwu village lying motionless on the ground. "Senior sister, you finally came out. Have the monsters been dealt with?" a 9th-level body refinement practitioner asked. "Yes, I used the attack treasures my father gave me, and the monsters have been taken care of." "What happened to Wei Xingzhu?" Ji Qingyan said. "He just fainted. We don't know what happened. When we came out, we found him lying on the ground," the 9th-level body refinement practitioner said. Qin Yuling stepped forward to feel Wei Xing's pulse. "He just fainted. It'll help him circulate his qi, and he should wake up soon." Indeed, after Qin Yuling assisted Wei Xingzhu in circulating qi for 2 minutes, he stirred and woke up. Have you all come out? Have the monsters been dealt with?" Wei Xing's first question upon waking was about the monsters. "The monsters have been taken care of, but it's best if your villagers avoid this cave. It would be bad if any danger occurs again," Qin Yuling said. "Why did you faint at the cave entrance?" Ji Qingyan asked. "I'm not sure either. I was waiting at the cave entrance when I suddenly felt dizzy and lost consciousness. Wei Shengzhu said. It might be due to the influence of demonic energy. Qin Yuling guessed that Wei Shengzhu was likely knocked out by an assassin, but he couldn't let everyone know about the assassin's matter, so he had to find an excuse. Although everyone felt this excuse was weak, they genuinely couldn't find another reason, and since the person was unharmed, the matter was left unresolved. The group of 7 returned to the academy. They had set out with 12 people, yet only 7 returned, losing a core student in the process. This caused an uproar in the academy, which had not seen such a loss in a long time. In the hall of the dean's cave mansion, the dean sat above, flanked by 5 elders. The 7 of them stood in the center of the hall with the 5 corpses of Lu Wu and the others beside them, all of which Ji Qingyan had previously stored in a spatial ring. The Grand Elder looked solemnly at Qin Yuling and Ji Qingyan. Both of them had returned alive, yet Lu Wu was dead, and there were no traces of the assassin. Qin Yuling, why did so many die, and even Lu Wu in the Foundation establishment stage? Yet you, a 6th-level body refinement practitioner, survived. The Grand Elder questioned. Qin Yuling fixed his gaze on the Grand Elder. What do you mean by that? Do you think I should have died in the monster cave? What kind of talk is that? Now it's my turn to question you. The Grand Elder retorted angrily. We haven't even said anything after returning, and you come questioning me first. Don't you think that's too hasty? Qin Yuling said defiantly. You. The Grand Elder suddenly stood up from his seat. Elder, please hold on. I believe Qin Yuling is right. We should first understand the ins and outs of the matter. Ji Yunting intervened to stop the Elder from continuing his outburst. Since the Dean has said so, I will listen to what you have to say. The Elder sat back down. Then Qin Yuling and the others recounted the events one by one. Of course, everyone unanimously stated that Qin Yuling's attack had reached the 9th level of bone refinement, and the monster at the golden core stage was dealt with by Ji Qingyan using a treasure. Lu Wu died at the hands of the golden core monster, which everyone heard Lu Wu shout about, leaving no room for doubt. After hearing their account, Ji Yunting and the elders were deep in thought. Ji Yunting knew they were lying because he had only provided Ji Qingyan with defensive treasures and had not given her any offensive ones. Moreover, the defensive treasure barely reached the 4th level of golden core. If a 3rd-level golden core monster attacked for an extended period, it could break through the defense. Ji Qingyan simply didn't have the capability to kill a 3rd-level golden core monster. When Duan Yui heard that Qin Yuling's attack power had reached the 9th level of bone refinement, his pupils slightly widened. It was normal for Qin Yuling's cultivation technique to raise his combat power by 3 minor levels, but he was also someone who had passed through the 9th level of the Pill Tower, which was a different matter entirely. His excellence in both alchemy and martial arts suggested he must have had considerable opportunities, perhaps even possessing significant treasures. It seemed that before killing him, they needed to find a way to extract some information from his mouth. Furthermore, from their recounting, it appeared that a 5th-level golden core assassin had never appeared, which was illogical since assassins would not refrain from acting once a task was accepted. As they contemplated this, Duan Yui exchanged glances with an elder, and in the other's eyes he saw confusion, clearly indicating that something was amiss. Moreover, regarding Lu Wu, it was even more perplexing that he went to fight with a golden core monster before he had killed Qin Yuling. To his understanding, Lu Wu's first action upon entering the cave should have been to find an opportunity to kill Qin Yuling. Yet everyone's accounts were strangely consistent, all claiming to have heard Lu Wu shout that he was going to deal with the golden core monster. Moreover, there were 2 9th-level bone refinement individuals who were with Lu Wu. They could not possibly be helping him lie. If Lu Wu did not die at the hands of a golden core monster, then the only one capable of killing Lu Wu would be Ji Qingyan, but she had been entangled with the monster and had no chance to strike. As for Qin Yuling, Duan Yui did not believe he could kill Lu Wu. His attack, reaching the 9th level of bone refinement, was already astonishing. To kill Lu Wu without anyone noticing his attack would have to at least reach the 3rd level of golden core. Even if Duan Yui were to be bold, he would not dare to guess Qin Yuling's attack could be that high. After everyone continued to ask a few questions, the matter was thus established. This incident is a mistake on the Academy's part. We failed to investigate the cultivation level of the monster properly. I have decided to double the rewards for this mission. Each bone refinement cultivator will receive 20,000 spirit stones and 20 days of training time in the training room. Golden core cultivators will receive 40,000 spirit stones and 40 days of training time. Ji Yunting declared. The bone refinement cultivators who returned alive brightened at this news. Although this mission had been perilous and they had nearly lost their lives, the rewards were indeed generous. With 20,000 spirit stones and 20 days in the training room, they now had a chance to break through to the golden core stage. After receiving the rewards, everyone returned to their respective training yards, and all the elders departed. However, before leaving, the elder cast a deep glance at Qin Yuling. Qin Yuling sensed the malice from the elder. It seemed that Lu Wu was possibly arranged by him to kill Qin Yuling. Even if Ji Qingyan did not specify his participation in the mission, Lu Wu would still have sought him out. After circling around outside, Qin Yuling returned to the dean's cave. Just before leaving, Ji Qingyan had sent him a message. "All right, now it's just the three of us here, and there are powerful restrictions in my cave. No one in the academy can eavesdrop on our conversation." Ji Yunting said, initially wanting to talk privately with his daughter. Upon seeing that Qin Yuling had also returned, it seemed there were many things he was unaware of. Father, the monsters at the Golden Core stage were actually all killed by Qin Yuling. If he hadn't been here, I might have been severely injured. Oh, the highest level of monsters is at the 3rd level of Golden Core. Can Qin Yuling really kill them? Ji Yunting couldn't believe it. Yes, Father, and Qin Yuling was suppressing the 3rd level Golden Core monster. Ji Qingyan replied. Ji Yunting's eyes sparkled as he looked at Qin Yuling. "Aren't you going to say something?" "Before I say anything, let me show you something," Qin Yuling said as he took out the body of the assassin from his spatial ring. "Hiss, an assassin from Fengyuan City at the 5th level of Golden Core. Did you kill this too?" As soon as he saw the assassin's body, Ji Yunting stood up in shock. The fact that Qin Yuling could kill someone at the 3rd level of Golden Core was already a bit hard for Ji Yunting to accept. Now, with the body of a 5th level Golden Core assassin presented, Ji Yunting looked at Qin Yuling with entirely different eyes. Qin Yuling, puzzled, looked at Ji Yunting and said, "It's normal to recognize the 5th level of Golden Core, but how can you directly identify him as an assassin from Fengyuan City? Don't doubt me, the assassin could not have been arranged by me. The reason I can tell he is from Fengyuan City is that he belongs to the Qinya Assassin Organization, which has a unified uniform. The collar of the clothing is embroidered with the pattern of Qianhua Yi." Ji Yunting pointed at the collar of the assassin's clothing. Qin Yuling looked at the collar, and indeed the pattern of Qianhua Yi was there. "Qin Yuling, what's going on with this assassin?" "I don't know anything about this," Ji Qingyan said in confusion. "Let me slowly explain the whole matter to you." Qin Yuling took out the body precisely to lay everything bare. He had many doubts that needed Ji Yunting to clarify. Qin Yuling recounted how Lu Wu had attempted to kill him, but was instead killed, and how he discovered the assassin, deducing that it was aimed at Ji Qingyan. "Impossible, who would send an assassin to kill me?" Ji Qingyan couldn't believe it. "Duan Yui." Ji Yunting's eyes glinted with fury. He was genuinely angry. It seems they can no longer hold back and are ready to act. "What? How dare he?" Ji Qingyan was shocked. "It seems the dean has always been aware of this. Can you help me resolve the doubts in my mind now?" Qin Yuling said, "Thanks to you for this incident, otherwise Qingyan might have already died." "What do you want to ask?" Ji Yunting's attitude towards Qin Yuling became very polite. He had been the one to ask Qingyan to participate in the mission. If something went wrong, he would feel extremely guilty and might never have the chance to reach the nascent soul stage. The elder must have deliberately raised the reward this time, knowing that he would definitely let Qingyan participate. "I wish to inquire about the power distribution among the Academy's senior leadership. Does the Grand Elder possess the strength to seize control?" Qin Yuling asked. Though bordering on rudeness, this question was indispensable. Only by discerning the dean's stance could he determine whether remaining at the Academy still held any purpose. Ji Yunting did not reply immediately. He studied Qin Yuling in silence for a moment before speaking slowly. "Before I answer, I would first ask, what is your true cultivation level? Of course, you may decline to disclose it should you deem it inconvenient. Since I have chosen to raise this question, I harbor no intention of concealing my strength from the dean. My combat prowess matches that of an Academy elder," Qin Yuling replied. "What?" Ji Qingyan clapped a hand over her mouth, staring at Qin Yuling in utter disbelief. Though she had already witnessed the corpse of a condensed Dan 5th-rank assassin he had slain, hearing him declare elder-level strength firsthand still defied credulity. The lowest-ranked Academy elders were all at least condensed Dan 8th rank. Ji Yunting himself was startled, but only momentarily. Then his expression brightened with genuine delight. "Excellent. With such strength, you are indeed qualified to learn certain truths," Ji Yunting said. "Upon learning my strength, Dean, did you entertain even a fleeting thought of capturing me to seize my cultivation technique?" Qin Yuling had kept his gaze fixed upon Ji Yunting the instant he revealed his strength. Had the slightest trace of such ambition flickered across the dean's face, he would have fled without hesitation. Though he could not yet prevail in open combat, the gap between them was narrow enough to allow escape. and if absolutely necessary, he could even take Ji Qingyan hostage. Yet events proved his judgment sound, though they had met only a handful of times. Ji Yunting's integrity shone unmistakably. Hearing Qin Yuling's words, Ji Qingyan tensed her eyes, darting anxiously toward her father. Indeed, Qin Yuling's technique enabled him to transcend an entire major realm and more in battle. What if her father succumbed to temptation? Where then did her loyalty lie? On one side stood her own flesh and blood, on the other the man who had just saved her life. Ji Yunting, catching the look in his daughter's eyes, sighed inwardly. Qingyan, what is that expression? In your heart, is your father truly so unworthy? Ahem, father, I never thought such a thing. Flustered at being so transparently read, Ji Qingyan stammered. Ji Yunting then turned solemnly to Qin Yuling. Rest assured, I shall never lay a finger upon your technique. As for the Academy's internal power structure, I shall now tell you plainly. The third elder supports me. We belong to the same faction. The Grand Elder and Fourth Elder form another alliance, while the Second and Fifth Elders remain neutral. Should the Grand Elder attempt to usurp the Dean's position, the Second and Fifth Elders will not intervene. Are these alignments confirmed? Qin Yuling asked. According to the Dean's account, his faction held a slight advantage in strength. Yet the Grand Elder behaved with brazen arrogance, openly disregarding the Dean's authority. Unless his faction's power matched, or even surpassed, the Dean's such boldness made no sense. Moreover, his recent move to assassinate Ji Qingyan suggested he believed his forces had already eclipsed the Dean's. Otherwise, exposure of this plot would spell utter ruin for the Grand Elder and his allies. The Elders pose no serious concern. The situation stands as I've described. Among the core disciples, however, the Grand Elder commands greater influence. Publicly, I count only Ji Qingyan among my loyalists. Ji Yunting said. Publicly? Does that imply others remain hidden? Qin Yuling asked. Indeed. I see no reason to conceal it. Ling Yinglia, condensed and fourth rank, serves me. Ji Yunting declared with quiet pride. Oh, I'd heard Ling Yingli maintained strict neutrality, devoted solely to martial refinement, Qin Yuling remarked. Before entering the academy, I saved his life. Once enrolled, his talent flourished, and he repeatedly expressed his desire to pledge allegiance to me. It was I who instructed him to feign neutrality, cultivating him as a hidden asset. Ji Yunting explained. With Ling Yingli secretly aligned with the Dean, the core disciple front appeared secure. Even if confronted en masse, Ling Yingli could hold the line long enough to buy crucial time. Yet Qin Yuling remained unsettled, sensing something fundamentally amiss. Noticing Qin Yuling's continued contemplation, Ji Yunting asked, should such a crisis truly erupt, would you stand by me? A cultivator of elder-tier strength, even at condensed Dan 8th rank, would be an invaluable ally. We shall see how matters unfold. If the situation turns dire, I reserve the right to withdraw. Qin Yuling declined to commit outright. Ji Yunting smiled faintly. Such qualified assent was in truth a firm promise. Just as Qin Yuling trusted Ji Yunting's honor, so too did Ji Yunting trust Qin Yuling's word. Ji Qingyan watched the two men converse, lost in thought. Her father had first dispatched her to observe Qin Yuling after his confrontation with the Grand Elder. A clash that revealed Qin Yuling's fearless defiance of authority, a trait that deeply impressed Ji Yunting. Had his character proven worthy, the Dean intended to groom him as a cornerstone disciple. Yet now he stood as an elder-tier peer, analyzing academy politics on equal footing with her father, leaving Ji Qingyan utterly bewildered. Dean, both you and Duan Uni have reached the pinnacle of condensed Dan 9th rank. Who possesses the greater offensive power? Qin Yuling asked. Duan Uni attained this peak earlier, yet our destructive capabilities are nearly identical. Both of us operate at the absolute limit of condensed Dan 9th rank potency. Ji Yunting replied. Here's my proposal, Dean. I shall transmit to you a cultivation technique, one that will elevate your offensive power to nascent soul 1st rank. That would lend far greater security. Unable to pinpoint the source of his unease, Qin Yuling resolved instead to bolster Ji Yunting's strength. This, though I am deeply tempted, Qin Yuling, your technique is your most guarded secret. I cannot accept it. After brief hesitation, Ji Yunting declined. Rest easy, I did not cultivate this art myself. And rest assured it surpasses yours in every measure, Qin Yuling affirmed. You possess another technique. Very well then. Ji Yunting agreed, relieved that the art was not his own, though he harbored modest expectations. No time remains to inscribe it onto spirit jade. I shall transmit it directly via divine sense. With that, Qin Yuling imparted the technique. Moments later, the transmission concluded. Having absorbed the art, Ji Yunting practiced its circulation several times. This technique. His eyes blazed with incandescent wonder. It is extraordinary. Ji Yunting found himself utterly bereft of words to capture its magnificence. Mastering this art, my combat strength shall break through to nascent soul first rank within a week. At full attainment, I foresee reaching nascent soul second rank, even third rank. Ha ha ha. Nascent soul realm itself, and the capacity to transcend 3 tiers. This art is utterly preposterous. Ahem. Father, do mind your dignity. Unable to bear her father's unguarded exuberance any longer, Ji Qingyan interjected. Ha ha, Qing, Yin, you cannot comprehend my joy. You do not understand the value of this technique, Jiang Yunting said. Dean, familiarize yourself with the technique. First, remember not to reveal your strength outside. I will keep my own strength secret as well. I am going back now. Oh, I will be training in the cultivation room during this time, Qin Yuling said. Although Jiang Yunting's combat power had reached the nascent soul stage, Qin Yuling still felt uneasy, always sensing a lack of security without his own strength improving. Yin Lihao and Zhao Linger were both training in the cultivation room. After leaving messages for them, Qin Yuling entered the training room. In Duan Yunyi's cave, the 4th elder stood in the center speaking to Duan Yunyi. Elder, we have suffered significant losses in this mission. We lost Lu Wu, a core member, and Jiang Qinjian's reputation in the inner courtyard has risen considerably. Now everyone in the inner courtyard is saying that Jiang Qinyan did not abandon the inner disciples during the crisis, risking her own injury to ensure the survival of the remaining few. Many 9th-level bone refinement disciples are now eager to join Jiang Qinyan in the core group. All right, I understand these matters. You may return for now, Duan Yunyi said. After the 4th elder left, Duan Yunyi spoke to a shadowy figure nearby, saying, "What do you think of this matter?" If the 4th elder were still present, he would have been greatly startled to discover there was someone else in the room, as he had not sensed their presence at all. It's a pity that Lu Wu died. He was somewhat useful. As for the inner courtyard disciples, they are not worth mentioning, the shadow said. You know, I am not asking about this issue. Duan Yunyi appeared somewhat angry. Regarding the assassin, to be honest, I cannot comprehend it either. However, it has been confirmed that the assassin's soul jade slip has shattered. But who has the ability to kill a 5th-level golden core assassin? Besides a few elders, is there anyone else in the academy with such ability? If Ling Yinglai had the strength to fight above his level, he might have a chance. However, to my knowledge, he has not left the academy these past few days. Elder, do you think Qin Yuling has someone backing him? The shadow speculated. It shouldn't be the case. Oh, Qin Yuling has a high level of inheritance. If he had someone behind him, why would he come to the academy to study? Duan Yunyi countered. In the coming days, find an opportunity to take down Qin Yuling and extract the secrets he holds. If we act, we might be exposed immediately. Are we preparing to strike? The shadow said excitedly. I will enter seclusion. Within 3 months at most, I can break through to the nascent soul stage. When the day of my breakthrough arrives, that will be our chance to act, Duan Yunyi said. Haha, then I will congratulate you in advance, Dean Duan, the shadow laughed. Make sure your organization is prepared as well. Once I become the dean, you will not miss out on the benefits. Rest assured, Dean Duan, our Qinya assassination organization has always been prepared. The shadow revealed himself as a member of the assassin organization. After entering the cultivation room, Qin Yuling directly input 80 days of training time. After accounting for the time already used and the 210 days allocated to Yin Lihao and Zhao Linger, he still had over 200 days left. Such a long duration would be a waste. Improving his strength is of utmost importance. Initially, Qin Yuling thought that raising the Jiuzhuan King Kong Ju and the Little Thousand Buddha hand to the 5th level would be the fastest way to progress. However, with both martial techniques already at the 4th level of perfection, he could not break through to the 5th level. It felt as if some unseen rule was restricting his progress. It was highly likely that he needed to elevate his cultivation to the golden core stage before he could break through. Since he could not advance in techniques, Qin Yuling focused entirely on elevating his cultivation, utilizing spirit stones to assist his training in the dense spiritual energy of the cultivation room, training rapidly. The shadow assassin roamed the academy for 3 days without finding Qin Yuling. After hypnotizing a few disciples, he learned that Qin Yuling had gone back into the cultivation room. This Qin Yuling truly has the patience to endure solitude. He just came out of the cultivation room, went out to complete a task, and then went back in. No wonder his training speed is so fast. Forget it, I will come to check every few days. If he remains inside, we will wait until the elder successfully usurps power before dealing with him. The shadow vanished in an instant. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Yin Lihao and Zhao Linger had already emerged from the cultivation room, both having reached the 5th level of bone refinement with their attack power at the pinnacle of the 9th level. Zhao Linger, now that we have no time in the cultivation room, our training speed has slowed. We cannot keep relying on Qin Ge to provide us with resources. I want to challenge the martial tower and earn some time for the cultivation room myself, Yin Lihao said. Yes, I was thinking the same thing. Let's go together if our strength is considered top tier in the inner courtyard now, Zhao Linger replied. At the foot of the martial tower, Yin Lihao and Zhao Linger gazed at the massive stone tablet in front of the tower. The first row showing those who had conquered the 9th level was blank, with not a single name listed. I heard from Qin Shao that someone had previously conquered the 9th level of the Pill Tower. Why is there not a single person who has succeeded in the 9th level of the Martial Tower? It seems the difficulty of the Martial Tower is higher than that of the Pill Tower. Look, only one person has conquered the 8th level and 2 for the 7th level, and they were all figures from over 10,000 years ago. Dean Zhang Yunting reached the 6th level, and core disciple Ling Yinglai also reached the 6th level. The Elder and Lu Mingfei, as well as Jiang Qingyan, are at the 5th level, while most other core disciples are at the 4th level. Zhao Linger searched for the names of those still in the academy. It seems those with the potential to become core disciples can reach beyond the 4th level. I wonder if I can push to the 5th level, or even the 6th level. Yin Lihao exclaimed. There were still quite a few disciples challenging the martial tower. At that moment, someone who heard Yin Lihao's words sneered, saying, Haha, a 5th level bone refinement disciple thinks he can conquer the 5th level. I bet you can't even make it past the 3rd level. What's wrong with being a 5th level bone refinement disciple? Can't a 5th level bone refinement disciple conquer the 5th level? Yin Lihao retorted. Confidence is a good thing, but do you know why only core disciples can reach the 4th level? The person scoffed. Why can't those with the potential to become core disciples reach the 4th level? Yin Lihao realized. Kid, you clearly don't understand anything. They'll kindly explain. Once a cultivator reaches the golden core stage, their comprehension significantly improves. This is why only those at the golden core stage can reach the 4th level. Before their comprehension increases, no one can pass the 4th level. Zhao Linger, ignore them. Let's go in, Yin Lihao said. Okay. Zhao Linger nodded and followed Yin Lihao into the martial tower regardless of whether she could succeed. At the very least, she could later inform Qin Shao of what to pay attention to inside. Upon entering the Pill Tower and reaching the 1st level, Zhao Linger did not stay with Yin Lihao, clearly indicating that everyone had an independent space to challenge the tower. Attention students entering the martial tower. As this is your first time challenging the tower, we will now inform you of its rules. Please listen carefully. The voice echoed in the minds of Yin Lihua and Zhao Linger. The martial tower has 9 levels. Once inside, each person's cultivation will be suppressed to the 1st level of body refinement. The 1st level tests the warrior's strength, the 2nd tests speed, and the 3rd tests comprehension, repeating every 3 levels. Now we will conduct the assessment for the 1st level. Without using any martial techniques, you must unleash an attack, and to pass your attack power, must reach 2 times that of a normal attack at the 1st level of body refinement. Zhao Linger faced directly ahead and unleashed her full power in a strike. After 2 breaths, the voice resounded in her mind again. Your attack power is 5 times that of a normal attack at the 1st level of body refinement. You have passed the assessment. Now proceed to the 2nd level. In another space, Yin Lihua also easily passed through the 1st level. His normal attack reached 7 times that of the 1st level of body refinement, clearly indicating his superior control over his body. Ordinary warriors without professional training can typically achieve over 3 times their normal attack at the same level, making them exceptional. Yin Lihua and Zhao Linger's talents were evidently among the best in the kingdom. Within the 2nd level of the martial tower, the assessment for the 2nd level is speed. Without using martial arts, you must reach 2 times that of the 1st level of body refinement to pass. The final test results showed Zhao Linger's explosive speed was 4 times, while Yin Lihuo's was 5 times. Clearly, both had not developed their bodies for speed as much as for strength. Soon both of them reached the 3rd level. At the 3rd level, there is a martial arts notebook left by the Tower Master which records how to develop your body to enhance both speed and strength. The assessment period is 1 month. Regardless of how much you absorb in that time, you will be transported to the 4th level for assessment. If you fail, you will be sent outside the tower, and all memories of the 3rd level will be erased. You may attempt the 3rd level again only after breaking through a major realm. Otherwise, each time you enter, you will be directly sent to the 4th level. Of course, once you have passed the 4th level, all memories will be retained. Damn, the predecessors who set up the martial tower are truly ruthless. Those who cannot meet the requirements within a month have their memories taken away. Are those with inferior talents not even worthy of reading the martial arts notebook? Yin Lihua sighed. Soon both he and Zhao Linger began their studies on body development in the 3rd level. This predecessor's understanding of the body is indeed remarkable. If I can fully comprehend this notebook, my strength and speed could reach 5 times the normal level. I just hope I can absorb enough in this month. If I fail and my memories are erased, it would be a huge loss. I must hurry, Zhao Linger stated. Yan Lihua moved even faster, already practicing normal attacks in the open space of the 3rd level, clearly applying theory to practice. Haha, this is truly a great item. Just in this short while, my strength has reached 8 times. The assessment for the 4th level is still based on strength, so I need to boost my power. As for speed, as long as my memories are not erased, I can take my time. Yan Lihua said. The academy remained as it always was, with students busy with their own affairs. Meanwhile, within the martial tower, Yan Lihua and Zhao Linger were making their final efforts. Today was the last day, and they were about to be transported to the 4th level. My strength has reached 3 times, and my speed has reached twice. I should be able to pass the assessment for the 4th level. I wonder if I can pass the 5th level. Yan Lihua pondered. This martial art skill can reach a maximum of 5 times. Achieving 3 times is already considered excellent. If I can't pass this, then very few can. Zhao Linger's strength reached 2 times, and her speed 1 times. Her learning was more balanced. Time quickly passed, and the two were transported to the 4th level. The assessment for the 4th level begins. Without using martial techniques, unleash a normal attack. An attack power of twice the normal level is required to pass. Yan Lihua felt delighted. If twice the power suffices for passing, speed should be the same. This means he could reach the 6th level. He discovered that the true reward for challenging the martial tower was not just the training time in the reward chamber, but the martial arts notebook, a priceless treasure. Now, even without using martial techniques, he could fight at a higher level, not to mention speed. If speed is included, his overall combat power had increased by at least 3 times. Soon both of them reached the 6th level. Congratulations on successfully reaching the 6th level. I am the creator of the martial tower. Students who reach the 6th level can become my named disciples. I have also left behind a martial arts notebook at the 6th level. If you thoroughly comprehend it, your attack and speed can reach 6 times the normal state. A voice filled with warmth and gentleness echoed from the 6th level, pleasant to hear, yet it also carried an overwhelming authority. Furthermore, once you reach the 6th level, regardless of the success or failure of subsequent challenges, your memories will be retained and will not be erased again. This is fantastic. Yan Lihua exclaimed excitedly. Zhao Linger's eyes sparkled. She barely passed the 4th and 5th levels with the martial arts notebook from the 3rd level, and she estimated that she would find it difficult to pass the 7th level. However, since her memories would not be erased, even if she failed, she could slowly learn when she returned, and her strength would surely grow. The 6th level also has a month of training time. I must make the most of it. Learning these things outside will not be as efficient as here. If I don't cherish this time, I will regret it once I leave. Everyone only has one opportunity to train at the 6th level. Rest assured, Master. I will devote myself fully to my studies, Yan Lihua said. Since he had been accepted as a named disciple, calling the Master should be appropriate. He also wondered if there would be any rewards. Although you are my named disciple, let's discuss your greeting gift after you pass the 8th level and become my direct disciple. You still have a bit to go. As if seeing through Yan Lihuo's thoughts, this sentence echoed directly in his mind. The disciple will surely strive to cultivate diligently and aim to become Master's direct disciple as soon as possible. Yan Lihua said, showing no embarrassment despite having his thoughts seen through. Zhao Linger and Yan Lihua both immersed themselves in their cultivation. They found that the efficiency of studying these notebooks at the 6th level was at least twice that of the 3rd level. Neither dared to waste a moment, knowing that any time wasted here would take numerous times more effort to make up for once outside. Outside the martial tower, the stone tablet remained silent. Even if Yan Lihua and the others made the rankings, their names would only appear on the stone tablet after they failed to challenge another level and exited the tower. A month slipped away in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yan Lihua and Zhao Linger achieved extraordinary progress. Yan Lihao's strength surged to 6 times his baseline, and his speed reached 4 times. Zhao Linger's strength and speed both ascended to 5 times. In effect, even without the cultivation techniques bestowed by Qin Yuling, their combat prowess now enabled them to transcend 4 or 5 minor cultivation realms. The 7th floor trial commenced without employing any martial techniques. Deliver a standard strike, whose destructive force attains 5 times that of a body refinement realm first-rank cultivator. Success signifies passage. Inside the 7th floor, Yan Lihua and Zhao Linger stood utterly dumbfounded. Though they had braced themselves for difficulty, After all, only 3 individuals in recorded history had ever breached the 7th floor. The sheer magnitude of the challenge stunned them. Only those of exceptional caliber could possibly succeed. Both unleashed their utmost power, but fell woefully short of the required threshold. Moments later, they were expelled from the martial pagoda. The disciples who had mocked Yin Lihao earlier were long gone. Yet several others lingered outside the pagoda. Unlike the tranquil, near-deserted Pill Pagoda, the martial pagoda consistently drew throngs of aspirants. A luminous ripple shimmered across the commemorative steel, and there inscribed upon the road denoting the 6th floor appeared the names Yin Lihao and Zhao Ling. Someone has cleared the 6th floor, 2 people in fact. Yin Lihao and Zhao Ling, who are they? Surely not core disciples. Definitely not core disciples. I know every one of them, and these 2 are unknown. Could they be newly promoted intersect disciples who've just attained the nascent soul realm? Even if newly ascended to the nascent soul realm, such talent was nothing short of terrifying, placing them at a stroke on par with the sect master and the senior disciple. As the 2 names blazed forth upon the steely, a wave of commotion erupted across the plaza, while the very architects of the stir slipped quietly back into the inner courtyard unnoticed. This time we've both cleared 6 floors outright, earning us 114 days of private cultivation chamber access. Yet I believe entering the chamber now would be untimely. We've just absorbed a wealth of martial treatises and must first seclude ourselves to consolidate our insights. Yin Lihao said, Indeed, I share that view. Entering the chamber prematurely would squander precious time. Let us first undergo deep cultivation to internalize our gains, only then shall we return. With disciplined effort, I estimate we may surge unimpeded to bone forging 9th rank, and should fortune favor us, even attempt the nascent soul realm. Zhao Linger said. Her triumph within the martial pagoda had kindled newfound confidence. Her offensive power now rivaled that of a nascent soul 3rd rank cultivator. Meanwhile, within his cultivation chamber, Qin Yuling had already trained for over 70 days. His cultivation had advanced to bone forging 9th rank. His offensive and defensive capabilities had likewise matured to the apex of the nascent soul 9th rank. As major cultivation stages ascended, the transcendent potency of his technique gradually diminished. Each successive rank within the nascent soul realm bore a vast gulf in destructive capacity, and upon reaching the divine infant realm, the margin of transcendence would shrink still further. With only a few days remaining before his chamber access expired, and little further advancement possible in cultivation alone, Qin Yuling resolved to spend his final days refining Pill's potent elixirs beneficial to himself and his disciples. At that very moment, within the Elder Patriarch's secluded abode, a thunderous boom erupted from Duan Yuni's meditation chamber, a torrent of overwhelming auras surging forth. At last, I have broken through. Who in the Fengyuan kingdom dares oppose me now? Duan Yuni declared, radiant with triumphant vigor. Instantly, he transmitted a mental command to the shadow. Prepare yourself. I have ascended. Once I stabilize my new foundation, we strike within 2 days. The shadow, immersed in silent cultivation within his own chamber, received the transmission and replied exultant, Congratulations, Elder Patriarch. Your decades-long ambition draws nigh to fulfillment. Let Ji Yunting draw breath a few days longer. And tell me, has Qin Yuling been secured? Have you extracted his cultivation art? Duan Yuni demanded. Since your seclusion, Qin Yuling has remained continuously within the cultivation chamber, never emerging. I had no opportunity to act. However, Ji Xian is now in my possession. Yesterday, while scouting for Qin Yuling's emergence, I chanced upon her slipping furtively down the mountain, evidently intent on clandestine leisure, and seized her without resistance. The shadow reported. If Qin Yuling remains sealed within the chamber, we shall deal with him upon his emergence. As for Ji Xian, she is an unexpected boon. She had long cultivated deep within Ji Yunting's mountain range, rendering her inaccessible to us. Now she has delivered herself into our hands. We may leverage her as leverage against Ji Yunting. If we can compel his surrender without bloodshed, so much the better. Clearly this turn of events delighted Duan Yuni immensely. Indeed. I have also brought here a lethal toxin procured from our central headquarters. When confronting Ji Yunting, I shall administer it to his daughter before his very eyes, shattering his focus and enabling his effortless subjugation. The shadow grinned, his gaze fixed upon a slumbering girl crumpled in the shadowed corner, none other than Ji Xian. Well done. Now arrange matters among the core disciples, hold them in readiness, awaiting my signal. I shall first complete my foundation consolidation. The Elder Patriarch commanded. Yes, I depart immediately to enact your orders. The shadow bowed and vanished from the chamber. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The elder patriarch emerged from his chamber to find the shadow already waiting in the antechamber, standing as ever motionless within the deepest recesses of shadow. Are all preparations complete? The elder patriarch asked. All is set. Ready to move at your word, the shadow replied. Excellent. From this day forward you need no longer conceal yourself in darkness when meeting me. You shall stand openly at my side. Inform the core disciples to commence action immediately. Then proceed directly to Ji Yunting's domain. I shall follow shortly. Yes, elder patriarch, the shadow affirmed. That same day marked Qin Yuling's emergence from seclusion. Upon returning to his courtyard, he found Yan Lihao and Zhao Ling'er already present. Yan Lihao, brimming with exhilaration, recounted the martial pagoda's marvels and myriad benefits to Qin Yuling, particularly how their barehanded strikes now achieved 4-5 times their ordinary output, sparking Qin Yuling's profound interest. Though Qin Yuling in his prior life had never specialized in martial arts, he had nevertheless attained the peerless rank of martial emperor. Even at his zenith, his unassisted physical output barely exceeded 2-3-fold. Whereas Hongjuan, the strongest martial emperor of that age, achieved a mere 3-5-fold amplification. Such force amplification had always been self-taught. No lineage preserved formal instruction on kinetic mastery. Transcendence in battle relied solely upon the superiority of one's cultivation art. As cultivation ranks rose, the degree of realm transcendence conferred by any given art inevitably waned. By the time the minor thousand-hand technique reached its 9th layer, its peak advantage would likely cap at 2 minor realms, and at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm, perhaps only 1. In the Tianyuan continent of that era, a martial emperor at 9th rank who could amplify foundational strikes by 3 minor realms, augmented further by supreme martial techniques, stood unrivaled at the continent's apex. Hongjuan's base combat power surpassed 3 realms, and his invincible defense cemented his title as the continent's supreme sovereign. The combat power achieved through the Bodhi's exertion will not diminish, the physical strength only increases tenfold during breakthroughs to major realms. Minor breakthroughs do not enhance physical strength, so if one can unleash several times their power, they can easily challenge opponents of higher levels at any stage. If the strength of the bone refinement stage is 10 and the body strength of the Dan condensation stage is 100, then at the bone refinement stage, every small level increase adds 10 to the spiritual energy's attack. Yan Liu's physical power can reach 4.5 times, meaning when he is at the first level of bone refinement, his attack power reaches 45, equivalent to the attack power of the 4th level of bone refinement. When Yan Liu reaches the 7th level of bone refinement, his power attack is 45, and the spiritual energy's attack adds 60. Without using any martial skills, Yan Liu's combat power reaches 105, equivalent to the attack power of the 1st level of Dan condensation. With the techniques given by Qin Yuling, he can even reach the attack power of the 4th to 5th levels of Dan condensation. Although it feels like a minor breakthrough of 4 levels with no significant impact, if it were to be in the martial emperor realm, it would be astonishing, surpassing any technique. Thinking of this, Qin Yuling felt a strong urge to challenge the martial tower, but why did Morong Yuan from the Dan Tower want me to practice defensive techniques before attempting it? According to Yan Liu and the others, they had not heard of any need for defensive power. Could it be necessary in the later levels? Qin Yuling suppressed his curiosity, planning to wait until he reached the Dan condensation stage before challenging the martial tower, aiming for a clean victory. Having not seen each other for a long time, Zhao Ling'er personally cooked a feast, and the three chatted while eating. Yet Qin Yuling felt out of sorts, absent-minded, not knowing why. In the core student area, Ji Qingyan was being cornered at her cave residence by 9 core students, led by Lu Mingfei. Ji Qingyan, if I were you, I would obediently come out and surrender to avoid suffering. The defenses of your cave won't hold for long, but once we break through, you want farewell. Lu Mingfei shouted from the entrance. Each core student's cave has defensive restrictions that reach the 4th level of Dan condensation. Usually Lu Mingfei and the others wouldn't dare to attack a core student's cave casually. If attacked, several elders would surely notice, and before they could break the restrictions, the elders would likely arrive to capture them. But today is different. Lu Mingfei knows that the Grand Elder has already reached the transformation realm. Moreover, several elders are held back by the Grand Elder at the Dean's side. For those elders not aligned with the Grand Elder, it's either submission or destruction today. They can attack with confidence. They will surely break the formation in half an hour. At this moment, Ji Qingyan was extremely anxious in her cave. Lu Mingfei and the others have begun to act, and if she is captured, she would undoubtedly be used to threaten her father. Lu Mingfei, you won't be able to break the formation in a short time. Once the formation is attacked, the elders will sense it. Moreover, I have already informed my father he and the elders will arrive shortly. If you don't run now, just wait to be captured, Ji Qingyan declared. Upon hearing Ji Qingyan's words, the other course students felt a tightness in their hearts, and their attacking speed slowed significantly, their gazes turning toward Lu Mingfei. Only Lu Mingfei knew that the Grand Elder had broken through to the transformation realm, others felt uncertain. Everyone use all your strength to attack the formation. Ji Yunting won't be able to come over now. Let me tell you, Ji Qingyan the Grand Elder has already broken through to the transformation realm, and he has many helpers. Your father is likely too preoccupied to help. He may have already been killed by the Grand Elder. Ha! Lu Mingfei said confidently. Hearing that the Grand Elder had broken through to the transformation realm, the other course students' eyes lit up and their attacking intensity increased. In the Fengyuan Kingdom, the transformation realm is an invincible existence, and the Grand Elder is likely the first transformation realm expert in Fengyuan. Ji Qingyan's heart tightened upon hearing this. The Grand Elder had actually broken through, and there were also helpers. Although she knew that after her father practiced the techniques given by Qin Yuling, his attack power had also reached the transformation realm, it was still not the real transformation realm. Ji Qingyan felt increasingly flustered. What should I do now? Right, Qin Yuling? I need to find a way to contact Qin Yuling. His attack power has reached the elder level, and he can help. Thinking of this, Ji Qingyan quickly sent a voice transmission to Qin Yuling, but unfortunately the transmission failed. The distance from here to the inner door was too far, and with Ji Qingyan's soul strength, she couldn't reach the inner door. Ji Qingyan, if you stay cooped up inside, don't blame us for being merciless when we break the formation. You are the Academy's great beauty of noble status. I believe everyone would very much like to taste your body's fragrance. A sinister light flickered in Lu Mingfei's eyes. The other course students were invigorated upon hearing this. Usually they wouldn't dare to harbor any thoughts about Ji Qingyan, who was talented and of noble status. However, at this moment, Ji Yunting would likely not survive today. With no fear of retaliation, everyone's desires were ignited. Among the core students, several even had red eyes and were breathing heavily, clearly having thought of something exciting. Ji Qingyan's expression changed upon hearing this. She was not afraid of dying in battle. In terms of martial arts, her Dao heart was firm, and she was relatively open-minded about life and death. However, the matters between men and women made her heart even more flustered. Just when Ji Qingyan was at a loss for a solution, she suddenly received a voice transmission from Ling Inglia. Junior sister, is the dean in seclusion? I was able to contact the dean yesterday, but today the transmission failed. Ji Qingyan's eyes lit up. How could she forget about Ling Inglai? With Ling Inglai here, wouldn't she be saved? Senior brother, the Grand Elder, has rebelled. My father's cave must have had restrictions placed around it to prevent voice transmissions. I am currently blocked by Lu Mingfei and the others at my cave. All the core students except you have betrayed us. What? How dare they? Junior sister, hold on, oh, I'm coming right now. Ling Inglai exclaimed angrily as he rushed out of his cave, flying towards Ji Qingyan's cave. Senior brother, the Grand Elder, has reached the transformation realm. According to Lu Mingfei, they have other helpers as well, so be careful. Someone might be waiting for you, Ji Qingyan warned. Ling Inglai hadn't flown far when he was intercepted. Ji Qingyan's guess was correct. Given the Grand Elder's personality, he would have accounted for all variables. In front of Ling Inglia, a middle-aged man in a dark uniform floated in the air, his collar embroidered with a 1,000-leaf flower, clearly a member of the 1,000-leaf assassins. A 1,000-leaf assassin at the 6th level of Dan condensation. You really think highly of me, Ling Inglai said indifferently. Ling Inglai quickly communicated with Ji Qingyan, explaining the situation. Junior sister, I estimate it will take a while for me to get over there. Indeed, someone is waiting for me here at Qi Condensation Level 6 assassin from the Qinya clan. Ling Inglia, I'm not here to fight you. My mission is to stall you. As long as you don't leave, I won't take action. I heard you are devoted to martial arts. It doesn't matter who becomes the dean, does it? Just go back obediently, and you can live. The assassin from the Qinya clan said indifferently. Qi Condensation Level 6. Senior brother, don't be impulsive. Everyone thinks you are neutral. As long as you don't take action, they shouldn't kill you. Senior brother, can you send a message to Qin Yuling in the Inner Academy to come rescue me? I will send you his soul information. Junior sister, don't worry. Although I'm only at Qi Condensation Level 4, my attack power has already reached the peak of Qi Condensation Level 6. It won't be easy for him to kill me. As for the Inner Academy students, are you sure he can save you? Senior brother, trust me. You just need to find him and tell him I'm in danger, Ji Qingyan urged. Ling Inglai spread out his spiritual sense and soon found Qin Yuling, who was drinking with Yan Lihai and Zhao Linger. Qin Yuling, Ji Qingyan is in danger. She is blocked in the cave by Lu Mingfei and 8 others. I hope you can come to her aid. Who are you? Qin Yuling replied through the spiritual sense. Ling Yinglai didn't expect Qin Yuling to respond, as even ordinary qi condensation level 4 cultivators might struggle to communicate over such a distance. He was able to do so easily due to his training in soul techniques. I am Ling Yinglai. I am currently detained by the Qinya assassin and cannot rescue her. Although I don't know why Ji Qingyin thinks you can save her, there are no other options now. You can ask her if you have any questions. Alright, I'll set off immediately, Qin Yuling said as he stood up. Upon hearing about the Qinya assassin, he knew the Grand Elder must be involved, and he suspected the Dean was also detained. Qin Ge, what's wrong? Yin Lihai asked in confusion upon seeing Qin Yuling stand up. Are you two interested in sparring with the core disciples? However, it might be a life or death situation, and everyone won't hold back. Qin Ge, I'm very interested. Since coming out of the martial tower, my attack power has reached Qi condensation level 3, and I haven't fought anyone yet. I'll go too. My attack power has also reached Qi condensation level 3, Zhao Linger added. Let's hurry, Ji Qingyin's formation won't hold for much longer. After Ling Yinglai finished communicating with Qin Yuling, he fixed his gaze on the assassin. The assassin sensed his fighting spirit and contemptuously said, What's wrong? Do you want to fight me? I practice killing techniques regularly. I don't engage in ordinary sparring. If you fight me, be prepared to die. Ling Yinglia's fighting spirit surged. I want to give it a try even if it means death. Since you seek death, then I shall oblige you. Seeing that not taking action would not resolve the issue, the assassin took the initiative to attack. Ling Yinglai drew out his long sword ready for battle. With a clang, the assassin's dagger clashed against Ling Yinglai's sword. Ling Yinglai was sent flying back 10 meters, his chest heaving, but he managed to withstand the blow. You actually managed to take my full-strength attack, the assassin said in surprise. The assassin was at Qi condensation level 6, with an attack power reaching Qi condensation level 7. Yet a Qi condensation level 4 individual managed to withstand his attack without injury. No wonder you are the top student of the academy. You indeed have some skill, but today you've encountered me, and you must die. The assassin launched another attack. Ling Yinglai also leaped into the air, engaging in a fierce battle with the assassin. Meanwhile, Ji Qingyin inside the formation was already beginning to tremble, indicating it wouldn't last much longer. Haha, Ji Qingyin, look, this formation is about to collapse. Don't worry, I will treat you gently later, Lu Mingfei said. The core disciples erupted into a lewd laughter. Ji Qingyin anxiously looked at the formation that was on the verge of collapse. I wonder if Qin Yuling has arrived. If it's just Lu Mingfei, I could break out with a burst of power, but there are 3 at Qi condensation level 2 and 5 at Qi condensation level 1. I have no chance of escaping. Just then, with a loud bang, the sound of the formation shattering echoed. Haha, Ji Qingyin, I'm coming. I wonder if you've cleaned yourself up, Lu Mingfei shouted as he leaped into the cave. With a bang, Lu Mingfei was sent flying out, and Ji Qingyin seized the opportunity to fly out. Before the formation shattered, Ji Qingyin had prepared herself. No matter who entered first, they would suffer her explosive attack, and then she would find a chance to escape. Catch her, you shameless woman. How dare you ambush me? Lu Mingfei spat out a mouthful of blood. Ji Qingyin's previous strike had caused him significant injury. If he hadn't let his guard down, Ji Qingyin wouldn't have had the chance to hurt him. Outside the cave, Ji Qingyin was surrounded by 8 Qi condensation cultivators. With her attack power, she couldn't break free. Why hasn't Qin Yuling arrived yet? If he doesn't come soon, I'll have to take my own life before I'm captured. Ji Qingyin thought to herself, not wanting to suffer the humiliation from these people. As she felt the formation becoming increasingly unstable, she prepared herself for self-detonation. Just then a voice came from outside the encirclement. Oh, a few big men bullying a girl, what kind of skill is that? Is this the demeanor of core disciples? Lu Mingfei turned to look outside, and saw 3 people approaching, 1 at Qi condensation level 9, and 2 at Qi condensation level 6. Damn it, who are you to interfere in my business? Lu Mingfei cursed angrily. He was already furious from his injuries, and now he was being mocked by 3 inner disciples. Qin Yuling, you've finally arrived. If you don't come now, you may never see me again. Ji Qingyin shouted, her eyes reddening, whether from excitement or anger. You are Qin Yuling. Great, we can take care of you together. Although he had never seen Qin Yuling being the top student of the Grand Elder's faction, he definitely remembered the name of an opponent against the Grand Elder. Haha, senior sister, I've come. Don't worry, you are safe now, Qin Yuling said, ignoring Lu Mingfei and chatting with Ji Qingyin. What are you two standing there for? Kill them. Lu Mingfei shouted angrily at the core disciples as he felt ignored. Can you two handle these 8? Qin Yuling asked Yin Lihai and Zhao Linger. Don't worry, Qin Ge, leave it to us. Yin Lihai and Zhao Linger immediately charged at the 8 opponents. The 8 core disciples, seeing 2 mere bone-forging realm 6th-tier cultivators dare to challenge them, bristled with fury. Insolent maggots, how dare you speak so arrogantly? Let me send you to the netherworld. In moments both sides clashed. To their astonishment, the 2 opponents moved with blinding speed. The 8 core disciples could not even land a single blow. Worse still, each strike they landed was devastating. Even a core condensation 2nd-tier disciple's defenses shattered under one hit. Qin Yuling watched from the side, eyes gleaming with excitement. Their gains inside the martial pagoda were truly extraordinary. He perceived how seamlessly their speed and offensive power synergized, elevating their combat prowess to the level of a core condensation 4th-tier cultivator. Even such a master could not keep pace with their velocity. Lu Mingfei was equally stunned by their overwhelming strength, 2 bone-forging 6th-tier cultivators overpowering 8 core condensation realm adepts. A feat so absurd it defied reason. Realizing he stood no chance against them, he scanned the crowd, warily plotting a quiet escape. Lu Mingfei, don't think of fleeing. Watch closely. When this battle ends, we'll settle our accounts. Qin Yuling's divine sense never wavered. The moment Lu Mingfei's gaze flickered with hesitation, he knew flight was imminent. Only a fool would wait. Lu Mingfei whirled and shot skyward in retreat. Sigh, why must you be so troublesome? Qin Yuling shook his head and gave chase. Just as he'd been captivated by Zhao Linger's fierce combat, Lu Mingfei had to stir up chaos. Even unharmed Lu Mingfei could not outpace Qin Yuling, let alone now wounded and weakened. Within moments he was overtaken. Lu Mingfei stared at Qin Yuling. If those 2 bone-forging 6th-tier cultivators could strike with core condensation realm force, then Qin Yuling's might surely be no greater. With only him in pursuit, eliminating him remained his sole path to survival. Without hesitation, Lu Mingfei pivoted and unleashed his full-force strike. Qin Yuling watched amusement dancing in his eyes, motionless, unflinching. Seeing Qin Yuling make no effort to evade, Lu Mingfei's eyes lit with triumph. A faint self-satisfied smile curved his lips. Then boom. Qin Yuling stood utterly unmoved, his expression unchanged. Lu Mingfei's triumph dissolved into shock. His mouth fell agape. Impossible. How can your defense be so impenetrable? Even Ling Yinglai would never dare stand still and take my blow. If you're weak, own it. Why begrudge others their strength? Qin Yuling mocked, voice laced with disdain. If Qin Yuling keeps me detained like this, once Ji Qingyin and the others finish their fight, I'm doomed. Qin Yuling, don't push me. Better we all perish together. Lu Mingfei snarled. Perish together? Do you even possess that power? Qin Yuling sneered. Seeing no mercy in his pursuer's gaze, Lu Mingfei gritted his teeth, ignited his dantian, and attempted self-detonation. Then let us all die. I told you, you lack that capacity. Without another word, Qin Yuling lunged forward, struck Lu Mingfei's dantian with a single palm, and shattered his cultivation base, halting the explosion before it could ignite. Dangling limply in Qin Yuling's grip, Lu Mingfei gazed blankly at the azure sky, bewildered. How had everything unraveled so completely? Just days ago, Elder 4 had approached him, revealing that Elder 1 had broken through to the nascent soul realm. All he needed was to capture Ji Qingyin, and the mission would be complete. Once Elder 1 succeeded, he would ascend as the supreme authority among core disciples, second only to the elders themselves. Ling Yinglai, should he resist, would be erased without hesitation. Yet now, how had it come to this? Who were these inner disciple cultivators whose strikes rivaled core condensation realm masters? His radiant future had shimmered just beyond reach, only to be crushed beneath Qin Yuling's hand. One by one, the core disciples fell. The last 3, overwhelmed, surrendered outright, offering no further resistance. Yin Lihao sealed their cultivation and cast them beside Lu Mingfei. Capturing us changes nothing. Killing us changes nothing. You will all die regardless. Elder 1 has ascended to the nascent soul realm. Ji Yunting will fall. Ji Qingyan will fall. And you, Qin Yuling, you will fall as well. Lu Mingfei suddenly roared, unable to bear the psychological torment. Duan Yuni has reached the nascent soul realm. That is unexpected. Qin Yuling spoke coolly. His calm demeanor infuriated Lu Mingfei. Don't pretend indifference, Qin Yuling. Who among you dares face Elder 1 now that he commands nascent soul power? Flee now, if you still wish to cling to life for a few more days. Otherwise, today is your end. Yin Lihao sealed his mouth. That incessant barking is unbearable. Qin Yuling added, idly scratching his ear. Yin Lihao UWH. Lu Mingfei watched as Yin Lihao, upon hearing Qin Yuling's command, glanced left and right, as if searching for something. Just as Lu Mingfei opened his mouth to mock, Yan Lihao kicked off his shoes, peeled off his sock, and shoved it deep into Lu Mingfei's mouth. This, Qin Yuling stared speechless. Why not simply seal his mute acupoint? It's far cleaner. Lu Mingfei nodded frantically, tears of humiliation welling in his eyes. Ah, I hadn't thought of that. Right, I'll remove it. Yan Lihao scratched his head and pulled the sock free. Forget it. Since it's already done, let it be. Fine. Yan Lihao promptly stuffed the sock back in. Lu Mingfei's tears flowed anew. Qin Yuling. Ling Yinglai mentioned a 1,000-leaf assassin at core condensation 6th tier on his end. Could you go assist him? Ji Qingyin, seeing the conflict resolved, spoke urgently. You all remain here. I'll go check on him. Qin Yuling had already intended to aid Ling Yinglai once this skirmish ended. Had Ling Yinglai not sent that urgent transmission, Ji Qingyin would likely have perished. By the time Qin Yuling arrived at Ling Yinglai's abode, Ling Yinglai lay battered, his chest heaving violently, spiritual energy utterly exhausted. Yet the assassin fared little better. A deep sword gash split his chest, and a fatal stab pierced his abdomen. Had Qin Yuling delayed but a moment longer, Ling Yinglai would have fallen beneath the assassin's blade. Ling Yinglai could barely stand, propped upright only by sheer willpower. Spotting Qin Yuling, he knew Ji Qingyin was safe. Qin Yuling, you shouldn't have come. You should have fled the academy with Ji Qingyin. Ling Yinglai whispered, voice threadbare. Save your breath. I'll deal with the assassin first. Qin Yuling replied calmly. The assassin wields core condensation 7th tier strength. Even injured, you cannot defeat him. I'll hold him off. You take Ji Qingyin and flee the academy. With those words, Ling Yinglai forcibly gathered a final surge of qi, preparing to launch another assault. You'd best remain still. Any further exertion of your cultivation will shatter your martial path, even if it doesn't kill you. Since I've arrived, leave this to me. Qin Yuling said. Your academy truly breeds arrogance in abundance. I tolerated a core formation realm 4th rank cultivator battling me for so long, but now even a bone forging realm disciple dares attempt my life. Do you truly believe the assassins of Qinya sect are rabble, mere stray cats and dogs anyone may bite at will? The assassin, seething with fury, spoke while subtly regulating his breath, preparing for a decisive strike. His condition was indeed dire. Prolonging the confrontation would only worsen his odds. Whether your sect is rabble or not is not for me to judge, but slaying your Qinya sect's core formation 5th rank assassin last time proved rather effortless, Qin Yuling replied. What? Was number 9 slain by you? Disbelief flooded the assassin's voice. His own codename was number 7. He had long been close with number 9, and knew well his strength, the crushing offensive power of a core formation 6th rank cultivator. If Qin Yuling hadn't killed him, how could he possibly know of his death? A core formation realm assassin's demise was no trivial matter, yet the organization had sealed all information, forbidding any external disclosure. Could it truly be that this youth had ended number 9? Quickly, number 7 shook his head. He still refused to accept that a bone-forging realm cultivator could slay one ranked at core formation 5th rank. Ling Yinglai likewise assumed Qin Yuling had spoken deliberately to unsettle the assassin's mind and seize an opening for victory. So this junior brother does grasp a measure of guile after all. Had Qin Yuling known Ling Yinglai's thoughts, he would have been utterly speechless. After all, he'd merely spoken plain truth, yet no one believed him. Whether or not you slew him today, you will die. Number 7's wounds left no room for delay. He lunged forward, driving his dagger straight for Qin Yuling's throat. Just as the dagger pierced the air before Qin Yuling, he slowly raised his right hand, and with serene precision caught the blade between 2 fingers. What? The assassin recoiled in shock, straining to wrench the dagger free, only to find it immovable. Sensing mortal peril, number 7 instantly abandoned his weapon and leapt backward. You've discarded your weapon. I have no use for it. Here, take it back. With that, Qin Yuling flicked the dagger toward number 7. Retreating, number 7 watched in horror as the dagger shot toward him at 2 or 3 times his own backward speed. Desperate evasion came too late. With a soft shink, the blade sank deep into number 7's chest. Staring at the dagger that had claimed countless lives beside him, he realized, ironically, it would claim his own. Was this karmic retribution? Eyes wide with unspent defiance, number 7 collapsed slowly to the ground. Ling Yinglai stared stunned at Qin Yuling. He had slain number 7 in a single move, or perhaps less than a move, merely returning the assassin's own weapon. Though wounded, number 7's attack had carried the full force of a core formation 7th rank cultivator. That Qin Yuling had deflected it so effortlessly implied his combat prowess exceeded core formation 8th rank. This spanned 8 cultivation ranks, including 1 major realm leap. Don't gape just yet. Swallow this healing pill first. I'll carry you to senior sister Ji Qingyan. You need urgent treatment. Qin Yuling, observing Ling Inglia's pallid face and dazed expression, extended a healing pill. Then, without waiting for reply, hoisted him onto his back and soared toward Ji Qingyan's mountain abode. Upon arriving at Ji Qingyan's abode, Qin Yuling entrusted Yan Li Hao and the others with overseeing the situation, then prepared to depart for the Dean's mountain residence. Qin Yuling, beware. Duan Yuni has already transcended into the nascent soul realm. Ji Qingyan couldn't help but warn him. I know. I'm aware. With those words, Qin Yuling shot skyward toward the Dean's mountain range. Half an hour earlier, within Ji Yunting's mountain abode, 4 elders, excluding the Grand Elder, had already gathered. Dean, may we ask why the Grand Elder summoned us all? Elder 5 asked. He had been preparing to begin alchemy when a sudden transmission interrupted his schedule, leaving him distinctly displeased. I myself am uncertain. The Grand Elder merely transmitted that we should convene to discuss a matter. Ji Yunting replied. Ha ha, everyone's assembled. My apologies, I'm late. At that moment, Duan Yuni strode in. Grand Elder. The elders bowed respectfully. His status stood second only to the deans within the academy. Grand Elder, might we inquire the purpose of today's gathering? Ji Yunting asked. I've called you here to seek your counsel on a matter. Duan Yuni replied coolly. Please, Grand Elder, speak freely. Ji Yunting watched closely, intent on discerning Duan Yuni's true intent. Dean, esteemed elders, how would you assess my contributions to this academy over these years? Duan Yuni asked. The Grand Elder has served the academy with unwavering devotion and selfless dedication. Though the Grand Elder held grievances against him, Ji Yunting could not deny his tangible contributions to the academy's growth. Indeed, the Grand Elder's contributions far surpass ours. Elder 2 concurred. Precisely, his tireless efforts have sustained the academy's very foundations. The other elders echoed similar sentiments. Ha ha ha, excellent. Since you all acknowledge my contributions, then, what objections do you raise to my assuming the dean's seat? The Grand Elder smiled faintly, surveying the assembly. Ji Yunting's countenance darkened. So, the Grand Elder had finally taken this step. Grand Elder, what precisely do you imply? While your contributions are undeniable, the dean's service to the academy is equally profound. Even by merit alone, Dean Ji stands no less worthy than you. Elder 3 interjected. Elder 3, I find the Grand Elder more suited to the dean's role. Dean Ji's temperament is excessively placid. Competition among disciples has waned, and their cultivation progress has noticeably slowed. Elder 4 countered immediately. Elders 2 and 5 remained silent, neutral observers unwilling to entangle themselves in this dispute. Ji Yunting surveyed the elders calmly. Grand Elder, you have served under my leadership for many years, yet never voiced ambition for this position. What prompts this sudden declaration? Or rather, what newfound foundation emboldens you? Ha ha ha, my foundation. I have ascended to the nascent soul realm. Does that satisfy you? With a thunderous boom, Duan Yuni unleashed his nascent soul realm aura. The overwhelming pressure crushed the other elders' chests. Elders 3 and 5 stared in stunned disbelief at the Grand Elder. A flash of light ignited in Ji Yunting's eyes. So, you've reached the nascent soul realm, likely possessing the combat strength of nascent soul 2nd rank. No wonder your confidence knows no bounds. Within his heart, Ji Yunting felt profound relief. Qin Yuling had gifted him a supreme cultivation art, and months of relentless practice had elevated his battle prowess to nascent soul 3rd rank. Without it, he would have been utterly powerless before today's crisis. Well, having attained the nascent soul realm, what say you all? Shall I assume the dean's mantle? Duan Yuni swept his gaze across the chamber. The Grand Elder pondered. Are you now trying to suppress me, Ji Yunting? Ji Yunting, do you mean that with your 9th layer of foundation establishment, you can contend with my transforming baby realm? The Grand Elder scoffed. If you don't believe me, then how about we have a match? If you lose, you can continue to be your Grand Elder, and I will consider this incident as if it never happened. Ji Yunting proposed, still hoping to avoid a direct confrontation with the Grand Elder, as it would severely weaken the academy's strength. If I don't believe you can match me, the Grand Elder retorted, feeling somewhat concerned seeing Ji Yunting's confidence, but reassured by the backup he had outside. Even if Ji Yunting could contend with him, he was sure of his ability to subdue him. In that case, let us begin. Ji Yunting stepped into the center of the arena. Duan Yuni ceased his idle chatter, realizing that defeating Ji Yunting was of utmost importance, and swiftly leaped into battle. As their bodies met, the Grand Elder immediately sensed something was amiss. Ji Yunting was effortlessly trading blows with him, seemingly with plenty of reserve energy. Impossible. How can you possess the combat power of a second-layer transforming baby? Your cultivation has not broken through. How could your battle prowess be so high? Duan Uni exclaimed in disbelief. So, Grand Elder, will you stop here, or shall I remind you that I can act as if nothing occurred? Ji Yunting pressed on. The Grand Elder remained silent. Perhaps Ji Yunting was merely having a moment of explosive power reaching transforming baby realm temporarily, but he believed that Ji Yunting would not be able to sustain it for long. After a short incense stick burn, Ji Yunting continued to defend effortlessly while the Grand Elder began to feel the strain. Impossible. I don't believe this. I worked so hard to break through to transforming baby realm to achieve this level of power. How could you? Grand Elder, since the Dean also possesses combat power at the transforming baby realm and does not mind this matter, let's just leave it at that. The fifth Elder interjected, not wanting the situation to escalate given their long years of working together. You want me to give up? Impossible. All of you come in here. The Grand Elder shouted. Since he could not easily subdue Ji Yunting, he had no choice but to turn hostile. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, Duan Qianwen burst into the cave with 3 experts from the Foundation Establishment realm, one of whom was carrying a fainted cultivator who turned out to be Ji Xian. Xian. Ji Yunting's fury ignited at the sight. Duan Uni, dare you lay hands on my daughter? Grand Elder, you and the Dean are fighting for power. We can turn a blind eye. But now you have colluded with outsiders against the Dean, making you the enemy of the entire academy, the fifth Elder stated. Haha, so what if I collude with outsiders? These 3 are assassins from the Qianya killer organization, 1 at the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment and 2 at the 8th layer. What do you have to counter them? Duan Uni laughed maniacally. Ji Yunting, however, calmed down at this moment. Given the Grand Elder's displayed strength, he should not be able to overcome the elders of the academy. Was there another plan? Ji Yunting's gaze drifted towards the 4th Elder, who was usually close to the Grand Elder. Had he also turned traitor? Seeing Ji Yunting looking this way, the 4th Elder flew directly to Duan Yunyi's side. Of course I am following the Grand Elder's lead. 4th Elder, you. The 3rd Elder was incensed. No matter how much infighting there was within the academy, it was still an internal matter. The Grand Elder's collaboration with external personnel was unexpected, and now the 4th Elder had also betrayed them. 2nd Elder, what do you think of this situation? The academy is in trouble. You can no longer remain neutral. The 3rd Elder looked at the 2nd Elder, knowing that if the 2nd Elder was willing to act, their side still had the strength to surpass the Grand Elder's faction. Of course I choose to unite against the outside. Let's act together to take them down, the 2nd Elder replied. Good, then let's strike together and take down the traitors. Hearing the 2nd Elder's words, the 3rd Elder felt relieved. The battle was about to erupt as the 9 of them engaged in a chaotic fight, with Duan Qianwen retreating to the side while carrying Ji Xian. The strength of both sides was not significantly different, so it was hard to determine a victor at the moment. However, suddenly the 3rd Elder spat out a mouthful of blood, being blown away to the side, clearly suffering severe injuries and losing combat capability. Ji Yunting, the 3rd Elder, and the 5th Elder looked at the 2nd Elder in disbelief. 2nd Elder, why? The 3rd Elder asked with difficulty. After severely injuring the 3rd Elder, the 2nd Elder immediately joined Duan Yunyi's side. Let me reintroduce myself to everyone. I am the deputy leader of the Qianya killer organization. You can call me number 2. As the 2nd Elder finished speaking, he tore off his Taoist robe, revealing a dark uniform underneath. The collar was distinctly embroidered with a Qianya flower, clearly indicating that he was the shadow that had appeared in the Grand Elder's cave. You are one of the Qianya killer organization. Ji Yunting shouted furiously. The betrayal of the 2nd Elder caused him great distress. He had been with the academy for over 10 years only to discover he was a member of a killer organization. Everyone present except for Duan Uni could not fathom that the 2nd Elder was aligned with the Grand Elder, and even more shockingly that he was number 2 of the killer organization. Even the 4th Elder was momentarily stunned before excitement surged through him. With the 2nd Elder on their side, this operation would be much easier. Due to the 2nd Elder's betrayal, the 3rd Elder lost his combat capability, and Ji Yunting's side shifted from 4 against 5 to now 2 against 6, placing them in a precarious situation. Ji Yunting, possessing the power of the 3rd layer of transforming baby, was barely holding his own against Duan Uni, the 2nd Elder, and the assassins brought by Duan Qianwen. The 5th Elder, on the other hand, was struggling. Having only reached the 8th layer of Foundation Establishment, he was besieged by the 4th Elder and 2 assassins and soon began to sustain injuries. Seeing that the 5th Elder could not hold out much longer, Ji Yunting decided to cease hiding his strength, unleashing the power of the 3rd layer of transforming baby, immediately overpowering Duan Uni and the others. The power of the third layer of transforming baby. You have obtained the martial inheritance of Qin Yuling. The Grand Elder exclaimed, feeling puzzled. He had previously noted that Ji Yunting had the same peak power as him at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. How had he suddenly gained the strength of the transforming baby realm? Now witnessing Ji Yunting's renewed explosion of power, Duan Uni immediately deduced it. So what? Today none of you shall leave. Ji Yunting's fury surged as his attacks became even more ferocious. Ji Yunting, look over here, Duan Qianwen said, holding out a pill near Ji Zion's lips. This is a 4th-rank poison pill. If I make your daughter take it, she will surely die within 3 days, and no one can save her. You dare? Ji Yunting frantically launched an attack, trying to break through towards Ji Xian, but he was entangled by Duan Uni and the others, unable to make any progress. Qianwen, feed her the poison. If Ji Xian dies, there is still Ji Qingyan. I promise to spare Ji Qingyan's life and give her to you, Duan Uni shouted. Ji Qingyan and her sister were both top-tier beauties. Duan Qianwen liked both, but preferred the younger sister due to the older sister's fiery personality. He intended to keep the younger sister for himself, but given the current situation, having the older sister was also fine. After all, women were just for enjoyment. Duan Qianwen directly forced the pill into Ji Zion's mouth. Ji Xian, still unconscious, furrowed her brows, clearly in great pain. Xian. Ji Yunting launched an increasingly frenzied and chaotic assault. The two assassins of the Qinya organization could only defend passively. Duan Uni bided his time until Ji Yunting lunged at the second elder, exposing a fatal gap in his guard. Seizing the opening, Duan Uni drove a crushing fist into Ji Yunting's back. Ugh! Ji Yunting spat blood, sustaining internal injuries. Haha! Ji Yunting, surrender now, and I'll grant you a swift, painless death. Think of your eldest daughter. Cooperate, and my son Qianwen will treat your daughter Qingyan with gentleness. Duan Uni relentlessly goaded him. Ji Yunting knew full well this was deliberate provocation, and forced himself to remain calm. To lose composure here would mean certain death. Af! A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Moments later, the 5th elder lay motionless on the ground, barely clinging to life. Ji Yunting stood alone. 3 cultivators at the condensed Dan 8th rank closed in from all sides. 5th elder. Ji Yunting cried out in anguish, but it was futile. He could scarcely save himself now. Oh, so lively in here. No wonder the outer perimeter bristled with suppression formations. I had to spend precious time dismantling them just to enter. At that moment, Qin Yuling's voice echoed through the cavernous chamber. Every occupant turned toward the entrance, where Qin Yuling strode and utterly alone. Qin Yuling, haha, heaven's path lies open before you, yet you choose instead to storm the gates of hell. Duan Qianwen roared with laughter. It was Qin Yuling who'd gotten him confined to solitary cultivation by his grandfather, an imprisonment lasting until now. His cultivation had advanced to the bone-forging 9th rank. Only Duan Uni's urgent operation had cut short his seclusion. Otherwise, he'd have remained locked away until breaking through to the condensed Dan realm. Had you remained silent, I might not even have noticed the insect cowering in that corner. Qin Yuling's gaze swept over Duan Qianwen and Ji Xian, then lingered on the latter, instantly discerning her poisoned state. Don't get arrogant, Qin Yuling. You're merely at the bone-forging 9th rank. The battlefield of condensed Dan and nascent soul cultivators is no place for you. It's suicide to step foot there. Seeing Qin Yuling had reached the bone-forging 9th rank so swiftly, Duan Qianwen bristled with resentment. In such a short span, the man he once dismissed had already caught up and surpassed him. Then allow me to deal with you first. With those words, Qin Yuling surged forward toward Duan Qianwen. Qianwen, watch out. Duan Uni knew well Qin Yuling's ability to fight beyond his rank. Even at bone-forging 6th rank, his strikes matched those of a 9th rank expert. Now his offensive power must surely rival that of a condensed Dan cultivator. Though stung by his grandfather's warning, Duan Qianwen refused to yield inwardly. Yet he still heightened his defenses, steeling himself for battle. But the instant Qin Yuling's attack struck, Duan Qianwen realized every measure he'd taken was utterly futile. His defense shattered in less than a heartbeat, and with it his pride and dignity crumbled like shattered porcelain beneath his feet. Duan Uni, will you cease your assault? Qin Yuling lifted Duan Qianwen by the throat, suspending him midair. Grandfather, save me. Duan Qianwen choked the words from his raw throat. Qianwen. Duan Uni watched his grandson seized, and his strikes faltered, his footing unsteady. Conflict raged within him. Should he rush to rescue Duan Qianwen? Yet if he halted now, Ji Yunting would surely break free from the encirclement and escape. Elder brother victory hangs within reach. Do not falter now. Capture Ji Yunting, and you shall reap the greatest reward. We are but humble beneficiaries sipping from your cup. The second elder, the second assassin, spoke calmly. He had originally infiltrated Fengyuan Academy to scout fresh talent for the assassin organization, only to find Ji Yunting harbored deep-seated hatred towards such groups, rendering any discussion impossible. Later learning of the elder's rift with Ji Yunting, he shifted allegiance to Duan Uni. Rest assured, I shall place the greater cause above all else. Duan Uni clenched his jaw, then turned sharply toward Qin Yuling. Qin Yuling, think carefully before you act. Otherwise, Ahak, Qin Yuling, you shall die a wretched death. Qin Yuling had never intended to spare Duan Qianwen's life. Seeing Duan Uni's unwavering stance, he wasted no time. He snapped Duan Qianwen's neck before the elder could finish speaking. Not even a whimper escaped the young man's lips as he fell lifeless to the ground. My life rests right here. Come take it if you dare, Qin Yuling declared. Fourth elder, you and your two companions seize Qin Yuling. I intend to break him slowly piece by piece. The elder snarled the order. Instantly, the fourth elder and the two remaining assassins converged upon Qin Yuling, surrounding him tightly. For Ji Yunting, the pressure eased considerably. Though escape remained elusive for now, he was no longer overwhelmed. He could now trade blows evenly. With a burst of strength, he might even gain the upper hand against Duan Uni and his allies. His greatest concern now lay with Qin Yuling. Though Qin Yuling claimed the strength of an elder, 3 elders now surrounded him, and the 5th elder had fallen in mere minutes. Fourth elder, if you surrender now, the academy headmaster will show you mercy. Persist in folly, and your end shall be grim. Qin Yuling urged him. The second elder, a known assassin, must die. Duan Uni, having led the rebellion and colluded with external forces, could not be spared either. If the fourth elder also perished, Fengyuan Academy would suffer catastrophic losses. Half its elite cultivators would be gone, and its core disciples nearly decimated. The fourth elder opened his mouth to retort, only to be preempted by Qin Yuling's plea. He scoffed inwardly. Could one youth truly reverse fate? Qin Yuling, you've slain the elder's grandson. Whether you surrender or not, your death is inevitable. Accept your fate. Since you refuse wisdom, I shall show no mercy. Qin Yuling launched a preemptive strike, abandoning defense entirely, pouring all his force into offense. Enduring 2 heavy blows, he slammed his Shao Qianhua show palm directly into one assassin's chest. Ugh! The assassin hurtled backwards several meters, spewing blood midair, before collapsing lifeless onto the ground. What a single blow, killing a condensed Dan 8th rank cultivator. Duan Uni had watched closely. He'd already elevated his estimation of Qin Yuling's art, yet never imagined a bone-forging 9th rank cultivator could annihilate a condensed Dan 8th rank opponent outright. Qin Yuling's offensive power must reach, at minimum, the condensed Dan 9th rank. That technique must be mine. Duan Uni vowed silently. Second elder, send assassin 3 to reinforce the fourth elder. Ji Yunting, we too shall hold him in check. Understood. Third, move swiftly. And remember, take him alive. The second elder too coveted the technique fiercely. Possessing it, his strikes might ascend to the nascent soul 4th or 5th rank, leaving no rival left standing across the entire Fengyuan kingdom. Assassin 3 arrived at Qin Yuling's position, only to find the second assassin already dead. On the battlefield now stood only the fourth elder, and the newly arrived assassin 3. Elder 4, have you reached your decision? I grant you one final chance. This is truly your last. The next life, I claim, may well be yours. Qin Yuling spoke again. Elder 4 stood, torn beads of cold sweat already glistening upon his brow. 2 assassins had fallen in single strikes. There was no doubt he too would crumble beneath Qin Yuling's assault. Duan Uni remained locked in stalemate with Ji Yunting. Even if assassin 3 arrived, Elder 4 felt not a shred of safety. 3 seconds to decide. 3, 2. In. I surrender. I surrender. At last, overwhelmed by pressure, Elder 4 yielded. Brother 4, you traitor. Duan Uni recoiled in disbelief. In my apologies, Elder 2. I merely wish to live. Having spoken, Elder 4 voluntarily sealed his cultivation and stepped aside. Qin Yuling observed with quiet satisfaction. He had originally intended to strike Elder 4 down, not to kill, but to cripple his combat ability. Yet he feared misjudging his own force. A single misstep might shatter bones beyond repair, leaving permanent scars even after recovery. Now that Elder 4 had restrained himself, no further action was needed. Assassin 3 fixed Qin Yuling with the feral gaze of a cornered beast, a pitch-black dagger held low across his palm. In his mind there existed no concept of surrender, only relentless combat until the order to withdraw finally came. With you I shall show no courtesy. I shall send you to join your fallen comrades, Old 7 and Old 9. Oh, and those two just now. What were their numbers? I neglected to ask. Old 5. Old 6. Qin Yuling locked eyes with the assassin as he spoke. At his words, a flicker of disturbance crossed Assassin 3's features, yet it vanished in an instant. These assassins were rigorously trained. If they could be so easily unsettled, their organization would never have earned such infamy. Qin Yuling had only probed out of passing curiosity. When it proved futile, he launched his attack without hesitation. Assassin 3's cultivation stood at the 9th rank of core condensation. Though Qin Yuling's defensive mastery had also reached 9th rank perfection, he lowered his guard entirely, engaging in full-force assault. Within less than a minute, a single palm strike shattered Assassin 3's heart meridians. Witnessing Qin Yuling dispatch Assassin 3 with such ease, Duan Yuni and Elder 2 immediately disengaged from Ji Yunting and retreated. Something had shifted irrevocably. Qin Yuling's power far surpassed their darkest expectations. Even wounded Ji Yunting would not fall quickly in an unknown duel against Duan Yuni. As for Elder 2, his strength likely matched Qin Yuling's. He could be pinned down, leaving both men trapped with no path of escape. Senior Elder, what do we do now? Second Assassin urgently transmitted his voice to Duan Yuni. Qin Yuling's strength exceeds all our calculations. We must flee. Once we reach your organization's headquarters, we'll be safe. Duan Yuni replied in kind. The Assassin Guild's stronghold housed its master, a core condensation expert at 9th rank culmination, as well as several other core condensation cultivators. With himself and Second Assassin added, their defenses would hold. Agreed. We'll feign an all-out assault, lure them into full defense, then break away together. Very well. I'll count. 3, 2, 1, go. Duan Yuni and Second Assassin unleashed a surge of aura before vanishing backward toward the entrance. Try to detain them all, Qin Yuling transmitted to Ji Yunting, knowing full well that by speed alone, he could never overtake them once they fled. Ji Yunting needed no prompting. He surged forward instantly. The academy had suffered grievous losses, and not a single conspirator would be allowed to escape. Soon Ji Yunting closed the distance. Duan Yuni panicked, escape slipping through his fingers. If Ji Yunting seized him, all was lost. Desperation hardened into resolve. He whirled and struck Elder 2 full force. Elder 2 flew toward Ji Yunting, eyes wide with disbelief, while Duan Yuni vanished into the corridor. Ji Yunting instinctively met Elder 2's flight with a palm strike. Already gravely wounded by Duan Yuni's betrayal, Elder 2 perished instantly. That brief delay cost Ji Yunting everything. Duan Yuni had already dissolved into the shadows. Damn it! He escaped. Moments later, Ji Yunting returned to the cave residence bearing Elder 2's corpse. Elders 3 and 5 had each received healing pills from Qin Yuling. Now barely able to sit upright, and intermeditation, though full recovery, would require several months. Slow yet certain. But for Ji Xian, Qin Yuling pressed his fingers to her wrist, brow deeply furrowed. Yuling, how is Xian? Can she be saved? Ji Yunting demanded urgently. She has been poisoned by soul annihilation pill, a grade 4 toxic elixir. Its venom erodes the soul gradually. Without its antidote, even a pill's sovereign cannot save her within 30 days. Then, you know how to counter this poison. Ji Yunting pressed, recalling Duan Qianwen's earlier threat of death within 3 days. Surely mere intimidation. I can refine the antidote, but its principal ingredient, demon soul grass, is unknown in Fengyuan Kingdom as far as I know. Qin Yuling replied. This toxin originated from the Qinya organization. They must possess the cure. I'll retrieve it at once, Ji Yunting declared, rising to depart. Headmaster, wait. I sensed the pill's residual energy. It is ancient, likely acquired by the Qinya organization long ago by chance. They almost certainly lack the true antidote. Even if they do not rush. First settle affairs at the academy. Then I shall accompany you. Qin Yuling affirmed. Very well. I'll attend to matters here first, then we depart together. Not quarter-hour later, all core disciples gathered within the headmaster's cave residence. Of the elders, only elders 3, 4, and 5 remained. Among the core disciples stood Ling Inglia Ji Qingyan, the 3 surrendered core condensation cultivators, and Lu Mingfei, his cultivation utterly severed. Yuling, how shall we deal with these traitors? I dare not keep them near me. Ji Yunting's gaze turned icy. Headmaster, I've erred. I swear never to repeat it. Elder 4 cried out, having just felt a lethal chill in the air and knowing silence meant death. Headmaster, we repent. It was Lu Mingfei who corrupted us. We swear never again. The three core disciples echoed in unison. Lu Mingfei remained impassive. From the moment his cultivation was stripped, he had ceased to desire life. And fine, let me shoulder all blame. After all, living holds no meaning for me anymore. Headmaster, if they truly repent, grant them one chance, Qin Yuling proposed. And, can you ensure their obedience? Your words alone convince me not. Ji Yunting retorted. I have a pill. Those who wish to live will swallow one now. Qin Yuling produced 4 pills. Elder 4 hesitated only a heartbeat. Refusal meant immediate death. Compliance offered a sliver of hope. The 3 core disciples followed swiftly, each swallowing a pill. Very well. The pills you have just taken pose no immediate danger, but every 3 years you must ingest an antidote. Should you fail to do so within that span, your flesh will rot away entirely. I shall entrust the antidote to the Dean. Whether or not he dispenses it to you depends entirely on your conduct. We shall certainly comport ourselves with utmost diligence, declared Elder 4 and the 3 core disciples in unison. As for you, Lu Mingfei, if you truly wish no longer to live, then I respect your choice. I had even considered restoring your dantian, perhaps you still held some utility. Yet since your resolve to die is absolute, I cannot compel you otherwise. Qin Yuling turned toward Lu Mingfei. Can my dantian truly be restored? Qin Yuling, is this real? Lu Mingfei's eyes lit up with sudden fervor as he cried out. Indeed, your dantian can be restored, merely by ingesting a heaven-returning pill. But did you not just declare you had lost all will to live? Oh dear young Master Qin, I would never wish to die. I only despaired because I believed myself irredeemably broken. Now that restoration is possible, who in their right mind would choose death? Young Master Qin, may I have one of those pills just now administered? Lu Mingfei spoke eagerly. Yet moments ago you claimed full responsibility for all consequences. The Academy has suffered grievous losses. Someone must bear the weight. Can you truly shoulder it? Young Master Qin, Honorable Dean, this is a grave injustice. I was misled, no bewitched, by Elder Duan Uni, that contemptible wretch. Still I have served the Academy faithfully. Lu Mingfei collapsed to his knees, severing all ties to Duan Uni. Yuling, since he speaks thus, grant him one final chance. Ji Yunting said calmly. Though he and Qin Yuling had long coordinated their strategy, devising precisely how to minimize losses, the core disciples and elders were indispensable. Control, not condemnation, was paramount. Very well, swallow the pill. Qin Yuling produced a small, gleaming pill. Thank you, young Master Qin. Thank you. Lu Mingfei accepted the poison with radiant delight and swallowed it whole as though it were the heaven-returning pill itself, capable of mending his shattered dantian. Qin Yuling then turned to treat Ling Yinglai. Your injuries are the gravest, but this battle has also forged profound benefit within you. Upon full recovery, you shall likely break through to Condensation Realm 5th tier. Many thanks, young Master Qin. Having witnessed Qin Yuling's true strength, and realizing that only his intervention had saved both himself and his benefactor Dean Ji Yunting, Ling Yinglia's reverence deepened markedly. Senior brother, simply call me junior brother. No need for such formality, Qin Yuling replied. Very well. Then I shall call you Yuling junior brother. Ling Yinglai accepted without pretense. Understood, Yinglai senior brother. Rest well. I shall now visit the Dean. Once all were settled, Qin Yuling and Ji Yunting mounted their flying mount and soared toward the Fengyuan Kingdom. Within the Qinya Assassins Guild there exists but a single master at the pinnacle of Condensation Realm 9th tier. The rest possess negligible combat prowess. Given this, Duan Uni would never seek refuge there. He has almost certainly fled beyond Fengyuan's borders. Indeed, our primary objective is the antidote. If it exists, all is well. If not, I shall obliterate the entire Qinya Assassins Guild and consign them to eternal silence beside Zhang's grave. Ji Yunting's gaze hardened with lethal intent. Soon they arrived at the guild's mountainous stronghold. Leader of the Qinya Guild, step forth. Ji Yunting hovered high above, his voice reverberating across the entire range. Swiftly, schwa schwa schwa, several figures shot skyward. Who are you? And why do you dare provoke me upon my own domain? The guild's first leader frowned deeply, sensing Ji Yunting's overwhelming aura, no less than Condensation Realm 9th tier. All mid-tier enforcers had been dispatched to support his second-in-command's operation. Only he remained at peak strength. You sent dozens into my academy, and yet you do not recognize me. Ji Yunting laughed bitterly. Apparently the Fengyuan Academy commanded not even a whisper of respect. You are Ji Yunting, Dean of the Fengyuan Academy. How is this possible? Where is Duan Uni? Where is my second? Where are our assassins? Panic flooded the first leader's face. He sensed a terrible omen. Your brethren await you below. Whether you join them soon, or linger a few days longer, depends on whether you surrender the antidote to the soul annihilation pill. Ji Yunting spoke casually, yet his heart raced with suppressed dread. Soul annihilation pill? That poison has no antidote. Did your second not inform you? This pill was acquired by accident. It defies all known alchemical law. Once ingested, salvation is impossible. Then your lives hold no further meaning. Die, all of you. Join my daughter in oblivion. Hearing there was no antidote, Ji Yunting's last flicker of hope died. His eyes burned crimson, fury erupted, unleashing a berserker's wrath as he descended upon the guild. Qin Yuling remained motionless atop the flying mount, observing silently. This catharsis was necessary. Suppressed grief would fester like poison. In his berserk state, Ji Yunting's power surged to nascent soul third tier's zenith. The guild's leader fell within mere strikes. His skull shattered, his end grotesque. The remaining assassins stood no chance. Within moments, the once mighty Qinya Assassins Guild was erased, its reign extinguished in blood and silence. Only when Ji Yunting's breath steadied did Qin Yuling approach. Rage spent. Do you feel lighter now, eh? What use is release? Xiang cannot return. Ji Yunting's voice was hollow, drained. What nonsense is this? Did I ever say she was beyond saving? Qin Yuling replied coolly. Ji Yunting's eyes blazed anew. He seized Qin Yuling's shoulders fiercely. What did you say? Is Xiang truly savable? Did you not claim no medicinal herbs exist? Hold, cease shaking me. My head spins. Ji Yunting slowly released his grip, but his gaze remained locked, unblinking upon Qin Yuling. No herbs exist here. But what prevents us from seeking them elsewhere? Once found, we restore her without delay. Yet you told me she has but 1 month. To journey afar, gather rare flora, and return. That is impossible. She may succumb before we even locate the first root. Ji Yunting's eyes dimmed again. Must you, as Dean of the Academy, lack composure? You interrupt before I've even finished speaking. Ah, Yuling, speak on. I am listening. Under ordinary circumstances, Xiang possesses only 1 month. Yet I can refine for her a mystic ice pill. Upon ingestion, her entire physiology, including her soul, shall enter suspended animation, frozen in stasis for precisely 3 years. Should no antidote be found within that time, the thaw will herald instant death. 3 years. 3 years is enough. If after such time the herbs remain unfound, then fate has spoken. Ji Yunting sighed deeply. After dealing with the Qinya assassin organization, Qin Yuling and Ji Yunting promptly returned to the academy. The resources seized from the assassin organization were just enough to enhance the students' strength. Following this incident, the academy's power had diminished significantly, now barely qualifying as a 4th grade force. In Elder Wu's alchemy chamber, Qin Yuling refined the Xianbing pill along with some healing medicines and 4th grade breakthrough pills. After consuming the healing medicines specially prepared for them, Elder San and Elder Wu had already recovered most of their injuries, needing only some time to fully recuperate. After taking the Xianbing pill, Ji Zion's entire body was frozen, emanating a chill. Ji Yunting placed her in his private chamber. Lu Mingfei also took the Huitian pill, restoring his Dantian, but now he was keeping a low profile. Once his Dantian recovered, he headed to the training room. Through this incident, he understood that personal strength was paramount. Without sufficient strength, forming alliances was merely gathering a mob. Here are 3 4th grade breakthrough pills, 1 immortal grade and 2 superior grade. After consuming the immortal grade, you should soon reach the transformation realm. You can decide how to allocate the remaining 2. If your strength does not improve, our academy will be at the bottom among 4th grade forces. Qin Yuling said to Ji Yunting. His 4th grade breakthrough pill and its immortal grade. Yuling, do you actually have this pill formula? Did it come from the inheritance of the Dan Tower? Ji Yunting was both excited and astonished. He had only heard of the 4th grade breakthrough pill, but no one here could refine it. The formula for the breakthrough pill had long been lost. You can think of it that way. The formula came from memories of Qin Yuling's past life, and he didn't know how to explain it, so he just considered it the inheritance of the Dan Tower. Alright, if I break through to the transformation realm, our academy's strength will not only be maintained, but will also rise. Yuling, when do you plan to set off to find the medicinal materials? Ji Yunting asked. The matter of the medicinal materials could only be entrusted to Qin Yuling. Besides him, only Elder Wu was somewhat familiar with the medicinal materials, but Elder Wu's strength was still not as high as Qin Yuling's. You focus on your breakthrough first. I will challenge the martial tower and then set off to find the medicinal materials. The techniques for utilizing power within the martial tower are quite good and can significantly enhance my strength. Once my strength increases, my self-protection ability will improve as well. Qin Yuling said. You need to challenge it, but the difficulty is a bit high. As of now, my body can only exert 2-3 times its strength. After all these years, I haven't made any progress. The strongest in the academy should be Ling Inglia, who has reached 2-6 times, Ji Yunting said. Qin Yuling didn't know if he should mention it. Yin Lihao and Zhao Linger had both reached over 4 times, which might stimulate Ji Yunting. Regardless, when he went out, he planned to bring both of them along, so it was better not to mention it. After leaving Ji Yunting, Qin Yuling returned to Yin Lihao's courtyard, where Zhao Linger was also called over. I plan to challenge the martial tower. Once I've completed that, I'll set off to find the medicinal materials. If you two are willing, you can come with me. In the academy, your combat power is already considered high, and venturing outside will be beneficial for you. Qin Gu, even if you don't say it, I plan to go with you. It's too boring in the academy, Yin Lihao said happily. Qin Xiao, I also want to go. I want to see the outside world, Zhao Linger said. She was worried that Qin Yuling might think her strength was too low and would not want to take her out. Qin Yuling's words made her very happy. Then I will go challenge the martial tower now. How do you plan to arrange your time during this period? Qin Yuling asked. We have already discussed it. If the academy does not encounter any issues, we originally planned to go to the training room to cultivate and strive to break through to the condensed Dan realm first. Yin Lihao said. Here are 2 third-grade breakthrough pills. Each of you can take one. I hope that by the time I finish challenging the tower, both of you will have reached the condensed Dan realm. Qin Yuling said. You will need at least 2 months to challenge the martial tower, so we will cultivate for 70 days. Originally, there was hope to break through to the condensed Dan realm. With the breakthrough pills, I have an 80% confidence of breaking through to the condensed Dan realm within 70 days. Zhao Linger said achieving the condensed Dan realm would bring her closer to Qin Yuling. I also have an 8,090% confidence. Yin Lihao's eyes sparkled. The speed at which he was improving beside Qin Yuling was much faster than when he was cultivating in the academy. All right, then let's each act according to our own plans. After Qin Yuling finished speaking, he headed towards the martial tower. The area beneath the martial tower was bustling with activity. Due to the recent turmoil caused by the Grand Elder, many matters had been kept hidden from the academy. The conflicts among the elders were unknown to everyone, but the news that Yin Lihao and Zhao Linger had defeated 8 core students had already spread like wildfire. Many people had heard that the 2 of them had surged in attack power after challenging the 6th level of the martial tower, which demonstrated that students at the bone forging realm could also reach beyond the 4th level. Now many students from the inner academy were rushing to challenge the martial tower. Unfortunately, after so many days, no one had successfully made it to the 4th level. As soon as Qin Yuling arrived at the foot of the tower, he heard discussions. Look, that's Qin Yuling. Have you heard? He's only at the 9th level of the bone forging realm, yet senior brother Ling Inglai said he couldn't match him in combat. I heard that too. Now the core disciples are all rallying around Qin Yuling. Is that true? Does Qin Yuling have the attack power of someone at the 5th level of the condensed Dan realm? If that's the case, wouldn't he find it easy to challenge the martial tower? Not necessarily. Challenging the martial tower tests physical strength. He should have formidable techniques to possess such attack power. Ignoring the discussions, Qin Yuling directly entered the martial tower. Students entering the martial tower, please pay attention. Since this is your first challenge, the rules of the martial tower will now be explained. Please listen carefully. After the martial tower announced the rules, Qin Yuling discovered that his strength was suppressed to the 1st level of body refining. The 1st level of the assessment is to attack without using martial techniques. An attack power that reaches 1-2 times the normal attack of the 1st level of body refining will pass the assessment. Qin Yuling struck out with all his strength towards the front. Attack power is 2-3 times that of the 1st level of body refining. Assessment passed, proceeding to the 2nd level. In his past life, Qin Yuling's foundational strength had already reached 2-3 times. He brought these experiences from his memories, but had not made much progress. After all, he took hundreds of years in his past life to reach this point, and without the inheritance, it was too difficult to improve. In the 2nd level, Qin Yuling's muscles erupted as he sprinted forward at top speed. Speed reached 2-1 times the foundation level. Assessment passed. As both strength and speed met the requirements for levels 4 and 5, he was directly teleported to the 6th level. This is also possible. That works well but saves a lot of time. Qin Yuling had initially thought of challenging level by level, but he didn't expect to jump levels. Within the 6th level, a shimmering projection appeared before Qin Yuling, a middle-aged woman whose grace and poise remained undiminished. Greeting, aspirant. I am the creator of the martial pagoda, and one of the founding masters of Fengyuan Academy, Feng Qingyuan. I sense the complete legacy of the Pill Tower within you. Moreover, you are the first cultivator since the martial pagoda's creation to ascend directly from the 2nd to the 6th level. May you press onward, unbroken, to the 9th. We have waited far too long indeed. In recognition of your inheritance of the Pill Tower's full legacy, I grant you 2 months of study within this level. Press forward. Your perseverance honors us. I shall await you at the 9th. With those words, the projection dissolved into mist. Instantly, a scroll of notes materialized before Qin Yuling, and he sank into its depths without hesitation. So this is how it is done. After reading the notes, Qin Yuling realized how crude and primitive his prior technique had been. Like a scholar who grasped only the surface of an ancient, profound martial art, mistaking its shallow veneer for its true essence. Like a desiccated sponge plunged into clear water, he absorbed the knowledge ravenously, rising now and then to unleash precise strikes, pausing often to furrow his brow in deep contemplation. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. His force amplification surged from an initial 2, 3-fold to a refined 4, 6-fold. Zhao Linger mentioned that the 7th level demands 5-fold force amplification to pass. With only 1 month remaining, I doubt I could succeed. No wonder so few have ever cleared 7 levels. This trial truly demands extraordinary martial aptitude. 50 days elapsed. His force amplification reached 6-fold, and his speed 8-fold. 10 days remain. I must push my speed to 6-fold as well. Speed, after all, hinged upon absolute mastery over muscular control. The explosive power of the leg muscles dictated velocity itself. On the penultimate day, Qin Yuling finally shattered the threshold, his speed surging to 6-fold. Given this escalating rigor, if the 9th level tested insight alone, he knew he could not achieve perfection within a month. And without perfection, the martial pagoda's legacy would remain beyond his grasp. His quest for the martial pagoda was not merely to refine his force techniques. It was chiefly to claim its legacy, the sovereignty or treasure capable of temporal acceleration. With graduation imminent, such a relic would vastly increase his odds of survival beyond the Academy's walls. Less than 2 days remain. I must first break through to the nascent Dan realm. That transcendence will dramatically elevate my insight, and with it my chance to secure the legacy. Already perfected in bone forging level 9, Qin Yuling immediately settled into meditation, circulating his cultivation arts with unwavering focus. After many hours, his aura rippled, harbinger of breakthrough. Seizing the moment, he doubled the pace of his meridian circulation. With a resonant boom, he ascended into nascent Dan realm 1st rank. Upon entering nascent Dan realm, his mind sharpened, crystal clear lucid. His cognition accelerated at least 2-fold. Had he attempted the 6th level after this breakthrough, he would have confidently mastered both force and speed amplification, 6-fold each, within a single month. After consolidating, his newfound realm time expired, and he was instantly transported to the 7th level. Trial of the 7th level commences. Deliver a barehanded strike. No martial techniques permitted, achieving 5-fold amplification of a body refinement realm, 1st rank's baseline power. Success confirms passage. Qin Yuling unleashed a single fist. Power amplified to 6-0-fold. Trial passed. Proceeding to the 8th level. 8th level trial. Before the voice could finish, Qin Yuling erupted forward at blinding speed. Speed amplified to 6-0-fold. Trial passed. Proceeding to the 9th level. Upon reaching the 9th level, he beheld Feng Qingyuan once more, her form a delicate projection of soul energy. Congratulations, you have reached the final trial. Your performance exceeds my expectations. This level tests mastery of bodily force amplification, up to 10-fold. 8.5-fold suffices for passage, but only 10-fold unlocks eligibility for the legacy. 10-fold, or no legacy. If I reach 10-fold, what further trials await? Qin Yuling asked. First attain 10-fold. Until then, knowing more serves no purpose. You have 1 month, but this time you train under temporal acceleration. 1 internal month equals mere hours externally. Do not resist. Feng Qingyuan spoke, and Qin Yuling felt a gentle yet irresistible pull. Yielding without resistance, he was drawn inward. Last time only my soul entered. This time, my physical body too. The scene mirrored the last, an endless grassland stretching beneath a boundless sky. A scroll unfurled before him. After only brief contemplation, he realized his comprehension here outpaced even the 6th level, nearly tripling in efficacy. Even his nascent Dan-enhanced insight could not account for such acceleration. Clearly, this sovereign artifact actively augmented his innate insight. Blessed with such unparalleled conditions, his progress became meteoric. By day 10 he achieved 5-fold amplification, by day 29-fold, and on day 27, both force and speed soared to perfect 10-fold. The instant 10-fold was attained, he was expelled from the artifact, and Feng Qingyuan awaited him, her expression warm with quiet pride. Your insight surpasses even my highest estimation. I had anticipated at most 9-fold, requiring several years to fulfill our criteria. Yet you accomplished it in a single attempt. Senior, your authority within the martial pagoda is immense. Temporal acceleration at your command, methods to elevate insight at your disposal. If you truly wish to cultivate a successor, surely across nearly 20 millennia, you could have groomed someone capable of clearing the pagoda. Qin Yuling asked, curiosity alight in his eyes. If I devoted myself fully, yes. I could forge not one, but several who might clear the pagoda. But do you imagine a sovereign's legacy selects heirs so casually? Should I intervene completely, even one who clears the pagoda and inherits the legacy would remain fundamentally limited in ultimate attainment. No sovereign-level cultivator arises without transcendent talent. One lacking such brilliance, even granted the legacy, might ascend only to the rank of martial emperor. What use is a sovereign's legacy than to nurture a mere emperor? Of all who have stood before me in 20,000 years, your talent remains peerless. Your praise humbles me, senior. What trial lies ahead? Qin Yuling nodded inwardly. A sovereign who left behind such a legacy would seek nothing less than a disciple of extraordinary heaven-defying genius. It seems you're even more eager than I am, huh? I trust Murong Yuan has already advised you to master a solid defensive martial art before attempting the martial pagoda, said Feng Qingyuan clearly in high spirits. Indeed, Senior Murong explicitly cautioned me to learn a defensive martial art, replied Qin Yuling. The final trial is sparring with me. If you can withstand my assault for the duration of an incense stick, you shall inherit the martial pagoda's legacy. Withstand for an incense stick. But I've only reached the first stage of core formation, while you stand at the threshold of supreme sovereignty. Qin Yuling exclaimed, dumbfounded. I shall suppress my cultivation to match yours. Core formation first stage. Otherwise, how could you possibly land a single strike against me? Moreover, I'll restrict my physical force to precisely 10 times your baseline strength. 10-fold suppression. Does that mean your natural force exceeds 10 times the baseline? Qin Yuling asked, astonished. Having assumed 10-fold amplification represented the absolute pinnacle of attainable power. That pertains directly to the inheritance itself. I'll reveal it only after you pass. Knowing it beforehand would serve no purpose. Very well, senior. Please begin. Since both cultivators now stood at the same realm, Qin Yuling retained quiet confidence. After all, his recent breakthrough into core formation had elevated his offensive prowess to the peak of nascent soul first realm. With 10-fold force amplification, his striking power barely reached nascent soul third realm. Regrettably, neither the 9-turn diamond scripture nor the minor 1,000 Buddha palms had yet advanced. Otherwise, he could have endured not merely one incense stick's duration, but an entire day. Then brace yourself. I'm coming. Feng Qingyuan lunged forward, employing only basic strikes, no martial techniques. Yet she observed to her surprise that Qin Yuling parried each blow with effortless grace. Not a single strike landed upon him. Beware, I shall now employ martial techniques, Feng Qingyuan declared. Instantly her aura shifted, intensifying palpably. Qin Yuling felt immense pressure descend upon him. Her attacks, now unquestionably, surpassed nascent soul fourth realm. Qin Yuling tightened his stance, abandoning offense entirely to focus solely on defense. His own defensive capacity had only reached nascent soul second realm, and a single hit would inflict grievous harm. With a thunderous crack, Feng Qingyuan's first technique struck home, and though Qin Yuling absorbed the blow, he staggered backward several meters, his arms searing with violent pain. A spark of admiration flickered in Feng Qingyuan's eyes. Impressive, you actually withstood it. Try enduring one more strike. If you do, you pass. Ordinarily, even when employing techniques, her calibrated assault would not exceed nascent soul third realm. For a typical core formation first stager, 10-fold amplification yields offensive power equivalent to nascent soul first realm. Even with superior cultivation arts, reaching nascent soul second realm represents the practical limit. Yet seeing Qin Yuling deflect her initial barrage so effortlessly, Feng Qingyuan's hunter's instinct flared. She escalated her strike to the absolute zenith of nascent soul fourth realm. His successful block confirmed his defensive foundation had already attained nascent soul realm, satisfying the inheritance's strict requirement. With another deafening crack, Qin Yuling recoiled once more. His arms numb, trembling violently, unable to lift even an inch. His face paled. The sheer destructive force was terrifying. Had he mastered the 9-turn diamond scripture to its 5th layer, his defense would reach nascent soul 4th realm, and such a blow would pose no challenge. Excellent. Truly exhilarating. You young man possess remarkable insight and formidable defense. Congratulations, you've passed. Feng Qingyuan beamed, her long vigil finally rewarded with a worthy inheritor. Qin Yuling exhaled deeply in relief. Had the trial continued, he would have collapsed. Next time, he'd need his defensive art perfected to the 5th layer before re-attempting the trial. Then, Senior, may I inquire about the inheritance itself? Above all, I yearn for the sovereign treasure. Before granting the inheritance, permit me to recount its origin. Both the Pill Pagoda and the Martial Pagoda trace their legacies to a single sovereign cultivator, Sovereign Dugu. His true name remains unknown. Even he may have forgotten it. The body force cultivation lineage was his own creation. Moreover, Sovereign Dugu did not hail from our continent. He arrived near the end of his natural lifespan and left behind this legacy. As for why exceptional defense is mandated, that too was Sovereign Dugu's decree. I myself inherited this legacy because I cultivated an emperor-rank defensive art. Sovereign Dugu once held a disciple of extraordinary talent. At nascent soul 1st realm, the youth's innate physical force already matched that of a heaven realm 3rd-tier cultivator. What? You're certain this was innate force, not augmented by any art? Qin Yuling gasped in disbelief. Tenfold amplification bridged exactly one major realm. So attaining heaven realm 3rd tier from nascent soul 1st realm implied a staggering 30-fold innate amplification. Please allow me to finish. I affirm, it was purely innate force. Sovereign Dugu's disciple possessed transcendent talent backed by a sovereign tier master. His future gleamed with boundless promise. Tragically, he perished within a secret realm. Only nascent soul cultivators were permitted entry. Thus, within that realm, he should have been virtually invincible. Yet covetous factions lusting after Sovereign Dugu's body force scripture conspired to lure the disciple into a lethal formation, demanding he divulge the art. He refused, choosing death over betrayal, and was ultimately refined alive. Rumors claim the formation's maximum destructive output within that secret realm equaled nascent soul peak. Though the disciple's offensive might reached heaven realm, his defensive capacity lagged at only nascent soul mid-realm. Hence he fell within the formation's grasp. Sovereign Dugu repeatedly urged his disciple to cultivate a supreme defensive art, but the youth, consumed by arrogance, insisted attack was the ultimate defense. His death-haunted Sovereign Dugu, had the disciple's defense matched his offensive power, reaching heaven realm, he would never have perished. Thus, the inheritance mandates defense must surpass cultivation by one full major realm. After his disciple's death, the secret realm's entrance had drawn too many factions. Identifying the conspirators proved impossible. In response, Sovereign Dugu annihilated every faction that had entered. Surely other factions possessed sovereignty masters. To obliterate them all, this man was truly fearsome. Indeed, sovereignty powers abounded, and yet Sovereign Dugu's combat prowess was unrivaled even upon his native continent. Upon first ascending to Sovereign Realm, he slew a 9th-tier sovereign, an act that fueled others' greed for his arts. Later, when Sovereign Dugu himself reached 9th-tier sovereign, his body force peaked at 100-fold amplification and ceased advancing thereafter. He concluded this was the absolute limit of mortal potential. 100-fold. Even with forewarning, Qin Yuling recoiled inwardly. At core formation 1st stage, such amplification would elevate his base strike to nascent soul 9th realm, an awe-inspiring feat fully explaining Sovereign Dugu's peerless might. Do not rejoice too soon. Achieving 100-fold amplification is exceedingly difficult. Without ascending to the sovereign realm, a martial emperor's lifespan is merely 1,000 years. Even with temporal acceleration, attaining such a 100-fold enhancement within that span remains nearly impossible. Feng Qingyuan said, Senior, may I ask how many times your own force amplification reached at its peak? Qin Yuling inquired. At my zenith, I attained 52-fold amplification. Yet even at 10-fold, I was already unrivaled across the entire continent. Without breaking through to the sovereign realm, one cannot traverse between continents. No matter how formidable one's offensive power, it remains ultimately futile. Feng Qingyuan spoke with quiet regret. Qin Yuling sensed her profound solitude, the desolate silence of absolute supremacy, and the melancholy of gazing upon the sovereign realm, ever visible, yet forever out of reach. Enough. Now I shall bestow the legacy upon you. All its essence resides within this small orb. Simply offer a drop of blood to establish dominion. Feng Qingyuan pointed toward the spherical artifact hovering at the center. Qin Yuling slit his fingertip and let a bead of blood fall onto the orb. Instantly it flared with radiant light, and he felt an immense suction drawing upon his soul force. As he instinctively tensed to resist, he realized the orb was not devouring, but harmonizing, absorbing his soul force only to fuse with it, thereby completing the covenant of mastery. At that very moment, another identical orb housed within the pill tower trembled faintly, then soared skyward, streaking unerringly toward the martial tower. Within the pill tower, Murong Yuan's soul projection watched the orb depart, a satisfied smile spreading across his ethereal visage. So the youth has succeeded, far sooner than I anticipated by several centuries. At last, I may rest. With those words, Murong Yuan's soul projection dissolved slowly, and this time utterly vanished. Inside the martial tower, the orb arriving from the pill tower merged seamlessly with its counterpart. The fused sphere doubled in size, and its demand for soul force likewise doubled. Even Qin Yuling's extraordinary soul force now bore subtle strain. I had intended to watch you falter, then step in to assist. My soul force drawn from a sovereignty or treasure is exceptionally pure. Should yours prove insufficient, I could have merged my essence with yours to sustain the covenant. Yet you astonish me. Your soul force is so potent that even a sovereignty or artifact's binding process yields before you. I have cultivated a secret soul art. Hence my soul force surpasses that of peers at my cultivation level, Qin Yuling replied. That is ideal. Then I shall channel the remainder of my soul force into the martial tower itself. Henceforth only the tenfold force amplification manual shall remain within. No further legacy will be imparted. Farewell, young one, and fortune favor your path. Having spoken, Feng Qingyuan gradually dispersed into wisps of fading light. And meanwhile, Qin Yuling's covenant neared completion. The instant his soul force and the orb achieved perfect fusion, a torrent of knowledge flooded his consciousness. He learned the orb was named the Qianquan realm, a sovereign artifact forged by the peerless sovereign Dugu for his destined successor. A spatial treasure of sovereign fifth-layer refinement, its defenses were impervious to any assault below that tier. Within its boundless expanse lay a self-contained world spanning 10 million square kilometers, nearly one-tenth the area of his native continent. Its temporal flow could accelerate up to 100-fold, but such intensity consumed spiritual energy at a prodigious rate. With current reserves, 100-fold acceleration would sustain only one external month. Its standard acceleration stood at 10-fold, a rate fully supported by the Qianquan realm's natural absorption of ambient spiritual energy. Moreover, the realm possessed mutable scale. At its largest, it expanded to match its internal domain, 10 million square kilometers. At its smallest, it shrank to an imperceptible mote of dust. Qin Yuling's heart surged with exhilaration. Clearly, after the death of Sovereign Dugu's original disciple, he had placed paramount emphasis on his successor's survival, devoting virtually all his resources to crafting the Qianquan realm. A sovereignty or fusion of temporal and spatial arts, it embodied a singular doctrine of aid, when overmatched, cultivate relentlessly within accelerated time, then emerge only when victory was assured. It was above all else the ultimate artifact of preservation. With this treasure, Qin Yuling could now venture forth with unwavering confidence. A sovereignty or sanctuary, once entered, no force across the entire continent could breach its veil. Then he sensed something more within the Qianquan realm. The humble wooden cottage, identical to the one he had entered in spirit form during his trial in the Pill Tower, still held secrets. Upon stepping inside, he found a jade slip resting upon the table. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he recognized it instantly, the original transmission scroll of Sovereign Dugu's force amplification art. I am Dugu, unrivaled in life. This is my supreme art, which I name the Dugu body forging method. Master even 1/10 of its principles, and you shall stand peerless within your realm. Perfect it entirely, and you shall transcend realms themselves. Sovereign Dugu's voice echoed in Qin Yuling's mind, commanding, indomitable, brimming with unshakable certainty. And, henceforth, whenever you practice the Dugu body forging method, do so within this cottage. You shall find your progress magnified manifold. So this cottage too enhances enlightenment. Hardly surprising. Sovereign Dugu reigned supreme across the continent. Its finest resources inevitably flowed to him, and he had traversed countless other continents besides. After a brief moment to compose himself, Qin Yuling emerged from the martial tower. And there, beneath its towering spires, stood Ji Yunting and several elders, surrounded by concentric rings of awestruck disciples. Qin Yuling immediately understood the martial tower's great bell must have tolled, its resonance inaudible to him while sealed within. Qin Yuling, congratulations. You are the first disciple in our academy's history to ascend both the Pill Tower and the Martial Tower to their 9th tiers. Ji Yunting boomed with hearty laughter. The honor is mutual. And allow me to extend my congratulations to you, Dean, on your recent ascension to the nascent soul realm. Qin Yuling replied, having already sensed the shift in Ji Yunting's aura. Thanks to your inspiration, I'd have delayed that breakthrough by several years. Let us not linger here. Join me for a drink at my abode. The elders are most welcome as well. Ji Yunting gestured warmly. Elder 3 and Elder 5 nodded eagerly and fell into step beside him, while Elder 4 trailed behind, fully aware his standing had diminished most among them. Only after the dean and elders departed did the crowd erupt into clamorous excitement. And Qin Yuling is my true idol. Passing both towers' 9th floors on his first attempt, he's simply extraordinary. Indeed. Look, the inscription of his name on the first floor shines larger than anyone else's. Oh, if only I could marry him. The young woman's words instantly ignited a storm of ridicule from the surrounding maidens. Just look at yourself. Do you truly believe you're worthy? Precisely. Go splash some water on your face and see reality clearly. You're but a toad dreaming of swan's flesh. Hold on. Cease your squabbling. Neither of you stands a chance. Dean Ji's daughter Ji Qingyan spends her days alongside Qin Yuling, and Zhao Linger, hailing from his homeland, shares deep bonds with him. Both possess beauty far surpassing yours, and genuine emotional foundations. Spare yourselves the futile commotion. A male cultivator, upon seeing so many female disciples, felt an intense discomfort in his heart, driven by jealousy over Qin Yuling, and wanted to state some facts to help everyone see through things. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. He felt a multitude of murderous gazes directed at him, and soon after he was pinned to the ground and beaten by a group of female disciples. I warned you to keep your mouth shut. Do you think you're better than us? You really know how to pick a fight, don't you? If you want to get beaten, just say it directly instead of beating around the bush. Soon the bruised male disciple, using an illusion technique, replaced himself with a piece of wood and awkwardly crawled out from among the group of girls running back to the inner courtyard without looking back. Women were truly terrifying. From now on, even if he provoked male disciples several levels above him, he must never provoke women. Inside the dean's cave, Qin Yuling and Ji Yunting, along with a few elders, were happily conversing at the dining table, with only the 4th elder cautiously accompanying them. Qin Yuling, now that you are at the first layer of the Golden Core realm, has your combat power broken through to the nascent soul realm? Ji Yunting inquired. My attack power is currently roughly at the 3rd layer of the nascent soul realm. If my cultivation level rises, I should be able to reach the attack power of the 6th layer of the nascent soul realm. Qin Yuling replied. Even Ji Yunting, who was already prepared, was taken aback, while elders 3, 4, and 5 were utterly stunned, confirming that he was indeed talking about the attack power of the Golden Core realm. After Ji Yunting ascended to the nascent soul realm, his combat power directly reached the 5th layer of the nascent soul realm, and just when he was feeling most proud, he realized there was another monstrous talent here, making his own strength seem completely unworthy of boasting. Qin Yuling only mentioned that the attack power of his small 1,000 Buddha hands had broken through to the 5th layer. If he reached the full completion of the 5th layer, his attack power could increase to the 7th layer of the nascent soul realm, but there was no need to mention that excessive stimulation wasn't good. Does Qin Xiao have any plans about when to set off? Ji Yunting used a respectful term, as Qin Yuling's strength was now comparable to his, and he believed it wouldn't be long before Qin Yuling would surpass him. I have 2 friends cultivating in the training room. Once they come out, I will set off. Qin Yuling responded. I want to go too. Just then Ji Qingyan walked in, her eyes anxiously fixed on Qin Yuling. Qingyan, your cultivation is too low. You can't help Qin Xiao if you go, so don't trouble him. Ji Yunting hoped his daughter could get closer to Qin Yuling and develop some relationship, yet he was also fearful of the dangers outside and was reluctant to let his daughter go. Father, Qin Yuling is going out to find medicine for my sister. How can we just ignore that? Besides, if Yen Li Hao and the others can go, why can't I? Ji Qingyan insisted. Ji Yunting was at a loss on how to resolve this, and turned to Qin Yuling. Qin Xiao, what do you think? Qin Yuling looked at Ji Qingyan. Since senior sister wants to go, then let her. I will do my best to ensure her safety. Now that we have the Qinkuan realm, having one more person doesn't matter. Qin Yuling said. Qin Yuling, you can rest assured. I will strive to cultivate hard and not hold you back. Ji Qingyan said. All right, senior sister, you should sit down and eat something. Qin Yuling suggested. I won't eat. Ooh, I'll go back to cultivate. Just let me know when we're set to depart. After Ji Qingyan finished speaking, she walked out. It would be a lie to say she felt no pressure. Although Yin Lihao and the others were lower in rank, their combat power was higher than hers. If she didn't work hard, she would end up being the one holding everyone back. After finishing the meal with Ji Yunting and the others, Qin Yuling returned to his cave. Initially, the dean wanted to leave the mountain range of the Great Elder for Qin Yuling, but he refused, stating that he would be leaving soon and didn't want to occupy the academy's resources. He likely wouldn't stay at the academy in the future, as once he helped Ji Shiyin find the medicinal materials and refine the pills, he would also venture to other places. Yin Lihao and the others are still in the training room. I should also cultivate these 2 days and strive to raise my 9 turns diamond art and small 1000 Buddha hands to the 5th layer. Qin Yuling entered his secret room to begin cultivating. 2 days later, Yin Lihao and Zhao Linger emerged from the training room, both with smiles on their faces, clearly having broken through to the Golden Core realm. Zhao Linger, what level is your attack power at now? Yin Lihao asked with a smile. Now my attack power has reached the mid-stage of the 8th layer of the Golden Core realm. I reached the Golden Core realm after 60 days in the training room. The last 10 days I was practicing my body's force techniques, but the effect wasn't significant. My current force output is at 4.6 times. How about you? Zhao Linger asked, frowning. I'm about the same as you. My attack power reached the latest stage of the 8th layer of the Golden Core realm with a force output of 4.8 times. The training effects outside aren't as high as in the Martial Tower, but unfortunately one can only enter the Martial Tower's 6th layer once. Yin Lihao said regretfully. I wonder how many layers Qin Xiao has broken through in the Martial Tower. With his talent, it should be no difficulty to pass the 8th layer. I wonder if the 9th layer has a legacy. If it does, Qin Xiao should gain significant benefits. Zhao Linger said. Let's go check. Qin Gu should have come out of the Martial Tower by now, and his name must be up there. They then headed toward the Martial Tower. At the base of the Martial Tower, both stared in awe at the stone tablet where the name, Qin Yuling, was written in letters larger than any other. Qin Gu is indeed impressive. He passed the Martial Tower in one go. I wonder what his force output has reached. Yin Lihao exclaimed. Qin Xiao must have returned to his cave. Let's go find him. Zhao Linger said excitedly. Seeing that Qin Yuling had passed the 9th layer, she was even happier than if she had done it herself. The two arrived at the entrance of Qin Yuling's cave just in time to see him coming out. You two have come out of the training room, huh? Not bad, both have reached the Golden Core realm. Qin Yuling said with satisfaction. Qin Gu, don't flatter us. Compared to you, we feel utterly embarrassed. The Martial Tower is so difficult you passed it in one go. Honestly, tell us, how much force output have you reached now? Yin Lihao said as he threw an arm around Qin Yuling's shoulder. Zhao Linger also looked at Qin Yuling with hopeful eyes, clearly very curious. Here we go again. How can you not be so touchy-feely? Qin Yuling said, but he didn't push away the hand Yin Lihao had placed on his shoulder. Haha, Qin Gu, what's wrong? Are you embarrassed because I'm a man? Do you want Zhao Linger to hug you instead? Yin Lihao teased, casting glances at Zhao Linger. Yin Lihao, stop making fun of me. Just let Qin Gu tell us how much force output he has reached. Zhao Linger said, blushing. All right, Qin Gu, just be honest with us. Yin Lihao said. The force output legacy of the 9th layer of the Martial Tower can reach up to 10 times. Naturally, I have reached 10 times force output. Qin Yuling said lightly. Yuan Lihao and Zhao Linger both gasped in shock. Brother Qin, you're truly extraordinary. Although I already had high expectations after you broke through the 9th level, I still didn't expect your strength to reach 10 times mine, which is twice as much as I have. Yuan Lihao shook his head with a sigh. He was happy for Qin Yuling's strength, yet this outcome still left him feeling a bit disheartened. Brother Qin, what level is your attack at now? Zhao Linger asked curiously. Originally, when Qin Yuling was at the 9th level of bone refinement, his attack power had already reached the 9th level of core formation. Now that he had broken through to the core formation realm, his strength had reached 10 times, so his attack power should easily reach the nascent soul realm. My base attack power has reached the 1st level of nascent soul. With the enhancement from my cultivation method, I barely possess the attack power of the early 6th level of nascent soul. Qin Yuling stated, both the small 1000 Buddha's hand and the 9 turns diamond art have successfully broken through to the 5th level, and my defense has also reached the 5th level of nascent soul. Extraordinary, truly extraordinary. I thought the gap would narrow once we reached the core formation realm, but I found the gap only widened. Yuan Lihao rolled his eyes helplessly, using barely to describe it seemed to imply he was not fully satisfied, leaving him speechless. It's a good thing that Brother Qin's attack is high. It gives us more assurance when we go outside, right? Zhao Linger appeared very happy. That's true, but Brother Qin, could you guide us on your techniques? We feel it's much harder to improve outside than it was on the 6th level. Yuan Li Hao said, no problem, I will explain it to you when I have time. I will show you something good and your strength will improve quickly. Qin Yuling replied. He decided to inform Yuan Li Hao and the others about the matters concerning the Qianquan realm at an appropriate time. After all, it was a treasure of supreme level, and if it were to leak out, they would likely face the entire continent's pursuit. Brother Qin, when do we set off? Yuan Li Hao asked excitedly, clearly eager to venture out. Let's set off tomorrow morning. Yuan Li Hao, go notify Ji Qingyan, and we'll gather at the academy gate in the morning. All right. The next morning, the 4 of them met at the academy gate, where Ji Yunting was also present. Qin Yuling, where are you planning to go first? Originally, other elders were going to send you off, but since you mentioned you didn't want to attract too much attention, I persuaded them to stay back, Ji Yunting asked. We'll go to the Linglong Empire first. It's the closest empire to us. However, we need to get some flying mounts first, otherwise the journey alone will take us 3 months. Let's use this flying mount from the academy, the 4th grade Gale Eagle. If you take this, you should be able to reach there in about 20 days, after all the academy doesn't need it right now. Ji Yunting said as he summoned the flying mount from his spatial ring. A Gale Eagle 50 meters long appeared at the academy gate. That's wonderful, thank you, Dean. Qin Yuling smiled. It wouldn't be easy to purchase a Gale Eagle outside, as it was a necessary flying mount for every major force. I should be the one thanking you. You're going out to find medicinal materials for Shiyin, and after you leave, Qingyan will be entrusted to you. Ji Yunting said. Ji Qingyan had been by his side since birth, having never traveled beyond the Fengyuan kingdom. Dean, rest assured I will take good care of my senior sister. It's getting late, so let's set off. After Qin Yuling spoke, he was the first to fly onto the wide back of the Gale Eagle. Yuan Li Hao and Zhao Linger quickly followed. Ji Qingyan looked at her father, her eyes filled with reluctance, then became resolute. Father, goodbye. I will definitely bring back the medicinal materials. After saying this, she turned and flew onto the Gale Eagle. The Gale Eagle gently flapped its wings and quickly soared into the sky, soon disappearing from Ji Yunting's sight. Qingyan, take care on your journey. Following Qin Yuling, you will grow faster than you would at the academy. Ji Yunting muttered to himself before turning back to the academy. In the sky, the Gale Eagle had flown for 3 hours. Qin Yuling woke the 3 who were cultivating and said sternly, I have something to discuss with you. However, I hope this matter remains known only to us, for do not share it with anyone, not even your parents. Brother Qin, I have no relatives. You can rest assured I will definitely not disclose this to anyone. Yuan Li Hao said seriously, sensing Qin Yuling's seriousness. Brother Qin, don't worry. I won't tell anyone either, including my father, Zhao Linger added. Junior brother, since you said so, I will definitely not speak of it to anyone. I can swear a soul oath. Ji Qingyan said, then proceeded to swear the oath. Yuan Li Hao and Zhao Linger also made their vows. You don't need to go to such lengths. I'm reminding you only because this concerns our safety. As long as you understand the seriousness of the matter, that's enough. Qin Yuling looked at the 3 helplessly. It's fine, Brother Qin. This way everyone can feel at ease. Please continue whatever it is, I'll be on your side. Yuan Li Hao said. Rest assured it's not a bad thing, but it's a good thing. You all know I have obtained the inheritance from the Dan Tower and Marshall Tower, right? Junior brother, does this matter have to do with the inheritance? Currently, you're the only one in the academy who has received the Dual Tower inheritance. Ji Qingyan asked, puzzled. Yes, I obtained a supreme treasure during the inheritance, the Qianquan realm. Only those who receive the Dual Tower inheritance can obtain this treasure. Qin Yuling explained. Supreme treasure? What level is that? Above the nascent soul realm are the Cave Heaven realm, Divine Mansion realm, Void realm, and Martial Emperor realm. What level is supreme? Yuan Li Hao looked at Qin Yuling in confusion. Above the 9th level of Martial Emperor, once you break through it, is the supreme realm, Qin Yuling said slowly. Is there still a realm above Martial Emperor? To my knowledge, the highest level on our continent is the 9th level of Martial Emperor. I have never heard of the supreme realm, Ji Qingyan said in surprise. Because the supreme inheritance on our continent has long been severed, and according to the normal cultivation methods passed down on the continent, no one can reach the supreme realm. Qin Yuling explained slowly. Brother Qin, did you obtain the inheritance of the supreme? Zhao Linger suddenly realized, looking at Qin Yuling in astonishment. Indeed, it is the inheritance of the supreme, which is why I know why there isn't a single supreme on the entire continent. To become a supreme, both cultivation and soul must reach the 9th level of Martial Emperor to break through. On our continent, one must either focus on martial arts to become a Martial Emperor or focus on the soul to become a Dan Emperor, which means in the end no one can touch the threshold of supreme. Qin Yuling said, "What an enormous secret. Thank goodness I swore an oath just now, otherwise I could never bear such a weighty revelation." Yan Lihao exaggeratedly patted his chest, prompting Ji Qingyan and Zhao Linger to burst into laughter, easing the solemn atmosphere considerably. Enough, no more interruptions. I haven't even reached the crux yet." Qin Yuling chuckled at Yan Lihao. With him lightening the mood, the journey ahead promised far more joy. "That's not the crux. Is there truly a secret greater than attaining sovereignhood?" Fine. I'll stay silent. "Go on, brother Qin, speak your mind." Seeing Qin Yuling wordlessly stare at him, Yan Lihao grinned and promptly sealed his lips. The Qinkuan realm is no ordinary sovereignty or treasure. Within it, time flows tenfold faster, its size is infinitely malleable, shrinking even to the scale of dust, rendering it utterly undetectable even by a ninth-stage martial emperor. Moreover, it houses a cultivation legacy granting up to 100-fold amplification of physical force. Its technique, named the Dugu body forging art. Practicing this art inside the realm yields 10 times the efficacy of external cultivation. Qin Yuling fell silent, gazing calmly at the three before him. Yan Lihao and the others stared back, eyes wide with astonishment. You may speak now," Qin Yuling said at last, realizing only then that they had dared not utter a word. "Brother Qin, the Qinkuan realm is simply astonishing. 10-fold cultivation efficacy, 10-fold temporal acceleration. A single day's training inside equates to 100 days outside. Young Master Qin, can physical force truly be amplified 100-fold? This is beyond extraordinary." Zhao Linger struggled for words to express her awe. "Junior brother, you've entrusted me with a secret of such magnitude. I am deeply honored by your trust, and I swear I shall never betray it." Ji Qingyan marveled at the artifact's wonder, but what moved her most was Qin Yuling's willingness to share this secret with her. Having grown up alongside Yan Lihao and Zhao Linger in the same nation, their bond ran deeper, yet now clearly she held equal standing in Qin Yuling's heart. "I intended to tell you all eventually. We still have nearly 20 days before reaching the Linglong Imperial Kingdom. I propose we all enter the realm to cultivate, either refining our cultivation bases or mastering the Dugu body forging art. I recommend beginning with physical force enhancement first, as your current amplification factors remain low. Mastering this will swiftly elevate our combat prowess," Qin Yuling advised. Excellent. Brother Qin, hurry and let us in. I can hardly wait to experience it firsthand." Yan Lihao cried out elated. "All three of you, offer no resistance. I shall now usher you inside." Instantly they felt a gentle pull. Surrendering to it, all four entered the Qinkuan realm. As its sovereign, Qin Yuling could extend his divine sense beyond its boundaries at will to observe the external world. Qin Yuling left a sliver of soul energy to monitor the swift-winged eagle's flight path, guiding it subtly, then led the others into the wooden cottage within. No sooner had Yan Lihao marveled at the realm's outer scenery than he exclaimed upon entering the cottage, "This cottage enhances one's enlightenment capacity. The effect is overwhelming." Qin Yuling glanced at Yan Lihao. Indeed, his perception was extraordinary. Ordinarily, only cultivators who had already trained would sense such an effect, yet Yan Lihao perceived it instantly upon entry. Cultivating identical techniques here yields 10-fold enhancement. Henceforth, whenever refining arts do so within this sanctuary. This soul jade slip contains a soul cultivation technique, suitable for all three of you. Waiting until the martial emperor stage to replenish soul energy would be far too late. Qin Yuling explained. He had initially intended to impart the soul art sealed within his own consciousness, but found he could neither inscribe nor transmit it directly. Instead, he offered them another supreme soul cultivation art native to this continent. The three immediately extended their divine senses into the jade slip, committing the technique to memory. Qin Yuling then produced another slip. This contains the method to amplify physical force up to 100-fold. Memorize it well. Brother Qin, I adore you. Haha. Yan Lihao laughed heartily as his divine sense immersed itself in the slip. Ji Qingyan and Zhao Linger remained silent, but their expressions radiated profound gratitude. Very well, let us begin cultivation. 20 days outside translate to 200 days within. Each of you has ample time to ascend further in strength. Having spoken, Qin Yuling settled down to contemplate the Dugu body forging art, while the other three likewise commenced their practice. 10 days passed in the external world, equivalent to 100 days within the Qinkuan realm. All four chose to cultivate the Dugu body forging art, whose efficacy proved staggering. Ji Qingyin's physical force amplification rose from 2x to 5x. Though still at Foundation Establishment 2nd rank, her combat prowess now rivaled that of a 7th rank Foundation Establishment cultivator. Yin Lihao and Zhao Ling'er, whose amplifications had begun above 4x, now achieved 7x and 8x respectively, their offensive power surging to the apex of 9th rank Foundation Establishment. Qin Yuling's amplification reached 13x. Yet his combat strength had already transcended an entire major realm, thus this additional 3x yielded no visible leap in power. Beyond such thresholds, only a tenfold increase in amplification enables advancement across a full major realm. Along the sole route to the Linglong Imperial Kingdom lay the Demon Beast Forest. At its periphery, a young man soared swiftly through the air, flanked by 5 or 6 others. The Golden Thread Ghost Serpent's hatchling must be near. Search thoroughly. Encountering such a rare beast is a stroke of fortune. If I secure it as my battle pet, my chances of becoming clan chief will soar. I may even overtake and surpass my elder brothers. The youth declared, brimming with excitement. It is inevitable, young Master Nangong. Upon maturity, the Golden Thread Ghost Serpent attains the 9th stage Dao Heaven realm and ranks among the strongest combatants within that tier. Even our clan chief's battle pets, the twin ironclad savage lions, though also 9th stage Dao Heaven cultivators, cannot match a single Golden Thread Ghost Serpent in battle. An elder beside the youth remarked, Elder Liang, once we locate the serpent, ensure it sustains no injury. Exercise utmost care. Nangong Jiang instructed. Rest assured, young Master Nangong. The hatchling stands only at 5th rank Foundation Establishment, while I at 3rd rank Nascent Soul can subdue it effortlessly. Elder Liang pledged, thumping his chest. All of you, sharpen your eyes. Find the Golden Thread Ghost Serpent, and young Master Nangong shall reward you handsomely. Nangong Jiang commanded the other cultivators. Yes, young Master Nangong. Hearing of rewards, their search intensified markedly. The Nangong clan ranked as a 6th tier force within the Linglong Imperial Kingdom. Its patriarch Nangong Quan cultivated at the 9th stage Dao Heaven realm. He bore 3 sons: Nangong Jiang, the youngest, currently at 9th rank Foundation Establishment, his eldest brother Nangong Ming at 5th rank Nascent Soul, and his second brother Nangong Xiao at 3rd rank Nascent Soul. Owing to its proximity to the Demon Beast Forest, the Linglong Imperial Kingdom prized battle beasts of exceptional might. Yet raising such beasts demanded immense resources, beyond the means of most factions, even those fortunate enough to acquire elite specimens. Nangong Jiang's influence within the family lagged far behind that of his 2 elder brothers. He possessed only a single Dao Guardian at the Nascent Soul 9th rank, whereas both brothers commanded Dao Guardians who had broken through to the Heaven realm. Even the ancestral elders believed the next clan chief would inevitably emerge from among those 2. Though ambitious, Nangong Jiang was well aware of the disparity and harbored no delusions of surpassing them. Yet fortune arrived unbidden. While traversing the outskirts of the Demon Beast Forest, his party chanced upon a juvenile Golden Thread Ghost Serpent. Had an adult specimen been nearby, they would have fled without hesitation. Not merely they, but even the clan's strongest cultivators would fare poorly within a demon beast's sovereign domain. 2 days passed in vain. Though the juvenile serpent's trail remained faintly traceable, its speed as a core formation 5th rank creature should not have eluded them. They could not locate it. Nangong Jiang's eyes burned crimson, fury surged, barely contained. He knew, if they failed to find it soon, the serpent would vanish deep into the forest's heart, a realm forbidden to them. The incident had erupted too suddenly. He'd had no time to summon his Dao Guardian. Even if summoned, the Guardian would dare not enter. The depths teemed with Heaven realm beasts, and at its core dwelled a Heaven realm 9th rank sovereign. Golden Thread Ghost Serpents naturally dwelled in the forest's innermost sanctum. No one knew why this juvenile had strayed so far beyond its proper domain. Nangong Jiang's emotions had swung violently over these 2 days, like a beggar stumbling upon a mountain of gold promised ownership. If only he could solve the simplest arithmetic, 1 + 1. Yet he stood paralyzed, unable to compute even that. Worthless fools. A dozen of you cannot subdue a mere core formation 5th rank serpent. What use are you? Nangong Jiang raged, berating his attendants mercilessly. At that moment, a grade 4 Galewind Eagle soared toward them from the distance, its flight path aligned with Linglong Empire. It carried Qin Yuling and his companions. Bring it down now. Nangong Jiang snarled, his temper flaring uncontrollably. Anyone crossing his path now bore the weight of his wrath. Yes, young Master Nangong. Elder Liang, a nascent soul 3rd rank cultivator, hastened to comply. These past 2 days had been torture for him. He'd expected glory, not disgrace. Seeing his master vent fury upon innocent passers-by, he seized the chance to redeem himself. Elder Liang launched himself skyward. Still dozens of meters from the eagle, he unleashed his full power, a decisive lethal strike designed to end the beast instantly. The Galewind Eagle excelled only in speed, its combat prowess and defenses were negligible. Struck by a nascent soul cultivator's blow, it perished before even registering the attack. Within the Qianquan realm, Qin Yuling abruptly sensed the eagle's demise. Cease cultivation, emerge immediately. Awakened by Qin Yuling's call, the four emerged into the open air. The eagle lay lifeless, plummeting earthward. Hovering above, they beheld Nangong Jiang and his retinue below. "We descend," Qin Yuling declared, incensed. His tranquil cultivation had been shattered, his mount slain mid-flight. Had they not yet reached the core formation realm, the fall would have been fatal. "Why did you slay our aerial mount?" Ji Qingyan stepped forward, pointing directly at Nangong Jiang. "I detest being pointed at. I usually have such fingers severed. But for a beauty like you, I'll grant one pardon. Join me, and I shall ensure you live in luxury and abundance." Nangong Jiang's gaze lit up at the sight of Ji Qingyan. With his rage boiling over, her presence offered perfect relief. "You still haven't answered our question. Without provocation, why attack us? And will you offer recompense?" Qin Yuling demanded. "How dare you demand accountability from young Master Nangong? He is the heir of the Nangong clan, a 6th-tier sect. To speak with him is your singular honor." Elder Liang spoke with head held high, voice dripping with condescension. He had already scanned them, 3 at core formation 1st rank, 1 at core formation 3rd rank. No Dao Guardian in sight, their mount merely grade 4. All signs indicated easy prey. Though many among Nangong Jiang's entourage surpassed him in raw strength, Elder Liang's sharp perception and sycophantic instincts had earned him lasting favor, and thus constant proximity to the young master. "Brother Qin, what do we do? He's the heir of a 6th-tier sect." Yin Lihao and the others exchanged urgent mental transmissions. To them, a 6th-tier sect was an insurmountable colossus. Sudden uncertainty gripped them. "Fear not. They pose no true threat. So long as we spare their lives, the clan will not dispatch Heaven Realm elders to hunt us down." Qin Yuling transmitted back. Their force comprised only one nascent soul 3rd-rank cultivator. Nangong Jiang himself stood at core formation 9th rank, as did his 5 companions. "A 6th-tier sect? How formidable. Is that your justification for unprovoked assault?" Qin Yuling retorted. "I admire your stubborn spine. Initially, surrendering the 2 women would have sufficed for your departure. Now, however, both women remain, and you must kneel begging my mercy before I grant you clemency." Nangong Jiang watched Qin Yuling with mocking amusement. "Did you hear? The young master commands your knees. Refuse, and I'll send Elder Liang to assist you. You may never stand again." Elder Liang issued the threat, then added, "Since they've declared themselves so boldly, this is the perfect opportunity to hone your battlefield prowess. Attack." Qin Yuling voiced this aloud. No transmission, no concealment. Nangong Jiang first recoiled in disbelief, then fury ignited. "Insects daring to raise hands against me. Slay the men outright who preserve the women alive." At his command, 5 cultivators surged forward. Though outnumbered 3 to 5, Yin Lihao's trio leveraged superior agility and speed, locking the skirmish into tense, fluid stalemate. These core formation 1st-rank cultivators wield blows rivaling core formation 9th-rank masters. "Elder Liang, seize that man alive. Their secrets lie with him." Nangong Jiang exclaimed in astonishment. Elder Liang needed no further urging. He charged forth instantly. Clearly, this Qin Yuling led the group. Subduing him came first. Qin Yuling wasted no time. As Elder Liang closed in, he struck. Once, with a palm strike that left the elder grievously wounded, yet spared his life. Then in a blur, he seized Nangong Jiang himself. Nangong Jiang had not yet processed Elder Liang's shocking defeat when he found himself lifted aloft, helpless in Qin Yuling's grip. "Halt, immediately," Qin Yuling commanded. "Release our young master." His captors froze. Should harm befall the heir, none among them would survive. "You concealed your cultivation. Even so, it changes nothing. I am the Nangong clan's heir. If you oppose me, the entire clan will pursue you to the ends of the realm." Nangong Jiang refused to believe Qin Yuling was truly core formation 1st rank. Such overwhelming power across multiple cultivation tiers defied reason. He clung instead to the certainty that they masked their true strength. "What do you want? Our means of transportation has been destroyed by you. Shouldn't you compensate us for that?" Qin Yuling said. "No problem. I have a swift wind eagle of the transformation stage in my spatial ring. If you let me go, I can take it out." What? Nangong Jiang said, realizing he was now at the mercy of others. Being able to resolve this with such a small cost was already quite good. Once he returned home, there would be plenty of opportunities for revenge. Qin Yuling released Nangong Jiang, who immediately took out a swift wind eagle that was 100 meters long, which was Nangong Jiang's usual flying mount. Qin Yuling stored the swift wind eagle into his spatial ring. Although this swift wind eagle is a level higher than mine belongs to a mutated species extremely valuable, so your compensation is still lacking. What? I gave up a higher level mount, and you're still saying it's not enough. But under the eaves there's no choice. Nangong Jiang gritted his teeth and said how much more is needed. Don't be too greedy. Although there's still a bit of a gap, I'm flexible. Let's not talk about the quantity, just leave the spatial ring behind, and this matter will be settled. Qin Yuling wore an expression of having been wronged. You? This is impossible. Nangong Jiang's spatial ring was filled with treasures and spirit stones. If you don't want to give it, then kneel down and admit your mistake. I can also let you go directly, Qin Yuling teased, remembering how Nangong Jiang had just demanded he kneel. Are you sure you want to become enemies with my Nangong family? If you let us go now, I can overlook this matter, Nangong Jiang said. It's just these two choices, you pick one. Or you can also choose to leave your life behind. Do you think I dare? Qin Yuling stated. You'll regret this. Angering my Nangong family means there will be no place for you to survive in the future. Nangong Jiang's face turned red with anger. Let's talk about the future later. Right now, I just want to resolve the current issue, Qin Yuling said nonchalantly. Nangong Jiang felt extremely conflicted. His spatial ring contained all his assets. Without these resources, his status in the family would become even more awkward. But if he knelt, he would sever all ties with the family head. The Nangong family would never allow someone who had once knelt to become the family head. Is it really that difficult to choose? They'll give you 3 breaths to consider. If you don't choose by then, you won't have to choose. Gil kill you, and I can still get your spatial ring. Qin Yuling threatened. Nangong Jiang began to sweat, and as the 3 breaths were nearing completion, he made his choice. With a thud, Nangong Jiang knelt in front of Qin Yuling. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have attacked your mount casually. Please forgive me. Nangong Jiang gritted his teeth as he finished speaking, not daring to raise his head. His face flushed red. Qin Yuling was a bit surprised to see Nangong Jiang choose to kneel. He had thought Nangong Jiang would choose to give up the spatial ring for the sake of pride. Is this acceptable, eh? Seeing that Qin Yuling remained silent, Nangong Jiang urged. Since you've sincerely knelt and apologized, let's let this matter pass. You can leave now, Qin Yuling said. Nangong Jiang stood up immediately after hearing this and shouted to a few cultivators, bring Elder Liang, we are leaving. After taking a few steps, he turned back to Qin Yuling. Can you tell me your name? What is there to fear? My name is Qin Yuling. Very well, Qin Yuling. I hope when we meet next time you will still have such good fortune, Nangong Jiang replied. After saying this, Nangong Jiang took out another flying mount. A few of them boarded the flying mount and left. Brother Qin, are we really just letting him go? What about the Nangong family's revenge? Yen Lihao said. Letting him go will only invite his revenge. Killing him, on the other hand, would provoke the Nangong family's wrath. Qin Yuling replied. A family cultivates its descendants. It's impossible to mobilize the higher-ups for every little issue. Small matters should be resolved by the younger generation themselves, as it also helps to develop their abilities. However, I estimate that none of those people beside Nangong Jiang will survive. Qin Yuling said, looking in the direction Nangong Jiang flew away. Is it because they failed to protect him and will be punished by the family? Zhao Linger said in surprise. Could it be that someone would be killed for such a trivial matter? It's not because of a lack of protection, but because they saw things they shouldn't have seen, Qin Yuling replied calmly. Brother Qin, are you saying they saw Nangong Jiang kneel? Yen Lihao asked. Qin Yuling nodded. When Nangong Jiang decided to kneel, he must have thought about these consequences. Let's take a break and prepare to set off. As soon as Qin Yuling finished speaking, he suddenly felt a wave of spatial fluctuation. Who? Come out. By a large tree ahead, after a moment of spatial distortion, a snake-like monster attacked Qin Yuling directly. Brother Qin, be careful. Yen Lihao sensed the fluctuation almost simultaneously with Qin Yuling, but the snake was too fast, and the others couldn't react in time. Qin Yuling sensed that the snake's cultivation was only at the 5th level of pill condensation and didn't pay much attention to it. He reached out his right hand, intending to capture the monster directly. However, as the snake passed by Qin Yuling's hand, there was another wave of spatial fluctuation, and it evaded Qin Yuling's grasp, striking at his chest. Yet Qin Yuling did not feel any force from the attack. He saw the snake coiling around his chest, slowly, seemingly enjoying itself, as if it had suddenly found a large block of ice on a hot day. Is this a golden-lined ghost snake? Ji Qinyan exclaimed in surprise. What is a golden-lined ghost snake? Yan Lihao and Zhao Linger had never seen one before. The golden-lined ghost snake belongs to the 6th rank of demon beasts. In its mature state, it can reach the 9th level of cave heaven, and its attack power is nearly invincible at the same level, Ji Qinyan explained. Qin Yuling had already recognized the type of the golden-lined ghost snake when it attacked, but he felt that something was off. He had never heard of the golden-lined ghost snake being adept at spatial rules. The appearance of the golden-lined ghost snake involved spatial fluctuations, and it also evaded his grasp with spatial movement. There was no way he could misinterpret that. Brother Qin, it seems you're not just attractive to others. Even demon beasts are drawn to you. Look, it's enjoying itself against your chest. Yan Lihao said enviously. Everyone wants such a high-level battle pet, but since this demon beast has chosen Qin Yuling, they wouldn't dare to snatch it away. Qin Yuling looked at the golden-lined ghost snake writhing against his chest, speechless. How could it enjoy itself so much? Then Qin Yuling's gaze became puzzled, sensing that it seemed to be searching for something. Could it be? The spot on his chest was precisely where the Qiankuan realm had shrunk and attached itself to him. Qin Yuling controlled the Qiankuan realm to move it to his left arm, and sure enough, the golden-lined ghost snake swam towards his left arm, seemingly attracted by the Qiankuan realm. Qin Yuling tried to exert a pulling force from the Qiankuan realm towards the golden-lined ghost snake, and the snake immediately became excited, giving up its resistance and directly entering the Qiankuan realm. You all wait outside for a moment. I will go in and take a look, said Qin Yuling as he entered the Qiankuan realm. The golden-lined ghost snake was exceptionally excited inside, flying rapidly across the entire grassland. Its speed increased, and soon Qin Yuling could no longer catch sight of it. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Qin Yuling suddenly sensed a wave of energy fluctuations. The golden-lined ghost snake had broken through to the 6th level of the golden core realm. Qin Yuling was amazed by its talent, just like that it had broken through while flying. It was infuriating. Soon the golden-lined ghost snake appeared before Qin Yuling, not flying over, but suddenly materializing. Qin Yuling then witnessed a shocking scene. The golden-lined ghost snake kept darting in front of him, as if it could teleport, appearing here one moment and there the next. Could this golden-lined ghost snake be a mutated variant? This ability, resembling teleportation, is simply unbelievable, thought Qin Yuling. At that moment, the golden-lined ghost snake appeared in front of Qin Yuling again, opening its mouth and emitting continuous hissing sounds, as if trying to convey something, but Qin Yuling could not comprehend a single word. Seeing Qin Yuling's lack of response, the golden-lined ghost snake became anxious. It forced out a drop of its essence blood, which transformed into a mysterious circular pattern in the air. A contract of equality. Qin Yuling hurriedly forced out a drop of his essence blood and merged it into the pattern. This was indeed a stroke of luck. Qin Yuling smiled. This was definitely not an ordinary golden-lined ghost snake. A contract of equality is initiated by the beast itself, and it is said that only a few of the top-tier beasts among the 90-year beasts can actively issue such a contract. After the contract was established, a bridge of soul communication was built between the human and the beast. As long as they were not too far apart, they could communicate via soul transmission. Little guy, you are not a golden-lined ghost snake, are you? But you do have a golden line on you. From now on, I will call you Xiao Jin. Dad, Xiao Jin struggled to communicate, sounding like a newly born child. Qin Yuling was speechless. He was still young himself. How could he be a father? Xiao Jin, call me brother from now on. Oh, I am not your dad. Brother. Xiao Jin happily coiled around Qin Yuling's neck. All right, you continue to play inside. Brother is going out. I still have to continue my journey. Although Xiao Jin was not very good at expressing himself, he could understand the meaning and immediately vanished with a teleport. Once outside, Qin Yuling was immediately questioned by Yan Lihao. Qin Ge, how did it go with the golden-lined ghost snake? Did it recognize its master? Yes, it has recognized me as its master. From now on, call it Xiao Jin. I let it stay in the Qiankuan realm since its combat power is still too low. Qin Yuling chose not to explain Xiao Jin's identity for now, as he himself had yet to fully understand it. Qin Yuling released the flying mount compensated by Nangong Jiang, and after everyone boarded, they did not return to the Qiankuan realm for cultivation, since they would arrive in 2 to 3 days anyway. They decided to cultivate outside instead. 2 days quickly passed. The four on the back of the swift wind eagle hardly practiced at all, spending most of their time chatting. The three, apart from Qin Yuling, were exceptionally excited about their imminent arrival at the Linglong Empire. Look, we're almost there. Qin Yuling interrupted the three, who were chattering away. Wow, it's truly magnificent. Yan Lihao exclaimed excitedly. Before them appeared a vast city that seemed to stretch endlessly. In the center of the city stood a grand building contrasting sharply with the surrounding structures. Soon the swift wind eagle landed. After a few people dismounted, Qin Yuling stored the mount back into his spatial ring, as mounts were prohibited from flying in the imperial city. As they walked through the city gates, the streets were bustling with activity, with far more people than in the Fengyuan kingdom. Do you need a guide? Or I can sell you some information about the imperial city, which would be a great help for you in living here. Just 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. A cultivator in his 20s approached. Qin Yuling noted that the man was at the 9th level of golden core and looked quite clever, but 1,000 high-grade spirit stones for basic information was a bit pricey. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones is not too much, but are you sure your information is worth that much? Qin Yuling asked. Brother, if you ask someone else, you definitely won't find anyone with more detailed information than mine. I am known as the Linglong informant, though I know basically everything and will surely provide you with value for your money. All right, I will give you 1,000 spirit stones. I hope you won't disappoint me. Saying this, Qin Yuling took out 1,000 high-grade spirit stones and handed them to the man, as this amount was indeed nothing significant for him. You are quite generous, young master. I make a living selling information, and I assure you no one will deceive you. What information do you need? Please tell us about the distribution of forces in the Imperial Kingdom. Of course, young master. The Linglong Empire is governed by the Linglong Dynasty, which is a 6th-tier power with 3 cultivators at the 9th level of Cave Heaven. It is the absolute overlord of the empire. Additionally, in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of the empire, there are the Nangong family, the Sima family, the Changsun family, and the Alchemist Guild. These 4 are also 6th-tier powers. The heads of the 3 families are all at the 9th level of Cave Heaven. As for whether there are other 9th-level cultivators within their families, that remains a family secret unknown to outsiders. The president of the Alchemist Guild is a 6th-tier alchemist. Although the Alchemist Guild is also a 6th-tier power, the royal family treats it with great courtesy, since it is merely a branch guild. The Alchemist Guild is spread throughout the entire continent, with its headquarters in the Xianyuan Empire, making it a 9th-tier power. Tell me about the Nangong family. What is their strength like, and which forces are on good terms with them, or have conflicts? Qin Yuling asked. The information seller glanced at Qin Yuling and the others. It seemed he suspected that they had a conflict with the Nangong family. However, being a smart person, he wouldn't ask irrelevant questions. He only needed to sell his valuable information. Apart from the head of the Nangong family, there is a 9th level Cave Heaven Elder 2 at the 8th level, 3 at the 7th level, and 8 others at the Cave Heaven level. As for their relations and conflicts, there are indeed some profit disputes among 6th-tier powers, but they do not lead to enmity. There are no particularly close relationships either, as the royal family would not allow 2 6th-tier powers to become too close, as it would threaten their status. Very well. These tidings suffice, for now. Leave me a soul imprint, as should I require further intelligence, I shall seek you out again. Qin Yuling said. Agreed. And I offer you one final counsel. Complimentary as it were, if you bear a grudge against the Nangong clan, seek refuge within a 6th-rank sect. Or if gifted in alchemy, join the Alchemists Guild. Otherwise, life in the imperial capital will prove exceedingly arduous. Having spoken, the man sealed a soul imprint and handed it to Qin Yuling. Rest assured, we hold no enmity toward the Nangong clan. Observe our cultivation realm. How could we possibly provoke such a formidable lineage? We merely overheard others discussing them, and curiosity prompted our inquiry. Qin Yuling explained. That is reassuring. Should you require my services again, do not hesitate. The man, though unconvinced by Qin Yuling's words, considered his warning duly delivered. If enmity truly existed, they would surely make their choice accordingly. Brother Qin, where shall we go next? If the Nangong clan discovers us, grave peril awaits. Yen Lihao spoke with quiet concern as the information broker vanished into the distance. Indeed, senior brother, within this capital the Nangong clan's influence runs deep. We must prepare ourselves carefully. Ji Qingyan added, her voice laced with worry. Zhao Linger remained silent, yet her eyes betrayed equal unease. Fear not. Let us stroll leisurely toward the Alchemist Guild, essential for sourcing rare herbs. While there, I shall also undergo certification as an alchemist, thereby formally joining the guild. Qin Yuling reassured them. Excellent. Then let us wander freely, huh? This is our first visit to so vast an imperial realm, everything feels wondrously new. Hearing Qin Yuling's plan, Yen Lihao instantly regained his usual composure. Though Ji Qingyan and Zhao Linger still harbored lingering apprehension, they accepted the arrangement without protest. Qin Yuling smiled gently at the 3. He knew Yen Lihao's anxiety had not fully subsided, but his nature forbade him from revealing distress. That restraint he suspected stemmed from some buried chapter of his past. Meanwhile, within the private courtyard of Nangong Jiang at the Nangong clan's estate, Elder Liang knelt trembling upon the floor, grievously wounded. Beside him lay 5 corpses, the very cultivators Qin Yuling had encountered earlier. As Qin Yuling had foreseen, they had been silenced, permanently. At the courtyard's forefront sat Nangong Jiang, his countenance dark as storm clouds. At his side stood a venerable elder in his 60s, radiating overwhelming aura, Li Xingzhu, Nangong Jiang's Tao guardian, a nascent soul cultivator at the 9th layer. Shards of shattered porcelain littered the ground, an unmistakable testament to Nangong Jiang's recent fury. Elder Liang, you accompanied the young master on his outing and failed in your duty, allowing him to suffer the humiliation of kneeling before another. By right, you all should have perished. Only the young master's mercy spared your life. So remember well, speak only what is permitted, and remain silent on all else. Li Xingzhu intoned. Understood, utterly understood. I shall utter nothing, nothing at all. Rest assured, young master. I shall redeem myself through deeds. Sweat beaded across Elder Liang's brow as he hastily pledged his loyalty. Elder Liang, your wounds are grave. Return now to recuperate. We trust you shall recover swiftly and resume service to me without delay. Though seething with rage over the incident, Nangong Jiang recognized that Elder Liang bore no true culpability, and having long favored the elder, chose not to vent his wrath upon him. Young master, I swear I shall heal without delay, and return to serve you loyally day and night. Hearing those words, Elder Liang knew his life was spared. Very well, withdraw. Once Elder Liang departed, Li Xingzhu asked, Young master, did you say they concealed their true cultivation realms? Precisely. Their outward auras registered only 1st or 2nd layer golden core cultivation. Yet Qin Yuling struck Elder Liang down in a single blow, robbing him of all combat capacity. Moreover, the other 3 held their own evenly against those 5. Nangong Jiang gestured toward the 5 corpses. If so, their realms were undoubtedly veiled. A mere 1st layer golden core cultivator could never rival a nascent soul practitioner, let alone effortlessly defeat one at the 3rd layer. Yet you mentioned their youth. Could they hail from the Empire? Such prodigious talent, attaining nascent soul cultivation while still so young, is unheard of within our imperial realm. Li Xingzhu voiced his concern. Unlikely. Initially, I suspected they might be disciples of an imperial powerhouse sent for trial by ordeal, but reflection disproves that. Their mounts were windstorm eagles, golden core beasts possessing no combat aptitude whatsoever, used solely for conveyance. An imperial sect, even on cultivation expeditions, would deploy nascent soul mounts at minimum, perhaps even void heaven realm steeds. Furthermore, they traveled without Tao guardians. Would any imperial sect truly risk its heirs' lives without protection? Nangong Jiang analyzed. I have already dispatched scouts along their projected path. They must pass through our Linglong imperial realm. The moment they cross its borders, we shall be informed, and once sighted, we may seize them immediately. Even if they belong to the Empire, so long as we refrain from killing them, consequences will remain manageable. Li Xingzhu stated. Exactly. Capture them first. Interrogate thoroughly. If they are not Imperial emissaries, I shall make Qin Yuling wish he had never drawn breath, and those 2 women. I shall break them utterly. Nangong Jiang snarled. At that moment, a guard appeared at the threshold. Young master, the individuals you ordered us to track have been located. Excellent. Where are they? Nangong Jiang's eyes flared with vindictive light. Now that they've entered the Linglong imperial realm, where, pray tell, do they imagine they can flee? They are strolling along Xuanwu Avenue, the guard reported. Strolling, while under pursuit. How delightfully brazen. I hope their mirth endures when I finally seize them. Rage burned in Nangong Jiang's gaze. Master, I shall mobilize our forces immediately. We depart at once, Li Xingzhu declared. Nangong Jiang nodded curtly and strode forth from the courtyard. Meanwhile, Zhao Linger and Ji Qingyan filled their arms with trinkets, delicate ornaments fit for young ladies. While Yin Lihao indulged relentlessly, sampling every street delicacy he encountered, his mouth never idle. The Alchemist's Guild lies just ahead. Will you continue browsing, or retreat into the Qiankuan realm to cultivate? Qin Yuling asked. I shall enter the Qiankuan realm to cultivate. Here our strength is too feeble. I feel perpetually exposed and vulnerable, Zhao Linger replied. She yearned desperately to grow stronger, to shoulder more of Qin Yuling's burdens. We shall cultivate as well. Our sightseeing has run its course. Yin Lihao and Ji Qingyan likewise chose cultivation. Under the looming shadow of a deadly adversary, none dared neglect their strength. Very well. I shall secure a private chamber here. Once inside you may enter the Chinquan realm, and only then shall I proceed to the Alchemist's Guild. With that he entered an inn and reserved an upper-tier suite. The Chinquan realm was far too perilous to reveal openly. Once inside the chamber, Yin Lihao and the others entered the Chinquan realm. After several minutes passed, Qin Yuling exited the inn and walked purposefully toward the Alchemist's Guild nearby. The first floor of the Alchemist's Guild served as a marketplace for herbs and pills. As Qin Yuling stepped onto it, he found the hall abuzz with activity. He headed straight for the herb trading zone, yet unsurprisingly found no trace of soul-devouring grass. A rare and obscure herb with limited applications and pill refinement, its absence was neither unexpected nor disappointing. At that very moment a voice rang out, Qin Yuling, finally caught you. Now that you've entered the Linglong Imperial Realm, how do you plan to die? Nan Gongjiang burst into the Alchemist's Guild flanked by a retinue of cultivators. Qin Yuling turned and saw beside Nan Gongjiang an elder at nascent soul 9th rank along with 2 others at nascent soul 8th rank and 2 more at nascent soul 7th rank. This was clearly the core of Nan Gongjiang's personal forces. That's the 3rd young master of the Nan Gong family, bringing so many nascent soul cultivators. Who could he possibly be targeting? It must be that young cultivator standing before the counter. Look, everyone nearby has already backed away. Of course, we'd better keep our distance. No one wants to get caught in the crossfire. And fight. Impossible. This is the grand hall of the Alchemist's Guild. No one dares raise a hand here. If Nan Gongjiang dares strike within these walls today, tomorrow his father will drag him here in apology. And precisely. At most they'll wait until that poor youth steps outside, and only then act. Even the imperial family would not dare break the peace inside this hall. Onlookers murmured among themselves at the spectacle. And Nan Gongjiang, you truly are cowardly. To confront a mere foundation establishment first-rank cultivator, you bring 5 nascent soul elders as bodyguards. Qin Yuling gazed upon Nan Gongjiang with undisguised disdain. Enymph, Qin Yuling, don't think I'm fooled by your concealed cultivation base. You're clearly practicing a kai-concealing art, but it hardly matters. Can even your hidden strength surpass nascent soul 9th rank? Surrender now. Within the Linglong Imperial Realm, resistance is futile, Nan Gongjiang declared, brimming with confidence. And Nan Gongjiang, what is the meaning of this? Bringing such a host into our guild hall, is this an attempt to incite chaos? If you're not here to trade herbs or pills, then leave immediately. An elderly man descended from the 2nd floor clad in an alchemist's robe, his hair silvered with age, and his cultivation at nascent soul 9th rank. Senior Master Su, I would never dare. I merely have a minor dispute with this young man. No intention of fighting within the hall, Nan Gongjiang hastily bowed, offering his explanation. The crowd around them watched with reverent awe, not merely because of his nascent soul 9th rank cultivation, but because of the golden alchemist insignia pinned to his chest, a 5-leaf clover marking him as a 5th rank alchemist. Su Fenghai glanced briefly at Qin Yuling, then addressed, Nan Gongjiang, I care nothing for your personal quarrels, but no conflict shall occur within the guild. Moreover, your entourage draws far too much attention. Have them withdraw their auras and wait outside the entrance. Only one attendant may accompany you. Yes, Senior Master Su. Nan Gongjiang immediately ordered his followers outside, retaining only Li Xingzhu at his side. Having delivered his edict, Su Fenghai turned and ascended once more to the 2nd floor. So long as no violence erupted within the guild, he would intervene no further. The moment Su Fenghai disappeared upstairs, Nan Gongjiang straightened his posture and fixed Qin Yuling with a mocking gaze. Go ahead, keep browsing. Let's see how long you dare linger inside. Qin Yuling did not reply. Instead, he turned and strode toward the staircase. And what is he doing? Does he intend to ascend to the 2nd floor? Doesn't he know only certified alchemists may enter? Could he possibly be applying for the alchemist certification exam? It's quite plausible. The entrance is already sealed by the Nangong clan. The moment he steps outside, he's finished. Taking the exam now, if he attains even 1st rank alchemist status, he'll at least by himself survival. Qin Yuling, are you seriously considering the alchemist exam? Ha ha ha, have you lost your wits? Do you truly believe anyone can become an alchemist? Nan Gongjiang laughed aloud. And whether I become an alchemist or not, you'll know soon enough. With that, Qin Yuling mounted the stairs without hesitation. Nan Gongjiang bristled at Qin Yuling's unshakable confidence. Judging by his demeanor, he may well pass as a 1st rank alchemist, but even if he does, I'll still crush him. Nan Gongjiang muttered softly under his breath. On the 2nd floor of the Alchemist's Guild, Qin Yuling approached an alchemist absorbed in studying a pill formula and said calmly, Greetings. I wish to apply for the alchemist certification exam. The alchemist wore a golden two-leaf clover insignia, the mark of a second-rank alchemist. And he looked up, his tone cool and detached this way. Follow me. His concentration had just been broken, and he was still unsettled. Moreover, judging by Qin Yuling's youthful appearance, the odds of passing seemed exceedingly slim. Su Fanghai too had taken note of Qin Yuling. Suspecting he sought certification not for prestige, but as a lifeline, even first-rank status would grant him sanctuary, if only temporarily. Inside the examination chamber, the second-rank alchemist intoned mechanically, "You have 1 hour to refine a first-rank examination pill to pass." Qin Yuling sat down, lit the furnace with fierce flame, and tossed every herb into the cauldron at once. The second-rank alchemist recoiled in shock. Had rules not forbidden interference during the exam, he would have erupted in furious rebuke. This was sheer waste of time. Who refines pills like this? Yet moments later his outrage gave way to bewilderment. Though he stood outside the chamber and could not see inside the cauldron, the fact that the furnace remained intact, without explosion, was deeply perplexing. A quarter hour passed, and his expression shifted again, this time to astonishment. Qin Yuling had begun weaving hand seals, signaling imminent completion. If such reckless method could yield pills at all, what then was the worth of his own decades of disciplined training? Soon Qin Yuling emerged and handed over 3 pills. Upon inspection, the second-rank alchemist staggered inwardly, 2 supreme grade and 1 immortal grade. Could my entire approach be flawed? During my own exam, I produced only 1 medium grade and 2 inferior grade pills, and considered myself exceptional. In truth, Qin Yuling had held back considerably. With his current mastery, refining 3 immortal grade first-rank pills would have been unremarkable. May I ask, have I passed? Seeing no response, Qin Yuling asked directly. Nah, yes. Passed. Absolutely passed. The second-rank alchemist replied hurriedly. And good. May I inquire, does this guild permit skipping ranks in the certification exam? Climbing step by step feels far too slow. Skipping ranks. In theory, yes. But no one has ever attempted it. Wait, I'll consult Elder Su. Moments later, the second-rank alchemist stood before Su Fanghai, recounting the entire incident, including Qin Yuling's unconventional refinement method. Su Fanghai's eyes gleamed with sudden insight. While the second-rank alchemist failed to grasp it, Su, as a fifth-rank alchemist, recognized instantly Qin Yuling possessed extraordinary flame control and unparalleled soul command. Only such mastery could allow one pot boiling to succeed in refining first-rank pills. With such powerful fire control and soul mastery, Qin Yuling must be more than a second-grade alchemist. It is only natural for him to aim for a higher level. Soon Su Fanghai approached Qin Yuling, saying, I heard you want to take a higher-level assessment. So which grade do you want to test for? Grade 3 or grade 4? Su Fanghai's eyes sparkled with hope. If Qin Yuling aimed for grade 4, it would be a treasure find for him. A grade 4 alchemist at such a young age could potentially reach grade 7 in the future, bringing glory to the Linglong branch of the Alchemist Guild. I want to assess for a grade 5 alchemist, Qin Yuling stated directly. Alright, I knew it would be grade 5. What? Are you sure it's grade 5? Not grade 4. Even with all his imagination, Su Fanghai could not believe that Qin Yuling wanted a test for a grade 5 alchemist. He became a grade 5 alchemist at 58 years old, yet Qin Yuling appeared to be no more than 18. Has the gap between people become this large? I am sure I want to assess for grade 5 alchemist, Qin Yuling reaffirmed. The assessment for a grade 5 alchemist requires the presence of a grade 6 alchemist. Currently, the only grade 6 alchemist in the guild is the president. It's impossible to disturb him directly for your jump level request, so you must first pass the assessment for a grade 4 alchemist. Okay, then let's start with the grade 4 assessment, Qin Yuling said. Su Fanghai quickly brought Qin Yuling to the grade 4 assessment area. Once inside, Qin Yuling immediately sat down, following the same routine, heating with fierce flames and throwing in all the medicinal materials at once. Su Fanghai watched with widened eyes from outside. He could understand this method for producing grade 1 materials, as he could do it too, but this was the process for grade 4 pills, which demanded a level of soul mastery that was exceedingly precise. What was even more terrifying was that Qin Yuling appeared relaxed, effortlessly managing the process. What kind of monster is this? Su Fanghai called for the previously mentioned second-grade alchemist, saying, go to the president and inform him that someone wishes to participate in the grade 5 alchemist assessment and needs his presence for it. But hasn't he not even passed the grade 4 assessment yet? The second-grade alchemist questioned, feeling bewildered. The person he had just looked down on was about to attempt the grade 5 assessment, and he felt like everything today was a dream. If I tell you to go, then go, Su Fanghai said impatiently. Yes, Elder Su. The second-grade alchemist hurried off towards the president. Meanwhile, most people in the hall on the first floor remained, not leaving. That kid has been up there for so long without coming down. The assessment time for a grade 1 alchemist must have long passed. Perhaps he failed the assessment and is trying to get another chance, Li Xingzhu replied. Impossible. If he failed the grade 1 assessment, he would have been kicked out long ago. Could it be that he passed and is trying for grade 2? Nan Gongjiang speculated. Even if he were to attempt the grade 2 assessment, there's no way he could pass. How old is he? If he were already a grade 2 alchemist, he would have been famous by now. No way, that kid can't really become an alchemist, can he? It's possible. He has been up there for so long, perhaps he is already participating in the grade 2 assessment. In the hall, discussions erupted. Normally, someone attempting an alchemist assessment wouldn't draw so much attention, but this person had a conflict with the Nangong family, and they had already blocked the entrance. If Qin Yuling were to become a grade 2 alchemist, it would be quite the spectacle. Though a grade 2 alchemist held little value for Nan Gongjiang, being a member of the Alchemist Guild at such a young age was significant. If Nan Gongjiang were to harm him, he would face retaliation from the Alchemist Guild, something he could not endure, nor would his father be willing to. Now everyone stayed, just waiting to see the performance. On the second floor, Qin Yuling's alchemy was nearing its conclusion. At the entrance stood Su Fanghai, and a man in his 50s proudly displaying a golden 6-leaf badge on his chest. He was Nan Fantian, the president of the Alchemist Guild. President, what do you think of his alchemy skills? Su Fanghai asked. His techniques are adept, his soul control is precise, and his fire control is strong. I estimate that his alchemy skills have already surpassed yours. Nan Fantian stated bluntly. You feel the same way, which is why I had you come here early. I believe I am inferior to him, but it seems he has a conflict with Nan Gongjiang. If it weren't for Nan Gongjiang blocking him at our guild, he might not even have come to take the alchemist assessment. This young man will certainly become a grade 7 alchemist, and potentially even grade 8 or 9. He is an honor to our Linglong branch. Not even Nan Gongjiang, nor his father Nan Gongchuan can harm him. Nan Fantian declared with authority. The Alchemist Guild was a grade 9 power, and in the Linglong Empire, they feared no force. Just then Qin Yuling walked out, handing the pills to Su Fanghai. Qin Yuling, this is our Alchemist Guild president, Nan Fantian. Su Fanghai introduced. Greetings, President. Qin Yuling bowed. What? Su Fanghai exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? No need to be so dramatic, Nan Fantian said. 1 immortal grade and 2 superior grade pills. Su Fanghai noted. Nan Fantian's eyes brightened. It seemed that the grade 4 pills could not reveal Qin Yuling's true level. If he found the grade 5 pills easy to make as well, it would indicate that Qin Yuling's soul power had indeed reached the late stage of the transformation realm. Can we begin the grade 5 assessment now? Qin Yuling asked. Don't you need to rest a bit? You just finished making grade 4 pills, Su Fanghai reminded. No problem, there's no significant consumption. Let's start directly, Qin Yuling replied nonchalantly. His nonchalance made Su Fanghai roll his eyes. Although he felt Qin Yuling was more capable than him, he thought that was a bit too much. Even for someone with latest transformation realm soul power, creating grade 4 pills would still take a toll. In fact, Qin Yuling was not showing off. His soul power had already reached the celestial realm, making the crafting of grade 4 pills exceedingly easy for him. Soon he arrived at the grade 5 assessment room, with Su Fanghai and Nan Fantian standing at the entrance. Qin Yuling ignited a fierce fire, but this time he didn't throw all the materials in at once. Instead, he refined them 2 at a time. Nan Fantian watched Qin Yuling's alchemy, admiring his exceptionally adept techniques, as if he had undergone this process countless times, with each step executed effortlessly. It felt as though grade 5 pills were not even his limit. Thinking this, Nan Fantian was startled by his own thoughts. Such a notion was terrifying. If his alchemy skills reached grade 6, the entire continent would likely be in an uproar. Just when Nan Gongjiang and the others were feeling anxious, a voice came over. Nan Gongjiang, what are you doing here with so many people? I tell you, if you intend to cause trouble at the Alchemist Guild, your father will definitely skin you alive when you get back. The voice belonged to Nangong Xiu, the second son of the Nangong family, and Nangong Jiang's elder brother. Not only was he at the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm, but he was also a 3rd-grade alchemist with hopes of advancing to the 4th-grade alchemist within 5 years. This was a strong asset in his competition with his elder brother for the position of family heir. Elder brother, I haven't caused any trouble at the Alchemist Guild, Nangong Jiang quickly replied, fearing that his elder brother would report him home. I am a 3rd-grade alchemist. What problem is there with being here? You, on the other hand, what are you doing here if not to cause trouble, and why did you bring so many people? I am tracking down a brat who offended me. He should be here to buy herbs. Originally, I could have captured him as he left, but he ran up to the 2nd floor instead, Nangong Jiang explained with a bitter face. He ran up to the 2nd floor. Are you crazy enough to target an alchemist? Do you want to die? Nangong Shio immediately exploded in anger. No, elder brother, he wasn't an alchemist just now. He must have gone up to participate in the first-grade alchemist assessment, Nangong Jiang clarified. A first-grade alchemist assessment. If he passes, even if he becomes a first-grade alchemist, you still can't touch him. Although Nangong Shio didn't think much of first-grade alchemists, he still had to say something nice. After all, he was also an alchemist. All right, elder brother, if he becomes a first-grade alchemist, I will definitely not touch him, Nangong Jiang promised verbally, but what he truly thought remained a mystery. I will go upstairs to take a look. You let those outside go back first. What is this situation? After saying that, Nangong Shio went up to the second floor. Okay, elder brother, I will have them return immediately. Nangong Jiang instructed the others to leave, leaving only Li Xingzhu by his side. Upon reaching the second floor, Nangong Shio found the first-grade assessment room completely empty, with no one there to take the assessment. Strange, wasn't there supposed to be someone coming to assess as an alchemist? Where is everyone? Could it be one of the elder's friends? Nangong Shio wondered. Soon he spotted the second-grade alchemist responsible for the first-grade assessments. I ask you, did someone just come up to participate in the first-grade alchemist assessment? The second-grade alchemist looked up and saw Nangong Shio quickly standing up to answer. Yes, Nangong Shixiang, someone indeed came for the first-grade alchemist assessment just now. Then where is he? Did he pass? He passed the first-grade alchemist assessment and should now be in Elder's Us area for the fourth-grade alchemist assessment. What? A fourth-grade alchemist? Nangong Shio exclaimed in surprise. To come for an assessment for the first time and qualify for the fourth-grade assessment, how formidable was this person's alchemical prowess? Nangong Shio hurriedly ran toward the fourth-grade assessment area, knowing how difficult it was to become a fourth-grade alchemist. If this person succeeded, he must prevent Nangong Jiang from having any further ideas. Before reaching the fourth-grade assessment area, Nangong Shio saw the guildmaster, and Elder Su, standing at the entrance of the fifth-grade assessment area. He approached them and greeted them. Dean, Elder Su, you're both here today. It's Nangong Shio. How come you have time to come to the guild today? You should work hard to become a fourth-grade alchemist as soon as possible. Elder Su smiled and replied. Nangong Fantian merely nodded slightly. If he weren't the second son of the Nangong family, he might not even recognize a regular third-grade alchemist. Elder Su, I will definitely work hard to become a fourth-grade alchemist as soon as possible. Why are you here? I just heard that someone was taking the fourth-grade alchemist assessment. Isn't it happening inside? He has already passed the fourth-grade assessment and is currently undergoing the fifth-grade alchemist assessment. Hiss, Nangong Shio gasped. A fifth-grade alchemist, even his father wouldn't dare to offend. What kind of trouble did Nangong Jiang get into? At that moment, Qin Yuling came out after collecting the pills. Upon seeing Nangong Shio, he only wondered why there was an extra person, but didn't think much of it, and handed the pill to Nangong Fantian. Nangong Fantian took the pill bottle and checked inside with his divine sense. Instantly, his eyes lit up. All three were high-grade fifth-grade pills, which was not something an ordinary fifth-grade alchemist could achieve. At least Elder Su couldn't do it, and even he couldn't guarantee that he would produce 3 high-grade pills every time. Congratulations, you have become a fifth-grade alchemist in our alchemist guild. Do you wish to continue your assessments? Nangong Fantian asked hopefully. Elder Su and Nangong Shio watched Qin Yuling anxiously, hoping he wouldn't aim for the 6th grade. I don't have the confidence for 6th grade pills, so I won't be taking the assessment for now, Qin Yuling replied. In fact, he could refine 6th grade pills since his soul power had reached the cave heaven realm, but that would be too shocking. If not for his conflict with Nangong Jiang, he wouldn't have come for the assessment. All right, your uniform and badge will take a few days to complete, but you can become an elder of our alchemist guild in the meantime. Would you accept? Nangong Fantian smiled as he extended an olive branch to Qin Yuling. Hearing Qin Yuling's words, Nangong Shio just let out a sigh of relief, but upon hearing that Qin Yuling was to become an elder of the guild, his face turned pale. This was bad. Qin Yuling had a conflict with Nangong Jiang. If Qin Yuling became an elder and vented his anger on the entire Nangong family, the Nangong family would be targeted by the entire alchemist guild. Then I shall respectfully accept your offer, Qin Yuling replied with a smile. Ha, good, very good. Nangong Fantian was very pleased. His guild had gained a genius in alchemy, and the resources allocated by the headquarters would surely increase. Elder Qin, congratulations. Elder Su sincerely congratulated him. The Alchemist Guild was known for its unity, and gaining one more talent meant one more source of strength. Elder Qin, congratulations. I am Nangong Shio, the second son of the Nangong family. I just heard that my useless younger brother has some conflict with you, so I came to apologize. Nangong Shio lowered his stance significantly. Qin Yuling's eyes moved. So he was the brother of Nangong Jiang. This brother was indeed capable of bending and stretching. Upon seeing him become an elder, he immediately apologized. Qin Yuling didn't believe that the young master of the Nangong family would be so easy to negotiate with. What? Nangong Jiang has a conflict with Qin Yuling. Nangong Xiu, you need to handle this. Qin Yuling is now an elder of the guild. If your younger brother shows disrespect towards Elder Qin, that would be a disrespect towards our alchemist guild. Elder Su said seriously. Nangong Fantian remained silent, but had a very serious expression. Nangong Xiu understood that if he mishandled this, it would escalate into a family issue. Director Elder Su, Elder Qin, please rest assured the Nangong family bears no grievance whatsoever against the Alchemists Guild. This entire incident stems solely from my unworthy younger brother's personal misconduct. I shall have him personally apologize to Elder Qin at once, offer full compensation, and ensure my father disciplines him severely upon our return home. Nangong Xiu pledged solemnly. Elder Qin, how do you wish to proceed? Whatever your decision, the Alchemists Guild stands firmly behind you. Nan Fantian turned toward Qin Yuling. So long as Qin Yuling held firm, Nan Fantian would stand unshakably by his side. After all, Qin Yuling was his prized protege, destined to ascend far beyond him within the Alchemists Guild. Cultivating this bond now would surely yield abundant dividends in the years to come. Nan Gongxiu watched Qin Yuling anxiously. Even the guild director had spoken thus. The youth's alchemical talent must be truly prodigious, far surpassing what he himself had witnessed. Since Nan Gongxiu has spoken so sincerely, let us settle this matter here. I trust that Nan Gongjiang's actions reflect only himself, not the Nangong family as a whole. Qin Yuling addressed Nan Gongxiu directly. Yes, yes. Nan Gongjiang's conduct represents no one but himself. Nan Gongxiu replied, relief flooding his chest as the weight of dread finally lifted. Then let us descend together. We must resolve this matter properly, Nan Fantian declared, making his protective intent unmistakably clear. Very well, we shall go down at once. I shall ensure Nangong Jiang offers his formal apology to Elder Qin, Nangong Xiu said, leading the way downstairs. Brother, how did it go? Did that boy Qin Yuling even pass the first-rank alchemist trial? I doubt he could manage even that much. Nangong Jiang hurried forward as soon as he saw his elder brother descend. Silence. Watch your tongue. Do you dare address Elder Qin so casually? Nangong Xiu snapped furiously. He had barely calmed the situation. Should Nangong Jiang utter another ill-considered word and provoke Qin Yuling's displeasure, all his efforts would vanish like mist. Brother, what are you talking about? I said Qin Yuling. That low-born wretch, not Elder Qin. Nangong Jiang remained utterly oblivious to the gravity of the moment. A sharp crack echoed. The force of Nangong Xiu's slap sent Nangong Jiang flying backward, his cheek blazing red, his lips split and bleeding. Nangong Jiang's mind went utterly blank. His elder brother had struck him, though always dismissive. Nangong Xiu had never laid a hand on him before. Why did you strike me? Nangong Jiang asked through bloodied teeth. Nangong Xiu ignored the question entirely and bowed deeply before Qin Yuling. Elder Qin, please accept our deepest apologies. The Nangong family has failed in its duty to discipline its own. Only then did those gathered in the hall notice the three figures following Nangong Xiu, Qin Yuling, Elder Su, and the guild director himself. What is happening? How did that youth descend with Elder Su, and even the director? Indeed, he appears to be treated with extraordinary deference by both Elder Su and the director. Nangong Jiang too now saw the trio, but comprehension eluded him utterly. Seeing Qin Yuling remain silent, Nangong Xiu whirled and barked at Nangong Jiang. Get over here, now, and apologize. Apologize? To whom? Nangong Jiang whispered in disbelief. Surely not to Qin Yuling. Fury flared anew in Nangong Xiu's eyes. He strode forward, seized Nangong Jiang by the collar, and hauled him bodily before Qin Yuling. Kneel, now, and beg Elder Qin's forgiveness. What is this? Nangong Xiu is ordering his own brother to kneel. Even if Qin Yuling has attained alchemist status, is such abasement truly necessary? Did you not hear? Nangong Xiu called him Elder Qin. Could it be that Qin Yuling has been appointed an elder of the Alchemists Guild? Impossible. Are guild elders appointed so lightly? One must be at least a fifth-rank alchemist to become an elder. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Ouyang Jiang stared at Qin Yuling bewildered. Elder Qin, this cannot be real. Seeing the rising clamor, Nan Fantian stepped forward. Please silence. Qin Yuling has just passed the fifth-rank alchemist trial and has been formally elevated to elder of our guild. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to Elder Qin. For several breaths, stunned silence reigned. Then thunderous applause erupted. When such words came from the guild director's lips, no doubt remained. Now apologize. Nan Gongxiu repeated sharply simultaneously, transmitting a voiceless warning. Nan Gongjiang, this is your salvation. Should your quarrel with Qin Yuling escalate into a conflict between the Alchemists Guild and the Nan Gong family, ask yourself, what would father choose? A chill shot through Nan Gongjiang. If it came to that, his father would discard him without hesitation to preserve the family's standing. Trembling, he scrambled upright from where he'd fallen. Qin Yuling, Elder Qin, I acted with unforgivable arrogance. All fault lies with me alone. I beg your magnanimity. Grant me this one mercy. Qin Yuling studied Nan Gongjiang. He knew the young man seethed with resentment and would seize any chance to destroy him utterly. Yet having just joined the guild, it was unwise to invite enmity. Just as he prepared to declare the matter closed, Nan Fantian spoke again. To offend an elder of the Alchemists Guild, do you truly believe a mere apology suffices? Hearing the director intervene, Nan Gongxiu understood instantly Nan Fantian was securing tangible benefits for Qin Yuling. Nan Gongjiang, surrender your spatial ring as restitution to Elder Qin. What? No, I refuse. Nan Gongjiang recoiled, head snapping up in protest. Do you value your life or your resources more? Nan Gongxiu's voiceless warning cut deep. Nan Gongjiang's face contorted. Then jaw clenched, he wrenched off the ring. Forgive me, Elder Qin. These resources are offered as full restitution. As he spoke, his heart bled. Without these treasures, the gulf between himself and his elder brothers would widen irreparably. Elder Qin, please accept this token. Further compensation will follow from my father on behalf of the Nan Gong family. Nan Gongxiu added. Since Nan Gongxiu has spoken so earnestly, Elder Qin, pray accept, Nan Fantian urged. Very well. I defer to the director's wisdom. Qin Yuling accepted the spatial ring, his spirit soaring. Nan Gongjiang unwittingly had become a veritable harbinger of fortune. As heir to a sixth-tier sect, his reserves were vast indeed. Director Elder Qin, we shall take our leave now. Upon returning home, I shall report this matter fully to my father, who will mete out stern punishment upon my brother. Nan Gongxiu concluded, and with that seized Nan Gongjiang by the arm and strode out the door, ascending swiftly into the sky. Though aerial travel was forbidden within the imperial realm, such laws applied only to common folk, not to heirs of the Nan Gong family. Brother, must I swallow this humiliation whole? Nan Gongjiang's face burned crimson with suppressed fury. Let's discuss this when we return home. The current situation is beyond our control, and we must let father make the decision, said Nan Gongxiu. Upon returning to the family estate, the two immediately arrived at the entrance of Nan Gongquan's courtyard. You two hurry and inform my father. We have important matters to discuss with him. Nan Gongxiu said to the guard at the courtyard entrance. Yes, second young master, third young master. One of the guards immediately went in to report. A few minutes later, Nan Gongxiu brought Nan Gongjiang into the host's reception hall. Seeing the two rush, and especially the bruises on Nan Gongjiang's face and the squint in his eyes, Nan Gongquan asked, what happened? Nan Gongxiu recounted everything that had happened at the Alchemist Association, and then Nan Gongjiang followed suit, explaining how the conflict with Qin Yuling arose, including the kneeling incident, which was unnecessary to hide, as many had already knelt at the association. After listening, Nan Gongquan fell silent for a moment, then spoke. Nan Gongxiu, you handled this matter quite well. If the Alchemist Association holds a grudge against us and refuses to provide us with alchemists and pills in the future, our strength will soon be surpassed by the other two sixth-rank powers. Father, are we just going to let that brat Qin Yuling off the hook? Nan Gongjiang said indignantly. Nan Gongquan looked coldly at Nan Gongjiang until he lowered his head, unable to meet his father's gaze, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead before speaking. This incident was caused by you. From a young age, I taught you that while arrogance is acceptable, you must keep your eyes open. You acted rashly without investigating the situation after your first setback, leading to the current predicament. If it weren't for your second brother fortuitously being there with your mindset, you would have likely been crippled by the Alchemist Association on the spot. Even if you were crippled, they would have had justifiable reasons, as you offended the elders of the association, and our family wouldn't be able to avenge you in public. Do you understand? Nan Gongjiang was so frightened that he immediately knelt down. Whenever his father spoke without emotion, it meant he was extremely dissatisfied. Father, I realize my mistake. You will return now and focus on your training in your courtyard. You are not to step out for half a year. Nan Gongquan said calmly. Yes, father, I will go now. Although Nan Gongjiang was confined for half a year, he could accept it. having just embarrassed himself so greatly, he wouldn't want to go out even if he wasn't confined. After Nangong Jiang left, Nangong Xiu asked Nangong Quan, "Father, how should we handle the follow-up to this matter? First, we must understand Qin Yuling's character and assess how likely he is to hold a grudge. I estimate it won't be easy for him to let this go. A young man with the strength of a 5-rank alchemist likely has a proud heart. Tomorrow, take my compensation and visit Qin Yuling again. Invite him to dinner and probe for information," Nangong Quan said, handing a spatial ring to Nangong Xiu. "All right, father, is this really that much?" Nangong Xiu was startled as he briefly inspected the contents of the ring, realizing the resources inside were likely twice that of Nangong Jiang's ring. "The more we offer, the more it shows our sincerity. Regardless of whether we end up on good or bad terms with Qin Yuling, this must be done. At the very least, he will feel reassured and not be wary of us," Nangong Quan said. "Understood, father," Nangong Xiu nodded. Meanwhile, at the Alchemist Association, Nangong Fantian, Su Fenghai, and Qin Yuling were drinking tea together in the president's villa. Su Fenghai wore a broad smile, looking quite pleased. "Elder Qin, today, I've really benefited from your presence. Haha, this Ling Sui tea is something the president seldom allows us to drink." Nangong Fantian took a sip of tea and squinted his eyes for a long moment before speaking. "Elder Qin, this is no ordinary tea. The Ling Sui tea leaves only produce new leaves once every 300 years, making it extremely rare. Drinking this tea can leave one's soul feeling ethereal, which for alchemists can be considered a spiritual medicine. I've only ever received 5 taels, and that was a reward from the General Association last time. This item is priceless outside. Even for 1 tael, which is worth 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, no one would be willing to sell it." Qin Yuling was stunned. "Then this cup must be worth several thousand high-grade spirit stones." After saying this, Qin Yuling downed a cup and savored it carefully. "Knowing the price, I feel the effects of this tea have intensified." "Ha ha ha." Nangong Fantian and Su Fenghai were both amused by Qin Yuling. "President, I would like to post a bounty for a type of medicinal herb in the Alchemist Association. Do you think that's all right?" Qin Yuling said. "Oh, what kind of medicinal herb do you want? You're an elder, so you have the authority to post a bounty yourself," Nangong Fantian replied casually. "Demon soul grass. I searched the first floor and didn't find any. This kind of herb is rather obscure. You can post a bounty for both the herb and information about it. Some people may not have the herb, but might know where to find it," Nangong Fantian suggested. Qin Yuling's eyes lit up. "Indeed, this would be much faster than blindly searching for the herb myself. President, the grandmaster competition held every 30 years is set to begin next month, right?" Su Fenghai asked. "Yes, our Linglong branch didn't have anyone make it into the top 3 last time," Nangong Fantian sighed. "Isn't it a certainty that we'll have someone in the top 3 this time?" Su Fenghai said, glancing at Qin Yuling. "Haha, indeed, with Qin Yuling promoted to elder, I almost forgot about this matter. Elder Qin, you will represent our association in this competition and strive to bring home first place," Nangong Fantian said happily. "President, with all the 6-rank alchemists present, I, a mere 5-rank alchemist, shouldn't join in the fun. Besides, I lack confidence in making it into the top 3. Although Qin Yuling was confident in his alchemy skills, he was still in the condensed pill stage and thought competing against alchemists in the cave heaven stage for the top 3 would be quite challenging. Haha, Elder Qin, your worries are unfounded. This competition is organized by the General Association to discover new talent. Contestants must not exceed 30 years of age. Do you think there will be any 6-rank alchemists under 30? Su Fenghai said with a smile. I estimate the first 6-rank alchemist under 30 will probably be Elder Qin. Nangong Fantian had high hopes for Qin Yuling. Under 30? That shouldn't be a problem, Qin Yuling said. Even if there were 5-rank alchemists, Qin Yuling was confident he could surpass them. However, is there any reward for winning in the competition? If it's just for pure glory, Qin Yuling isn't very interested. He preferred not to stand out. The reward for this competition is a quota, Nangong Fantian said. Quota? Qin Yuling asked, puzzled. Yes, quota for the Sacred Eagle Secret Realm. The Sacred Eagle Secret Realm was left behind by a powerful figure of the anti-illusion realm, and entering it is of great help to martial artists. South Fantian explained. Qin Yuling was even more confused after hearing this. If it is so helpful to martial artists, why is it a reward for the alchemist competition? Haha, Elder Qin, let me explain it to you, Su Fenghai said quickly. The Sacred Eagle Secret Realm is owned by the Alchemist General Association. It opens once every 30 years with 300 people allowed to enter each time. Those entering must be below the Cave Heaven realm and not older than 30 years. Originally, the quotas were decided by the General Association, but later, in order to reward the branches, the quotas were distributed based on the results of the alchemist competition. The first place can obtain 100 quotas, the second place 80 quotas, the third place 50 quotas, and the 4th to 10th places each receive 10 quotas. Elder Su, let me interrupt. I understand the competition and quotas now, but I don't understand what use these quotas are to alchemists. Most alchemists are not very interested in martial arts, right? Although Qin Yuling himself practiced both alchemy and martial arts like in his previous life, most would not choose this path as their energy was limited. Elder Qin, we have no use for the quotas. Can't we sell them? We alchemists also need resources, Su Fanghai said. Elder Qin, if you place in the top 3 this time, I will make sure that half of the profits go to you, South Fantian said. Su Fanghai looked shocked at the president. Such a precedent has never been set before. Qin Yuling was also very surprised. Although he didn't know how much a quota could sell, for the resources from 50 quotas would definitely be astonishingly large. Elder Su, how many quotas do you think our association can obtain if Qin Yuling does not participate? South Fantian asked Su Fanghai. If Elder Qin does not participate, we originally had a few decent 4th-rank alchemists, so we should be able to obtain 2 quotas among the 4th to 10th places, Su Fanghai replied honestly. So Elder Qin's quota is earned through his own strength. Our association has not provided Elder Qin with any training or resources, so I decided to grant Elder Qin the right to distribute half of the quotas. Thank you for your trust, President. I will definitely strive to secure first place. However, after obtaining the quotas, I hope to reserve 4 quotas for my own use, Qin Yuling said. Does Elder Qin have friends who want to enter the secret realm? That's fine. I said you could distribute half of the quotas, so even if you keep them all for yourself, it doesn't matter, South Fantian said. I only need 4 quotas. The rest can be sold together by the president, Qin Yuling said. After bidding farewell to the president, and Elder Su, Qin Yuling left the Alchemist Association and returned to the inn where he was staying. The Alchemist Association would arrange accommodation for him in a couple of days, so for now, he still had to stay in the inn. Upon returning to his room, Qin Yuling set up a barrier at the door and immediately entered the Qinquan realm. Inside the Qinquan realm, Yin Li Hong and the others had already been cultivating for 7 days under a 10-fold acceleration. This time, all 3 of them chose to improve their cultivation. At this moment, Zhao Linger and Yin Li Hong had reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment with their attack power at the peak of the 9th level of foundation establishment, while Ji Qinjian's cultivation reached the 5th level of foundation establishment, and her attack power also reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. Seeing Qin Yuling enter, everyone finished their cultivation and began to chatter and ask Qin Yuling questions. Just as Qin Yuling was about to speak, a voice echoed in his mind. Brother, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. Little Jean, come here quickly, Qin Yuling urged. Brother, I'm right next to you, Little Jean replied playfully. Qin Yuling carefully checked around, but couldn't find him. He then used the power of the Qinquan realm to look and discovered that Little Jean was in the void half a meter away from him. Qin Yuling grabbed Little Jean. All right, are you playing hide and seek with me again? Little Jean said, Brother, I've reached the transformation realm now. Little Jean said. Qin Yuling was taken aback. Although Little Jean had been inside for almost 2 months, the cultivation of demon beasts was generally much slower than that of humans. Because demon beasts have longer lifespans, their cultivation is slower, but Little Jean's speed was somewhat terrifying. Little Jean, have you been cultivating this entire time? Cultivating? No, I was just playing. When I got tired, I would sleep, and when I woke up, I would play again. Before I knew it, I broke through, Little Jean said. Qin Yuling was speechless. Are you a demon beast, or am I? Why does it feel like, compared to Little Jean, my cultivation speed is like a turtle crawling? Brother, after reaching the transformation realm, some voices appeared in my mind, but they weren't very clear. They seemed to say I am some kind of dragon, and there are several techniques, just like the skill I used when I was hiding in the void just now. It seems I don't need to learn them, I just know them after receiving the techniques. Bloodline inheritance. Qin Yuling was overjoyed. Not needing to learn meant it was definitely bloodline inheritance. It seems Little Jean's identity is quite high. All right, Little Jean, go play for a while. Brother has some matters to discuss with friends. Qin Yuling resolved matters concerning Nangong Jiang, including participating in the Alchemist Grand Competition and the subsequent secret realm, and informed them about securing a quota for each of the 3 of them. Haha, Brother Qin, this is great. Just thinking about Nangong Jiang kneeling in front of so many people makes me feel so good, Yin Li Hong said. Qin Shao, although the Nangong family has stated they will not participate, you still need to be cautious of their retaliation. These big families still care about their face. This time they lost face, and they will definitely want to regain it. I have it under control. Don't worry, Qin Yuling said. Right now the main focus for everyone is to raise their cultivation. Anyone below the cave heaven realm can enter the secret realm. Others' quotas have been bought at a high price. Those entering may be at the later stages of the transformation realm with attack power, generally reaching the 9th level of transformation. With our current strength, we won't be able to gain any benefits if we go in. Brother Qin, I can stay inside to cultivate until we depart for the secret realm. The environment inside is also quite good, and it's quite comfortable to cultivate. We can also cultivate inside, they said. Zhao Linger and Ji Qinyan said. The quotas that others needed to buy at a high price were directly given to them by Qin Yuling. So far they have nothing to repay Qin Yuling, but at the very least they must not let this quota go to waste. They must improve their strength and do their best to enter the secret realm to gain benefits. Only then can they justify Qin Yuling's investment. Qin Yuling didn't think that much. He regarded them as friends and only hoped that everyone would grow stronger. After chatting for a while, Qin Yuling and the others continued their cultivation. After 3 days of training in the Qinquan realm, Qin Yuling sensed that the external restrictions had been triggered and instantly appeared in his room. Elder Qin, I am Nangong Xiu here to pay a visit, said Nangong Xiu at the door. Come in, Qin Yuling replied, sitting on the bed, appearing as if he had just finished cultivating. Elder Qin, after returning home yesterday, I informed my father of everything. He was very angry, directly putting my third brother under house arrest and preparing some resources for me to bring over as an apology. Nangong Xiu adopted a very humble attitude, handing over the spatial ring while observing Qin Yuling's expression. Qin Yuling understood that Nangong Xiu's visit was to gauge his attitude. The conflict between your brother and me is merely a small matter. As long as he doesn't trouble me again, I will not pursue it further, Qin Yuling said as he accepted the spatial ring. With Elder Qin's words, I can rest assured. My brother won't dare to provoke Elder Qin again in the future. He glanced at the time and added, You came all this way, shall we set a table and have a meal together? There are many trivial matters at home that require my attention, so I won't take up Elder Qin's time. I will arrange for next time if there's an opportunity, Nangong Xiu replied. Nangong Xiu didn't want to stay too long with Qin Yuling, especially since he was older and had to speak humbly. Then I won't keep you any longer. Qin Yuling was polite in response. After Nangong Xiu left, he returned to the Qinquan realm. He hadn't checked Nangong Zhang's ring yet, so he decided to take a look and see how many resources it contained. As his divine sense probed into Nangong Jiang's spatial ring, Qin Yuling's eyes brightened. No wonder he's the young master of a 6th grade force. There are 300,000 upper-grade spirit stones, various formation materials, and alchemical herbs worth approximately 600,000 upper-grade spirit stones. No wonder he looked so pained when giving this away. Now let's see what Nangong Quan gave me. It shouldn't be less than his son's right. Qin Yuling's divine sense then entered the ring that Nangong Xiu had just delivered. This is a windfall, Qin Yuling exclaimed, finding 50,000 spirit stones, with the rest being alchemical herbs estimated to be worth 1 million upper-grade spirit stones. Knowing I am an alchemist, it seems he specifically prepared these herbs for me. The total spirit stones amount to 800,000. Even if the Qinquan realm operates at 100 times speed, they can support a month. Combined with the innate spiritual energy of the Qinquan realm, it can last for 2 months. However, there is no need to use them now. They can serve as a reserve when needed. Elder Qin, your residence has been prepared. At that moment, Qin Yuling received a sound transmission from Su Fanghai. Elder Su, didn't you say it would take a few days? How is it ready so soon? It was personally overseen by the president, who has high hopes for you, Su Fanghai remarked. Please thank the president for me. I will head over to the Alchemist Guild now, Qin Yuling replied. Soon Qin Yuling arrived at the residence arranged for him by the president, where Su Fanghai was already waiting. Elder Qin, this is the residence prepared by the president, covering an area of 20 acres featuring a 5th grade gathering array. The spiritual energy in the core area is 3 times that of the outside. My cave dwelling pales in comparison, occupying only 10 acres with spiritual energy twice that of the outside, and the gathering array was set up by me, Su Fanghai said with admiration. Thank you for the president's kindness. Elder Su, if you need anything, you can always come to me for cultivation, Qin Yuling replied with a smile. Haha, as long as you have this intention, that's enough. I focus on alchemy, and spiritual energy is not as important to me, Su Fanghai said happily. Elder Su, would you like to sit for a while? Qin Yuling asked. No, my task is to get you settled here. I need to return to continue my research on my alchemical formulas, Su Fanghai said before taking his leave. After Su Fanghai left, Qin Yuling entered his courtyard, which had a 5th grade defensive formation. The spiritual energy density around the courtyard was twice that of the outside. Qin Yuling flew directly to the core area where a magnificent building was constructed specifically for his cultivation. However, these amenities were of little use to Qin Yuling. After entering the room, he chose to cultivate in the Qinkuan realm where the environment was far superior to that outside. There is still a month until the Grand Alchemist competition begins. In the Qinkuan realm, I can cultivate for 300 days, so I need to improve my strength significantly. Qin Yuling had 3 paths to enhance his combat power. 1 was to cultivate the 9-turn diamond art and the little thousand Buddha hands to the 5th layer's perfection. The second was to elevate his cultivation level, and the third was to increase his power multiplier, but currently cultivating the techniques seemed to be the quickest route. Yin Lihua and the others were all working on improving their cultivation. Once Qin Yuling made up his mind, he began cultivating the techniques. Time flew by during cultivation. After 60 days, Qin Yuling finally perfected both techniques to the 5th layer. His attack power reached the initial stage of the 8th transformation, while his defense was at the 7th transformation. His defense was lower by 1 tier compared to his power multiplier. Seeing Qin Yuling finish his training, Yin Lihua and the others approached him. Yin Lihua and Zhao Linger had both reached the 7th layer of foundation establishment, while Ji Qingyin had reached the 8th layer. Brother Qin, we've all noticed that our cultivation speed has slowed down recently, Yin Lihua said. You've all advanced too quickly, and an unstable foundation will undoubtedly affect your cultivation speed. For now, focus on increasing your power multiplier before working on your cultivation levels. What is your attack power now? Brother Qin, Zhao Linger and I have reached the 2nd transformation, and Sister Jai's attack power has also reached the 1st transformation, they replied. Then you all should practice the Duga body forging technique. First, I'll join you, Qin Yuling stated. Brother, are you all going to start cultivating again? I'm so bored. At that moment, Xiao Jin instantaneously appeared before Qin Yuling. Xiao Jin, you've reached the 5th transformation. Qin Yuling exclaimed, astonished at how fast it was. Yes, I can level up with just a few days of sleep, Xiao Jin said, fluttering his eyes. It's truly infuriating how humans can't keep up with the pace of beasts. Yin Lihua sighed. Xiao Jin, if we don't cultivate, we won't keep up with you. You go, Playa, we need to continue our training. Qin Yuling felt speechless. All right, then I'll just go back to sleep. After saying that, Xiao Jin vanished in another instant. Junior brother Xiao Jin's skill is too powerful. He can come and go in an instant. It's impossible to catch him if he encounters an enemy, Ji Qingyin remarked. Ji Qingyin expressed her admiration. Outside, Xiao Jin's teleportation might not be as smooth. There could be limitations on the number of uses or distance. The Qinkuan realm is created using the rules of space and time, allowing him to thrive within it, which is why he appeared beside me back then, Qin Yuling explained. I see now. I thought that Xiao Jin's current state had too much of an advantage outside, Yin Lihua said. I still don't know what breed Xiao Jin is. Oh, it doesn't matter. It is our companion now. Let's focus on our cultivation. Qin Yuling shook his head. The 4 entered the wooden house and began cultivating in their respective corners. Soon Qin Yuling had cultivated for 290 days in the Qinkuan realm. Ji Qingyian's power output multiplier reached 7 times, but her attack power remained at the 1st level of transformation stage. However, by the late stage of transformation stage, Zhao Linger and Yin Lihua's power output both reached 9 times, and Qin Yuling's power output reached 17 times. None of their attack powers had crossed levels. Elder Qin, tomorrow is the Alchemist Grand Competition. The president wants you to come to the Alchemist Guild as there are matters to discuss, Su Fenghai conveyed to Qin Yuling. Okay, Elder Su, I'll come right away. After replying to the message, Qin Yuling did not disturb the others who were cultivating and left the Qinkuan realm directly. Upon arriving at the president's office, Qin Yuling noticed that besides the president and Elder Su, there were 3 young people present, 2 boys and 1 girl. Let me introduce you. This is our guild's newly promoted Elder Qin Yuling, who will lead you in the Alchemist Grand Competition. Please introduce yourselves as well. Hello, Elder Qin. My name is Nan Xiaoying, a 4th grade alchemist. The girl among them introduced herself, first her gaze towards Qin Yuling, filled with curiosity. Nan, is it? Qin Yuling looked at Nan Fantion. Haha, Elder Qin, this is my granddaughter. Nan Fantion said proudly. After all, it is extraordinary for someone her age to achieve the rank of a 4th grade alchemist, which is considered genius level. Qin Yuling is quite an exception. My name is Shi Wenjun, a 4th grade alchemist. My name is Mu Quan, a 4th grade alchemist. The 2 boys looked at Qin Yuling differently, filled with defiance. Since they were all alchemical prodigies, they were unconvinced without witnessing Qin Yuling's alchemy skills firsthand. Qin Yuling. Qin Yuling simply introduced his name as if he had not seen their looks. In his eyes, they were merely children. He had hundreds of years of memories and shouldn't stoop to the level of these younglings. All right, now that you all know each other, let me explain the rules for tomorrow's Alchemist Grand Competition, Ninfantion said. Tomorrow there will be 10 divisions from the Alchemist Guild participating with a total of 50 competitors. Only the top 10 will achieve results. All participating alchemists are 4th grade alchemists. Currently no 5th grade alchemists have been identified, although it is said that there is one in the Tianyang Empire who has previously refined 5th grade pills. However, he did not take the examination for 5th grade alchemists, and it is also possible that other divisions have 5th grade alchemists that have not been revealed. However, the probability is low. Based on past experience, those who can refine 4th grade perfect pills to the upper grade have a chance to compete for first place. After Ninfantion finished speaking, he looked at Qin Yuling. Qin Yuling appeared indifferent, as even if there were 5th grade alchemists, he did not feel worried at all. Shi Wenjun and Mu Quan's eyes sparkled, evidently filled with hope that they could refine upper-grade 4th grade pills, all eager for first place. The competition won't only test alchemy, right? What are the other assessment contents? Qin Yuling inquired. Indeed, alchemists need to develop comprehensively in terms of pills, so the competition is divided into 3 rounds. The first round is to combine pill formulas, the second round is to analyze pill components, and the third round is to refine pills. Each round is worth 100 points, and the final ranking is based on the total score. Participants need to prepare their own materials for refining. If you lack herbs, you can directly request them from the guild. Ninfantion said. Elder Qin, we hope to achieve excellent results under your leadership this time. Nan Xiaoying looked at Qin Yuling with shining eyes. She had already heard from her grandfather that Qin Yuling had refined 3 upper-grade 5th grade pills. As long as the first 2 rounds are not too poor, Qin Yuling is guaranteed to take first place. Shi Wenjun and Mu Quan, seeing Nan Xiaoying's gaze towards Qin Yuling, developed hostility. Nan Xiaoying was beautiful, a 4th grade alchemist and the president's granddaughter, making her the dream goddess of the male members of the Alchemist Guild. Elder Qin, you are a newly promoted elder, but you have not refined pills in front of outsiders before. I wonder if I may ask you for guidance. Shi Wenjun said directly. Ninfantion watched this scene, a glimmer in his eyes, but he did not stop it. Shi Wenjun was also one of the top figures among the younger generation in the guild. They were all young and vigorous, and allowing Qin Yuling to give him some lessons would be beneficial. It would prevent him from forgetting that there are people beyond him. Shi Wenjun, how can you be disrespectful to Elder Qin? Nan Xiaoying pouted, feeling that they should stand united as part of the same guild. However, when she said this, the 2 boys became even more displeased. Junior sister Xiaoying, how can you say Shi Wenjun is being disrespectful? He merely wants to ask Elder Qin for advice. Elder Qin, what do you think? Mu Quan said, wanting to see if Qin Yuling truly had the mettle. After hearing their words, Qin Yuling noticed that Ninfantion remained silent and could roughly guess his intention. Of course I can agree. If I disagreed, I probably wouldn't be able to lead you anyway. Qin Yuling replied nonchalantly. Elder Qin, how shall we compete? Shi Wenjun stopped pretending and directly stated that a competition was on. What kind of pills are you best at refining? Qin Yuling asked. I am best at refining 4th grade Xinyuan pills. Is Elder Qin going to choose my best pill? Shi Wenjun asked. Why not? Qin Yuling replied. All right then, let's go with Xinyuan pills. We'll compete right now. Shi Wenjun was extremely excited. He had a 1/3 chance of refining an upper-grade pill with the Xinyuan pill. If he won against Qin Yuling, Nan Xiaoying would certainly think more highly of him. Soon they all arrived at the pill refining area. There are 2 refining rooms here, each for you. The herbs have already been prepared for you. Ninfantion said. After seeing Qin Yuling and Shi Wenjun enter their respective refining rooms, Su Fenghai said, President, are you really going to let Shi Wenjun act recklessly? I'm worried Elder Qin might have objections. Su Fenghai had originally intended to intervene, but the president's look indicated that he should not interfere. Haha, Elder Qin won't have any objections. Letting Shi Wenjun experience a setback would be good. He has had it too easy all the way here. Ninfantion replied. Mu Quan, hearing their conversation, felt puzzled. Even if Qin Yuling was truly a 5th grade alchemist, could the president guarantee that he would definitely win in refining 4th grade pills? After all, each person has their own strengths in alchemy, and he could not comprehend this, so he turned his gaze back to the refining room. In the alchemy chamber, Shi Wenjun's expression was solemn as he meticulously followed the alchemy process step by step. The 4th rank Xinyuan pill was the type of pill he was most skilled at. As long as he made no mistakes, victory was assured. In contrast, Qin Yuling casually tossed all the medicinal herbs into the furnace, as if he were simply cooking a meal. Mu Quan was astonished by Qin Yuling's nonchalant approach, wondering, is he really refining pills? Something feels off. However, seeing the president and Elder Su appearing as if this was the natural course of events, Mu Quan began to doubt his usual alchemy process. Nan Xiaoying watched Qin Yuling with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, Elder Qin is so handsome even while refining pills. Xiaoying stopped daydreaming. Pay attention and learn well. You shouldn't attempt to emulate Elder Qin's method of refining, you won't be able to handle it. Seeing his granddaughter in such a state, Nanfantian knew she was once again mesmerized. Having grown up in a family of alchemists, Nan Xiaoying was particularly fascinated by adept alchemists. At this moment, she was likely in awe of Qin Yuling. However, Nanfantian did not intervene excessively. Perhaps he was secretly hoping that if there was a connection between Qin Yuling and his granddaughter, it wouldn't be a bad thing. After about a stick of incense's time, Qin Yuling finished refining and stepped out of the alchemy chamber, casually tossing the pill bottle to Nanfantian. The others present probed their divine senses into the bottle. 2 high-grade pills and 1 celestial-grade pill. Nanfantian and Su Fenghai exclaimed as if they had expected this outcome. Nan Xiaoying covered her mouth in astonishment. Although she had heard from her grandfather about Elder Qin's exceptional alchemy skills, she never expected him to casually produce celestial-grade pills. Mu Quan broke out in a cold sweat, secretly thankful that Shi Wenjun had gotten a head start. Although he was confident in his alchemy skills, he knew he only had a good chance of producing high-grade pills. Celestial-grade pills were beyond his imagination. Now, as he looked at Qin Yuling, all feelings of defiance had vanished, leaving only admiration. No wonder the dean and the others were so certain Shi Wenjun would lose. Shi Wenjun was still laboring in the alchemy chamber, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was evidently giving it his all, yet he wore a confident smile suggesting he was quite satisfied with his alchemy efforts. After another stick of incense's time, Shi Wenjun emerged from the alchemy chamber, excitedly announcing, Ha, President, I lived up to your expectations. I refined 1 high-grade pill and 2 medium-grade pills. Upon finishing, Shi Wenjun noticed that no one responded, and Mu Quan looked at him with pity. What's wrong? Shi Wenjun asked, puzzled. Shi Wenjun, Elder Qin refined 3 pills, 2 of which are high-grade, and 1 is celestial-grade. With your level of skill, how can you even compare with Elder Qin? It's truly embarrassing. Nan Xiaoying was already annoyed when she saw Shi Wenjun disrespecting Qin Yuling, and she directly retorted, celestial grade. Shi Wenjun stood frozen in place. Shi Wenjun, I agreed to let you compete with Elder Qin just to show you the gap. I hope you can learn to be humble. The continent is vast, and there are many geniuses far superior to you. Nan Fantian's words struck Shi Wenjun like a heavy hammer on his chest. After a long pause, he exhaled deeply, saying, President, I understand now. Oh, I was too arrogant. After saying this, Shi Wenjun appeared very dejected, clearly affected by the blow. As long as you recognize the gap, don't be too hard on yourself. Elder Qin's talent in alchemy is unrivaled across the continent. Aim to reach Elder Qin's level and strive to catch up. Seeing his expression, Nanfantian worried that he might sink into despair and offered him some encouragement. Shi Wenjun's eyes finally regained some sparkle as he turned to Qin Yuling and said, Elder Qin, I'm sorry for my arrogance. This time refining has made me see the gap between us, but I will work hard to catch up. One day, I will also become a powerful alchemist like you. Qin Yuling didn't offer any encouraging words, but merely nodded slightly. Though Nanfantian and the others believed it was nearly impossible for Shi Wenjun to reach Qin Yuling's level, now wasn't the time to undermine his confidence. Alright, I've explained the rules to you. Everyone prepare. We will soon depart for the competition location at the Mengxiang mountain range, which will take us about half a day's travel. After finishing, Nanfantian led everyone to the northern exit of the Linglong Empire. At the northern exit, he summoned a swift wind eagle from the cave heaven realm, carrying them into the sky. President, why is the alchemist competition held in the mountain range? And why is the mountain range named after a strange beast? Qin Yuling asked with confusion. The Mengxiang mountain range is roughly equidistant from 5 of the top 10 branches participating in the competition. For everyone's convenience, this compromise location was chosen. As for the 5 more distant branches, they were compensated with 2 additional slots, allowing 6 participants from each to compete. As for why it's called the Mengxiang mountain range, there's a story behind it. It is said that a 9-rank alchemist was hunted down and fled to this mountain range, hiding in a cave. There he discovered a critically injured and near-death Mengxiang at the peak of the 9th-level martial emperor. The alchemist was also gravely injured, and perhaps due to their shared misfortune, he shared his pills with the Mengxiang. The 2 of them healed together. After about half a month, the alchemist had yet to recover, while the Mengxiang fully healed. Just then the alchemist's enemies found them. Three ninth-level martial emperors attacked, while the alchemist felt he would die there, but the Mengxiang took the initiative to engage in battle with the three martial experts. In the end, all three martial experts were killed by the Mengxiang. After the battle, it voluntarily requested to become the alchemist's battle pet. Later, when this incident came to the attention of the Alchemist Guild, they united with several major 9-rank powers to eradicate the forces that pursued the alchemist. To commemorate this event, the mountain range was named the Mengxiang Mountain Range, which holds special significance for the Alchemist Guild. This was another reason for choosing this location. The Mengxiang is so intelligent and grateful. How touching. Nan Xiaoying, being quite sentimental, spoke as if it were a love story full of longing. It's great to have a powerful beast, but wouldn't it be better to raise one's own strength? Qin Yuling, having suffered losses in his previous life, was determined not to repeat the same mistakes in this one. My thoughts exactly. It's too hard to find good battle pets. I can't even defeat mature ones, and I can't find any cubs. Shi Wenjun and Mu Quan lamented about not having good strange beasts. Having a powerful beast is certainly good, but raising your own strength is even better. Hearing Qin Yuling's words, everyone turned their gaze towards him. It is a common ailment across the continent that alchemists lack martial prowess, not due to a lack of desire to improve, but rather due to limited energy, or some highly talented alchemists simply disdain martial training. Senior alchemists often have many followers, and with their protection, they can focus solely on studying the art of alchemy. Elder Qin, are you saying you practice both alchemy and martial arts? Nan Fantian asked Qin Yuling with curiosity. Yes, I have not neglected my martial strength. I believe that having strength ensures my safety. Qin Yuling replied, Elder Qin, you must have high talent. The average person cannot reach the pinnacle even by focusing solely on one path, let alone practicing both alchemy and martial arts. Su Fenghai sighed, stating that he was currently at the 9th level of transformation, not that he did not want to improve, but advancing his cultivation would take too much time, causing his alchemy to stagnate. Therefore, he could only choose to pursue the path where he had greater talent. Elder Qin, you have talent. Practicing both alchemy and martial arts is fine for now, but if martial arts starts consuming too much of your time in the future, I suggest you focus solely on alchemy. After all, it would be a shame to waste your talent in that field. Nan Fantian also advised. If that situation arises, I will make a choice. Qin Yuling could only respond in a perfunctory manner. In this lifetime, he fundamentally did not need to study alchemy, as he had already thoroughly researched the Supreme's alchemy in his previous life. However, who would believe such a claim if he spoke it aloud? Upon hearing Qin Yuling's response, Nan Fantian nodded, slightly trusting that Qin Yuling would make the right decision. During their conversation, half a day soon passed, and in the distance Qin Yuling spotted a vast mountain range. The highest peak in the middle ahead is our destination. We will arrive shortly. Nan Fantian remarked. After a short while, their wind eagle landed at the summit where several members from the sub-association had already arrived. Qin Yuling observed a group of 4 or 5 young people chatting. Those should be the competitors. Oh, it turns out the Linglong sub-association is here. Old Nan, I wonder if you'll make it into the top 3 this time, haha. Just after landing, Qin Yuling heard an old woman's voice nearby. Old lady Xia, you needn't worry about our association's matters. You should be concerned about whether your association can make it into the top 3 instead, Nan Fantian replied bluntly. This is Xia Qiushui, the president of the Tianyang Sub-Association, a 6th-grade alchemist. Their first-place winner in the last competition was from her group, and she is rumored to have refined 5th-grade elixirs. Su Fenghai explained from the side. It seems old Nan is quite confident in his association's alchemy skills this time. How about we place a bet? A bet? What kind of bet? Nan Fantian asked. Let's wager on which of our 2 associations secures more spots. How does that sound? Nan Fantian pondered for a moment. Seeing Xia Qiushui's confidence, it seemed the claim of refining 5th-grade elixirs was indeed true. However, he could not have anticipated the presence of the extraordinary Qin Yuling on his side. So, Elder Nin, you're not afraid, are you? Xia Qiushui noticed Nan Fantian hesitating and thought he was intimidated, quickly provoking him. Afraid? I have never known fear in my life. Just tell me what the stakes are, Nan Fantian replied defiantly, seemingly stirred up by Xia Qiushui's taunts. The losing side gives half of their spots to the winning side. How about it? Are you willing? Xia Qiushui regarded Nan Fantian, confident in her side, having a 6th-grade alchemist who would undoubtedly take first place along with another who was likely to refine 3 top-quality 4th-grade elixirs. It was possible that both first and second places would be claimed by her side. Meanwhile, Nan Fantian's group could manage at most 20 spots. If he agreed to the bet, it would be like gifting her 10 spots. Nan Fantian was also taken aback. This old woman was directly using spots as a wager. However, with Qin Yuling present, victory was nearly assured. Alright, I accept your wager on the spots. Nan Fantian replied. Ha ha ha, everyone bear witness. Nan Fantian, I'm already looking forward to seeing you powerless when you lose. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Xia Qiushui left with a smile. Elder Nan, how could you agree to Xia Qiushui's bet? Sai, I really don't know how to advise you. After Xia Qiushui left, another president of a different alchemist sub-association approached and spoke. What's wrong, old Yang? Is the strength of old lady Xia's side particularly formidable this time? Nan Fantian asked. Haven't you heard? They have a 5th-grade alchemist on their side. Moreover, they also have a 4th-grade alchemist who is very likely to take 2nd place. Many associations are aware that Tianyang Sub-Association aims to sweep the top 2 spots this time. Sai, you've acted too impulsively. Nan Fantian frowned slightly. If Qin Yuling secured 1st place, earning 100 spots, and if Xia Qiushui's side claimed 2nd and 3rd, they would have 130 spots. Even if Nan Xiaoying made it into the top 10, it would only balance things out. Furthermore, there were still 2 others on that side. For a moment, Nan Fantian found himself in a dilemma. If it were just a few spots, losing would be losing, but with Qin Yuling assured to take 1st place, distributing half of those 100 spots would be quite painful, especially since he had already promised Qin Yuling he would have half the allocation. If he truly lost, it would mean he had little to no spots left. The others had overheard the conversation. Sure, Wenjun and the others looked anxious, while Qin Yuling appeared contemplative. Thank you for the information. We need to discuss this further. Nan Fantian hurriedly thanked them and led everyone back to their resting quarters. President, what should we do now? Su Fanghai was also at a loss. President, if it comes down to it, I only need 4 of those 50 spots for myself. The rest can go to the association. Qin Yuling stated directly, as he currently lacked resources and 4 spots would suffice. No, that's what I promised to give you. Just focus on the competition. If we lose, the bet is on me. If there are objections within the association later, I will take full responsibility. Nan Fantian said firmly. President, if we lose more than 50 spots, the internal strife might escalate to the main association, and you could lose your position as president. Su Fanghai hurriedly interjected. Elder Su, you need not say more. I, Nan Fantian, have never gone back on my word. If things have reached this point, I will accept the outcome. Nan Fantian spoke with determination. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuling regarded him with a newfound respect. After a moment of thought, he decided to assist. After all, if the presidency changed hands, things might not be as favorable for him. President, aside from myself, which of the other 3 has a better chance in the first 2 rounds? Nan Fantian glanced at Qin Yuling, unsure of why he asked, but still replied, for the combination elixirs, and analyzing elixir components, it should be slightly better for Xiaoying. Sure, Wenjun and Mu Quan also nodded. In terms of foundational knowledge and background in alchemy, Nan Xiaoying certainly had an edge over them.